10 Gods Chapter 438 to Chapter 488. Bai Ziki was a few years older than Bai Qiu. Because he had been chosen as the family's holy son and would inherit the position of family head in the future, he had always been calm and reserved. He was also very strict with Bai Qiu. Full text? However, this didn't mean that he didn't care about Bai Qiu. On the contrary, he doted on his only sister more than anything else. A long time ago, the old antiques in the family had contacted the Li family about Bai Qiu and the Sun Constitution. He naturally knew what those people were thinking. They wanted a descendant with the Chaos Constitution because a Chaos Constitution could easily enter the realm of chaos and look down on the world. It could allow the Bai family to prosper for 100,000 years, and no one would dare to offend them for 100,000 years. After learning about this, Bai Qiu was very unhappy, but he didn't say anything and kept silent. However, recently, his sister had been crying frequently, and he felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, when Bai Qiu wiped her tears and said, "Family is most important," he was finally angry. Bang, he kicked the front door open and pulled Bai Qiu out. "Brother!" Bai Qiu's expression changed. Bai Ziki pulled his sister out of the Bai family's house with an indifferent expression. Because he was angry, he didn't hide anything. The commotion soon attracted many people. "Ziki, what are you doing?" An old man appeared. This was the ninth elder of the Bai family, Su Jiebai. He was at the second sky of immortal ascension and was an important figure in the Bai family. "Nothing," Bai Ziki said. He didn't care about the person in front of him and pulled Bai Qiu out. The ninth elder frowned and asked, "The Li family's people are already here. Where are you taking Qiu now?" Bai Ziki didn't say anything and walked forward indifferently. "Stop," the ninth elder said in a low voice. He saw Bai Ziki and his sister's abnormality and blocked in front of Bai Ziki. With a boom, a strong force emerged from Bai Ziki's body. Lightning intertwined and flashed past the elder. He didn't say anything and walked out of the Bai family's house without changing his pace. Seemingly seeing what Bai Ziki wanted to do, the ninth elder's expression immediately changed. "Everyone, do your best to stop him." "Yes. Holy Son, please stop." "Saint, you, please stop." "That is the ninth elder of our direct lineage." Many people blocked his path. Bai Ziki's body was surrounded by light. He took a step forward and left everyone behind. The ninth elder's expression changed. Even someone as powerful as him could not compare to such a movement technique and such speed. "Brother." Bai Ziki pulled Bai Qiu back, her face full of worry. Bai Ziki didn't say anything. There were many people who tried to stop him, but without exception, they were all left behind. He had the Thunder God physique, so who could stop him? Soon, the commotion grew bigger and bigger. More important figures of the Bai clan appeared, and even the Li clan's experts rushed over. "Ziki, what are you doing?" a middle-aged man shouted. The middle-aged man was dressed in a purple robe. He walked with a majestic gait, giving off an extremely dignified feeling. He was the patriarch of the Bai family. Staring at Bai Ziki and seeing Bai Ziki holding Bai Qiu's hand, the patriarch of the Bai clan suddenly thought of something, and his expression darkened. "Go back," the middle-aged man shouted. Bai Qiu's face was a little pale. She sniffled and said, "Brother, let's go back." Bai Ziki tilted his head and looked at Bai Qiu. He held Bai Qiu's hand and could feel Bai Qiu's nervousness. He could even feel Bai Qiu's sadness. Her palm was already full of sweat. He raised his head and looked at the patriarch of the Bai clan. He took a step forward and said, "Get out of the way. How dare you? Is this how you talk to your father?" The patriarch of the Bai clan's face suddenly darkened. Bai Ziki's face was cold. With a boom, the divine chime palace rose and a Thunder God appeared. This was an extremely terrifying force. With a bang, the patriarch of the Bai clan was pushed back more than 3 steps. The patriarch of the Bai clan was shocked and angry. He was shocked because Bai Ziki had reached the 5th sky of the Zephyr realm and could push him back. He was angry because his eldest son dared to use force against him, his father. "Brother." Bai Qiu's expression also changed. She had never seen her brother disrespect an elder in the clan. Baiziki's expression was cold. With a group of people blocking his way, he glanced at the people of the Li clan and the Li clan's son Physique. Finally, his gaze landed on the patriarch of the Bai clan. She is usually a little naughty and willful, but she is purer than anyone else. Her heart is as clean as a piece of white paper. Staring at the people of the Bai clan, his expression was cold. You want to be strong and stand at the top of the Empyrean region? Sure. But don't try to use my sister's lifelong happiness in exchange. The Li clan's son Physique frowned, and his eyes shone brightly. The patriarch of the Li clan and the others' expressions darkened. Go back. The patriarch of the Bai clan shouted. As his words fell, many people of the Bai clan blocked the way. Obviously, they wanted to stop Baiziki from leaving. Today, regardless of bloodline or identity, anyone who blocks me is my enemy. Baiziki said coldly. With a boom, the divine chime palace shook. Bolts of purple lightning fell from the sky, and the sky changed color. In an old forest, rivers flowed, birds chirped, and insects chirped. It was quiet and peaceful. Lin Tian walked alone in the forest step by step. He held a blade of grass in his hand. His face was expressionless, but the light in his eyes flickered from time to time. Tisk. With a soft sound, the blade of grass in his hand was directly crushed. He stopped in his tracks. Along the way, this was the 96th blade of grass that he had accidentally crushed. In the sky, the scorching sun hung high, sprinkling down strands of scorching light. He tilted his head and looked at the Bai clan. His eyes were sometimes cold, sometimes dim, and sometimes calm. The adults in the clan are forcing you to do something you don't like, saying it's for your own good. Will you be happy? Okay, let's consummate our marriage. Whether I say it or not, the truth is there. If you refute it, it means that you have a guilty conscience. You must like me. There's only the two of us here. Are you going to do anything to me? Don't worry, I won't resist. I'm going home. Familiar voices echoed in Lin Tian's mind. In the end, they stopped at 4 words. I'm going home. He could still vaguely remember Bai Qiu's forced smile at that time. Then, he seemed to see the sadness in her eyes. I'm going home should have contained the word happiness. Unfortunately, at that time, she was not happy. He closed his eyes. After a while, he slowly opened them. 2 rays of light flashed past. Swoosh! With a flash of silver light, his figure disappeared on the spot. Not long after, he appeared on a grassy plain. There was wind and waves on the grassy plain. He stared into the distance and walked in the direction of the Bai clan. However, in the next moment, he stopped. In the distance, a blood-stained figure approached from the distance. He carried a young girl and walked in front of him. The young girl's face was delicate and beautiful, but at that moment, she was slightly pale. He could vaguely see the tears at the corners of her eyes. Whoosh! The wind blew from afar, sweeping up the black hair on Lin Tian's forehead and the corner of the figure's clothes opposite him. Lin Tian did not speak. He only stared at the man opposite him and the young girl in his arms. Baiziki. Bai Qiu. Baiziki's body was covered in wounds. There were even a few transparent bloody holes on his body. His clothes were already dyed red with blood. Even Bai Qiu's clothes were soaked by his blood. He had broken out of the Bai clan with Bai Qiu. He had single-handedly defeated the powerful cultivators of the Li and Bai clans. After walking all the way here, he finally found Lin Tian. He stared at Lin Tian. There was coldness and anger in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to grab Lin Tian and beat him up at any moment. He even wanted to cut him a few times. Lin Tian glanced at Baiziki, who was in his arms. Finally, his gaze fell on Baiziki. For a moment, the two men looked at each other in silence. Only the wind and waves rolled in from afar. After some time, Baiziki moved. He took a step toward Lin Tian. I'll leave my sister to you. Don't let her suffer or make her unhappy. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. He handed Bai Qiu to Lin Tian. He took one last deep look at Lin Tianyi before he turned and walked away. Even though his body was covered in blood, his body was still straight and upright. Are you going back to the Bai clan now? Lin Tian asked. Bai Ziki brought Bai Qiu here and appeared in front of him. No matter how stupid he was, he knew what had happened. Now that Bai Ziki was covered in wounds, the Bai and Li clans were probably after him. If he went back now, he would definitely be severely punished. That's my home. Bai Ziki had his back to Lin Tian. His steps were firm. Lin Tian opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not speak. He watched as Bai Ziki disappeared into the distance. Bai Ziki said, "That's my home." What else could he say? He lowered his head and looked at the person in his arms. Her beautiful face was pale and bloodless. The tears on her face were so clear. Even though she was unconscious, there were still tears dripping down her face. He also felt bad. He sighed and retreated with Bai Qiu in his arms. They left the grassland and appeared in a small forest dozens of miles away. The forest was very ordinary. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves, casting streaks of light on the ground. It was very cool here. Brother, brother, brother. Brother, Bai Qiu mumbled in her sleep from time to time. Lin Tian brought her to sit under an old tree. He held her small hand with his right hand and slowly channeled his true essence into it. After more than an hour, Bai Qiu finally woke up. Brother! She seemed to have had a nightmare and cried out in alarm. Lin Tian raised his hand and held her down. Lin Tian. When she woke up and saw the familiar face, Bai Qiu was a little stunned. However, in the next moment, she became anxious and grabbed Lin Tian tightly. Where's my brother? Where's my brother? How is he? How is he? She grabbed Lin Tian and was very anxious. Tears kept falling from her beautiful big eyes. Bai Ziki took her out of the Bai family and fought their way out. They were heavily injured again and again. When she was awake, she saw Bai Ziki vomiting blood. In the end, in order to not worry her, Bai Ziki directly knocked her out. Now that she woke up, how could she not be worried? Her heart was burning with anxiety. Your brother is fine. Lin Tian said softly. Then, where is my brother? Where did he go? He went back to the Bai family. Lin Tian Andao. He went home, he went home, he went home. Bai Qiu mumbled repeatedly. Lin Tian sighed and gently pulled her up. Let's go out and change first. Bai Qiu was covered in blood. Of course, it was all Bai Ziki's blood. He didn't have any women's clothes on him at the moment, so he could only go out and find a set. Holding the dazed Bai Qiu, he soon appeared in a small town and helped Bai Qiu choose a white dress. After changing into the new clothes, Bai Qiu seemed to be more energetic, but her face was still pale and dazed. That's Lin Tian and the princess of the Bai family. The princess of the Bai family and the Li family's son Physique were married. Then, the Bai family's thunder god Physique suddenly took his sister and fought their way out of the Bai family. Did he hand his sister over to Lin Tian? What's going on? Many people were shocked. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at some of the people who were discussing with a cold gaze. Suddenly, the cultivators who spoke before all staggered back as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces were full of fear. Then, the others around them all retreated. No one dared to speak, and they didn't even dare to look in Lin Tian's direction. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu and left the small town soon after. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened, and stars flashed, dotting the sky. Bai Qiu, return to the family in half a month. Otherwise, your brother will take your place and enter the supreme divine region to challenge the death trap set by the ancestors. He will never come out until he reaches the great Dao realm. A voice came from the Bai family, and in the blink of an eye, it spread to every corner of the second heaven. The voice that came from the Bai family was low and cold. It spread in all directions within a few minutes, and all the cultivators could hear it. Everyone, please search for the most complete version of this novel. A novel, of course. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu were the same. Bai Qiu was in a daze. After hearing this news, tears fell from her eyes. I want to go back, I want to go back. She muttered, broke free from Lin Tian, and ran toward the Bai family. Lin Tian frowned and pulled her back. Let go of me. Bai Qiu shouted and said with a sobbing tone, "Do you know what the divine territory is? It's a training ground that the ancestor of the Bai family set up in his later years by burning his essence. Once one passes it, one's cultivation level and combat power will change drastically. However, since ancient times, no one in the family has been able to pass it. Several people who were at the peak of the immortal ascension realm have also died there. I can't let my brother go in." Bai Qiu was very sad because the divine territory was too dangerous. No one in the family who entered had ever walked out alive. Bai Ziki was extremely talented. He had the Thunder God constitution, but he was still in the airborne realm. It was almost impossible for him to survive in the divine territory. Even if he could pass it safely, it would take him a long time to reach the Great Tao realm. It would take at least a few decades. It was too cruel to not be able to come out for a few decades. How could she let her brother suffer for her? Lin Tian was silent. He looked at Bai Qiu and shook his head. "I also have a sister. For my sister, I'm willing to endure any kind of hardship," he said. Bai Qiu was stunned. This was the first time she knew that Lin Tian had a sister. However, she shook her head and sniffed. She choked and said, "I want to go back." Lin Tian grabbed her hand and did not let go. "Let go of me." Bai Qiu struggled. Lin Tian shook his head and refused to let go. "Your brother risked his life to bring you out. I won't let you go back." Bai Qiu shed tears and gritted her teeth. With a boom, a full moon rushed out from behind her. With the appearance of the full moon, a dark starry sky appeared behind Bai Qiu. For a moment, the power of Yin surged like the Milky Way, pure and sacred. Lin Tian looked up, his eyes dazed. "Is this your king's territory, starry sky bright moon?" "Very good, very strong." He held Bai Qiu's hand and remained unaffected by the bright moon and starry sky. "However, you forgot that the king's territory is ineffective against me." Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. After a moment of shock, his tears fell even harder. "I beg you, please let me go. Let me go back. If I go to the supreme divine territory, my brother will die. Even if he doesn't die, how much time would he have to spend to reach the Great Tao realm? He can't stay in the supreme divine region alone for decades." She had a pleading expression on her face. Lin Tian was silent. He didn't feel good seeing this girl so sad. "I will bring your brother out," he said. "What did you say?" Bang! Lin Tian struck at the back of Bai Qiu's neck with a karate chop, causing her to faint in an instant. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the Bai family. His eyes were cold as he carried Bai Qiu and walked in another direction. Not long after, he walked into a green mountain and appeared outside a small courtyard. The courtyard was very simple. There was a thatched cottage, a table, and a chair. A black-clothed youth was standing in the center of the courtyard. The black-clothed youth was naturally Xianxia. Seeing Lin Tian carrying Bai Qiu here, Xianxia wasn't surprised. He got up and opened the courtyard door. Although he lived in seclusion here, he knew very well what happened in the second heaven. "Help me take care of her." Lin Tian Dao. Xianxia stared at Lin Tian. "What do you want to do?" Bai Ziki has been imprisoned by his family. In half a month, he will enter the supreme divine territory. I will go and bring him out. Lin Tian Dao. There was no expression on his face, only a cold intent lingering around his body. Xianxia was silent as he looked at Lin Tian Dao. The Bai family has a great Tao realm expert holding down the fort. There are at least 5 peak immortal ascension realm experts. I know. Lin Tian nodded. Xianxia was still dressed in black. He turned around and pushed open the door of the thatched cottage. Put her inside. Then, follow me. Lin Tian was puzzled, but he didn't say anything. He carefully placed Bai Qiu inside the thatched cottage and came to Xianxia's side. Xianxia didn't say anything. He turned and walked into the depths of the green mountain. Before long, the two of them arrived at a withered forest. Xianxia led the way, and before long, they reached a precipitous stone wall. He asked Lin Tian to wait outside, and spent a quarter of an hour pushing open the messy stone walls, opening a stone door and entering the stone wall. Then, another quarter of an hour passed and he walked out again. "This is the family tomb," Xianxia said. He opened his right hand, and a round divine saber appeared. The blade was only 3 inches long, and it glowed with sparkling light. It radiated a domineering aura that caused the void in the area to tremble. Lin Tian immediately revealed a shocked expression when he saw the power contained within. "It's a high-grade, flawless Dao weapon. The Yang family's most powerful reserve power." Xianxia's words were simple. After the Yang family was destroyed, he had only taken this saber with him. He didn't want to rely on it to roam the world, as it would hinder his own growth. Now that Lin Tian was going to attack the Bai family, he took out the saber and handed it to Lin Tian. "Before that, I want to tell you that the Bai family has a similar Dao weapon. Most importantly, they have a Dao weapon of the great Dao realm. You, on the other hand, are only in the 3rd stratum of the Imperial Void realm." Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at the saber in Xianxia's hand. "Aren't you afraid that if I die in the Bai family will take your saber?" he asked. Xianxia's expression was cold, and his words were stiff. "You'll be able to walk out alive." Lin Tian grinned, took the saber, and carefully put it away. "Thank you for your kind words." He didn't say any words of gratitude. Sometimes, it was easy to form friendships between men. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the thatched cottage, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Take care of her for me," he said to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't say anything. He just nodded. Lin Tian turned and walked off, not looking back. A strong wind kicked up in the 2nd heaven, causing the old trees to sway back and forth. After leaving Xianxia's residence, Lin Tian found a secluded spot in a nearby forest and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the 4 extremity scriptures, causing his quintessence, energy, and soul to reach the perfect level. Then he took out a Baodan pill from his stone ring. It was a true concoction pill, which he had extorted from an overlord of the sea. It was a precious medicine for tempering one's true energy. Sitting down cross-legged, he popped the pill into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed it. Instantly, a warm current flowed through his body. Whiz, the surface of his body produced waves of halos. Specks of silver light danced like flames. After the true concoction pill entered his body, the medicinal power quickly melted into his 8 extraordinary meridians and true energy. Then, Lin Tian circulated the 4 extremity scriptures even faster, relying on the medicinal power of the true concoction pill to rapidly temper his true energy. As he continued to refine himself, the silver light on the surface of his body grew stronger and stronger. The airborne realm focused on tempering one's true energy. It was a process where one's true energy underwent quantitative changes over and over again, and finally reached the immortal ascension realm. Once one reached the immortal ascension realm, true energy would no longer be present. It would turn into a new power, divine power. With divine power, one could be considered to have truly stepped into the sacred temple of immortal cultivation. It was the true starting point of immortal cultivation. Whiz, Lin Tian sat cross-legged and circulated the 4 extremity scriptures over and over again, tempering his true energy. It was an extremely boring process. Under normal circumstances, it would take him at least 2 months to go from the 3rd firmament to the 4th firmament of the airborne realm. But now, with the help of the true concoction pill, the speed of tempering his true energy was countless times faster. In just one day, a majestic force rushed out of his body and spread out in all directions. He had broken through to the 4th firmament of the airborne realm. Lin Tian stood up. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he gently clenched his fists. After reaching the 4th celestial layer of the imperial sky realm, his physical strength didn't change much, but the true essence in his body was much thicker and purer. Even his divine sense had been strengthened a lot, and his combat strength had obviously improved. He did not consolidate his cultivation. With a thought, he took out a dark cyan cauldron. This cauldron was obtained by him when the master apothecary was in seclusion before he achieved enlightenment. Although it did not have offensive power, it was very sturdy. It was an absolute treasure for refining medicine. Now, he was already a 5th-level apothecary, and could refine a new Baodan. At this time, he took out the dark cyan cauldron and prepared to refine a few cauldrons of rising adversity pills. The Rising Adversity Pill was a 5th-level Baodan. It could permanently destroy the true energy of a cultivator below the Immortal Ascension realm. If the antidote was not found within 7 days, it would be wasted. Even if a Nirvana realm powerhouse appeared, the outcome would not change. This Baodan was similar to the Energy Sealing Pill. After it was shattered with the true energy, it was invisible, colorless, and tasteless. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it. It could be said that it was an enhancement of the Energy Sealing Pill's effect. This was because the Energy Sealing Pill's effect was ordinary, and it could only seal the true energy temporarily. However, the Rising Adversity Pill could permanently destroy the true energy. It could be said that it was a type of poison pill. Phew! Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of alchemy materials. Previously, when he was in the Master Apothecary's seclusion place, and in the Sea King's palace in the sea area, he had obtained many medicinal materials. These medicinal materials were complex and extraordinary. It was enough for him to refine many Rising Adversity pills. He stood beside the dark cyan cauldron and took out the 4th-level elixir fire. Soon after, he slowly placed the medicinal materials for refining the Rising Adversity pill into the cauldron. The Rising Adversity pill was a 5th-level pill, and it was very troublesome to refine. It required the apothecary to carefully control the temperature of the elixir fire at each time. Although Lin Tian had just become a 5th-level apothecary, his consciousness was very strong. Coupled with the 4th-level elixir fire that he controlled, it was relatively easy for him to refine the 5th-level Baodan. Soon, 3 days passed. In 3 days, he had refined a total of 9 cauldrons of Rising Adversity pills. A total of 90 pills were enough to completely destroy the true energy of thousands of airborne realm cultivators. Up until now, Lin Tian had cultivated martial arts, array, and alchemy. On the path of array Dao, he had reached the level of a rank 6 array manipulator. He could be considered to have reached the next level. When he was in the first heaven, the divine sword entered his body and produced endless Dao patterns in his mind. Among them, the array patterns were vast and indescribable. It could be said to be the combination of all the arrays in the world. After becoming a rank 6 array manipulator, he searched carefully and found an ultimate killing array, the Eternal Killing Array. This killing array was created by the Array Emperor, one of the 9 heavenly sovereigns. It was the culmination of his lifetime's array Dao. After becoming a rank 6 array manipulator, although he was far from being able to engrave such an ultimate killing array, he should be able to comprehend it and engrave a corner. It should not be a big problem. Such an ultimate killing array, even if it was just a corner, had the power to destroy all things. It would be of great use to him when he broke into the Bai family. He closed his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, strands of array patterns appeared. Buzz. The array patterns flashed with strange light. The outline was incomparably complex and mysterious. It was as vast as the starry sky and difficult to see clearly. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. His consciousness condensed into a figure that looked exactly like him in his sea of consciousness. It stared straight at the eternal killing array pattern that appeared in his sea of consciousness. This array pattern was the complete eternal killing array. However, Lin Tian knew that with his current level, he could not fully comprehend it. He could only stare at a corner. It's named eternal. It means immortality. It can cut through everything, he said in a dreamy voice. He comprehended the eternal killing array in his sea of consciousness. As time passed, a day passed in the blink of an eye. After a day, he barely comprehended half of it. Suddenly, the aura outside his body changed. A fierce killing intent involuntarily burst out from his body and instantly filled every corner of the space. Not far away, there were a few ancient trees. As the aura overflowed, the ancient trees were torn apart in an instant. Even further away, the birds in the forest began to palpitate. They were all trembling as they flew into the distance. Lin Tian closed his eyes. He sensed this, but he wasn't surprised. He continued to quietly comprehend the runes of the eternal killing array. On the path of an array-controlling master, only by comprehending the runes would one be able to inscribe them. Therefore, in the following days, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, earnestly comprehending the eternal killing array diagram. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Boom! On this day, an even more terrifying murderous intent rushed out from Lin Tian's body. Strands of murderous intent spread out, and with a bang, it shattered dozens of large rocks in front of him, turning them into ashes in an instant. Outside his body, strands of inscriptions flickered faintly. They were surrounded by earth-shattering killing intent, causing the space to distort. In this old forest, a few powerful demonic beasts were also alarmed. They stared in this direction, all of them terrified and uneasy, trembling. Among these demonic beasts, there were powerful level 9 existences. However, at this time, they were also shrouded in fear. With a roar, they quickly fled into the distance, splashing a large amount of gray dust in the old forest. As time passed, this aura did not decrease. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Boom! 2 days later, the murderous intent outside Lin Tian's body was even more shocking. Even the sky changed color. At this time, the aura outside his body was peerlessly sharp and extremely terrifying. With him as the center, sand and pebbles flew in all directions within 100 feet radius. The ground below him was cracking, and endless debris flew into the sky. There were shocking killing light pillars descending from the sky, filling all directions. Eternal killing array, cut off all eternity. Lin Tian whispered. As his words fell, an even more terrifying murderous intent spread out. In all directions, rays of killing light slashed in all directions. Crack! 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 The space could not withstand such a terrifying murderous intent. It cracked inch by inch, and a large area of spatial turbulence overflowed. This world changed rapidly. Dark clouds hung in the sky, lightning fell, and even the sky gradually turned blood red. All kinds of terrifying visions of heaven and earth appeared in the void. Then, from time to time, crisp cracking sounds could be heard. As he comprehended the eternal killing array, more and more runes flowed out from his fingers, causing the ground below him to crack inch by inch and sink inch by inch. Time passed, and a few hours passed. The dense killing intent slowly disappeared. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew, rolling up traces of sand and dust. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground without moving. However, the aura outside his body became more and more fierce. There was a boundless domineering aura that could kill everything in the world. It made the area within 100 feet dead silent. Even the temperature in this space dropped a lot. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. It had been 10 days since he walked into this place. On this day, Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of killing light flashed in his eyes, causing a large rock in the distance to emit a soft crack. A crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the rock. A corner of the killing array. That should be enough, he muttered to himself. With a thought, he took out a transparent crystal stone from the stone ring. This was the black water stone, which he had obtained in the dark gorge at the bottom of the sea. It could be used to carry the runes. An upper-grade true treasure sword appeared in his hand. With a sharp sword aura, he cut the black water stone into dozens of square array platforms, each of which was close to 1 cubic meter. Then, he waved a black water array platform. His right hand intertwined with soul power, carving a killing array on it. Wang, silver light intertwined with his fingers. It was pure soul power. He slowly drew on the black water array platform in front of him. As his fingers moved, strands of formation runes leaped out from the tip of his finger, followed by an earth-shattering killing intent. Every time a formation rune leaped out from the tip of his finger, the surrounding space would tremble violently. Lin Tian focused his mind. Silver light flashed in his eyes. Bit by bit, the killing runes of the eternal killing array landed on the black water stone. This was a very difficult and troublesome process. Although it was only a corner of the eternal killing array, with his current cultivation, it would take him about 90% of his soul power to carve it out. On the other hand, it would take him 12 hours to carve out the entire horn killing array. Then, he had to use the Heavenly One Soul spell to recover his soul power. Then, he would start carving the second eternal killing array. His fingers moved, and waves of murderous intent spread out, causing the void to tremble uneasily. Soon, 12 hours had passed. The first eternal killing array platform was completed. Light mist lingered on it, emitting an extremely cold aura. It could make one's soul tremble uncontrollably. Lin Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead. He put the completed eternal killing array platform into the stone ring. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to use the Heavenly One Soul spell. This was a cultivation manual for array controlling techniques. It was the foundation of array controlling masters. With Lin Tian's operation, his soul power gradually became stronger. After 8 hours, his soul power was completely recovered. Continue. In the next few days, he didn't sleep or rest. He finished carving the 5 eternal killing array platforms. It's about time, he said in a low voice. He put away all the killing array platforms. He thought that the black water stone could carry the killing array and store it for future use. It was really extraordinary. One had to know that if he were to carve the eternal killing array on the spot, it would take too much time and energy. With his current cultivation, it was impossible to carve such an array in the middle of a battle. However, the existence of the black water stone had undoubtedly saved him from this problem. It could be said that it had done him a great favor. He closed his eyes and operated the 4 extreme scripture and the Heavenly One Soul spell at the same time. After another 6 hours, his true yuan and soul power had recovered to their peak level. It's time to pay a visit to the Bai family. He stood up, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he disappeared, leaving behind only traces of dust. In the blink of an eye, 14 days had passed. On the last day, Bai Qiu, if you don't appear, your brother will enter the supreme divine domain. A voice rang out again. This time, the head of the Bai family personally shouted the words. The combination of the Great Yin and Great Yang was too important for the Bai family and the Li family. Although the head of the Bai family was the father of Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki, he had to be ruthless for the sake of the family's prosperity. Moreover, the head of the Bai family was not the only one who had the final say. There were several supreme elders at the peak of the connecting immortal realm and a great Dao realm ancestor behind him. In the blink of an eye, the voice once again spread throughout the second heaven. This, the supreme divine domain, seems to be a very terrifying place. Are the big shots of the Bai family really willing to let the thunder god physique go there? It should be just to force the princess of the Bai family to appear. Many people were discussing. Bai Ziki, the holy son of the Bai family, had the thunder god physique. He was extremely talented and his combat strength was terrifying. Many people knew very well that the Bai family would not be willing to let such a young supreme being take the risk. There was a great possibility that they were forcing the princess of the Bai family to appear. Of course, they could not completely rule out the possibility that the Bai family would really let Bai Ziki enter the supreme divine domain. After all, it was just going to a terrifying place to train, not sending Bai Ziki to his death. However, even so, many people's nerves were still affected. How important is the princess of the Bai family? Why can she make the Li family put on such a big show? And now, the big shots of the Bai family are so moved that they even used the holy son of the thunder god physique as a threat. This is too strange. Indeed, it's really unpredictable. Many people were puzzled. In the east of the second heaven, endless celestial mountains surrounded by divine light filled the air. There were countless rare beasts hovering in the sky, and even a 7-colored rainbow bridge could be seen. At the end of the endless celestial mountains, there was a vast palace. There were floating islands, flowing immortal rivers, and dense Dao patterns lingering in the air. This was the foothold of the Bai family, an ancient aristocratic family. In the past half a month, the second heaven was boiling with excitement. The patriarch of the Li family personally brought his invincible son physique to the Bai family to prepare for the engagement with the princess of the Bai family. The big shots of the Bai family also came out of seclusion and welcomed the Li family members happily. But in the end, the holy son of the Bai family actually took the princess of the Bai family and directly left the Bai family. In half a month, the princess of the Bai family disappeared. The half-month deadline is almost up. If the princess of the Bai family doesn't return, will the Bai family really push the thunder god physique into the supreme divine domain? Many cultivators gathered outside the Bai family. Many people stared at the inside of the Bai family, pointing and whispering. In the sky, the scorching sun hung high, and the air was scorching hot. At this moment, at the end of the distant horizon, a slender figure appeared, walking toward the Bai family step by step. That is, Lin Tian? Why is he here? The crowd was shocked as they stared at the approaching figure. They were all stunned and their eyes widened. That madman is here? He's heading towards the Bai family's gate. What's going on? Many cultivators were dumbfounded. Lin Tianyi was dressed in a long robe. His footsteps were calm as he walked forward. In front of him, the Bai family's gate was grand and solemn. There was a flow of Taoist connotation and an aura of vicissitudes. Looking up, he saw the deity island floating in the air and shining with treasure light. It was as if there was a ferocious beast lying inside. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at all of this, his footsteps did not stop as he walked forward step by step. Retreat! Someone shouted. Seeing Lin Tian walking over, many people felt a chill down their spines and quickly made way for him. Lin Tian did not care about their reactions. Soon, he arrived in front of the Bai family's gate. The Bai family's gate was made of immortal jade. It was 30 feet tall and about 10 feet wide. There were clansmen guarding the gate with battle spears in their hands. They were not weak and had strong blood qi. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian walking towards them, the expressions of the people guarding the gate changed. Thief Lin! How dare you come here? How dare you? Take him down! A few people rushed forward. For a moment, the light of true essence danced, and all kinds of divine abilities and martial techniques fell on Lin Tian. Although these people were only guarding the gate, they were all cultivators of the ancient aristocratic families. Their combat strength was far superior to others. Now, several divine abilities and secret techniques were displayed at the same time. The combined aura made the void tremble. This shocked many cultivators. They once again felt the terror of the ancient aristocratic families. Even the clansmen guarding the gate were so powerful. Boom! These people were all at the level of flight. At this time, several divine abilities pressed down together, and the light mist was oppressive, making many people's hearts tremble. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. His footsteps did not change as he walked forward slowly, allowing the light to drown him. Humph! You're courting death. Is this the so-called Lin Kuangren? He can't even withstand a single blow. They sneered. However, in the next moment, several people's expressions changed. Lin Tian walked out from the light of the divine ability in front of them, completely unscathed. There wasn't even a speck of dust on him. There was a layer of light around his body, which completely blocked all the killing light outside his body. Impossible! They were all shocked. At the same time, a group of cultivators in the distance felt their hearts palpitate. Facing the attacks of several flying experts, he didn't make the slightest bit of counterattack, and actually directly walked past the killing lights of divine abilities and martial skills. What kind of powerful combat strength was this? How calm was he? Damn it! Use all your strength. Go! Several people outside the Bai clan shouted. Momentarily, several people moved again, brandishing their precious weapons to attack. However, in the next moment, several mysterious patterns suddenly appeared in the void. They transformed into silver chains and instantly bound the few of them, making it impossible for them to move at all. What is this? Let us go! Several people shouted loudly. Lin Tian didn't care about them. He walked forward step by step and soon arrived at the edge of the Bai clan's gate. He came to this place for Bai Ziki. He had also promised Bai Qiu that he wouldn't kill anyone from the Bai clan. Therefore, he showed mercy to these people and only used the confinement runes in the formation controlling technique to imprison them on the spot. He raised his head and looked into the Bai clan. He acutely sensed a majestic pressure in the sky. It was like a destructive lightning tribulation that could press down at any time and obliterate anyone below the great Dao realm. He stood on the spot. He had to admit that the ancient aristocratic families were indeed terrifying. This aura was more than 1,000 times stronger than the 10 great sections. Shaking his head, he didn't think too much and directly stepped into the Bai clan. This? He walked in? Oh my god, what is he doing? He actually walked into the Bai clan. Outside the Bai clan, all the cultivators widened their eyes. The Bai clan had been passed down since ancient times. Such an ancient clan had ancient runes everywhere, flawless Dao weapons, and even great Dao realm cultivators guarding the clan. It could be said to be a living forbidden land that was countless times more dangerous than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. But now, in the face of such a terrifying inheritance, Lin Tian actually walked in without any hesitation. Is he crazy? Everyone was stunned. In the eyes of these people, Lin Tian's action was undoubtedly incomprehensible and made them feel that it was very stupid. Because this was simply courting death, Lin Tian stepped into the Bai clan. As far as the eye could see, there were pavilions and blooming celestial plants. The air was filled with an extremely shocking celestial aura, as if there were tens of thousands of flawless spirit veins interweaving together under the ground. This kind of spiritual power was shocking. After walking in, Lin Tianji felt as if all the pores on his body were about to open up, wanting to absorb this kind of celestial spiritual light. Of course, at the same time, he also felt a sense of pressure. After walking into the Bai clan, he felt as if he was being stared at by a pair of invisible eyes, as if there was a huge rock weighing 10,000 kilograms on his shoulders. Boom! Clang! The ground shook, and the precious weapons screeched. In the blink of an eye, many members of the Bai clan rushed out. With the Bai clan's huge inheritance, there was naturally someone who knew that someone had broken in. At this moment, a group of Bai clan experts rushed out and surrounded Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Each of them was emitting extremely powerful fluctuations. These people were all airborne realm experts. There were a total of 300 of them, and more than 30 of them were cultivators at the peak of the airborne realm. This was the strength of the ancient aristocratic families, with countless experts. With such a formation, it was enough to scare many people. Even ordinary immortal realm experts would have a change of expression when seeing such a formation. These were hundreds of airborne realm experts. Just as the rumors say, he is truly audacious. Among the hundreds of people, a middle-aged man who was the leader had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. It's just as well. You delivered yourself to us, so we will kill you as a sacrifice to our dead clan members. Do it. Another person said. In an instant, hundreds of people moved together, using their magic and precious skills one after another. The oppressive void was rumbling, and the murderous intent was terrifying. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a buzz, the barren heaven realm was propped up. Pft! 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 The Bai clan experts who rushed at the front were sent flying. Each of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and crashed into a strange rock not far away. Don't block my way. Lin Tian Dao. Now that he had reached the fourth firmament of the airborne realm, his divine sense, physique, spiritual ether, and speed were all terrifying. Few people could compare to him. In addition, he cultivated both martial arts, formations, and alchemy, and had mastered many powerful techniques. His combat strength could be said to be extremely frightening. Under the immortal realm, except for the few young supreme beings of the same generation, no one could compete with him. Even ordinary early-stage immortal realm cultivators were nothing in his eyes. Insolence. A cultivator at the peak of the airborne realm shouted and used the Bai clan's unparalleled divine palm. Kill. The others shouted coldly. They all used their divine abilities and secret techniques, suppressing Lin Tian with a sky full of divine light. Lin Tian was expressionless. With the barren heaven realm protecting his body, he took a step forward. With a simple step, a loud bang was heard. With him as the center, a violent wave of spiritual ether swept out like a hurricane, sending all the Bai clan experts flying dozens of feet away. He still didn't kill these people from the Bai clan. After sweeping them away, he continued to walk deeper into the Bai clan. Damn it! Everyone, come out and stop this bastard for me. Kill! Someone roared. The people from the Bai clan had ugly expressions. They were a dignified ancient family that had been passed down since ancient times, but now they were actually attacked by a small cultivator at the airborne realm. This was simply a great humiliation. Ever since the Bai clan's ancestor established the Bai clan, such a thing had never happened. Even a great virtue realm cultivator wouldn't dare to barge into the Bai clan like this. There were many cultivators outside the Bai clan. At this time, these people couldn't see the scene inside the Bai clan, but they heard the angry roars of the Bai clan members. For a moment, their hearts palpitated again. Lin Tian, who was at the airborne realm, entering the ancient family alone was like entering a tiger's den. Many people shook their heads, but at this moment, they actually heard the angry roars of the Bai clan members. The people of the Bai clan have been defeated? Oh my god. Many people were stunned. Boom, in the Bai clan, true ether treasure lights crisscrossed, one after another, and energy fluctuations swept in all directions. Many people of the Bai clan rushed out, all of them roaring and attacking Lin Tian. These people weren't weak. Because they knew that Lin Tian was very strong, those who rushed over were all cultivators at the airborne realm. However, the result was shocking. Along the long corridor, Lin Tian's footsteps were not obstructed at all. His movements were simple, and he swept away those who blocked his way one by one. Inform the elders. Someone shouted. This was a cultivator at the pinnacle of the airborne realm. His strength was very strong, but at this moment, he felt waves of fear and palpitations. This was because this handsome man in front of him was too strong. Hundreds of airborne realm cultivators surrounded him, but they couldn't even stop him. One by one, they were swept away. All of them struggled in pain, and it was difficult for them to stand up again. Lin Tian crossed the corridor. The spirit chi in front of him was denser, and he walked deeper in step by step. Thief! The people of the Bai clan roared and attacked together. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were sent flying and fell more than 30 meters away. Young man, you are too bold. A cold voice was heard from the front. Majestic divine power surged, and a middle-aged man in a purple robe walked over. There were many people next to him, and none of them were weak. Lin Tian's unscrupulous intrusion into the Bai clan had caused too much of a commotion. At this moment, the Bai clan leader and many of the important figures of the Bai clan walked out with a cold look in their eyes. At the same time, there were many other people next to the Bai clan leader and the others. There were cultivators from the ancient Li clan, as well as elders from the Taishan sacred ground and the Wantong sacred ground. Not long ago, when Bai Qiu returned to the clan, the cultivators from the two sacred grounds personally came to visit because their saints were suppressed by Bai Qiu's high-grade celestial artifact. In response, the Bai clan naturally received the cultivators from the two sacred grounds warmly. At the same time, they directly took away Bai Qiu's celestial artifact and released the saints from the two sacred grounds. After that, the important figures of the Bai clan felt that they were in the wrong. Coincidentally, the Li clan leader came to the clan with the sun physique and was about to be engaged to the princess of the Bai clan. With such a joyous occasion, the important figures of the Bai clan naturally invited the people from the two sacred grounds to stay as guests. P.S. Thank you to Wu Dao Ling Yin for the 10,000 traversing coins reward, thank you to Mo Rani Qingqing for the 3,000 traversing coins reward, thank you two brothers for your hospitality. With the head of the Bai family as the leader, the big shots stood out one by one. All of them were powerful existences in the immortal realm. Read a book? 1. K. A. N. S. Book H. UCC. These people's expressions were very cold, especially those of the Bai family. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. A great force that had been passed down since ancient times had actually allowed a small cultivator in the airborne realm to fight his way here. No one could stop him. Head of the family, elders. All the cultivators of the Bai family bowed in unison. A group of people surrounded Lin Tian from behind. They didn't make any more moves and carefully guarded the surroundings. The big shots of the Bai family didn't say anything. Their gazes fell on Lin Tian. Young man, do you really think you're invincible after killing so many of our clansmen and barging into the family? The head of the Bai family said in a deep voice. The head of the Bai family didn't know about the order to hunt down Lin Tian. Even so, it was a fact that Lin Tian had killed many of the Bai family's clansmen. Facing Lin Tian, this middle-aged man naturally didn't have a good expression. His eyes were very cold. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the purple-robed middle-aged man. Head of the Bai family? It's me. The head of the Bai family's voice was low, but he also frowned because Lin Tian was too calm and composed, which made him a little surprised. One had to know that this was the interior of the Bai family, and he was the head of the Bai family. In this heaven, ordinary people would fear and respect him when they saw him. But now, an airborne realm cultivator was looking directly at him without any fear. This kind of boldness was too shocking. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Forcing a 16-year-old girl to marry someone she doesn't like, making her sad and crying, making her haggard and distant. Now, in order to force her to return to the family, I heard that you want to let the sacred son of your family enter the godless desolate domain to train. If he doesn't reach the Great Path realm, he won't be able to come out. It's really a little cruel. Staring at the head of the Bai family, there was a hint of sarcasm in his expression. Speaking of which, since ancient times, is it because you're so cruel to your own family that you've been able to maintain your prosperity? That's why you can rule the second heaven? When the head of the Bai clan heard this, his face immediately darkened, and his expression became somewhat ashen. My Bai family's matters are not for a nobody like you to comment on. I wasn't able to kill you in the past, but today, you won't be able to survive. Want? Reading books? 1. K? A cold voice sounded, and an elder stepped out. It was Bai Hongya from the Bai clan's branch family. Back then, the Bai clan's 3 people had ordered to kill Lin Tian, and this person was one of them. Bai Hongya's eyes were filled with a sinister killing light as he stared at Lin Tian. However, it seems like Xiao'er is in your hands. Tell me, where did you hide her? Xiao'er. Lin Tian tilted her head, and an icy aura spread out. Are you worthy of being called that? Boom, a powerful force rushed out of his body and knocked Bai Hongya back by 3 steps with a bang. Bai Hongya stopped in his tracks, and his face instantly twisted. You're courting death. He was a powerful cultivator at the immortal realm, and now, he was actually knocked back by an airborne realm cultivator in his own clan. This was a great humiliation. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and they were filled with killing intent. Bai Hongya suddenly trembled. He stared at Lin Tian's eyes and couldn't help but take a step back. This kind of killing intent was too terrifying. I promised her that I wouldn't kill anyone from the Bai clan. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be standing and talking to me? Lin Tianling said. Back then, the 3 big shots of the Bai clan had ordered him to be killed, forcing him out of the Wuji gate, and causing him to be besieged by the world. This Bai Hongya was one of the main culprits. He had already killed the other 2, Bai Taining and Bai Qingying, and only Bai Hongya was left. He originally wanted to kill this person, but in the end, he let it go for Bai Qiu's sake. Arrogant. Do you think you can kill me? Bai Hongya said coldly. Thinking about how he had actually taken a step back because of fear, Bai Hongya's face darkened as he directly approached Lin Tian. At this moment, the head of the Bai clan took a step forward and reached out to stop Bai Hongya. Young man, I already know what happened before. In the beginning, it was indeed the Bai clan's fault. However, you killed so many people of the Bai clan, so you didn't lose out. Want? Read? 1. K? The head of the Bai clan stared at Lin Tian and continued, You broke in and didn't kill a single person, so I don't blame you. Where did you hide my daughter? Hand her over, and after this, I won't do anything to you. At the same time, I'll also restrain the Bai clan's disciples, and we'll call it quits. Head of the Bai clan, we can't let him go. Bai Hongya shouted. At the same time, other members of the Bai clan also spoke up, doubting the words of the head of the Bai clan. Lin Tian had caused the Bai clan to suffer great losses, not only in terms of combat strength, but also in terms of face. Now that Lin Tian had infiltrated the Bai clan, and with Bai Hongya as the leader, several elders of the Bai clan's branch families were adamant that Lin Tian must be killed. The elders of the Taishan Sacred Ground and the All-End Sacred Ground frowned in surprise. The members of the Li clan all had cold expressions as they stared at Lin Tian, their eyes brimming with killing intent. However, because this was the Bai clan, these people still had to give the head of the Bai clan some face, and did not refute like the other members of the Bai clan. Patriarch, we can't let him go. If we let him go, where will our Bai clan's face go? In the future, who will respect us? He must be killed. Many of the Bai clan's branch families said. The head of the Bai clan did not respond to these people, only staring at Lin Tian. Where did you hide my daughter? The Bai clan patriarch was clad in a purple robe, exuding a powerful pressure. The Bai clan patriarch naturally knew about the matters between his daughter and Lin Tian, so he did not want to make things too difficult for Lin Tian, as that would only make his daughter feel worse. From Lin Tian's words just now, he and the other big shots were sure that after Bai Ziki took Bai Qiu away, he had handed her over to Lin Tian. Now, he only hoped to find his daughter. Lin Tian was a little surprised, looking at the Bai clan patriarch. Your daughter? Yes. The Bai clan patriarch replied. The smile on Lin Tian's face grew wider, but anyone could see the mockery in his smile, so he did not try to conceal it. You're really a good father, forcing your own daughter to marry someone you don't like, and even pushing your eldest son into the godless extinction domain where no one can survive. What kind of evaluation should I give you? For the sake of the family's prosperity, you put righteousness before family? Staring at the Bai clan patriarch, he said, Pardon me for asking, but I don't know if the sibling's mother is still alive. If she is, did she slap you twice in the face? Lin Tian, you're too presumptuous. How dare you talk to our patriarch like that? You're courting death. How dare you? All around, the Bai clan members shouted angrily. The Bai clan is a great force that has existed since ancient times, overlooking the second heaven for more than 10,000 years. As the master of this branch, the Bai clan patriarch's status is extremely high. Even the leaders of the other sacred lands and clans would have to be polite when they saw him. But now, a little cultivator with no status in the Zephyr Plain actually dared to speak to the leader of the Bai clan in such a way. His words were full of sarcasm, and he directly offended him. This made many people in the Bai clan want to kill him. At this moment, even some of the big shots of the Bai clan had a gloomy face. This young man in front of them is too arrogant. The Bai clan patriarch's face sank, and he clenched his fists tightly. As the princess of the Bai clan, she is obligated to contribute to the prosperity of the Bai clan. He said in a deep voice. Lin Tianling snorted. What a joke. What does a clan exist for? To protect the future generations. Throughout the vast history of the primordial age, ancient times, the ancestors have only shed blood and buried bones to pave the way for the future generations. Who has ever heard of the descendants being sad and shed tears in exchange for the prosperity of the clan? You're using the life of your own daughter in exchange for such prosperity? Aren't you afraid that the ancestors of the Bai clan will jump out of their coffins and slap you to death? His words were cold, sonorous, and powerful. It was as if a holy sword was hissing, extremely harsh to the ears. For a moment, everyone in this place was stunned. They never thought that a 17-year-old boy with the cultivation of the airborne realm could say such words. Gradually, some people finally came back to their senses. Nonsense. The Bai family gave birth to her and raised her for 16 years. They gave her a life of luxury and a supreme status. They gave her everything. Now, why can't she contribute a little bit to the prosperity of the family? Bai Hongye stood up and said, Moreover, the person she's going to marry has the solar body. With the invincible solar body as her husband, she has never been wronged. Lin Tianling tilted his head. A sword of light appeared in his right hand, and he slashed at Bai Hongye. The sword of light was the Nine-Spring sword, which was derived from the divine art of divination. It rang loudly, and a terrifying aura spread. Bai Hongye's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. Unfortunately, it was still too late. With a pft, an arm was sent flying, bringing with it a large amount of blood. I promised her that I wouldn't kill anyone in the Bai clan, but... He stared at Bai Hongye, and a trace of hostility appeared in his eyes. His murderous intent was frighteningly strong. I still can't forgive you. No matter what, you have to die. A cold aura was intertwined on his body, and the cold light spread in all directions. He thought of Bai Qiu's sad appearance, and then recalled the mischievous and lively time when they met. The strong contrast made him very irritated. At this moment, Bai Hongya's words undoubtedly made him angry. In the second heaven, Bai Qiu was his best friend. That girl was sometimes capricious and naughty, but he knew that it was not because of her princess-like temper, but because she was oppressed too much by the old antiques of the family, so a little rebellious was born. Even so, the girl was always very pure and very good to him. She left the family, walked through here, and broke through there, because she knew that soon, her life would no longer belong to her. She just wanted to leave some memories before that was all. Thinking of this, and staring at the big shots of the Bai clan who forced Bai Qiu to tears, the anger in his heart couldn't help but rush to the top of his head. Old fart. He took a step forward, and the 9-spring sword in his hand slashed at Bai Hongya's neck again. Impudent! How dare you wave a butcher's knife in my Bai clan? Courting death. The big shots of the Bai clan were furious. In the distance, some ordinary cultivators of the Bai family stared at Lin Tian. They all gasped, and some even couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Lin Tian was too terrifying. That aura made everyone tremble because if Lin Tian fought with them in such a state, who would be able to survive? You're courting death. A big shot of the Bai family shouted and reached out to grab Lin Tian at the same time. These were 3 elders of the collateral branch. They were all at the first level of the Ascension realm and were very powerful. Get lost, Lin Tianling said. With a boom, the place where Heavenly Lord Daoran comprehended the Tao rushed out from behind him and sent the 3 elders flying at the same time. The 9-spring sword hummed, and with a crisp sound, it cut through the void. Such a sword was a little terrifying. Even the Ascension realm elites were shocked, and Bai Hongya's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the Bai family master stepped out and slapped the 9-spring sword away. Enough! Where is my daughter? The Bai family master stared at Lin Tiandao. To be able to sit on the seat of the family master of an ancient family, the Bai family master was undoubtedly very powerful. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the Ascension realm. Although Lin Tian was very powerful and monstrous, it was undoubtedly impossible for him to fight against a 6th level of the Ascension realm elite with his cultivation at the 4th level of the Ascension realm. The gap was too big. Lin Tian took a step back. The 9-spring sword shone brightly. He looked at the Bai family master without fear. Let Bai Ziki out, he said. The Bai family master's face was livid. What does it have to do with you whether I let my eldest son go or not? Don't go too far. Lin Tianling smiled and tilted his head to look into the depths of the Bai family. It's okay. I'm only here today to stop you from sending that pig head into the Supreme Divine Region. I know where the Supreme Divine Region is. He took a step forward, not caring about the dozen powerhouses in front of him. However, if I destroy your Bai clan's ancestral tomb, don't blame me. After knocking Bai Ziki unconscious, Yang Kai had searched his spiritual sea and found out that the Bai family's divine domain was located in the Bai family's ancestral tomb. Since the Bai family wanted to send Bai Ziki into the divine domain, Yang Kai would directly fight his way out of the divine domain. At that time, the battlefield would move with him. If he destroyed the Bai family's ancestral grave, he would not bear any responsibility. Insolent thief. The eyes of the important figures of the Bai family were cold. The head of the Bai clan sighed. Because of Bai Qiu, he didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Tian. But now that things had come to this, even if he didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Tian, even if he wanted to let Lin Tian go, the other members of the Bai clan wouldn't agree. Moreover, Lin Tian wouldn't listen to him and leave the Bai clan. Everything was already out of his control. Take him down, someone shouted. With a rumble, several powerful auras rushed out. The few Bai clan experts all stepped forward and were about to attack. Wait. At this time, a voice sounded. The head of the Li family stepped forward and glanced at Lin Tian indifferently. He nodded at the head of the Bai clan and nodded at the Bai clan experts who were about to attack. He said, this matter involves Miss Qiu, so it's also a matter of the Li family. The Li family is the leader, so at this time, let the Li family take action. We will definitely suppress this evil thief. The head of the Li family and the others are important guests. How can we let you take action? No, definitely not. An elder of the Bai clan said. It's fine. Our two clans will soon be in-laws, and Miss Chiao will soon become a member of the Li family. Naturally, the Li family will take action. The head of the Li family said. The elder of the Bai clan nodded in the end and said with a smile, then we will have to trouble the head of the Li family and the rest of the Li family. Of course, the head of the Li family said with a smile. He looked at the head of the Bai clan and asked, in-law, what do you think? The head of the Bai clan didn't say anything. He stared at Lin Tian and nodded. That's good. The head of the Li family smiled and glanced at Lin Tian indifferently. Then, someone walked out from behind him. It was a middle-aged man. He was an elder of the Li family, and his name was Li Yuanda. He walked over with a murderous aura and stared coldly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, do you still remember what you did before? Eating, drinking, and going to the toilet. I have many things to do every day. What are you talking about? Lin Tian replied. Li Yuanda's face turned cold. In Flowing Moon City, my nephew died tragically at your hands. Is that so? You don't have to thank me. Lin Tian Dao. A while ago, when he came out of the Master Apothecary's seclusion, several outstanding figures of the younger generation of the major forces gathered together and set up the immortal shocking formation, preparing to suppress and kill Lin Tian. Among them, there were people from the Li family, and a few of them died at his hands. It turned out that Li Yuanda's nephew was among them. Thief! Li Yuanda shouted angrily and rushed forward. With a boom, a divine halberd of light rushed out from behind Li Yuanda. It was the Li family's great ability, the sky-piercing halberd. Lin Tianling snorted and didn't have any other tricks. He directly threw a punch forward. Li Guhuang, who had the sun physique, had used this kind of technique before, and it was much more powerful than Li Yuanda's. Now, his cultivation had increased by 3 small levels compared to when he faced the sun physique, and his combat strength had increased greatly. Why would he care about this halberd? You dare to take it with your fist? How arrogant! Li Yuanda said coldly. This was the Li family's great ability, and it could penetrate everything. One punch is enough to deal with you. Lin Tianling's expression was very cold. He punched out with his silver fist, causing the space to rumble. With a crack, he shattered the sky-piercing halberd. Impossible. Everyone's expression changed. With just a pair of fists, he was able to shatter the grand divine skill of the Li clan's immortal reaching realm expert. Such a physical body was truly terrifying. It was much stronger than an ordinary immortal reaching realm expert, causing many great figures to be shocked. With a swoosh, the void rumbled. Lin Tianling stepped on the yin and yang row and instantly arrived in front of Li Yuanda. Li Yuanda's expression changed. He was shocked by Lin Tianling's speed and quickly retreated. You can't avoid it. Lin Tianling's eyes were cold. He waved his iron fist, and there were faint arcs of lightning flashing at the tip of his fist. With one punch, he shattered the void. Li Yuanda's heart palpitated. He took out a superior-grade supreme treasure and blocked it. However, it was useless. Lin Tianling's fist was too terrifying. It crushed and smashed everything. Crack! With a crisp sound, the upper-grade true treasure that Li Yuanda had summoned was directly smashed into pieces. After shattering the supreme treasure, Lin Tianling's footsteps became faster. He took a step forward and punched again. Li Yuanda raised his arms to block. With a poof, his arms were directly smashed. Moreover, this was not the end. Lin Tianling's fist did not slow down. It ruthlessly penetrated Li Yuanda's chest, directly shattering him into pieces and staining the ground with blood. Yuanda! The Li family leader's expression changed. This place was silent. Everyone's expression changed. An immortal realm expert was smashed to death by a punch. Beast! Capture him, extract his divine soul, and suppress him forever. Li 9 elders of the Li family came to the Bai family. At this time, one of them was killed, and the eyes of the others were cold. Lin Tianling's eyes were cold, and he was fearless. He looked at everyone from the Li family as if there were 2 cold knives in his eyes. I heard that the Li family's son physique is also here. Tell him to come out. He said coldly. Some of the important figures of the Bai family forced Bai Qiu to marry the Sun Physique. If he killed the Sun Physique here, he would see how this branch could force Bai Qiu to marry him. Moreover, in the apothecary's place of seclusion, the Sun Physique Li Guhuang attacked him for no reason and almost killed him at that time. He was also his mortal enemy, so he naturally had to kill this person. You think you can fight the Sun Physique of the Li family? Bai Hongya said gloomily. Lin Tianling tilted his head and stared at Bai Hongya. His eyes were cold. You're everywhere. Is the Sun Physique your father or your ancestor? The Li family didn't say anything, but you're jumping up and down over there. You. Bai Hongya was furious. Lin Tianling humiliated him like this. A cold snort sounded. A few elders of the Li family stepped forward and stared at Lin Tianling coldly. Fellow cultivator Bai Hongya is right. You are not qualified to fight the Sun Physique of our family. You can just die here. A mere mortal body dares to fight the Sun King Physique of our family? Dream on, you overestimate yourself. The people of the Li family were very arrogant. Is that so? Why do I remember that some time ago, your Sun Physique was chased around by me, but in the end, he barely survived by luck. Staring at the people of the Li family, Lin Tianling didn't show the slightest courtesy. Why? Are you afraid that I will kill your Sun Physique here and make your Li family the laughingstock of the second heaven? Hearing this, the faces of the several elders of the Li family turned cold. Especially the Li family patriarch, his face was the most ugly. He was Li Guhuang's father. Some time ago, Lin Tianling chased after the Sun Physique. He naturally knew about it, and the entire second heaven knew that it was indeed an indecent thing. Now, Lin Tianling brought up the old matter again, which undoubtedly made the Li family patriarch lose face. Killing intent surged out from his eyes. What a sharp tongue. Taking a step forward, the Li family patriarch personally took action and slapped towards Lin Tianling. The Li family patriarch was the same as the Bai family patriarch. They were both at the 6th layer of the immortal realm, and their combat power was very strong. The Li family patriarch didn't show any mercy. He used a powerful secret technique from the Li family's ancient scripture, causing a vortex to appear in the void. Let me do it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was a tall figure with shoulder-length black hair and deep eyes. He looked to be about 24 years old. His whole body was surrounded by brilliance, like an ancient god. As this figure walked out, the surrounding air became scorching hot. It was as if a blazing sun had fallen into the Bai clan, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The Li family patriarch withdrew his palm. Huang you came out of seclusion? Li Guhuang nodded and stepped forward. I'll kill him. Staring at Lin Tianling, Li Guhuang only said this sentence, but it caused the surrounding space to tremble fiercely. I thought you would hide in your shell and not dare to come out to see me. Lin Tianling smiled. Loser, this time I won't give you any chance. Li Guhuang's expression was cold. Outside Lin Tianling's body, flames flickered, and an unprecedented terrifying aura rushed out, as if the flame god had descended to the world. If no one protects you today, your head will fall on the ground of the Bai family. He said coldly. End of this chapter. The Sun King Physique was very strong, and was known as the #1 person in the same generation. However, Lin Tian no longer felt the same pressure when facing him this time. The current him was much, much stronger than before, and he no longer had the slightest fear of the Sun King Physique. Full text reading, 1 read 1 cc Clang, without any superfluous words, an upper-grade sword appeared in his right hand, and he slashed with the 9th stroke of the Yang incinerating sword. With a boom, the scorching sun was blinding, almost tearing the space apart. Such a terrifying sword move caused everyone in the area to be shocked. A halberd made of divine light shot out from behind Li Guhuang, and it was covered in light mist. It slashed down at Lin Tian's 9th stroke of the Yang incinerating sword. Boom, the sword and halberd collided, and both shattered. This was a courtyard of the Bai family. Because of the short exchange between the two, the pavilion was broken into pieces. Some of the ordinary members of the Bai family were shocked. They had been surrounding Lin Tian, but now they all retreated. It was because the two of them were too powerful. It was just a simple collision, but the consequences were terrifying to the extreme. If they continued to surround Lin Tian without retreating, it was very likely that they would be implicated and die without even knowing how they died. Li Guwang's expression was cold. He instantly split into thousands of figures, and each of them was forming a seal. Boom, the space around them was suddenly covered by endless light. It surged like waves, pressing down on Lin Tian. This was a powerful spell. It covered all directions and sealed off everything, not giving Lin Tian any chance to escape. Good. The Li family members nodded, satisfied. The other strong men were horrified. Such a terrifying attack was not something an ordinary strong man of the celestial reaching realm could withstand. Lin Tian's expression was cold. With a shake of his right hand, he slashed with the 10th stroke of the young incinerating sword. With a boom, with him as the center, the space around him turned into a sea of fire. In this sea of fire, every inch of the fire was sword chi. With a sonorous sound, it tore Li Guwang's attack into pieces in the blink of an eye. He took a step forward and held up the barren heaven world behind him, pressing down on Li Guwang. The barren heaven world was the king's territory, and it was created by him using the divination divine art. Its power was just as terrifying, which surprised many of the important figures of the Bai family. They had naturally heard of Lin Tian's reputation and the fact that Lin Tian could evolve the desolate demon body of the king's territory. However, at this moment, they were still shocked and in disbelief when they saw it with their own eyes. Reading a book? 1. CC Li Guhuang snorted coldly and took a step forward as well. He slapped out a blazing light with his palm. Boom, as the two forces collided, a hurricane swept out in all directions. The ground where the two of them stood cracked inch by inch, while the Bai clan's courtyard suffered a great calamity. At this moment, with the two of them at the center, all the strange stones and immortal plants within a radius of several tens of meters had been shattered, and all the pavilions had been reduced to dregs. It's been a while since we last met, but you've become much stronger. You're no longer the ant from before. Li Guwang's expression was cold. Yet you haven't taken a single step forward. It's really unbearable. Did I leave you with a sinister heart when I chased you down that day? Lin Tian retorted. Two cold rays of light flashed in Li Guwang's eyes, and they were like cold swords that slashed in front of him. Lin Tian tilted his head and smashed the murderous light with a slap. The two of them were 20 feet apart, and their domineering auras collided. Although they didn't move, the two domineering true essence fluctuations were like thousands of soldiers and horses clashing. There were actually real electric arcs flashing out and sizzling sounds could be heard. Crack! 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 The ground continued to crack, and a hurricane spread out with the two of them as the center, forcing many ordinary cultivators of the Bai clan to retreat again. Go to the floating battlefield. A big shot of the Bai clan yelled. That person made a move, and a huge ring slowly appeared in the sky above the Bai clan's residence. At the same time, another big shot of the Bai clan took action and activated several array patterns to protect the surrounding space. The battle between Lin Tian and Li Guhuang was too shocking. If the two of them were allowed to fight in the Bai clan's residence, they would probably destroy the Bai clan's residence. Lin Tian raised his head, and with a shake of his feet, he soared into the sky. He came to the Bai clan to bring Baiziki out and stop Baiziki from entering the godless extinction domain. There was no need to deliberately destroy it. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold as he stepped into the sky. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying fist light descended from the sky, almost shattering the space, and brushed past Li Guhuang's cheek. 1 Book 1. K. N. S. H. U. C. C. Specks of blood floated in the air, and it was a shocking sight. Despicable. Everyone in the Li clan glared at Lin Tian with cold eyes. Lin Tian stood at the edge of the floating battlefield with a ruthless smile on his face, and he hooked his finger at Li Guhuang. A cold light flashed in Li Guhuang's eyes. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of light swords rushed into the sky with terrifying killing intent. Clang! 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 The sound of the swords was ear-piercing, and they rose into the sky like a meteor shower. Li Guhuang followed behind the tens of thousands of light swords. Like a god or an immortal, he reached 10 feet above the floating battlefield and pushed down with his palm. The tens of thousands of light swords screamed together, and like real divine swords, they whistled and fell toward Lin Tian. It was a terrifying scene. The tens of thousands of light swords gathered together and covered the entire sky. Some of the immortal reaching realm experts were frightened by the scene. They secretly thought that Li Guhuang was worthy of being called the #1 person of his generation with the sun physique. This kind of attack was too terrifying, and it could probably kill a third heaven immortal reaching realm expert directly. Because the two of them were on the floating battlefield in the sky, the scene was also seen by the cultivators outside the Bai clan. Suddenly, all of them widened their eyes. These people did not see Lin Tian and Li Guwang's figures, but the tens of thousands of light swords were very obvious. Even if they were dozens of miles away, they could still see it clearly. Everyone was shocked. Who is attacking? How can he summon so many killing swords? An immortal reaching realm expert? Many people were shocked. This kind of dense light swords was really shocking and made people's hearts tremble. Clang, 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 the ear-piercing sound of swords continued, resounding through the 9 heavens. Li Guhuang stood higher in the floating battlefield and looked down at Lin Tian. The killing swords were like the Milky Way. This is the divine spirit sword of 10,000 killing? The big shots of the Bai clan were shocked. Yes, it is. The head of the Bai clan nodded with a smile. Suddenly, there was a burst of gasps around, and everyone was shocked. The divine spirit sword of 10,000 killing was one of the 3 core supernatural powers in the ancient scripture of the Li clan. Once it was used, it could summon tens of thousands of killing swords to seal off every inch of space around it, killing immortals and gods. It was extremely terrifying. This kind of supernatural power was very strong and difficult to cultivate. Ordinary 5th heaven immortal reaching realm experts could not control it. But now, Li Guhuang was only at the 7th heaven of the imperial sky realm, but he had cultivated this precious skill to such a level, which really made the big shots tremble. The Sun King physique is really terrifying. The elder of the Taishan sacred ground sighed. Above the sky, the light swords were like a sea, and in an instant they blocked all of Lin Tian's escape routes. In the next moment, the dense light swords slashed down together. I'm going to end you. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, like a god looking down at the heavens. Just you? Lin Tianling said. As his words fell, the clanging sound was endless, and it sounded outside his body. Precious weapons rushed out one after another, all shining with a cold light, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded his body. Among these precious weapons, there were sabers, swords, shields, halberds, and staffs. There were all kinds of precious weapons that existed in the world. There were a total of 136 precious weapons. Swish, 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 the precious weapons appeared, and they slashed in all directions, crushing all the light swords that rushed over. Weapon control technique. Originally, he could only control 108 precious weapons at the same time, but not long ago, he had reached the 4th sky of the Zephyr realm, and his cultivation had improved, so he could control more weapons. At this time, he summoned 136 precious weapons, which were real physical weapons, much more powerful than ordinary light swords. They protected him while slashing at the sky. Rumor has it that this thief has mastered the weapon control technique of the upper heavenly region. It seems to be true. It's that precious skill. The Li family people's eyes were cold. The divine spirit sword technique was an attack that sealed off all directions. Once locked in, there was no way to escape, because there were too many light swords, and it was difficult to dodge. But now, Lin Tian used the weapon control technique, and with the 136 precious weapons protecting him, he slashed in all directions, breaking all the light swords. He was simply the natural enemy of the divine spirit sword technique. Swish, 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 as Lin Tian used the weapon control technique, the dense precious weapons slashed in all directions, shattering the killing swords. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold. He pressed down with his right hand, and the dense light swords merged into one, turning into a divine light sword. The sword was 10 feet long and 3 feet wide, and the light was dazzling. Suddenly, a terrifying wave swept out, shaking the clouds in the sky and dispersing them instantly. 10,000 swords in one? He has actually cultivated this precious skill to such a level. some strong people exclaimed. At this moment, even the Li family leader was shocked. 10,000 swords in one was the final form of the divine spirit sword technique. Even he could not control this level, but he did not expect Li Guhuang to have cultivated this core ability to such a high level. Beside him, the other Li family people were inexplicably excited, clenching their fists. Good, good, good. Someone shouted. The Li family had such a supreme being in this generation. In the future, they would be invincible, truly ruling over the second heaven. Lin Tian stared at the huge divine sword above his head, and his eyes were intertwined with cold light. He raised his right hand, and the 136 precious weapons clanked, and quickly arranged themselves in a specific position. He was a matrix manipulator, and he had already reached the 6th level. At this moment, he used the 136 precious weapons to form an offensive matrix. He gathered all the power of the precious weapons into one point and rushed directly towards the huge sword that was falling from the sky. Boom, the two collided, and for a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the destructive force spread in all directions. More than half of the 136 precious weapons shattered under this collision, turning into fragments and falling to the ground. The divine spirit sword technique was really too terrifying. However, there was still a small portion of the precious weapons that remained. Among them, the precious weapons of the 3 sects were the most frightening. A blade, a sword, and a shield, each of them flickered with a sinister light as they broke through everything and rushed towards Li Guhuang. This is 3 quasi-immortal weapons. Damn it. The Li family experts were shocked. A saber, a sword, and a shield. The precious weapons of the 3 sects flickered with a faint light, and there was a faint pressure of the immortal path within them. After Lin Tian's 136 precious weapons broke through the 10,000 divine killing sword, the 3 elite weapons immediately turned into immortal light and rushed up. Reed, clang, the 3 precious weapons clanged, and their power was extremely strong. The pseudo-immortal weapons of the 3 sects, Lin Tian had obtained this not long ago in the Sea King's palace. Now, it was put to good use, and its immortal power was extremely oppressive. Li Guhuang stood in the sky and faced them coldly. He waved his hand down. The hand of gods, boom, powerful divine power surged. The hand of gods covered the sky and the sun, covering the 3 pseudo-immortal weapons under it. This was a powerful divine power in the ancient scripture of the Li family. Li Guhuang had used this move when he was in the seclusion of the master apothecary. Now, it appeared again, and its power was stronger than before. Lin Tian raised his head and snorted coldly. He leaped into the air, and without any superfluous movements, he threw a punch upwards. With a simple punch, the hand of gods was instantly shattered. Such a scene made many important figures frown. They were all shocked. First, he killed an immortal with a punch. Now, he shattered the hand of gods with a simple punch. Such a physique was a little too strong. Do you think you're a god? You're standing so high. Lin Tianling said. He leaped into the air and appeared in front of Li Guhuang. With a thought, the pseudo-immortal weapons of the 3 sects slashed at Li Guhuang again. The saber was above, the sword was below, and the shield was in the middle. Li Guhuang's expression was cold. He still raised the hand of gods. I miscalculated last time and didn't end you directly. This time, you won't be so lucky. I won't give you any chance. I'll cut off your head directly. Boom, the hand of gods fell, and the void shook and rumbled. This power was a little terrifying. If it weren't for the powerful array patterns in the Bai family, the space would have been shattered immediately. Have you completely forgotten about being hunted down by me? Lin Tianling smiled. He stepped on the yin and yang liang and moved. Following behind the 3 sects' quasi-immortal weapons, he brandished the Nirvana fist and swept down a wave of heavenly fist radiance. Li Guhuang didn't dodge. Once again, the halberd of divine light appeared behind him, shining brightly. The halberd of divine light shot up and then enlarged until it was dozens of feet tall. It was like a giant mountain that stood between heaven and earth. With a swing of the halberd, all the quasi-immortal artifacts of the 3 sects were swept away. At the same time, the hand of God stirred up a huge wave of wind, smashing Lin Tian's Nirvana fist into pieces. If you don't have an alchemy weapon, what are you? Li Guhuang said coldly. Lin Tian said disdainfully, a loss is a loss. Being hunted down is being hunted down. Only weaklings would find excuses for their own failures. He waved his right hand and used the divination divine technique to summon the nine-spring sword. He then used the incinerating sun's 10th stroke. With a boom, a sea of flames appeared, burning the space and distorting it. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold. Two other halberds of divine light shot out from behind him, making a real sound of weapons. Boom! The confrontation between the two was not only in terms of words, but also in terms of killing methods. The two tyrannical Jinyuan shook the space and distorted it like ripples on a calm water surface, spreading out in all directions. So powerful! Some of the big shots exclaimed secretly. This was the interior of the Bai clan, and the void was protected by formation runes. The Bai clan's first ancestor had hired a powerful formation manipulator to engrave them. But now, with the support of such formation runes, the two of them were still able to cause the space to tremble and distort. Such combat strength was simply terrifying, and ordinary immortal reaching realm experts were far from comparable. Buzz! Lin Tian attacked. His silver fist pierced through the sky, causing the void to cave as it smashed toward Li Guhuang. He stepped on the yin and yang liang, leaving behind afterimages with each step as he rapidly approached. Using his powerful physique that had crossed the heavenly tribulation and bathed in dragon blood to engage in close combat, he was like a barbaric dragon that had been born. The vigorous fluctuations of blood and qi moved everyone. Bang! Li Guhuang's eyes were cold as he threw a punch. The two fists collided, and a transparent air vibration wave spread out in a huge circle. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons rang out. Lin Tian used the weapon control technique, and the quasi-immortal artifacts of the three sects arrived again. Li Guhuang raised his hand and used the hand of God to send the quasi-immortal artifacts of the three sects flying again. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He expressionlessly put away the quasi-immortal artifacts of the three sections. Then, he pressed forward step by step. Wisps of electric arcs intertwined on his silver fist, and his aura was threatening. Dong! He threw a simple punch, and it was like beating a sacred drum, causing the void to rumble. Two streaks of lightning shot out from Li Guhuang's eyes as he slapped down with his palm. With a boom, the fist and palm collided, creating a large hurricane. After a fruitless attack, the two of them quickly tangled together and launched a close-range battle of life and death. Every single one of their moves contained extremely terrifying power, causing the space around them to tremble and become unstable. It was as fragile as a piece of paper. If there were no formation patterns to protect the surroundings, this space would not be able to withstand such power. Humph! Lin Tian shook his right hand, still just waving his arms. Simple movements, terrifying attacks. He threw out his right fist like an ancient war god, and a faint blood-red light appeared. That was the power of the dragon blood, and at this moment, a trace of it was squeezed out. That is? The light of the dragon blood appeared, and a trace of terrifying power spread out, causing many important figures to be shocked. Not only these people, but even Lin Tian was slightly surprised. However, in the next moment, he laughed, but his laughter was very cold. This is really an unexpected surprise, he said coldly. As the yin and yang liang spread out, the strength of his iron fist increased by several degrees. He had refined some of the dragon's blood back then. At this moment, there was a trace of the remaining light of the dragon's blood in his flesh, making this punch extremely terrifying. It seemed to be able to shatter mountains and rivers. It directly penetrated the void that was protected by matrix runes. Facing this punch, even someone as strong as Li Guhuang could not help but change his expression slightly, and he channeled his true essence to meet it head-on. Buzz! A shield of divine light materialized in front of Li Guhuang, blocking him. Is it useful? Lin Tianling said. He pressed down with his fist, shattering the divine light shield on the spot, and steadily punched Li Guhuang in the chest. With a bang, Li Guhuang was sent flying and vomited blood on the spot. Huang the Li family patriarch shouted. That's the Sun physique, and it's actually at a disadvantage. How is it possible? The ordinary cultivators of the Bai family were all shocked. The Bai family patriarch stared at Lin Tian's figure in the air, and his eyes kept flickering. Lin Tian looked so young now, only 17 or 18 years old, but his combat strength was so powerful that he could compete with the Sun King physique, and at this time, he injured the Sun King physique. Such aptitude shocked him. Li Guhuang, aren't you known as the #1 person of your generation? Why are you so weak? In the sky, Lin Tianling said. However, although he said so, he was very shocked in his heart, and he secretly sighed that Li Guhuang was indeed a little terrifying. One had to know that he had accidentally triggered a trace of residual dragon blood, and because of the light of the dragon blood, his punch just now was very terrifying. Even a third heaven of the immortal realm powerhouse would find it difficult to block it. The most likely possibility was that he would be smashed into pieces by his punch. However, under such a punch, Li Guhuang survived and only suffered some minor injuries. In the distance, some disciples of the Bai family hissed. The Sun physique was so powerful, and he was recognized as the #1 person of his generation in the second heaven, but now he was sent flying by Lin Tian's punch. This, someone muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. Faint flames intertwined in Li Guhuang's chest like a light shield protecting his body, and faint smoke was emitted. When facing Lin Tian's punch just now, he condensed the Sun Sea of the King's territory into a shield and blocked it in front of his chest. Only then did he manage to neutralize the fatal blow. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian again, and his eyes became even colder. Light flickered, and a prehistoric pagoda rushed out from behind him. The pagoda was 33 floors high, and there was an exquisite treasure light intertwined. Trayasturmsa Divine Light Pagoda. The elder of the Taishan sacred ground was shocked. At the side, the other big shots were also shocked and in disbelief. They exclaimed, "He can even control this mystical power. His talent is incredible." Someone from the Bai family sighed. The Li family had been passed down since ancient times, and there were 3 core mystical powers in the family, namely the Divine Spirit Sword Technique, the Divine Light Pagoda of the 33 Heavens, and the Tao Grinding Wheel. Each was more terrifying than the other, and each was harder to cultivate. The Divine Light Pagoda of the 33 Heavens was ranked second, and it was said to be able to suppress everything. Among all the elders of the Li family who had reached the immortal realm, only a limited number of people had successfully cultivated it. But now, Li Guhuang had actually mastered this mystical power with his airborne realm cultivation. Great! The Li family patriarch laughed. Li Guhuang displayed the Divine Light Pagoda of the 33 Heavens, like a god descending to the mortal world. He took a step forward and a powerful aura spread out. Swoosh! An immortal light flew out of the Divine Light Pagoda of the 33 Heavens at a shocking speed and pierced through Lin Tian's shoulder. The attack was so fast that Lin Tian couldn't react in time. He covered his shoulder and retreated, falling down with blood. Swoosh! 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 The Divine Light Pagoda of the 33 Heavens shook, and dense rays of light shot out like divine arrows, completely enveloping Lin Tian. The most terrifying thing was that they were extremely fast, almost to the extent that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Lin Tian was moved. His right hand shook, and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared in the blink of an eye, blocking in front of him. Qi. As soon as the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared, it directly annihilated the rays of light that flew out of the Divine Light Pagoda of the 33 Heavens. However, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He used the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols to block in front of him, but there were killing rays rushing at him from behind and to the left and right at an astonishing speed. The Divine Light Pagoda of the 33 Heavens is stronger than the Divine Spirit Sword Technique. The killing rays are extremely fast, and the pagoda can suppress all living things. You can only die under the Divine Light Pagoda. There is no way to avoid it. An elder of the Li family said coldly. Lin Tian lowered his head, his eyes cold. You said so? Boom. With a thought, the divining divine technique was activated. The Divine Cry Temple, the barren heaven realm, the place where Heavenly Lord Daoran practiced martial arts, the desolate mountain, the treasure weapon bell, the 3-leaf clover sea, all of them appeared one by one. Finally, a divine sea appeared, and a blazing sun rushed out, illuminating all directions. The light emitted was scorching hot, causing the void to distort. P.S. Thank you to Lemon Chi-Chi for your 10,000 support. Thank you, Chi-Chi. Everyone from the Li clan was shocked, and so were the cultivators from the Bai clan. Lin Tian had displayed the place of enlightenment of Daoren Tianzuan. The primordial mountains, the bell, the sea of three-leaf clovers, and so on. These divine elephants shocked them, but the appearance of the solar ocean and the divine rumble temple shocked them even more. Although they had heard that Lin Tian could display the king's territory and had fought with many cultivators before, when they saw it with their own eyes, they were still shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. Bastard! The elders of the Li family all had ghastly looks in their eyes. Lin Tian had actually displayed the king's region divine ability of their extreme yang physique. In their eyes, this was an insult to the extreme yang physique, an insult to their Li family. Buzz! Lin Tianqing stood in the sky. More than 10 divine elephants supported him. Their radiance overflowed into the heavens, protecting him within. He shook the power of the divine elephants and shattered the murderous light of the tower of the Triastria divine light outside his body. Li Guwang's expression was cold. He stepped forward, and the tower of the Triastria divine light suddenly turned into light, pressing forward with great momentum. These lights were somewhat terrifying. They combined to form the 33 layers of heaven and fell from the sky. The pressure made the void rumble as if it would collapse in the next moment, shocking many people. The tower of the Triastria divine light is indeed terrifying. The elder of the Taishan Holy Land whispered. Boom! On the suspended battlefield, the tower of divine light turned into the 33 layers of heaven and crushed down with endless power. The divine elephants summoned by Lin Tian were pressured and were gradually deformed. Then, some of the divine elephants were shattered. Lin Tian snorted and released his vital essence. A blood-colored crack appeared behind him, and the screams of ghosts could be heard, making people's hair stand on end. Suddenly, a ghost claw reached out from it and went against the sky, directly piercing through the 33 layers of heaven. You want to suppress me with your skills? Stop dreaming. In terms of skills, I have more than you. He said coldly. He'd grasped a few supreme divine abilities, and he'd even cultivated the martial Dao, formation Dao, and pill Dao. What he'd cultivated and learned far surpassed anyone of his generation. Yi Futian stared at Li Guhuang. With a shift of his mind, he controlled the divine elephants of the heavens and tore open the 33 layers of heaven. Then, he used the barren heaven world and the divine roar hall to suppress Li Guhuang, shrouding all the space within. Li Guhuang's eyes were like swords, cold and piercing to the bone as he stared at Lin Tian with indifference. Buzz! Dazzling light flickered, and the torn 33 heavens appeared once again, still hanging high in the sky. With a loud bang, the 33 layered heavens became even more terrifying, and mightily pressed down on Lin Tian. The 33 heavens are indestructible and indestructible. They can reappear over and over again, and each time they do, they will become even more powerful. Someone from the Li family sneered. The reality was just as the Li family elder had said. After that, Lin Tian attacked several times to tear the 33 heavens apart, but each time he tore it apart, the 33 heavens would appear again, and the power it exuded was even more powerful. He had mastered the seal of 4 symbols, but because he'd only cultivated the first layer of the seal of 4 symbols, its sealing power was limited. It could only annihilate the light of ordinary divine abilities. It was difficult to completely seal the secret technique of the 33 heavens holy pagoda. After all, this technique was very powerful, and the person who used this technique was the sun body of the 12 imperial bodies, which was 3 minor realms higher than him. Rumble, the void rumbled and shook. The light of the true ether was like the waves of the sea, each wave higher than the last. Lin Tian was under the 33 heavens, and he shattered the 33 heavens again and again. However, each time, the 33 heavens would instantly reassemble in an instant, increasing the pressure on him. Even so, his expression did not change. He controlled the divine elephants of the heavens and stepped on the yin and yang roar, and pressed toward Li Guhuang. He waved his iron fists, and with a dong, the space shook. He used the divine elephants of the heavens to attack the sun body with his iron fists. For a moment, his whole body flickered with precious light, shining endlessly. Behind Li Guhuang, 3 halberds of divine light rushed into the sky, split into 3 directions, and slashed toward Lin Tian. The two of them fought with divine abilities, and their bodies rushed together. The shadows of fist and leg continuously appeared. Boom! 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 The two fists collided, and the space shook with a rumble. In the Bai family, many important figures were shocked. Facing the divine light pagoda of the 33 heavens summoned by the sun body of the Li family, Lin Tianyi shattered this divine ability time and time again. Then, this divine ability reappeared again, and its power increased. He actually resisted violently, which was really frightening. These people stared at Lin Tian supporting the divine elephants. Although they did not know what kind of great technique it was, they knew that this kind of technique would definitely consume a lot of true ether. However, Lin Tian had been supporting them all this time, holding on until now. His true ether is inexhaustible. This, in a battle with the invincible sun body of the same generation, he actually doesn't fall behind at all. Many of the Bai family's disciples were stunned. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, and his expression was indifferent. After a few punches, he formed a seal in front of his chest. Boom! With a loud bang, the 33 heavens became even more terrifying. At the highest point of the 33 heavens, a 33 heavens pagoda appeared. It was intertwined with extremely hazy light mist, as if it could suppress everything in the world. He walked over like an elegant god. His hands formed a seal, and the 33 heavens fell straight down. However, the 33 heavens did not disappear. Instead, it became even more violent. As the rays of light spread, an extremely ferocious aura burst out in an instant, shattering the dozen or so divine elephants that Lin Tian supported. Boom! The 33 heavens and the 33 heavens fused together. It was extremely terrifying, and many people's expressions changed. The sun body really has the bearing of an emperor. Someone muttered to himself. There was a vast expanse of light in the sky. The 33 layers of the pagoda and the 33 heavens were shrouded in mist. Suddenly, the sound of divine weapons rang out. It was as if there were billions of celestial spirits residing in the 33 layers of the pagoda and above the 33 heavens. With a boom, as Li Guhuang formed a seal in front of his chest, the sky trembled violently. Endless light scattered, and killing intent overflowed. It was as if it wanted to crush everything in the 33 heavens and suppress everything in the 33 heavens. Some third-tier immortal experts were shocked. The Li family's treasured technique had been cultivated to such a level. It was too terrifying. The 33 heavens and the 33 heavens were transformed into the 33 heavens and the 33 heavens. Such an offensive stance moved many immortal experts who had experienced great storms. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. When the 33 levels of heaven and the 33 levels of the pagoda pressed down together, he felt an even stronger pressure. It was as if there was a silver river pressing down on his shoulders, causing the bones all over his body to creak as if they would fall apart at any moment. But even so, his expression didn't change at all. He used the yin-yang puppet. The divine manifestation elephant rose again and attacked Li Guhuang again. Boom! He didn't make any unnecessary movements. He simply waved his fist and attacked with the nirvana fist. The 33 layers of heaven and the 33 layers of pagoda fused into one. The hazy light mist rushed towards him from all directions. The pagoda wanted to suppress him, and the 33 layers of heaven wanted to crush him. The combination of these two terrifying powers caused the space to distort, and from time to time, crackling sounds could be heard. Whoosh, 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 more than 10 beams of treasure light came. They all rushed out of the 33 heavens pagoda at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian used the barren heaven world to protect himself. At the same time, he used the 4 symbols Dao diagram. It expanded to a radius of 15 meters, covering his entire body. They protected him from the front and back, using it to block the pagoda and the heavens. Then, he used the yin-yang puppet again. Like a swimming dragon, he surrounded the sun physique and threw punch after punch. His fist radiance was formed by the extreme compression of his true origin. It was the nirvana fist that he had cultivated in the past. Of course, at his current level, the nirvana fist was much more terrifying when he unleashed it again. One after another, fist radiance rushed out from his fist, like thick bolts of lightning, crazily bombarding Li Guhuang. Li Guhuang's eyes were indifferent. He stood in place without moving. A treasured mirror rushed out from behind him, breaking apart all the fist aura. It couldn't get close to him. He stood in the void like a divine emperor. The 33 layers of pagoda and the 33 layers of heaven fused together, becoming even more powerful than before, completely enveloping Lin Tianche. Lin Tian kept throwing his fists. He used the divine manifestation art and the 4 symbols seal to block the 33 heavens pagoda and 33 heavens. He destroyed them in the air several times. However, this art was very strange. Every time he destroyed this art, it would appear again, and its power would become stronger. Just as the Li family elder said, it couldn't be destroyed. Bang! A ray of dim light came and sent him flying with a bang. Good. The Trayasturmsa Divine Light Pagoda. With your current level, you are far from being able to break it. In the end, you will die of exhaustion. At this level, you actually want to fight with the sun physique of our clan. You overestimate yourself. Everyone from the Li family sneered. In the sky, Li Guhuang's expression was indifferent. His hands continued to form seals. After 3 breaths of time, a buzzing sound could be heard as the 33 layers of the pagoda began to tremble. A door of light opened on each layer of the pagoda, and at the same time, the 33 layers of heaven transformed into a 33-meter-tall giant. The light was hazy as it lifted up the 33 layers of pagoda and pressed down on Lin Tian. Boom, the celestial light was vast and mighty, and the void collapsed with a crack. It was as if a volcano had erupted in this place. The giant dragged the pagoda with its right hand, like an ancient demon god. This is the Trayasturmsa Divine Light Pagoda. He has already mastered this art to this level? Even the few people who are at the peak of the connecting immortal realm in our clan have not reached this level. The Li family members were surprised and delighted. At the same time, the other big shots frowned. The sun physique was unfathomable. Li Guhuang stood in the sky. The aura outside his body became several times stronger. He looked at Lin Tian indifferently. It's over. Boom, the giant held the pagoda of 33 heavens pagoda. A light door opened on each pagoda floor. With a boom, it pressed down on Lin Tian. The 33 zhang tall giant had boundless strength and could suppress the heavens. The pagoda was even more terrifying. The doors of light seemed to be connected to the eternal unknown, as if they wanted to crush one's soul. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Lin Tian looked up. Facing this even more terrifying attack, he was not afraid. His expression did not change. You really think you can defeat me? He said coldly. The ultimate form of the Trayasturmsa Divine Pagoda can still be reborn infinitely. I used it to kill the Sea Area Demon King who was at the 4th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. You can't stop it. Everything is destined. Li Guhuang was expressionless. Is that so? In that case, let's see if your technique is capable of killing me. Lin Tian mocked. As his words fell, dense patterns suddenly appeared in the void in all directions with a buzz. They quickly turned into chains of light that intertwined in the surroundings. These chains collided with each other, producing real clinking sounds. They completely surrounded Li Guhuang in the middle, forming a spherical light chain seal. This is an array pattern? A big shot's expression changed. P.S. I'll report my schedule to everyone. I arrived at the Lusun Literature Academy on March 1st. I saw many colleagues and was quite happy. I'll be staying at the Lusun Literature Academy for about a month. There are many things to do during this period, including advanced studies and various activities. Therefore, there may be situations where I can't update in 2 chapters during this period. Of course, if there is a lack of updates during this period, I'll note it down and make up for it in April. Staring at the patterns in the void, some of the great figures recognized them as formation patterns, and they were immediately moved. Read, see? Book 1? K? A? N? S? H? UCC, he knows how to inscribe formation patterns? Someone exclaimed. Inscribing formation patterns in the air was usually something that only a 6th-rank formation master could do. Of course, some experts who had reached an extremely high level of cultivation would dabble in the art of formations and could also inscribe formations in the air. However, it was obvious that Lin Tian had not reached that level. This made many people feel moved and thought of only one possibility. He's also a formation master? Some experts of the Bai family were surprised. The lineage of formation masters had been passed down for a long time. Some powerful formation masters, even if their cultivation was not very strong, could inscribe some great killing formations that were incomparably terrifying. Lin Tian was now inscribing formation patterns, which undoubtedly surprised many important figures. Some of the ordinary members of the Bai family were even more shocked, and their eyes flickered uncontrollably. Wang! Light flashed, and dense chains of light appeared. With a clatter, they immediately sealed off the surroundings, isolating everything. Li Guwang's eyes narrowed. You did this? What do you think? Lin Tianling was indifferent. The Xianxia Divine Light Pagoda was indeed very difficult to deal with. Not only was the attack speed extremely fast, but it could also appear again and again, making him tired of dealing with it. However, he was very calm from beginning to end and was not in a hurry. He surrounded Li Guhuang and attacked again and again, but in fact, at the same time, he was also inscribing formation patterns. This pattern was called the imprisonment pattern. It was a very simple 6th-grade array pattern. However, at this time, he engraved a total of 999 imprisonment patterns, which formed a large ball of light chains. It completely enveloped Li Guhuang and instantly wrapped around his body. Li Guhuang's expression changed, and for the first time, he was moved. As the light chains wrapped around him, he could not move. I've already said that. In terms of means, I have more than you. Lin Tianling said. The dense light chains pressed together, and the light rays shone brightly, illuminating everything in the surroundings. Li Guhuang's true essence surged as he tried to break free. Unfortunately, how could it be so easy? In the blink of an eye, 999 divine shackling chains closed in and completely drowned Li Guhuang. 1. Look. Book 1. K. A. N. S. H. U. CC. Lin Tian turned around. The 4-symbol seal trembled, and together with the divination divine technique, it slammed into the 33 zhang tall giant and the 33-layer pagoda. With a boom, it shattered into pieces. But at this moment, because Li Guhuang was trapped by the shackles, the flow of true essence was cut off. It didn't gather again and completely dissipated. This destroyed the Xianxia Divine Light Pagoda? Someone's heart trembled. This was the second most powerful secret technique of the Li clan, the Xianxia Divine Light Pagoda. In this heaven, the more powerful one was, the more they would know how terrifying this technique was. It was basically impossible to decipher, and could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. However, at this moment, Lin Tian, who was 3 levels lower than Li Guhuang, had destroyed this technique, shocking everyone. Damn it! Among them, the faces of the Li clan members were extremely ugly. Lin Tian stood in the sky, staring at Li Guhuang, who was trapped by 999 shackles of shackles. A longbow appeared in his hand, and 5 pure gold arrows were knocked on the bowstring. His eyes were cold, and his 5 fingers stretched out, instantly drawing the bowstring into the shape of a full moon. The true essence in his body continuously gathered on the 5 pure gold arrows. As he continued to compress his energy into the 5 arrows, the 5 arrows emitted a buzzing sound, as though billions of birds were flapping their wings. The ear-piercing sound caused the expressions of many of the Bai clan's disciples in the distance to change. All of them could feel an extremely oppressive and terrifying power. Suddenly, they felt that the 5 golden arrows were several times more terrifying than immortal artifacts. With a swoosh, as the 5 arrows buzzed and vibrated, strands of fire and thunder light intertwined, and suddenly the aura of the 5 arrows became even more terrifying, as if they were connected to the flames of hell, as if they were connected to the thunder of the 9 heavens. Boom, a startled sound was heard. In the distance, the light chain sphere that trapped Li Guhuang shook, and dozens of shackles were broken. Next, more startled sounds were heard, and more than half of the light chain formed by the shackles collapsed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianling smiled, and his right hand loosened, and the 5 pure gold arrows immediately turned into 5 rays of fire and thunder light, instantly pressing forward. Boom! 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 The startled sounds in front did not stop, and when the 9th startled sound was heard, all the light chains were broken, and Li Guhuang stepped out. However, it was also at this time that the 5 arrows shot by Lin Tian arrived, like 5 furious dragons of fire and thunder. Huang be careful! The Li clan leader shouted. Too late. Lin Tianling said. He knew that the 999 imprisonment runes would not be able to trap Li Guhuang for long. Hence, after he shattered the abhijna of the Triastria Divine Light Pagoda, he immediately took out his bow and arrows. Using the principle of the Nirvana fist, he continuously compressed his chi into 5 arrows. Then, he fired the 5 arrows. He had basically calculated when Li Guhuang would break through all the chains of light and walk out, so he shot 5 arrows in advance. Therefore, the moment Li Guhuang rushed out, the 5 arrows were already in front of him, and there was no chance for him to dodge at all. Pooh! 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 Blood splashed out as 5 golden arrows pierced through Li Guhuang's body. Huang The Li clan's patriarch's expression changed, and he couldn't help but cry out. Li Guhuang coughed out blood as 5 pure golden arrows pierced through his body. Within a blink of an eye, the arrows dragged his body and sent him flying hundreds of feet away, showering him with dazzling red blood. After 3 breaths, Li Guhuang's body finally stopped. Blood kept dripping down, and his entire body was instantly dyed red, as if he was a bloody man. Standing in the void, Li Guhuang gasped for breath, and his face was extremely ugly. Looking around, balls of scorching sunlight intertwined on the surface of his body and gathered at the 5 golden arrows that pierced through his body, quickly healing his injured body. Under this type of blazing sunlight, facing these 5 terrifying sure-kill arrows, he managed to survive. Origin of the sun. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The scorching sunlight was extremely blazing, and it was intertwined with extremely rich fluctuations of life. It was definitely the origin of the light. Lin Tian. Li Guhuang roared and couldn't help but roar. He had the Sun King physique. Ever since he was born, he had been advancing triumphantly and defeating all the experts. Now, he was recognized as the #1 expert of his generation, and even some of the older experts were no match for him. He was like the sun god from the primordial era. But now, he was seriously injured by a cultivator who was 3 small realms lower than him. It was the first time he had suffered such a terrifying blow, which made him truly angry. With a boom, the violent true essence vibrated, and the 5 arrows were all forced out. You're on your deathbed. Let's see how long you can struggle. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and directly punched down. The blazing fist light broke through the heavenly domain and swept across all directions. Grinding a mortal Tao devouring wheel. Li Guhuang roared. A treasure wheel rushed up, and pure yang light intertwined around it. There was a terrifying wave of energy that could crush all things intertwined. This was a great technique, the most powerful secret technique in the Li family's ancient scriptures. Now, Li Guhuang had activated it, and it was as if he had summoned a treasure wheel that could destroy all things. Seeing this technique, some of the elders were moved again. They never thought that Li Guhuang had even mastered the Li family's most powerful secret technique and could activate it to such an extent. In terms of secret techniques and divine abilities, you're far inferior. Lin Tian's words were merciless. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and balls of green flames rushed out of his body. There were a total of 16 of them, and these green flames condensed together and quickly intertwined into a cauldron. There was the shape of the 8 trigrams on the cauldron, and it was full of fantasy. With a boom, as soon as the cauldron appeared, a wave of energy that was hotter than magma spread out, burning the space until it sizzled. This is? It's alchemy fire, green alchemy fire, that's the alchemy fire of the 4th realm. Could it be that he also cultivates alchemy? The experts of the Bai family were shocked. The young man in front of them had dabbled in martial arts, array, and alchemy, and his realms were all very high. Lin Tian's eyes were cruel, and his clothes were fluttering. Overturning sacred cauldron, he said coldly. This was a great divine ability of alchemy recorded in the medicine encyclopedia, and it could only be cultivated by having the alchemy fire of the fourth realm. Not long ago, he became a fifth-grade alchemist and mastered the alchemy fire of the fourth realm, so he could use this great divine ability. This technique was said to be able to refine everything into flames and into formless air. His eyes were cold as he took a step forward and pushed the cauldron down. Kill! Kill! Two cold voices sounded at the same time. The wheel of grinding deity devouring fire and the overturning sacred cauldron collided. Both of them shook violently, and various rays of light intertwined in midair. This was a great force, and a terrifying wave of energy spread out. Even though the Bai family was protected by array patterns, at this moment, the void was wildly distorted, as if it could be shattered at any time. All the spectators were shocked. The divine abilities clashed, and light mist filled the sky. Not long after, two figures flew out at the same time. Li Guhuang was covered in blood, and his chest rose and fell violently. On the other side, Lin Tian was not much better. The grinding deity devouring Dao wheel was very terrifying, and it pierced through his chest, leaving a transparent bloody hole. Half of his body was almost directly crushed. However, compared to Li Guhuang, his current state was undoubtedly much better, because Li Guhuang was first injured by the dragon blood fist, then penetrated by the 5 pure gold arrows that he shot out with all his strength, and now collided with the overturning sacred cauldron. The continuous accumulation of injuries was very serious. "You're still going to lose," Lin Tianling said. In fact, his personal combat strength was not as strong as Li Guhuang's. However, he had mastered many great techniques and had an astonishing talent for battle. For example, he had secretly engraved 999 imprisonment runes in the void to trap Li Guhuang. Then, he had accurately calculated the time and surrounded Li Guhuang with 5 pure gold arrows. This was the battle situation he had designed. As for the dragon blood fist at the very beginning, it was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. This was the power he had accidentally drawn out and almost killed Li Guhuang directly. He took a step forward and closed in on Li Guhuang. "You really think you can beat me?" "There was no such possibility. The next attack will bury you," Li Guhuang said coldly. With a buzzing sound, his whole body flickered with flames, and a huge ancient tree suddenly rushed out from behind him. The ancient tree was very dense, and it was mainly divided into 9 branches. On each branch stood a fire bird, which was the golden crow of the primordial era. The golden crow was said to be a fire bird born on the sun. It was the king of birds and could devour all the flames in the world. It had the power to burn everything. Reading? Reading a book? 1. K? A? N? Book H? At this time, 9 golden crows appeared. Their 9 pairs of eyes were completely condensed by the power of flames. Their bodies were burning with flames, and they stared coldly at Lin Tian. They looked extremely terrifying. "What's this?" All the bigwigs were shocked and stared behind Li Guhuang. These bigwigs were all powerful existences in the celestial reaching realm. They had seen ancient birds like the golden crow in ancient books. How could they not be surprised when they saw Li Guhuang activate 9 golden crows? When they looked at the ancient tree that the 9 golden crows had condensed from flames, they were all moved once again. "Is that the ancient Fusang tree?" It said that the golden crow lives on the branches of the Fusang tree. Then, it must be the Fusang tree. 9 golden crows and a Fusang tree. Is this a vision in his sense of perception? Many people were shocked. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, his eyes cold as he stared behind Li Guhuang. As soon as the ancient Fusang tree and the 9 golden crows appeared, every corner around them was surrounded by strands of blazing flames. The flames were like the splashing waves on the ocean, but they were far more terrifying than the waves on the ocean. He could clearly feel the power to destroy all things. "I'll bury you," Li Guhuang said. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill bird cry came from behind him. One of the 9 golden crows flew out and rushed toward Lin Tian with flames all over the sky. Suddenly, the space crackled as the golden crow rose into the air. It was like an arrow of holy light condensed from flames, burning everything in its path. "Do you think you're the only one who can create a vision in the sense of perception?" Lin Tianling said. His glabella emitted light, and a lotus sea rushed out from behind him. The black and white lights intertwined perfectly. With a thought, dozens of lotus petals floated out from behind him. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into a lotus sword. It gave off a black and white light as it flew straight at the golden crow. This is another strange phenomenon in the sea of consciousness? The lotus sea, that black and white light, that. Why do I feel the presence of yin and yang? Everyone was shocked. 1. Reading book 1? K. Watson? Look at H. U. See? See, the yin-yang lotus sword took shape and collided with the golden crow. Both of them exploded. In the distance, some of the ordinary disciples of the Bai family were moved. Their eyes flickered, and their hearts palpitated. Staring at Lin Tian and Li Guhuang, these young members of the Bai clan couldn't help but sigh. These two were really too powerful. They were in the same era as these two people, but the gap between them was as shocking as a chasm. Is this still human? Someone smiled bitterly. On the floating island, beside Lin Tian, the lotus sea swayed, and the yin qi and yang qi intertwined. On the opposite side, behind Li Guhuang, the ancient fusang tree was also swaying. Then, with a whoosh, a wisp of flame appeared on the ancient fusang tree. The golden crow that was shattered by Lin Tian just now reappeared. This was a strange phenomenon in the sea of consciousness. As long as there was someone maintaining it, the 9 golden crows and the fusang tree would not disappear. Just like Lin Tian's yin-yang lotus sea, as long as he was not seriously injured or dead, the lotus petals would never disappear and could attack endlessly. Kill! Kill! 2 voices sounded, and the two rushed at each other. The blazing fire of the sun was burning, and the 9 golden crows suddenly moved at the same time. They let out an astonishing bird cry and drove 9 blazing flames, covering all directions and completely enveloping the surrounding space. Hum! Lotus petals rose into the air and transformed into sharp black and white blades, which swept toward the center of the formation in a frenzy. Boom! Violent chi interweaved together like waves, each wave higher than the previous one. That kind of chi was too intimidating. Even some experts of the 5th celestial layer were dumbfounded. This kind of power was very shocking, almost enough to threaten their lives. It made them feel shocked in their hearts, thinking that these two were too monstrous. 9 suns burning world. Suddenly, a cold shout sounded. Li Guwang's body was dazzling, and rays of pure yang light came out of his body. He made a seal with one hand, and the 9 golden crows on the fusang tree became even more shocking. They rushed up at the same time, and with a distance between each other, they circled and danced together. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a blazing sun halo, spraying flames all over the sky. This kind of flame was a bit terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the 4th level green elixir fire that Lin Tian used just now. It was like the essence of the sun, and it made everyone in the Bai family change their expressions. 1 book 1. K. N. S. H. U. C. C. I'll send you flying. Lin Tianji said these 3 words. His eyes were bright, and with a boom, all the lotuses behind him shattered, turning into countless lotus petals, covering the entire sky and crazily slashing toward the sun body seat. This was the strongest form of the yin-yang lotus sea. He had only used it once in the Sea King's palace, and its power was endless. At that time, his cultivation was not as strong as it was now, and he could not control it well. But now, his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Zephyr realm, and his strength was much stronger, and he could freely use the ultimate form. Chi. 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 His vital essence vibrated, and crisp sounds kept coming out. The 9 golden crows turned into a flame wheel, scattering the true sun fire all over the sky. The ancient fusang tree swayed slightly, rippling out layer after layer, all containing endless destructive aura. Looking around, Li Guhuang stood under the ancient fusang tree, like the sun god emperor who came from the farthest past, full of majesty and dominance. Clang! The clanging of weapons continued. Lin Tianji activated the yin-yang lotus petals all over the sky. Black and white light surged together, almost turning into a black and white vortex. At this moment, every lotus petal around him was a sharp blade. Although it could not cut through space, it could obliterate everything. Such a huge collision stunned all the experts who were watching. How old were these two people? To think that he was already this strong. Boom! The divine light collided, and a huge explosion sounded and continued. Enough, Xianxia, golden crow nest, merge. A cold voice sounded. Behind Li Guhuang, a blue ocean appeared, and a scorching sun rushed out from it, instantly illuminating everything around. Then, the ancient Fusang tree flew back and descended from the sky, enveloping Li Guhuang and the Xianxia. The 9 golden crows also descended from the sky, flying around Li Guhuang, with clusters of flames jumping. Immediately, an unprecedented terrifying wave spread out, directly collapsing a part of space. At this moment, Li Guhuang combined his king's territory mystical ability and the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, suppressing it outside his body and covering it with the Xianxia, allowing the aura of the two to fuse perfectly. He knew that Lin Tianji could resist the Xianxia, but at this moment, because the Xianxia and the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness had merged, he no longer had to worry about that. "You're the first person to see this technique," he said coldly. "So what? You'll die." Li Guhuang took a step forward and raised his right hand. The phenomenon in his sea of consciousness and the Xianxia merged, producing 9 blazing suns. Each blazing sun seemed to be the sun in the universe, melting space. "You want to kill me in your current state?" Lin Tianling laughed. He stretched out his hands, and the lotus sea swayed and rose with a rumble, turning into a huge lotus wave that pressed towards Li Guhuang. Then, he stepped forward and stepped on the yin yang ho. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Guhuang and summoned a dark green medicinal cauldron from the stone ring. "That's a cauldron for refining medicine? Why did he take that out?" Many disciples of the Bai family were curious, and even some big shots were puzzled as they didn't understand what Lin Tianji was trying to do. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. Lin Tianji used the yin-yang lotus sea to suppress Li Guhuang, used the yin-yang ho to close in, and then flipped the dark green cauldron over. With a boom, a ball of blue flames rushed out. There weren't many blue flames, but they were extremely terrifying, as if they were going to burn everything. The flames were called the dark blue flames, and he found them in the dark gorge at the bottom of the sea. Back then, he refined most of the blue flames, but he secretly absorbed a lot of them into the stone ring and sealed them in the dark green cauldron. The flames were extremely domineering, and ordinary containers wouldn't be able to withstand them. However, the dark green cauldron was left behind by the master apothecary. Although it didn't have any offensive power, the cauldron was extremely sturdy and could withstand a lot of the dark blue flames. Now that he had released the dark blue flames, even the light of the divine ability couldn't block it. Pushed, 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 like ice that had melted, the blue flames covered the 9 suns that Li Guhuang had summoned and ignited them in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, the other blue flames landed in front of him and landed on the Fusang tree outside Li Guhuang's body. After 3 breaths, they burned a hole and landed on Li Guhuang's body. Ah! Li Guhuang screamed in pain for the first time, causing many people to tremble. The invincible sun physique actually screamed in pain. Li Guhuang struggled and released all his true essence. The sun sea of the king's territory and the sea of consciousness protected his body together. After exerting all his strength, he finally forced the flames out of his body. However, at this moment, Lin Tianji closed in and used the yin-yang lotus sea to open a path. He then rushed into the sun sea and punched it hard. Bam! The punch landed steadily on Li Guhuang's cheek, bringing out a large amount of blood. Li Guhuang was sent flying, and his hair was disheveled. Lin Tianji's eyes were cold, and he naturally wouldn't give the other party a chance to catch his breath. He displayed the yin-yang puppet and directly pressed forward. He formed a seal with both hands and cast the divine divination technique, which turned into light swords that filled the sky. It was the divine spirit 10,000 kill sword that Li Guhuang had displayed at the beginning. He controlled these light swords with his mind and slashed them in all directions. Pushed sounds could be heard continuously. Li Guhuang screamed in pain as he was almost pierced into a brush. "Lin Tianji!" Li Guhuang roared. Since he started cultivating, he had always been invincible and had never been humiliated like this. I'm here. Lin Tianling responded coldly. He took a step forward and appeared beside Li Guhuang in an instant. There was a line of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were also stained red by blood. It was an injury left behind from the battle with Li Guhuang, but this injury was far less serious than Li Guhuang's. His footsteps swayed and he appeared beside Li Guhuang. He performed the crushing meteorite fist with his right hand, and his punches landed on Li Guhuang's body continuously. Bam, 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 the sound of fists landing on flesh could be heard from time to time, and blood kept falling from the sky. Such a scene caused everyone to be completely stunned. The Sun physique, lost. Someone muttered to himself. Staring at the battle in the sky, many people were in a daze as if their souls had been sucked out. The invincible great Sun physique of the Li family, known as the unrivaled young supreme being of the second heaven. Even some of the older generation powerhouses weren't his match. His talent was enough to show disdain for the world. But now, such a powerful existence was actually defeated. Many disciples of the Bai family stared at Lin Tian, their eyes full of shock. They had forgotten that he was a great enemy of their Bai family. Is he a legend? Is he really so strong? If we're talking about monstrous talents, who else could be better than him? Everyone was stunned. Ah! Screams were ear-piercing. In the void, Lin Tian waved his iron fist and landed on Li Guhuang's cheek again. With a bang, Li Guhuang was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. He's really defeated. The eyes of the Bai family's patriarch flickered as he stared at Lin Tian without blinking. The invincible Sun physique was defeated. He was really defeated. He was defeated by a cultivator of the same generation. It could be said to be a crushing defeat. The elders of Taishan's sacred land and Wantong's sacred land were also shocked. They couldn't utter a word. Damn it, how could this be? This is impossible. Bai Hongya's face was very ugly. He couldn't imagine that the Sun physique of the Li family would be defeated. Everyone's face was full of shock, and without a doubt, the faces of the Li family's people were the ugliest. The Sun physique of their family, which was the pride of their family, was defeated in front of them. Boom, in the sky, the light of Jin Yuan was still blooming. Lin Tian's attacks landed on Li Guhuang's body one after another. Even though Li Guhuang tried to resist, he could no longer hold on. After being injured several times, his injuries were already too severe. Lin Tian's eyes were cruel. After another punch sent Li Guhuang flying, the aura around his body suddenly changed. I'll end you with her technique, he said coldly. With a bang, a boundless starry sky appeared behind him. It was dark and deep, with specks of starlight. Then, in this boundless starry sky, a full moon appeared, with a faint moonlight, showing a ray of divine light. That is? The Bai family head's expression changed. This was Bai Qiu's king's domain, bright moon starry sky. He never thought that Lin Tian would actually display such a king's domain. Although it was not as strong as Bai Qiu's king's domain, it completely had the shape and outline of that king's domain. It was magical and its power was also very terrifying. What technique is this? There are ripples of primordial Taiyin power. Many people were moved. The starry sky stretched out horizontally, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. This part of the sky was suddenly draped in a marvelous scene, and specks of divine light lingered around it. With a thought, Lin Tian's bright moon flew out from behind him and landed on Li Guhuang. This kind of king's territory was very terrifying. Even if he only used the divining divine art to activate its outline, it still blasted Li Guhuang away at the first moment, almost crushing half of his body. His eyes were cold, and killing intent intertwined in his eyes. The starry sky behind him also surged. For a moment, the starry sky and the bright moon shrouded Li Guhuang. Bastard! A furious roar was heard. With a clang, a halberd of divine light rushed up into the sky and attacked Lin Tian. The Li family patriarch made his move and leaped into the sky. Lin Tian's face turned cold, and he instantly moved hundreds of feet away to avoid the attack of the Li family patriarch. The Li family patriarch quickly rose into the sky and stood between Lin Tian and Li Guhuang like a mountain, protecting Li Guhuang behind him with divine light. He stared at Lin Tian, his eyes full of killing intent. The Sun King physique of his lineage had actually been defeated by this 17-year-old youth in front of him. This made his eyes full of coldness. "Old thing, I knew you would jump out in the end," Lin Tianling said. He wasn't surprised at all that the Li family patriarch suddenly rushed out. How could these people watch their Sun King physique get slaughtered by him? He looked at Li Guhuang, who was protected behind the Li family patriarch, with disdain and sarcasm on his face. "The Sun King physique is too weak. You're just living under the protection of the older generation powerhouses. You can't even withstand a single blow. How dare you call yourself the #1 person of your generation? I really feel ashamed for you." His words were cold and merciless. Li Guhuang was covered in blood and looked a little weak, but his eyes were still as sharp as a sword as he stared at Lin Tian. "You think you can kill with your eyes? If you could, your Li family would have been destroyed countless times." Lin Tian Dao. "Junior, don't be arrogant and talk nonsense." The Li family patriarch stared coldly at Lin Tian and said, "If it weren't for your sinister and despicable schemes, if it weren't for your terrifying flames, what would you have to compete with my son? With your strength, if we fought fair and square, my son could crush you with one finger." Lin Tian laughed, and the sarcasm on his face became even stronger. "Disgusting old thing, you really don't think you've lost enough face?" He glanced at the Li family patriarch, the elders of the Taishan sacred ground and the Wantong sacred ground, and the big shots of the Bai family. His eyes fell on the Li family patriarch again. "I've only been in the cultivation world for a little more than a year. How many years has your Sun King physique been cultivating? Why don't you mention that he's 3 small realms higher than me? Why don't you mention that he's 7 years older than me? If I had 7 more years, I could kill thousands of him with a single breath, and you old guys are nothing. You're not even fit to carry my shoes." His eyes were cold, and his words were sonorous and powerful. Many people's expressions changed again. "He's only cultivated for a little more than a year? How is that possible? Impossible, how can there be such a monster?" Everyone was shocked. Some big shots stared at Lin Tian, and their eyes flickered with horror. There were a few recognized young supreme beings in the second heaven, such as the Taishan sacred ground, the Wantong sacred ground, the desolate demon king physique, the thunder god king physique, and the sun king physique. These people were all powerful, but they had started cultivating for a long time. However, Lin Tian said that he had only cultivated for a little more than a year. In a little more than a year, he went from an ordinary mortal to the 4th heavenly layer of the imperial realm, and defeated the Sun King physique, who was known as the #1 person of the same generation in the second heaven. What a monster! These big shots stared at Lin Tian one by one, trying to see if Lin Tian was lying. However, when they stared at Lin Tian's expression, they were disappointed in the end. From Lin Tian's expression, they could not see the slightest flaw. It was a kind of confident and calm look, proving that Lin Tian was telling the truth. The ancient chaotic physique was not necessarily so powerful. A direct elder of the Bai family murmured. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. "Everyone knows how to talk big, who do you think you can fool?" The Li family patriarch stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "You defeated my son with insidious tricks and killed many members of my Li family. You should pay the price in blood." From Lin Tian's expression, he saw that Lin Tian was telling the truth, and the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. "Before I killed the powerhouses of your Li family didn't make a move against me? You didn't want to kill me before?" Lin Tian said disdainfully, "Everything is because I chased down your Sun King physique once. You are afraid that your sacred ground will be destroyed by me in the future, so you want to clear the path for this trash. Why bother looking for excuses?" His words were very rude, causing many Bai family disciples to suck in a cold breath. The invincible Sun King physique was called trash. Li Guwang's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Lin Tian. He had the Sun King physique, but now he was called trash. "I said you are trash, but you don't believe me. If you think you are not, come out and fight. I will give you a hand and a leg." Lin Tian stared at Li Guhuang. Li Guhuang's eyes turned cold. He was about to step forward, but he was blocked by the Li family patriarch. "Ignore him. Today, he can only be a corpse," the Li family patriarch said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, figures rose into the air. The elders of the Li family all walked into the void and stared at Lin Tian. They were all immortal powerhouses. At this moment, divine power flowed out of their bodies, and they did not hide their killing intent at all. Patriarch of the Bai family, we will kill him with our own hands and find your princess. What do you think? No objections, right? The Li family patriarch looked at the Bai family patriarch. The Bai family patriarch sighed. Because of his little daughter, he did not want to make things too difficult for Lin Tian, but now that things had developed to this point, he could no longer say anything. Because Lin Tian would not retreat from the Bai family, and the Li family had just lost an elder to Lin Tian, and the Sun King physique was almost killed. The Li family would not let this go easily. Of course, I have no objections. This old man will represent my family and suppress this evil thief together. A voice sounded. Bai Hongye stepped forward and stepped into the void. This boy is bad. He has killed many of the Taishan Holy Land's experts and should be killed. Now, count the Taishan Holy Land as a part of this. Count in the Wantong Holy Land. The elders of the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land ascended into the void one after another, their eyes full of murderous intent. Not to mention that they originally wanted to kill Lin Tian, the combat strength that Lin Tian had shown just now was too terrifying. Whether it was combat talent or secret techniques, it was enough to shock the world. If such a person were to grow up, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land. They wanted to nip all of this in the bud. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen immortal-reaching realm experts surrounded Lin Tian. The Li family patriarch glanced coldly at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a corpse, then descended into the void with the Sun King physique. In the sky, a light breeze blew, and a faint fluctuation of divine power spread out. There were 8 elders of the Li family, 1 from the Bai family, 1 from the Taishan Holy Land, and 1 from Wantong Holy Land. There were a total of 11 immortal-reaching realm experts. A mere airborne realm expert dares to break into my ancient family? You're courting death. Bai Hongye said darkly. Brother Bai, there's no need to talk nonsense with this animal. Just kill him. Someone from the Li family said. Bai Hongye nodded. That makes sense. The 11 of them stared at Lin Tian, and the divine power ripples around their bodies became even stronger. Their cold killing intent seemed to want to shatter everything. Lin Tian's expression was calm when he was besieged by 11 seniors of the Celestial Passage Realm. He was not afraid at all. Did you think that I would come here alone without any preparation? Prepare? The elder of the Taishan Holy Land sneered. What can you prepare for? What do you think the great clans that have been passed down since ancient times are? Do you think that a little flying cultivator like you can come and go as you please? As an elder of the Taishan Holy Land, this person's inheritance was on par with the ancient aristocratic families. He naturally knew what kind of foundation such a great force had. Even if an ordinary cultivator of the Great Virtue Realm barged in, it would be almost impossible for him to survive, let alone a little cultivator of the Flight Realm. He really found it funny that Lin Tian said such words at this time. Lin Tian was expressionless, but there was a hint of cruelty on his face. I hope you can still laugh. He said coldly. As he finished speaking, 2 black water stones floated out and floated to his left and right. His eyes were cold as he said, "Open." As his words fell, the 2 black water stones trembled slightly. Suddenly, the sky shook and the earth shook as if the entire universe was about to collapse. The wind and clouds changed, and heaven and earth lost their color. Countless complicated patterns appeared in this space, completely enveloping Elder Taishan and the others. The invisible killing intent seemed to make heaven and earth tremble. Read, this is? A killing matrix. He has a killing matrix? And this kind of killing matrix, what is this? How can the killing intent be so strong? The leader of the Bai family changed his expression, as did all the important figures of the Bai family. At the same time, the leader of the Li family was also shocked, and so was the solar body. His face became very gloomy. Boom! The void trembled, and beams of killing light shot out. The sky darkened, and violent hurricanes swept out in all directions. This medium-sized space was completely intertwined with killing intent, and a chill that seemed to come from hell filled all directions. The 11 cultivators were completely enveloped in this killing matrix. Their hearts trembled, and their faces all changed. "What have you done?" The elder of the Taishan Holy Land changed his expression, and cold sweat poured down his face. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. "Why aren't you laughing?" You, the elder of the Taishan Holy Land, was suddenly speechless, and his face became very ugly. The killing intent around him was really too terrifying. Even though he was a powerful cultivator at the peak of the first tier of the connecting immortal realm, he felt a chill run down his spine. Before, he had mocked Lin Tian's so-called preparation, thinking that Lin Tianyi was just a little cultivator of the flight. But now, he was trembling. This kind of preparation really made his heart palpitate. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his clothes flapped in the wind. He was in the center of the thousands of killing patterns. Boom, the invisible killing intent intertwined, and the tangible killing light shook as if it was going to destroy the world. It was terrifying. He stared at the elder of the Taishan Holy Land, raised his right hand, and pointed forward. With a boom, dozens of killing light beams shot up, like dozens of killing swords, and slashed at the elder. He had become a rank 6 array manipulator in the Sea King's palace and had comprehended a trace of the Array Emperor's profundity, the eternal killing array. Before entering this place, he had already prepared a foolproof plan, using the profound water stone to carve 5 killing array platforms. Now that he was surrounded by 11 immortal channeling powerhouses, he was definitely no match for them with his own battle prowess. Therefore, he directly activated the killing formation. 1. Reading Book 1? K. Watson? Look at H? U? C? C. Boom, the space trembled and shattered into pieces. More than a dozen killing light pillars fell, approaching from different angles. They instantly arrived in front of Elder Taishan. The elder of the Taishan Holy Land roared furiously. He used the divine abilities of the Taishan Holy Land and even a powerful magical treasure. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the face of such a murderous beam of light, everything was in vain. His divine abilities and magical treasures were instantly destroyed. With a boom, dozens of killing lights arrived as scheduled. No. Stop. Pooh. A mist of blood splashed out, and under the pressure of a dozen killing lights, the elders of the Taishan Holy Land were cut into pieces. Taishan's elders were dead. He died in an instant. How is that possible? Many disciples of the Bai family trembled in fear. A powerful immortal channeling powerhouse, an elder of the Taishan Holy Land, was killed in an instant. The expression of the Bai family patriarch and the people of the Bai family also changed. Although they felt the horror of these killing patterns, they did not expect them to be so terrible that they could kill a powerhouse at the peak of the first tier of the immortal channeling realm in an instant. Lin Tian stood in the sky and tilted his head to look at the people of the Li family. The void rumbled, and the Bai family became dark. The eternal killing formation activated, crazily devouring the spirit chi of heaven and earth, turning this place into a terrifying ancient killing field in an instant. At this moment, invisible killing intent surged, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everything was collapsing, and everything began to disintegrate. The scene was terrifying. Boom. With a boom, thousands of killing lights flashed, as if a group of primeval beasts had awakened. Let's retreat first. A powerhouse of the Li family said. These people all felt the horror of this killing formation, and they were ready to work together to kill Lin Tian after leaving. But soon, everyone's expression changed. The dense killing patterns surrounded them, and they could not get out at all. Damn it! Bai Hongya roared. Read a book? 1. CC Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at Bai Hongya, his eyes as cold as knives. Facing this gaze, Bai Hongya trembled and shouted fiercely, "What do you want to do?" Lin Tian's eyes were full of killing intent. He raised his right hand, and a total of 56 killing lights crisscrossed, clanging loudly. All 56 killing lights were aimed at Bai Hongya. In an instant, Bai Hongya felt that his soul was trembling. Young man, stop it. Stop. The Bai family patriarch shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Do you think it's possible? Once, in the Sword Tomb, Bai Qiu asked him if he would help her if she refused to listen to the family's arrangements one day. At that time, the girl's expression was not good, and there was sadness in her eyes. He didn't know why, nor did he understand what Bai Qiu's so-called arrangements meant, but he directly gave an affirmative answer. He still remembered that when she received his affirmative answer, the girl suddenly became very happy, and he also remembered that at that time, he took a hurried glance and saw Bai Ziki clenching his fists. At that time, although he was puzzled, he didn't ask much. Until now, all the karma had finally come to light, and he finally understood everything. She has the Lunar King physique, the pride of the second heaven. She should have her own glorious life, but for the prosperity of the family, she was pushed out by her own family to be the mother body to give birth to the chaos physique. How sad was that? Now, he hadn't just come for Bai Ziki's sake, he'd come for the agreement from before as well. Even if he had to turn the Bai clan upside down, he intended to put an end to this matter and make the Bai clan have no intention of controlling Bai Qiu's life any longer. You. The Bai family patriarch's face was ugly, and he was livid. I'm giving you a chance, why are you so stubborn? Not only does the family have guardian patterns, but there are also killing patterns, flawless Dao soldiers, and a great ancestor. You, a cultivator in the airborne realm, can't resist. The Bai family patriarch really didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Tian, so he tried to persuade him. However, Lin Tian was not moved at all. Set Bai Ziki free and completely dispel the idea of her marrying the Li family's solar physique, and I will immediately stop. Otherwise, I will cause chaos in the Bai family today. He said coldly. Young man, you are too rampant. You are just a little cultivator in the airborne realm, do you really think the Bai family can't deal with you? Do you have to force us to use killing patterns to deal with you? An elder of the Bai family shouted. You can give it a try. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He stared at Bai Hongya, his eyes cold. All 56 killing lights moved, slashing forward. With a bang, a large part of the void directly collapsed. This kind of murderous light was really too shocking. How presumptuous! An elder of the Bai family shouted coldly. Several great figures took action together. With a hong sound, this void trembled fiercely. Other killing patterns appeared, similarly releasing streak after streak of shocking killing light. Although these killing lights were not as terrifying as the killing lights of the eternal killing formation cast by Lin Tian, they were superior in terms of quantity. The dense killing patterns surged like waves, pressing toward the eternal killing formation. With a buzz, the 56 killing lights were obstructed, and their trajectories changed drastically. They were even blocked. Such a scene immediately relieved the 10 immortal realm experts who were covered by the eternal killing formation. The big shot of the Bai family snorted coldly and activated the killing patterns. The few of them stopped. The patriarch of the Bai family sighed. Lin Tian had barged into the Bai family alone for Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and his eldest son and youngest daughter. But now, the Bai family was suppressing him with killing patterns. This indeed made him feel uncomfortable. B** starred, I've already said that the Bai family is not a place where an ant like you can barge in. Bai Hongya said coldly. Seeing that the 56 killing lights were blocked, this person relaxed, and endless killing lights appeared in his eyes again. In response, Lin Tianji only had 3 words, you will die. Buzz, wisps of silver light appeared outside his body. Immediately, the killing patterns of the Bai family suddenly trembled and became chaotic. Then, the power of the eternal killing formation's killing lights recovered and began to strengthen again. What's going on? My clan's killing patterns are trembling. This scene naturally attracted everyone's attention, and they were all shocked. Especially the big shots of the Bai family, all of their expressions changed. They had activated the killing patterns in the Bai family and could feel that the killing patterns had become even more chaotic. Lin Tian stared at Bai Hongya, and the silver light outside his body became even more intense. He was a 6th rank array manipulator, and now he was using the Divine One Soul technique to interfere with the Bai family's killing formation with his powerful soul power. Although the Bai family's ancestor had invited a powerful array manipulator to set up a sky full of killing patterns in the Bai family, the array manipulator back then wasn't very strong. He was almost only a 7th rank array manipulator. Although the killing patterns carved by such an array manipulator were complete, with his current 6th rank array manipulator skills, it was enough to interfere with them. After all, he had cultivated the Divine One Soul technique, a top ancient scripture for array manipulators, and these killing patterns were not controlled by an array manipulator. With a thought, the 3rd mystic water formation stone appeared. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the murderous light became even more terrifying. Streak after streak, the terrifying scene made everyone tremble. The expressions of the Bai family members changed, and they were all shocked. With a boom, the dense killing lights surged and descended majestically, directly covering Bai Hongya under the killing lights. Stop! Bai Hongya shouted. At the same time, the big shots of the Bai family shouted at Lin Tian to stop. Unfortunately, Lin Tian would not stop. He would not kill anyone else in the Bai family, but this person must die. With a boom, boundless killing light descended, directly covering Bai Hongya. With a puff, a bloody mist exploded, and Bai Hongya was directly crushed, his body and soul destroyed. Evil creature! The big shots of the Bai family were shocked and furious. Lin Tian had killed an immortal ascension expert in the Bai family. Lin Tian was unmoved. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he turned to stare at the Li family members. It's your turn. Today, none of you will live. All of you will be buried here. He said coldly. As if in response to his words, with a boom, the eternal killing patterns trembled, and the killing lights surged like an ocean, causing the sky to change color. Even some of the cultivators outside the Bai family felt the terrifying fluctuations and trembled. This is? What a strong murderous aura, this, what happened in the Bai family? Outside the Bai family, the cultivators' hearts palpitated. 1 Book 1. K. N. S. H. U. C. C. At this moment, looking from outside the Bai family, the sky above the Bai family had changed color. Waves of terrifying murderous aura came from that place, causing the cultivators outside the Bai family to tremble in fear. Boom, inside the Bai family, the murderous aura was vast and mighty, each stronger than the last. Lin Tian stood in the sky and stared at the 8 people of the Li family. With a thought, the endless murderous aura directly slashed forward. Although he had only carved a corner of the eternal killing array, not even 1/10 of it, this corner of the array was terrifying enough. The peerless murderous aura seemed to have triggered the Tao of heaven and earth, as if it could kill all living things in the universe. Some of the Bai family's big shots at the 5th heaven of the immortal ascension realm trembled in fear. Damn it! The Li family's experts' expressions changed. The 8 of them joined forces and resisted with all their strength. These were 8 immortal ascension realm experts, and among them, there was a powerful existence at the 3rd heaven of the immortal ascension realm. At this moment, the 8 of them attacked together. Immediately, the light of divine ability soared into the sky. It was definitely a terrifying attack. However, in the next moment, when these divine abilities met the murderous aura of the eternal killing array, they instantly shattered like sparks. Impossible! Someone's expression changed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised his right hand and pointed at one of them. Boom, the eternal killing array was in operation. Dozens of murderous light pillars soared into the sky, almost piercing into the sky. That kind of terrifying power was as if a supreme heavenly venerable had personally arrived, shocking everyone and making them feel as if they were in hell. An early-stage immortal ascension realm expert from the Li family was drowned by the murderous aura and directly turned into a bloody mist. There were still 7 people trapped in the array, and their expressions changed again. Rush out! We must rush out! Someone shouted. The 7 of them joined forces, and the elder of the Wan Tong sacred ground also came over. The 8 powerhouses joined forces and propped up a defensive light curtain. Then, the 8 of them connected their divine powers, each supporting a great divine ability, and slashed toward a corner of the killing array. 1. Book 1. K wants to An? S look at H? U? C? C buzz. Lin Tian raised his right hand, and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared in front of him. He took a step forward, and with a thought, hundreds of killing lights pressed down. Pooh! 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 The 8 of them trembled at the same time and were sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Among these 8 people, the most powerful one was at the 3rd sky of spirit connecting realm. He was very powerful. In terms of real battle power, they were all stronger than Lin Tian. However, at this moment, in the face of the 3 eternal killing array platforms, they appeared a little weak. They could not even withstand a single blow. Boom, a wave of killing light descended from the sky like a sea of light, directly drowning another elder of the Li clan. With a pu sound, without any doubt, this person was blasted apart, body and soul erased. How could he? I can't believe. The disciples of the Bai clan were stunned, and each of them was terrified. 11 spirit connecting realm powerhouses surrounded him, but 4 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. They stared at Lin Tian. He was a figure of the same generation as them. No, most of them were older than Lin Tian, but he was so terrifying and had such a terrifying technique. Some of the important figures of the Bai family also had ugly expressions. The killing runes in their Bai family were actually distorted and suppressed. It was difficult to cause any substantial damage to Lin Tian. At this moment, their Bai family slaughter runes were like children in front of Lin Tian's slaughter runes. This made them both shocked and angry. Bastard! The Li clan leader was furious. He took a step forward and charged forward. With a buzz, the middle-aged man used a powerful divine ability and slashed forward. He was a powerful existence of the 6th firmament of spirit connecting realm, and his combat strength was naturally very terrifying. At this moment, he used his divine ability to suppress the killing patterns of the eternal killing formation. With a bang, the void trembled. Unfortunately, his divine ability's light fell on the eternal killing formation, but it had no effect at all and was directly repelled. Lin Tianlin glanced at him coldly, his eyes indifferent. With a thought, the eternal killing light was vast and mighty, and once again suppressed a powerhouse of the Li clan. Read a book? 1. CC no, pooh. The powerhouse of the Li clan screamed in horror, and was directly drowned by the killing light, turning into a bloody mist. The Li clan leader was furious. 9 spirit connecting realm elders of the Li clan came here, and now 4 of them had died in Lin Tian's hands, which was simply humiliating. Moreover, humiliation was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that they had lost 4 immortal reaching realm experts. Even for the ancient aristocratic families, the death of 4 immortal reaching realm experts was a great loss. It was an unbearable burden. One should know that the powerful 10 great sects only had 2 immortal reaching realm experts each. Bastard! The Li clan leader roared angrily. With a buzz, a halberd rushed out of his body, exuding a terrifying immortal light. It was actually a high-grade immortal artifact. The high-grade immortal artifact bloomed with divine light, and it directly suppressed Lin Tian. However, it was still useless. Lin Tian stood at the center of the formation, and with a thought, thousands of killing lights met the halberd, blocking it. Damn it! The Li clan leader roared. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He activated the eternal triangular killing formation, which could kill a 4th-tier spirit connecting realm powerhouse and block a peak stage spirit connecting realm powerhouse. Although the Li clan leader was very strong, and the eternal killing formation engraved by him could not kill him, it was impossible for the other party to break the formation engraved by him from the outside. His eyes were cold, and with a thought, thousands of killing lights rose together. Chi! 31 black lights fell from the sky, landing on a powerhouse of the Li clan. This was a powerhouse of the 2nd-tier spirit connecting realm. In the blink of an eye, he was drowned and split into pieces by the killing lights. Come on! He said coldly. He would not show mercy to these people. With a thought, the eternal killing formation engravings trembled violently. Boom! 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 The dense killing lights drowned out, and under the furious gaze of the Li clan leader, they slashed toward the last 4 people of the Li clan. The 4 people of the Li clan roared and tried their best to resist, but they could not resist such a terrifying killing light at all. Ah! Screams rang out. One of them was hit by the killing light, and one of his thighs was directly shattered. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin Yang Ho and rushed past at an unbelievable speed. Dong! He waved his iron fist and landed fiercely on the man's chest, shattering it into pieces. Pfft. On the other side, dozens of killing lights fell with his thought, and another immortal channeling realm elder of the Li clan was killed. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 8 people of the Li clan were left. On the other side, the elder of the Wantong sacred ground was still standing. Damn it! The Li clan leader roared angrily and used a high-grade immortal artifact to attack the eternal killing formation. At the same time, several big shots of the Bai clan also moved, suppressing Lin Tian. Now, the people of the Li clan were surrounded by Lin Tian, and the elders of the Wantong sacred ground were also inside. This was their Bai clan, and as the elders of the Bai clan, they could not watch these people be killed by Lin Tian. At this moment, they all used their great powers. Boom! In an instant, several terrifying auras surged and pressed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he activated the Tianyi Soul Art to support the eternal killing formation. Suddenly, an even more terrifying killing intent surged. Terrifying killing lights rushed up one after another, slashing the heavens and shattering the earth. The Li clan leader and the people of the Bai clan were sent flying. Ah! Screams rang out. One of the last 2 people of the Li clan was drowned by the killing lights and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at the elder of the Wantong sacred ground. He did not say anything else, but there was an undisguised killing intent in his eyes. The elder of the Wantong sacred ground's expression suddenly changed, and a chill ran down his spine. Stop. I apologize to you, don't kill. Boom. The killing formation boiled, and 108 killing lights came from all directions, instantly drowning the elder of the Wantong sacred ground. When the killing lights dispersed, there was only a bit of bloody mist lingering on the spot, indicating that the elder of the Wantong sacred ground was killed. Everyone was dumbfounded. 11 immortal ascension powerhouses had surrounded him, but now, 10 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. 10 people, all of them were immortal ascension powerhouses. Devil, he's a devil. A Bai clan disciple muttered. Staring at Lin Tian's figure in the sky, all the Bai clan disciples turned pale and couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian stood in the void, his clothes fluttering, his eyes cold. The void trembled and shattered. Dozens of hurricanes rampaged in this space, and the killing light pillars were shocking. He tilted his head and stared at the last person in the killing formation. Clang! With a shift of his mind, the boundless eternal killing light vibrated and pressed down on the Li clan cultivator. As far as the eye could see, the killing lights turned into an ocean, terrifying to the extreme. The last remaining Li clan powerhouse was at the peak of the 3rd stage of the Immortal Ascension realm. At this moment, his face was full of fear. But soon, when he realized that he could not resist the vast killing lights in front of him, the fear on his face dissipated and turned into a ferocious expression. Beast! I'll take you down with me. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. With a boom, an incomparably violent energy erupted from the man's body. It was not much weaker than an expert at the peak of the immortal connecting realm. In fact, this violent energy continued to grow stronger, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached a critical point. This is? Divine power self-detonation? Many people's expressions changed. After a cultivator reached the immortal ascension realm, their body would produce divine power. They could condense the divine power to a point and mix it with the power of flesh and blood. Then, they would explode, causing an incomparably terrifying result. Now, the self-detonation of a peak 3rd heaven immortal ascension realm powerhouse was even comparable to the attack of an ordinary great virtue realm powerhouse. Retreat! An important figure of the Bai clan shouted and ordered the Bai clan disciples to retreat. He and the others also retreated. The Li clan master's eyes were blood red. Although his heart ached when he saw his clan's elder self-detonating to kill the enemy, he pulled Li Guhuang and retreated. Because even if he was a 6th heaven immortal ascension realm powerhouse, facing the self-detonation of a 3rd heaven immortal ascension realm cultivator was very dangerous. If he was enveloped by that destructive force, there would definitely be a great disaster. Bastard, die with this old man. Now, even if you have endless killing lights, it's useless. The Li clan elder roared. At this moment, this person's body suddenly swelled. His divine power was in a mess, and a terrifying destructive aura overflowed. This third heavenly layer immortal ascension expert of the Li family self-destructed. His body swelled, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out. In the blink of an eye, the destructive chi was even more terrifying than the triple eternal killing formation, causing everyone to be shocked. Die! The elder of the Li family roared, his face ferocious. The killing pattern spread out with Lin Tian as the center, rumbling, but at this moment, they were also affected. A third-level immortal self-destructed to kill the enemy. That aura was really terrifying. Ha 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 ha, die. 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 This person laughed like an evil ghost. The Li family leader's face was ugly, and he clenched his fists tightly. For such a little bastard in the airborne realm, my Li family actually lost a group of strong people to kill him. Damn it. Letting him die so easily, I'm not satisfied, not satisfied. The big shots of the Bai family shook their heads and sighed. Why bother? The Bai family leader's expression was slightly gloomy. The Bai family wanted to marry Bai Qiu to the Sun Physique, and he also felt guilty. He felt that he had let his daughter down, but the will of the family wasn't completely decided by him. There were some things that he couldn't decide alone. Now, a third-level immortal self-destructed to kill Lin Tian. He felt even more guilty and felt that he had let Bai Qiu down. After all, Lin Tian was Bai Qiu's only friend. He's finally going to die. The young disciples of the Bai family clenched their fists. Rumble, the void shook, and the destructive aura surged like waves, terrifying people's souls. This terrifying fluctuation was very powerful, but it wasn't the aura of the eternal killing formation, but the power of the Li family's strong person burning his divine power. Bastard, die with me. The Li family elder said ferociously. At this moment, the destructive aura on this person's body had risen to the limit, and he would explode in a few breaths. Lin Tian stood in the middle of thousands of killing patterns, staring at the Li family elder. His expression didn't change at all. He raised his right hand, and the four symbols Dao diagram appeared and floated forward, covering the Li family elder. The Li family's elder laughed sinisterly. What else can you do now? It's useless no matter what you do. You just... Suddenly, the Li family elder stopped talking and his expression changed greatly. At this moment, his burning divine power began to extinguish. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, causing his destructive aura to weaken instantly. What did you do? He couldn't help but roar. Lin Tian was expressionless as he coldly glanced at this person. He had the four symbols seal. Though he couldn't break Li Guwang's supreme ability with his current level, it wasn't difficult for him to stop someone from self-destructing. The four symbols Dao diagram buzzed and suppressed the elder's destructive aura. This is? Suppressing the self-destruction of a third heaven-reaching immortal expert? How is that possible? Everyone's expression changed. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Tian was going to die, but the result was like this. The self-destruction of the Li family elder was actually stopped with ease. Impossible. Li family's elder roared. No matter what, he couldn't believe this. Result. His self-destruction was actually stopped. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a single thought, 81 beams of killing light shot out. Bastard, you, puff, blood splattered. The third heaven-reaching immortal elder of the Li family was instantly smashed into pieces, and his blood dyed the sky. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Everything that happened before was actually under his control. A big shot of the Bai family muttered. The young disciples of the Bai family were all stunned. They couldn't help but tremble. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. A powerful third heaven-reaching immortal expert's self-destruction was actually stopped. What kind of terrifying man was this? Lin Tian. Bastard. An angry roar sounded. The Li family patriarch stared at Lin Tian, his eyes red and full of killing intent. Including him, there were 10 immortal-reaching immortal experts of the Li family who rushed here, but now, 9 of them were killed. 9 of them, all of them in the immortal-reaching immortal realm. They were the elders of the family and the support of the powerful combat strength. But now, all 9 of them were killed in Lin Tian's hands in one day. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Lin Tian naturally felt this gaze at the first moment. He stared at Li Guhuang, his eyes even colder. "I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he descended from the void and took a step toward Li Guhuang. The killing lights intertwined, lingering around his body, moving with his movement, pressing toward Li Guhuang. The Li family patriarch's expression changed. His immortal artifact shook again, facing Lin Tian. He had just seen how terrifying Lin Tian's killing formation was. It could even kill a third heaven-reaching immortal expert. Li Guhuang was now seriously injured and didn't even have 20% of his true essence left. It was impossible for him to block such a terrifying killing formation. Once he was enveloped by it, he would definitely die. With a buzzing sound, the halberd of divine light pressed down from the sky. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. His killing light shook, instantly sending the halberd flying. Endless killing light slashed toward the Li family patriarch. The Li family patriarch resisted with all his might, but with a bang, he was sent flying. "Stop it!" someone shouted. A few important figures of the Bai family walked out. Each of them was extremely powerful and stood in front of him. "Get out of the way." Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He had to kill Li Guhuang. As long as he killed Li Guhuang, everything would be resolved. Bai Ziki wouldn't have to enter the Supreme Divine Realm anymore, and Bai Qiu would be free. She wouldn't have to worry about being forced into marriage by her family anymore. After killing Li Guhuang, he could walk out of the Bai family directly. "You're too presumptuous," an expert of the Bai family shouted. Lin Tian had killed more than 10 Immortal Ascension cultivators in the Bai family, including one of their Immortal Ascension realm elders. How could the Bai family endure this? Their reputation had been greatly tarnished. At this moment, Lin Tian wanted to kill the sun body, which made the hearts of these important figures skip a beat. The sun body couldn't die. They were still hoping for a chaotic body to appear. "Don't force me to kill you." Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He stared at the important figures of the Bai family in front of him, his eyes full of killing intent. He didn't have a good impression of these people who wanted to force Bai Qiu into marriage to give birth to a chaotic body heir. He took a step forward, and the killing array suddenly shook. The killing intent became more intense. Boom! Terrifying killing light intertwined. He stared at Li Guhuang coldly. Regardless of whether it was for himself or for Bai Qiu, he had to kill this person. "Young man, you're too arrogant." A cold voice sounded. 6 figures appeared silently. All of them had white hair and beards, and their auras were even stronger than that of the Li family patriarch. 6 Grand Supreme Elders. The disciples of the Bai family exclaimed. These 6 people walked out with extremely thick fluctuations coiled around their bodies, and they were terrifying like living volcanoes. These were the 6 Grand Supreme Elders of the Bai family. They were all at the peak of the Immortal Ascension stage. "Stop," one of them said. Lin Tian glanced at the 6 of them. Without any scruples, he directly approached Li Guhuang. He took a step forward, and the great earth trembled. Dense killing patterns surged like ocean waves, surging forward. He wanted to pull Li Guhuang into the range of the killing array and crush him directly. "You're too arrogant," a Grand Supreme Elder of the Bai family said. This person stepped forward, and a divine shadow appeared behind him. It was the 1,000 illusion divine hands, and he slapped at Lin Tian. "Get lost," Lin Tianling said. He circulated the Heavenly One Soul technique, and the eternal killing array trembled violently. With a bang, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Bai family was sent flying. He was a 6th-stage array manipulator. With the triangular eternal killing array covering the surroundings, he could kill a 4th-stage Immortal Ascension stage powerhouse and block the attack of a peak-stage Immortal Ascension stage powerhouse. At this moment, facing the Grand Supreme Elders of the Bai family, he was not afraid at all. He circulated the Heavenly One Soul technique to strengthen the killing array's power and crushed it with a domineering force. This, our Grand Supreme Elder, is at the peak of the Immortal Ascension stage. How could he? Impossible. The Bai family disciples' expressions changed. A peak-stage Immortal Ascension stage powerhouse could not stop Lin Tian's footsteps. The patriarch of the Bai family was also shocked. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Bai family who was pushed back was surprised, but his face soon darkened. Not bad. This killing array is indeed extraordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, the other Grand Supreme Elders of the Bai family immediately pressed forward and blocked in front of him. Boom! The 6 of them did not say anything else. They directly attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian circulated the Heavenly One Soul technique and attacked with all his might. Instantly, the eternal killing array became even more terrifying. The killing light interweaved, violent and terrifying. Bang! 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 In an instant, 3 of the Bai family's Grand Supreme Elders were directly pushed back. Such a scene caused the crowd to be shocked once again. He was too powerful. 6 peak stage immortal ascension stage powerhouses could not stop Lin Tian's footsteps. It was terrifying to the extreme. He's only at the Zephyr realm. Is he, the reincarnation of a heavenly god? Someone muttered. The patriarch of the Bai family stared at Lin Tian in a daze. His expression was very ugly. It was a kind of struggle and a kind of guilt. As the father of that pair of siblings, he had forced his younger daughter to marry. After his younger daughter left, he had threatened his older brother's safety to force his younger daughter back. But now, an outsider who had nothing to do with him had come knocking on his door for the sake of his own children. He had faced all the heroes alone, and that cold and fearless gaze had deeply pierced him, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. An outsider could do so much for his children, but as the father, he could not do anything. How ironic. Boom. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a simple step forward, and the entire ground shook. The void cracked. With a buzz, he took out the 4th black water platform. An even more terrifying killing light interweaved, as if it was going to kill everything. In an instant, the 6 Supreme Elders of the Bai family were all moved, and all of them revealed shocked expressions. Bring out your foundation. One of them said in a low voice. Another person nodded. The 6 of them worked together and released waves of divine power. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura rushed out. In the sky above the Bai family, the void shattered, and a treasured furnace rushed out. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a destructive wave, causing many people's souls to tremble. The cauldron appeared like a divine sun. The terrifying fluctuations distorted the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. Reading? 1K? Awansan Books, H? UCC Lin Tian immediately felt a pressure that threatened to tear his body apart. However, his expression did not change at all. Our clan's strongest Dao soldier. The disciples of the Bai family were pleasantly surprised. At this moment, as soon as the cauldron appeared, the disciples of the Bai family all smiled and relaxed. They admitted that the killing array outside Lin Tian's body was very powerful and terrifying, but no matter what, it couldn't block the strongest foundation of the family. The cauldron appeared and descended from the void, hovering above the heads of the 6 people. This cauldron was called the Dao-cracking cauldron. It was the strongest weapon of the Bai family's ancestor. It was a superior grade Dao soldier and was very terrifying. The 6 grand elders of the Bai family all looked cold. One of them said, "It's really outstanding. What a pity." With a boom, the Dao-cracking cauldron shook, and light shot into the sky. This light hung high in the sky, majestically aiming at Lin Tian. 6 grand elders, wait. Can you not kill him? The Bai family's patriarch suddenly said. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. The Bai family's patriarch wasn't a bad person, but he couldn't decide the will of the entire family alone. Lin Tian fought inside the Bai family for Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu. As the father of Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu, he felt ashamed and emotional. Lin Tian came here for the siblings. He didn't want Lin Tian to die here. The disciples of the Bai family were stunned. They stared blankly at their patriarch. They didn't understand why the patriarch would suddenly plead for Lin Tian. One had to know that Lin Tian was their family's biggest enemy. They didn't know how many people he had killed before. Now, he had barged into the family and humiliated the family. Why would the patriarch plead for him? On the other side, the Li family's patriarch looked at the Bai family's patriarch with dissatisfaction. When the Li family came here, 9 elders of the through immortal realm had died at the hands of Lin Tian. His son, who had the sun physique, had almost been killed as well. The Bai families had suddenly pleaded for Lin Tian at this time, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the Bai family's patriarch. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but he soon calmed down. Zai, what is the meaning of this? A grand elder of the Bai family frowned. The Bai family head, whose name was Bai Zai, moved his lips and said, he's here for Ziki and Chou'er after all. We. The Bai clan's grand elders frowned. They glanced at the Li clan's patriarch, who was unhappy, and said, you can leave now. You want to see it? Book 1 Ka. Nshu Cc Elder. Stand down. The Bai family's grand elder said in a deep voice. Although Bai Zai was the Bai family's patriarch and had a respected status, he was still inferior to the grand elders of his line. In such an ancient family, as long as the great Tao patriarchs did not appear, the grand elders had the absolute right to speak. Of course, these grand elders usually would not interfere with the patriarch's decisions. But now, it was no longer normal. This boy must be killed today. One of the Bai family's grand elders said. Now that things had developed to this point, even if it was to give the Li family an explanation, they could not let Lin Tian go. With a boom, the Tao cracking furnace shook, and rays of dim light rushed out. You bastard, you got lucky. The Li family's patriarch snorted coldly and stared at Lin Tian, his eyes full of killing intent. One of the Bai family's grand elders stared at Lin Tian, paused, and said, young man, do you have any last wishes? Since you broke into our Bai family for Ziki and Chou'er, as long as it's reasonable, I will help you fulfill them. The 6 of them had completely understood the grudge between the Bai family and Lin Tian. They all understood that it was their Bai family's fault in the beginning, and now Lin Tian had broken in here for the 2 geniuses of their family. All these things made the 6 of them sigh. However, Lin Tian had killed too many people of the Bai family, and also killed 9 immortal reaching realm elders of the Li family, as well as an elder of the Taishan sacred ground and the Wantong sacred ground. These were all deaths within the Bai family. In order to give these inheritances an explanation, they could not let Lin Tian go. Lin Tian stared at the 6 of them, expressionless. Then, he looked at Li Guhuang. You can't kill me, and you can't stop me. He said coldly. Buzz. As his words fell, a ball of light appeared, and an incomparably domineering aura suddenly spread out, causing the void to distort. Gradually, the treasure light dispersed, transforming into a 3-inch-long round divine blade. Strands of sparkling and translucent light interweaved around it, and the aura it emitted was not the slightest bit inferior to the Bai family's Tao-splitting furnace. This is? Flawless Tao weapon, how could he have such a treasure? The disciples of the Bai family were shocked. 1. Reading? 1. CC Flawless Tao weapon. One had to know that in the second heaven, such a weapon was only owned by the top forces that had been passed down since ancient times. But now, a little cultivator in the airborne realm actually displayed a flawless Tao weapon. This was like a magnitude 12 earthquake, compared to these people, the Bai family's supreme elders, the Li family's patriarch, and the Bai family's patriarch were even more shocked. Because these people all recognized this Tao weapon. A supreme elder of the Bai family said in a deep voice, the Yang family's Tao weapon? How could it be in your hands? Lin Tian's face was expressionless as he stepped forward. Clang, the divine blade hovered above his head, shaking slightly, and the sound of the blade was ear-piercing. The eternal killing formation of the 4 sects intertwined outside his body, and a top-grade flawless Tao weapon floated above his head. The 2 waves of destructive fluctuations intertwined, and suddenly, a terrifying hurricane swept out, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, with Lin Tian as the center, the space within a radius of dozens of feet had truly turned into a source of destruction, causing many people to be terrified. This scene caused the expressions of the Bai clan's grand elders to change. Get out of the way. Lin Tianling said coldly. He continued to step forward. The divine blade above his head shook and directly slashed at Li Guhuang. As long as this person was killed, everything would be over. Presumptuous. The faces of the supreme elders of the Bai family darkened. They directly met the attack with the Dao-cracking furnace, blocking Lin Tian's divine blade. The two collided, and with a loud boom, many of the pavilions in the surroundings were shattered into pieces. Then, they shattered into pieces. It seems that you want to turn the Bai family into a wasteland. Lin Tian Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine blade shook again, and light filled the sky. He had the eternal killing formation of the four sects to protect himself, and the other three killing formations were the source of the divine blades. Power. He was not afraid of the six of them at all. With a bang, the void distorted inch by inch and shattered inch by inch. The Bai family's protective runes were useless. Stop. One of the supreme elders of the Bai family said. They had flawless Dao soldiers, but they did not expect Lin Tian to have one as well. Now, this was the Bai family's territory. If the two sects' flawless Dao soldiers clashed with each other, the Bai family would definitely be destroyed if the two sects' Dao soldiers were evenly matched. Because, under the power of a flawless top-grade Dao weapon, the clan's protective runes were useless. Lin Tian did not say anything. He stared at Li Guhuang and stepped forward step by step. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Clang, the divine blade shook again and slashed at Li Guhuang. He used the eternal killing formation of the three sects to activate this flawless Dao weapon, instantly causing its power to become even more terrifying. The six supreme elders of the Bai family's faces darkened, and they once again used the Dao-cracking furnace to meet it. The Dao weapons of the two sects collided. They were far from unleashing their full power, but the fluctuations they emitted were still destructive. In an instant, the surrounding pavilions were shattered again. The immortal plants and strange stones all cracked and turned into dust in the next moment. Young man, don't go too far. Someone from the Bai family said. I'm going too far? What a joke. You old things forced a 16-year-old girl to marry someone you don't like for the sake of your stupid family's prosperity. Now, you're talking to me about going too far. Who's going too far? He stared at the people of the Bai family and said coldly, she's your descendant and relative. She's not a tool that you can use. With a bang, the divine blade above his head shook. Light shot into the sky, and the terrifying blade light tore through the void in all directions. Clang! The blade light shook and swept through the surroundings. Under the control of his will, streaks of killing light slashed forward, forcing the six of them to retreat. Today, no one can stop me. He said coldly. He opened a path with the divine blade and used the eternal killing array to protect himself. He forcibly broke through the six supreme elders of the Bai family and slashed out terrifying blade light, which pressed toward Li Guhuang. This kind of blade light was somewhat terrifying. From afar, it shattered the void, and a huge spatial tunnel appeared. The scene was so terrifying that it was somewhat frightening. The six supreme elders of the Bai family's expressions changed, and they hurriedly used the Dao-cracking furnace to meet it. Unfortunately, after a series of collisions, there was still a blade light that could not be stopped. It rushed straight toward Li Guhuang. Beast! The Li family leader took out a high-grade immortal artifact halberd and blocked it. With a crack, the halberd shattered, and the Li family leader was directly sent flying while vomiting blood. The power of a flawless Dao weapon was not something that a simple immortal artifact could block. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and he stepped forward again. With a clang, the divine blade above his head roared and slashed toward Li Guhuang again. This time, a total of 81 blade lights arrived. Li Guhuang's eyes turned cold, and he quickly retreated. Although he had the Sun constitution, it was impossible for him to block the Dao weapon. The six supreme elders of the Bai family took action. They took out the Dao-cracking furnace and faced it head-on. Get lost! Lin Tian shouted. He used the eternal killing array to activate the divine blade above his head. Its power was not weaker than the Dao-cracking furnace that the six supreme elders of the Bai family had activated together. The two collided, and there was a loud bang. No one knew how many courtyards of the Bai family were destroyed, and the ground was shattered everywhere. Such a scene frightened many of the ordinary disciples of the Bai family, and they quickly retreated into the distance. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He was like a killing god that had descended to the mortal world, and he once again pressed toward Li Guhuang. Li Guhuang, you're known as the number one of your generation. Is this how you hide behind others? Trash! He shouted. He activated the Heavenly One Soul technique, and the eternal killing array became even more terrifying. Then, the divine blade was supported by an even stronger killing force, and its divine light sword, almost overwhelming the Tao-cracking furnace of the Bai family. Staring at Li Guhuang, he activated the Heavenly One Soul technique even faster. The divine blade above his head sent the Tao-cracking furnace flying with a bang, and it slashed straight toward Li Guhuang. For a moment, before the blade could really get close, it sent Li Guhuang flying with a bang, and blood fell from the sky. Die! Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He activated the divine blade, causing its speed to become faster. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Guhuang. Oh no! Huang. Everyone's expression changed, especially the Li family head. His expression immediately changed. At this moment, a beam of light rushed over from afar, and with a bang, it sent the divine blade that was slashing toward Li Guhuang flying. Young man, you've gone too far. A faint voice sounded. In the depths of the Bai family, an old man in a purple robe walked out. With each step, he disappeared and appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Ancestor! Everyone in the Bai family was overjoyed and bowed in unison. Elder Ancestor Bai was dressed in a purple robe. His expression was very calm, and the aura on his body was as vast and unfathomable as an abyss. Greetings, Elder Ancestor. Greetings, Senior. Everyone from the Bai family and the Li family bowed in unison. Elder Ancestor Bai's expression did not change. He only nodded slightly as his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Young man, aren't you going too far? You've destroyed quite a bit of my Bai family's courtyard. The person said. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The appearance of Elder Ancestor Bai immediately made him feel as if he was facing an immortal monument. The other party's aura was too vast, like a bottomless black hole. Facing this person, his entire body hurt. However, there was still no fear on his face. You asked for it. He said. How dare you? What kind of tone is that? You're too arrogant. Many people from the Bai family shouted. They felt that Lin Tian was too arrogant. Facing their elder ancestor, he actually dared to face him with such an attitude. It was too disrespectful. Elder Ancestor Bai shook his head. He had already learned many things. He looked at Lin Tian and said, Where is my descendant? Do you think I'll tell you? Lin Tian Ondao. Elder Ancestor Bai narrowed his eyes. Young man, you're very bold. I admire you. As he said that, he shook his head and said, However, admiring you doesn't mean that I can forgive your mistakes. You're too arrogant. You can't avoid death. As he said that, Elder Ancestor Bai waved his hand. The Tao-cracking furnace in the distance suddenly vibrated on its own and appeared above his head with a whoosh. Boom! Immediately, an extremely frightening aura spread out, spreading far and wide. This fluctuation was many times stronger than the power unleashed by the 6 people of the Bai family. For a moment, the entire world lost its rhythm. Everything fell into a dead silence. Everything was enveloped in this terrifying aura. Lin Tianji felt as if his bones were about to fall apart in this aura. Even with the divine saber and the killing formation protecting his body, it was useless. With regards to this, he couldn't help but sigh. This old ancestor of the Bai clan was too strong. He was definitely a great Dao realm expert. Given that the old ancestor of the Bai clan was controlling a flawless Dao weapon with such a cultivation level, he had no way of resisting at all. A droning sound could be heard as Patriarch Bai waved his hand, causing the Tao-cracking furnace to vibrate as it slowly bore down on Lin Tian. The void didn't change much, and it didn't shatter, but the destructive power was extremely terrifying. I advise you not to make a move. Lin Tian suddenly spoke. Facing Elder Ancestor Bai's Tao-splitting furnace, he felt as if his body was about to shatter. The killing array outside his body made a sizzling sound, and many of the killing patterns had already been destroyed. However, even so, he was very calm. He used the divine saber that Xianxia had lent him to protect his body. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at the great Dao realm Grand Elder of the Bai clan. His gaze was so calm that it was surprising. This calmness surprised everyone, including Elder Ancestor Bai. I'm very curious, what gives you the confidence to say such words? Elder Ancestor Bai asked. Staring at Lin Tian, this great Dao realm powerhouse was indeed very puzzled. At this moment, he was controlling a flawless Dao weapon. Coupled with his cultivation base, even if a great Dao realm powerhouse came, he would be able to directly kill him. Although Lin Tian also had a flawless Dao weapon in his hands, his cultivation base was too weak after all. He might be able to block a peak immortal connecting realm powerhouse, but it was definitely impossible for him to block him. Just look at your clansmen and you'll know. Lin Tian said. Elder Ancestor Bai looked at the disciples of the Bai clan curiously. At the same time, the disciples of the Bai clan were also puzzled. They each checked their own bodies, and soon, their expressions changed. My vital essence has condensed. What's going on? I can't sense anything. What happened? All the disciples of the Bai clan cried out in alarm. Some of the big shots of the Bai clan looked inside themselves and then frowned. Nothing had happened to them. My vital essence has disappeared. Grand Elder, what's going on? We can't use our strength anymore. In the Bai clan, voices sounded one after another. Soon, other than the people of the Bai clan who had reached the immortal connecting realm, the expressions of all the clansmen changed. Their vital essence had completely condensed at this moment. Not to mention divine abilities and secret skills, they couldn't even use the simplest martial skills. Elder Ancestor Bai frowned. He raised his hand and grabbed a disciple of the Bai clan. After scanning with his divine consciousness, a large amount of divine light surged out from his right hand and continuously surged into this person's body, helping him circulate his vital essence. However, very soon, this Dao realm powerhouse's frown deepened. With his current cultivation base, he was actually unable to make the vital essence in this person's body circulate again. Grand Elder, what's wrong with us? This person said in fear. For a cultivator, it was simply a terrifying nightmare to suddenly find that they had lost their strength one day. It's such a despicable method again. Everyone, be quiet. After a while, your vital essence will naturally recover. A big shot of the Bai clan said. Previously, when Lin Tian destroyed the Bai clan's stronghold, he had used a similar method, so this person still had an impression of it. He remembered that at that time, there were others whose vital essence had suddenly condensed. However, not long after, they recovered. Is that true, Elder? It seems like such a thing happened before. That thief used the same method and some innocent people were harmed. Then, not long after, they could circulate their vital essence again. Then there's no need to worry. Hearing this, many people heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that Lin Tian's actions were really unnecessary. In response, Lin Tianji sneered. Boom! It was also at this moment that not far away, a blazing divine light of the sun rushed up. Li Guwang's body was completely covered by the light of the sun. A divine sun appeared behind him, followed by a fusang tree and 9 golden crows. The sun ocean and the sea of consciousness propped up together, enveloping him. Then, gradually, the light dissipated. Li Guwang's aura returned to normal, but his face was much paler. It's not a temporary condensation. Something is slowly eroding my vital essence. Li Guwang said in a deep voice. As soon as these words were said, the expressions of the people of the Bai clan changed again because these words were said by the invincible sun body. Lin Tian stared at Li Guwang, a cold light intertwined in his eyes. The sun origin is indeed powerful to be able to resist such a medicinal effect for such a long time and still be able to force it back. He said coldly. After entering the Bai clan, he had crushed 90 rising adversity pills. These pills were colorless, invisible, and tasteless. They could permanently destroy the vital essence of cultivators below the immortal ascension realm. If the antidote was not found within 7 days, it would be directly destroyed. Even the appearance of a Nirvana realm cultivator could not change the outcome. He did not expect Li Guhuang to be able to resist such a medicinal effect by constantly circulating his vital essence during the battle with him. Moreover, he could even destroy it now. Li Guhuang's expression was cold as he stared at Lin Tian with murderous eyes. What did you do? Elder Ancestor Bai asked. At this moment, Elder Ancestor Bai's expression darkened slightly. the Tao cracking furnace also stabilized. The rising adversity pill is invisible, colorless, and tasteless. It can permanently destroy the vital essence of cultivators below the immortal ascension realm. Staring at Elder Ancestor Bai, Lin Tian said expressionlessly, "Now, all cultivators below the immortal ascension realm in your Bai clan have been affected by the rising adversity pill's medicinal effect. If they don't get the antidote I made in 7 days, they will be directly destroyed." "What did you say?" Instantly, everyone in the Bai clan was shocked. These words were undoubtedly very impactful. Even the Bai clan's great virtue realm elder was shocked. The Bai clan was very powerful. There were many cultivators in the clan, but among them, 99% were cultivators below the immortal ascension realm. Although these people were not strong, they were the foundation of a large clan. This was because the immortal ascension realm cultivators in the future would emerge from these people. Many of these people would become the new pillars of support for the clan in the future. But now, these people's vital essence was about to be completely destroyed before they could truly become strong. This made everyone in the Bai clan fearful. Damn it. No, it can't be like this. Are we going to be destroyed? Some disciples of the Bai clan were terrified. A grand elder of the Bai clan stared at Lin Tian and roared furiously, "How can you be so vicious?" This move was too vicious. It was simply destroying the foundation of the Bai clan. It was destroying their ancient aristocratic family. Vicious? I'm just trying to protect myself. Lin Tianling said coldly. He knew that the Bai clan was very terrifying. Facing such a large faction, no matter how many methods he prepared, it was impossible for him to defeat the great virtue realm cultivators of this lineage. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Therefore, he prepared the rising adversity pill and used all the disciples of the Bai clan below the immortal ascension realm as his chess pieces and trump cards. He planted the rising adversity pill in them and condensed their vital essence. With this, he could threaten the great virtue realm cultivators of the Bai clan. Facing a great virtue realm cultivator, this was the only move he could use. "Hand over the antidote, and I'll let you go," the Bai clan's elder said in a deep voice. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. Set Bai Ziki free and publicly cancel her engagement with the Li clan's son Physique. I'll hand over the antidote after I leave. You're negotiating with me? The Bai clan's elder ancestor's face darkened. What a joke. Do I look like I'm negotiating with you? Do you have the right to negotiate with me now? To put it bluntly, I'm giving you a chance. Lin Tianling said coldly. The Bai clan's elder ancestor's face instantly darkened. He had never expected that Lin Tian would actually prepare such a method. Now, the cultivation lifeline of everyone in the Bai clan below the immortal ascension realm was in the hands of Lin Tian. Although his cultivation base and combat strength were powerful, he really did not dare to make a move against Lin Tian now. If he killed Lin Tian, it would be equivalent to cutting off the cultivation path of everyone in the Bai clan below the immortal ascension realm. His Bai clan would be directly destroyed by 90%. At this moment, another terrifying aura rushed out from the depths of the Bai clan. It flashed and quickly dissipated. Lin Tian was moved. From Bai Qiu's sea of consciousness, he knew that it should be the direction of the supreme divine territory. Ziki. The head of the Bai clan could only sigh softly after a while. Lin Tian rose into the air and looked at the depths of the Bai clan. There was a faint door in front of him. He saw a familiar figure step into it and instantly disappear behind the door. That stupid pig. He cursed. It was also at this moment that the Bai clan's elder ancestor rose into the air and stood opposite Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at elder ancestor Bai with disdain and sarcasm in his eyes. I've finally seen what kind of person you are. How dare you threaten me with 2 geniuses from your own bloodline? You're really despicable. 1. Reading? 1K for 1? A? N? S? H? U? CC, what did you say? Elder ancestor Bai's face darkened. Lin Tian was getting out of hand. How dare he use the word despicable to describe him? Lin Tianling snorted. He stepped on the yin and yang hua and headed toward the dark door in the depths of the Bai family. He had promised Bai Qiu that he would bring Bai Ziki out, and he would keep his promise. "You'd better pray that I can walk out alive in 7 days," he said coldly. With a swoosh, he was extremely fast. He dodged Elder Ancestor Bai in the blink of an eye and rushed into the Supreme God Extinction Domain. The dark door had a strong tearing force. Lin Tian used his divine blade to protect himself, and the tearing force disappeared instantly. After about 10 breaths, Lin Tianji felt his body shake, and the space in front of him changed drastically. He looked around and saw that he was in a desolate and vast land. The grass and trees were withered, and the sky was dark. In this space, Lin Tian felt that everything around him was not real. It was as if everything was an illusion. "This is the Supreme God Extinction Domain?" Lin Tian frowned. He looked around and did not feel any danger. At the same time, he did not see Bai Ziki's figure. "That stupid pig, did he go further? He's quite fast," he thought to himself. He paused for a moment. Without any hesitation, he walked deeper into the boundless land. There was quite a bit of sand on this boundless land. Every time he stepped on the ground, he would leave behind footprints. However, these footprints would quickly disappear. They weren't covered by the sand, but rather, they were slowly disappearing like phantoms. Lin Tian frowned, paused, and walked forward again. Clang! Right at this moment, the clanging sound of a sword rang out, and a sword of light pierced through the void, heading straight for Lin Tian. Reading books WW? W1? K? Xianxia. The sword light was 3 feet long and about an inch wide. It carried with it a boundless radiance, as if it was about to cut through space. "This is?" Lin Tianwei was shocked. He had once fought with the thunder god physique Bai Ziki and had seen this sword ray with his own eyes. It seemed to be one of the basic martial arts techniques of the scripture of God and was not very profound. However, at this time, this sword light was somewhat shocking. It was at least 3 times stronger than when Bai Ziki used it in the sword tomb. It carried a natural feeling, which made him very surprised. However, even though he was surprised, he was much stronger than when he was in the sword tomb, so he didn't care about this sword light. He raised his right hand and formed a claw with his 5 fingers. He grabbed the sword ray and crushed it with his bare hands. Clang! Right at this moment, the sword light rose again, and another similar sword light slashed at him. Lin Tian raised his hand and shattered it, but very soon, the same sword light slashed at him again. He shattered more than 10 sword lights in a row, but these sword lights still didn't disperse. He wanted to go directly into the depths, but found that this space was a little strange. It didn't move according to his will at all. No matter where he went, he was still in the same place, and the sword lights kept slashing at him. Clang, 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 sword lights came one after another. The shape was the same, the power was the same, and even the direction was the same. They kept repeating. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. He still couldn't get out of here. He began to dodge the sword lights while secretly thinking. After 10 breaths, he suddenly had a thought. Could it be Wang? He used the divination divine technique, and a similar sword light rushed out from behind him, carrying a similar aura, and slashed forward. With a crack, the sword light that was slashing at him shattered and dissipated into nothingness. Lin Tian stood where he was and waited quietly. However, this time, there were finally no more sword lights slashing at him. Moreover, he found that he could leave this place. After walking for about 10 breaths, the scenery on both sides started to recede. I see. It seems that in here, I can only use the same technique from the divine scripture to fight against it and enter the divine void zone. He muttered to himself. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he had the divination divine technique, which could evolve a trace of the form of many divine powers and martial arts techniques. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. First look? Book 1? K? A? N? S? H? UCC. He continued to walk forward. Not long after, dense leg shadow swept toward him. It was also a simple martial arts technique. He dodged slightly, then used the divination divine technique to meet the attacks with the same martial arts technique and shattered them. As he walked forward, he encountered palm shadows, fist lights, and illusory sword lights one after another. In the end, he used the divination divine technique to evolve the same form and shattered all the attacks. It seems that the Bai clan's ancestor left this divine void zone behind by using a special method to imprint all the techniques from the divine scripture into this space. It's to train the descendants who enter the divine void zone. Lin Tian thought to himself. Then, he was a little surprised. Back then, when that old man ignited his origin, how high did he reach? At least the Enlightenment realm. He shook his head and continued to walk forward. After that, he encountered many attacks one after another. Among these attacks, he didn't recognize most of them. However, he recognized some of them because he had seen the Bai clan use them before. At this moment, the vast sky suddenly cracked. Open. A huge handprint fell, stirring up a cloud of dust. The giant palm imprint was very shocking, covering all the space within a radius of 5 zhang. Before the palm imprint truly landed, Lin Tian already felt a terrifying pressure. Even his bones began to creak, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Is the Bai clan's ancestor trying to train the descendants? Or is he trying to play the descendants to death? Lin Tian was speechless. He recognized this handprint. It was the magic of the divine scripture, the divine void palm. However, the divine void palm at this time was really terrifying. If it came down in a mighty manner, even a cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr realm would be killed in an instant. He didn't have time to think. He took a deep breath and used the divining divine art. A similar handprint appeared and went toward the sky. The killing marks outside his body had long been shattered into pieces, and the divine blade had also been put away by him. This was because after entering this space, the Dao weapon had been strongly suppressed. With his current cultivation, it was difficult for him to activate the Dao weapon. Boom, he used the divine void palm to use the divining divine art and collided with the handprint falling from the sky. With a crack, the divine void palm he used was directly shattered. However, the divine void palm falling from the sky didn't stop at all. It pressed down on him without any decrease in momentum. Staring at this scene, Lin Tian took a deep breath. The vital essence in his body surged. The divining divine art was used to the extreme by him. He supported a similar divine void palm and attacked horizontally. This time, the two handprints collided and were annihilated in the end. Lin Tian frowned. The divine void palm was only a not-so-terrifying magic of the Bai clan, but it already had such terrifying power in this divine realm. He needed to use 80% of his vital essence to resist it. After this, it could be imagined that there would be even more terrifying magic imprints waiting for him in front of him. At that time, it would be difficult for him to move an inch. On the other hand, in reality, it would be more troublesome for him to break into this divine realm than for the other disciples of the Bai clan. After all, he used the divining divine art to evolve a trace of the divine form of the divine scripture. Although the power was not bad, it was still not as good as the people of the Bai clan who had cultivated this technique. To give a simple example, he and Baiziki's battle prowess were on par. The same divine void palm, when used by Baiziki, was definitely many times stronger than when he used the divining divine art. Since the Bai family's progenitor left behind the godly images of the techniques in the Sutra of Godlessness to train the descendants of the Bai family, then the godly image imprints of these techniques should also contain the godly energy circulation paths of the main body's divine abilities. He thought to himself. Thinking of this, a light flashed in his eyes. He stepped into the depths. Not long after, in the dusky sky, a divine figure descended. It had 1,000 hands on its back, and its aura was so powerful that it was somewhat frightening. Lin Tian recognized this magic. It was a core secret magic of the Bai clan, the 1,000 transformations divine hands. Let's try to learn it. He thought to himself. He took a step back. Dark light flowed in his eyes as he activated the Divine One Soul incantation. The Divine One Soul incantation was a secret magic of the array path. Because it was related to the soul, once this ancient scripture was activated, it could greatly increase his perception. Now that he was facing the divine form of the 1,000 transformations divine hands, he wanted to sense the flow of divine power of this magic. Naturally, he had to increase his perception by as much as he could. Rumble, the divine figure formed by the 1,000 transformations divine hands was more than 30 meters tall. The 1,000 hands behind it stretched out horizontally, each holding a precious weapon. Dong. Clang. Buzz. The 1,000 transformations divine hands moved. Fists, sabers, and palms pressed down together, making different sounds. The power was somewhat frightening. Lin Tian frowned. Silver light flashed in his eyes as he stepped on the yin and yang ho to dodge. This was not the first time he had encountered the Bai family's 1,000 transformations godly hands, so he knew a lot about this magical power. This technique could summon a divine shadow, and when it was cultivated to the peak, there would be 1,000 hands behind the divine shadow, and each of them would produce an illusory precious weapon. Its power was unparalleled, and with a wave of the hand, it could easily destroy a huge mountain. At this moment, he was staring at the divine shadow in this supreme divine domain. There were at least 1,000 precious weapons in the 1,000 hands behind his back. Without a doubt, this was the 1,000 illusionary divine hands. As he dodged, he used the divine one soul incantation to sense the divine figure. In the process, he was hit several times. Soon, a full 15 minutes passed. 2 hours later, a ray of bright light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. His eyes focused. In an instant, a giant figure appeared behind him. The giant figure was 30 meters tall, and its 1,000 hands were intertwined. Its momentum was very strong. Very good. The corners of his mouth curled up. After spending 2 hours and suffering several injuries, he slowly understood the flow of divine power of the 1,000 transformations divine hands. At this time, the 1,000 transformations divine hands behind him was no longer created by the divination divine skill. It was the real Bai clan secret skill. The true essence in his body surged wildly as he madly activated this divine skill. Gradually, the figure behind him grew to more than 15 meters tall. The divine figure stepped out and struck the sky. Boom. 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 After about an hour of astonishing battle, Lin Tian finally shattered the 1,000 transformations divine hands in the supreme divine domain, panting heavily. In the process, he had consumed a lot of true essence. However, his understanding of the 1,000 transformations divine hands had reached an astonishing level. There were probably few people in the Bai clan who could compare to him. It seems that the supreme divine domain left behind by the Bai clan's ancestor is really amazing for the descendants of the Bai clan to cultivate the divine sutra. It can help the clansmen quickly understand the mysteries of the various secret skills in the divine sutra. Lin Tian thought to himself. He was an outsider who had never cultivated the 1,000 transformations divine hands before. At this moment, under the divine form of the 1,000 transformations divine hands in the supreme divine domain, he had comprehended this technique to such an extent. It was really shocking. With this, one could imagine that if the Bai clan's clansmen who had cultivated this divine ability were to enter this place, the effect would definitely be better. Of course, it would only be better if the Bai clan's clansmen were on the same level as him in terms of comprehension and combat strength. If the Bai clan's clansmen were weaker than him, the result would probably not be too optimistic. Not to mention comprehending the technique better, in the worst case, they might even die under the divine form of this technique. This was because the divine form of the Divine Sutra's secret skill that the Bai clan's ancestor had created in the supreme divine domain was really terrifying. Boom. Suddenly, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of the domain. It was mixed with traces of lightning and seemed a little chaotic. Lin Tian tilted his head, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Bai Ziki, that guy is in trouble? Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He stepped on the yin and yang hua and rushed toward the thunder. No pop-up window. During this process, he encountered a few more obstacles, but they weren't too terrifying. They weren't as strong as the supreme divine palm. Therefore, he didn't deliberately learn any techniques. Instead, he used the divination divine technique to evolve the divine form and rushed through with absolute combat power. Boom, in front of him, purple lightning flashed one after another. Dense clouds of light surrounded him, pressing toward the middle like cotton. In the middle, Bai Ziki was surrounded by thunderclouds. He summoned a similar technique, but he couldn't walk out in a short time. "TSK, you're in a mess," Lin Tian said. He remembered that the light clouds were a secret technique of the Bai family. It seemed to be called void cloud fall, which had the power to distort space. At this moment, seeing how Baiziki had fallen into the divine image imprint of such a divine ability, the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. He felt like laughing. "It's you." Baiziki turned around and was shocked. "It's me. Lin Tianandao." He stepped forward and used the divination divine technique to evolve the same light clouds. A passage was formed and he walked forward. The pressure around Baiziki was reduced a lot, and lightning flashed around him. "Where's my sister?" Staring at Lin Tian, Baiziki's eyes were a little unfriendly. He risked his life to bring his sister out of the family and handed her to Lin Tian. Now that Lin Tian was here, he felt a little uneasy, worried that his sister had returned. As if knowing what he was thinking, Lin Tian shook his head. "Don't worry, she didn't return to the Bai family. She's in a very safe place," he said. Seeing Lin Tian's calm expression, Baiziki didn't say anything, but his face was very gloomy. "You should stay by her side." Baiziki wasn't stupid. He knew very well why Lin Tian was here, but he wasn't happy. He came here alone, not because his family forced him to, but because he wanted to take on everything for his sister. When she was young, Bai Qiu was very obedient, very sensible, and very obedient. However, ever since the family arranged that marriage, Bai Qiu's personality changed, and she became rebellious. It was because of this that although he was very strict with Bai Qiu, he had always pampered and spoiled her. He would never let Bai Qiu suffer any grievances outside of marriage. A few months ago, Bai Qiu had left his family. After finding traces of him, he went to Wuji Gate with his clansmen and met with Lin Tian. At that time, although Bai Qiu and Lin Tian had a good relationship, he didn't care much about it. Eventually, Bai Qiu left for the sea. When he returned, he saw her sad expression in her room, and realized that there was someone else in her heart. She was suppressing it for the sake of her clan. It was also at that time that he, the holy son of the Bai clan, finally developed a strong dissatisfaction with the clan and risked his life to take Bai Qiu away. "She shouldn't know you. Otherwise, she would have felt better." Staring at Lin Tian, Baiziki's face was cold. For Lin Tian, his younger sister had shed too many tears. She had the extreme king body, a heaven's pride of the second heaven. Ever since she was a child, even when she was forced to marry, she had never shed a tear. She was just unhappy. However, ever since she met Lin Tian, her tears had never stopped. Every time he thought of this, Baiziki had the urge to grab Lin Tian out and give him a good beating. His heart was filled with anger. "Then, if it weren't for me, would you have watched her marry someone with the solar king body?" Lin Tian wasn't happy either. He stared at Baiziki, and with a backhand slap, he shattered the light cloud that was pressing towards him. His eyes were full of hostility. Bai Qiu is usually very naughty and willful. Sometimes, she would act coquettishly and ask him to do things that he didn't want to do. However, he wasn't unhappy. After entering the second heaven, he was alone. With such a woman by his side, he was very happy. Moreover, no matter what, she always stood by his side. Even when he was enemies with the Bai family, she still stood by his side. This was enough to move him. Later, when he learned that the girl was forced to marry by her family, he felt a trace of heartache and anger. Therefore, he came to the Bai family. Even if he had to destroy 90% of the Bai family, he wanted to make this family feel a trace of her pain, even if it was only a trace. Baiziki stared at Lin Tian, clenching his fists, and flames of anger appeared in his eyes. The two men just stared at each other like that. Rumble. In the sky, light clouds intertwined, pressing down inch by inch from all directions. Baiziki sighed. He activated the chaotic void cloud secret technique, and lightning flashed vigorously. "You shouldn't have come here." As the holy son of the Bai family, Baiziki knew very well how terrifying the Supreme Divine Domain was. Even though he had cultivated the Supreme Divine Sutra to a very high level, and was stronger than many immortal realm powerhouses in the family, he still didn't have the confidence to pass through this Supreme Divine Domain. As for Lin Tian, as an outsider, it would be even more difficult for him to survive in this Supreme Divine Domain. What's the big deal? At most, we will retreat and not go deeper. Lin Tianandao. Retreat? Is there a way out? Baiziki was expressionless. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked back. He was slightly shocked. He remembered the way he came, but when he looked back, the path had disappeared. Baiziki said, once you enter the godless extinction domain, all the paths you pass through will eventually disappear. Once you enter this space, you can only move forward. There's no way back, and there's no possibility of staying in the same spot. This is because space is constantly changing. You can treat this as a real illusion. If you want to live, you have to completely break through this space. Lin Tian was speechless. He said, did the ancestor of the Bai family really leave this space to train the descendants of the Bai family, and not to play you to death? Baiziki didn't say anything. He glanced at Lin Tian and looked at the sky. Boom. The sky was shattering, and more light clouds pressed down. This was the Bai family's chaotic void cloud descent. This divine domain was quite powerful. It could create light clouds and even turn the void into a swamp. Once one fell into it, it would be difficult to struggle out. Don't worry. At the crucial moment, the old ancestor of the Bai family will definitely save us. The lifeline of your family is still in my hands. Lin Tianandao. Baiziki glanced at Lin Tian expressionlessly, and said, although I don't know what you have done, I have to disappoint you. Just now, a hint of abnormality appeared in this space, and it has been cut off from the outside world. Even ordinary Great Tao Realm experts won't be able to interfere with the operation of this space. You should understand what I mean. Baiziki was a direct descendant of the Bai family, and he also had the Thunder God physique. His perception of this space was stronger than that of any other clansman. Just now, not long after he entered this space, he suddenly felt that this space had closed off, rejecting everything from the outside world. Originally, the old ancestor of the Bai family could open the supreme divine domain and interfere with the internal operation. After all, the old ancestor of this generation of the Bai family was at the Great Tao realm. However, just a moment ago, he sensed that this space had been completely sealed off. Nothing in the outside world seemed to be able to interfere with the operation of this space. In other words, even though Elder Ancestor Bai was at the Great Tao realm and could normally enter this space, it was impossible for him to do so now. The two of them only had two paths now. The first was to barge in recklessly. The second was to die in here. Lin Tian opened his mouth and wanted to curse. He barged in directly because he thought that since he controlled the lifeline of 90% of the Bai family's cultivators with the rising adversity pill, the old ancestor of the Bai family would definitely pull him out at the crucial moment. He had never been worried about his own safety. However, now, Baiziki's words made him speechless. Before entering the supreme divine domain, everything was under his control. But now, this control suddenly did not work. This made him want to roll his eyes. That's why I said that you shouldn't have come in. If you die, what will happen to my sister? Baiziki said, staring at Lin Tian. He was very displeased. I'm not the only man in the world. You can do whatever you want. Lin Tian was also displeased. He and Baiziki blocked the void cloud fall while staring at each other with hostile expressions, as if they wanted to fight. Baiziki snorted coldly. The lightning around his body flickered and became even more intense. Lin Tian used the divination divine technique to simulate the void cloud fall. His true origin surged wildly, forcing the light clouds in the supreme divine domain to retreat. Right now, the old ancestor of your Bai family is probably thousands of times more anxious than us. He suddenly laughed coldly. In fact, his words were not wrong. At this moment, outside the supreme divine domain, the Bai family's Great Tao realm powerhouse was pacing around anxiously. His forehead was full of cold sweat. Damn it! How could this be? This shouldn't be. This person's face was ashen. Before Lin Tian rushed into the supreme divine domain, the old ancestor of the Bai family did not pay much attention. However, when Lin Tian rushed into the supreme divine domain, his expression suddenly changed. This was because, as powerful as he was actually unable to open the supreme divine domain. He could not sense what was happening inside. This caused this powerful existence of the second heaven of the great Tao to be involuntarily shocked, and a chill ran down his spine. The supreme divine domain was very dangerous. Everyone in the Bai family knew that. The more powerful one was, the more they knew how terrifying it was inside. In the beginning, they let Baiziki enter because they wanted to force Baiziki to return to the clan. Even if Baiziki did not return, when Baiziki was in danger, the old ancestor of the Bai family would forcefully pull Baiziki out of the supreme divine domain. After all, this was the clan's thunder god King Physique, the Bai family's sacred son. How could the Bai family allow Baiziki to come to any harm? However, when Lin Tian rushed into the supreme divine domain, there was a huge change in the supreme divine domain. As a great Tao realm existence and the current strongest person in the Bai family, he was actually unable to interfere with the operation of the supreme divine domain. This caused him to be filled with panic. One had to know that now, the thunder god physique of his lineage was inside, and Lin Tian controlled 90% of the cultivation lifelines of the cultivators in the clan. If either of them were harmed, the Bai family would suffer an unprecedentedly huge blow. Damn it! The old ancestor of the Bai family roared in a low voice. He released his divine consciousness and constantly searched the supreme divine domain. The supreme divine domain, boom. In the sky, the light clouds kept pressing down, closing in from all directions and surrounding Lin Tian and Baiziki. This light cloud was a little terrifying, causing the two of them to feel a huge pressure and their bodies to hurt. White pig, you attack the left, I'll attack the right. Let's work together to break it. Lin Tian Ondao. P.S. I wish all the sisters a happy Goddess Day and happy every day. After that, Rolling Dragon went to have lunch. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian was a little speechless. He always felt that the Bai family's ancestor was too deceitful. He actually set up such a supreme divine territory. This was not to train the descendants, but to deceive them. If one entered this place, without the cultivation of the peak of the immortal realm, there was basically no way to survive. Inside, the divine powers that had been evolved were really terrifying to the extreme. Boom, boom, the two of them used their methods at the same time. Baiziki supported the real void cloud fall, while Lin Tian used the divination divine art to activate a trace of the divine form of void cloud fall. At the same time, they attacked in all directions. After about an hour, the two of them worked together and finally completely annihilated the void cloud fall divine power that the Bai family's ancestor had evolved in this space. Your ancestor is too deceitful. He definitely wants to play you to death. Lin Tian said. He was really speechless. One had to know that they were only facing the void cloud fall divine power, but the two of them had to work together to resist it. If they walked to the end, how much pressure would there be? Just thinking about it made him feel a chill down his spine. Baiziki frowned slightly and looked at Lin Tian. He said, you went to the Forsaken Heaven Realm, Divine Roar Palace, and other kings' territories, learned the Supreme Divine Palm, and now Void Cloud Fall. What's going on? I asked Bai Qiu, but she didn't teach you the Bai family's divine powers. I believe that she wouldn't lie to me about this. She definitely wouldn't teach you the secret techniques of the divine scripture. I'm a genius. I can learn any technique with a glance. Lin Tian Ondao. Baiziki said coldly, do you think I'm as stupid as my sister and will believe you? You can use your talent to explain why you learned other techniques, but can you learn the king's territory with talent? Baiziki's face was filled with indifference as he stared at Lin Tian. Suddenly, his eyes focused. I heard that the Limitless Immortal School has a Heaven's Divination divine art that is said to be able to evolve everything in the world, and it's called the Battle Saint technique. She went to Wuji Gate because she wanted to get the secret technique. She wanted to use it as a condition to exchange with her family so that her family could change the marriage alliance. Which secret technique did you learn? Lin Tian opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. He secretly thought that Baiziki's spiritual perception was indeed somewhat frightening. He had guessed it in an instant. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't say anything, Baiziki understood. As expected. He glanced at Lin Tianyi, but didn't say anything. After a little tidying up, he walked towards the depths of the Supreme Divine region. As of now, the only path they could take was to charge through the godless extinction domain. As for the other path, the path of death, neither he nor Lin Tian wanted to step on it. The two of them continued forward. Not long after, the void shattered again, and more divine abilities descended. Buzz. This time, the sky was filled with patterns, as if they were formation patterns. They were densely packed, extremely shocking. What technique is this? Lin Tian was surprised. He had never seen such a secret technique before. One of the core secret techniques of the Supreme Divine Scripture, the Divine Shattering Pattern. It can cut off the physical body and directly obliterate the cultivator's divine soul. Baiziki explained simply. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook. Strands of similar patterns spread out from his body and interweaved in the surroundings, producing a dazzling light. Core divine ability? I've seen the great celestial king arcane technique she used. What rank does it rank in your by family's supreme divine scripture? Lin Tian asked. Previously, in the sea area, Bai Qiu had used the great celestial king arcane technique to attack the desolate demon physique. He still had some impression of it. It was also one of the core secret techniques of the Bai family's supreme divine scripture. It was very terrifying. Baiziki glanced at Lin Tianyi and didn't say anything. I'm just asking. I'm not asking you to teach me. Lin Tian was displeased. Baiziki paused and said expressionlessly, the Bai family has 9 core secret techniques and 3 profound meanings. The Great Celestial King Arcane Technique is the 3rd core divine ability, and the Divine Shattering Pattern is the 4th core divine ability. Then there are the 1,000 illusory divine hands, the Peerless Divine Palm, and so on. As for the last 3 profound divine abilities, no one in the Supreme Divine Realm has ever been able to pass them. Lin Tian was speechless. According to what you said, aren't the two of us dead meat? I don't know. Baiziki's expression didn't change. Lin Tian didn't know what to say, but he was more and more certain that the ancestor of the Bai family definitely wanted to play the descendants to death. Looking at the sky, he suddenly trembled and said in a serious voice, "It's coming." In the sky, densely packed patterns fell down, covering almost every inch of space, making it difficult to guard against. Buzz. He operated the Heaven's Derivation Divine Technique, his hands moving about. Suddenly, similar patterns appeared one after another, facing upwards. Baiziki glanced over and didn't say anything. The divine shattering pattern outside his body became stronger and denser. Next, it's mainly up to you. The divine shattering pattern that I evolved is still far from being as strong as yours. Lin Tian said. Since Baiziki had already guessed that he had mastered the divine divination divine technique, there was no need for him to hide it. The other party was not a sinister person. In the situation where he had already guessed, if he still hid it, it would seem a little inferior. He stared at the patterns in the sky and used the divine shattering pattern that was evolved by the divine divination divine technique to meet the attack. At the same time, silver light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly used the Heavenly One Soul incantation and seriously comprehended the divine power of this divine ability. Whoosh, a cool breeze blew, sweeping by from time to time. The divine shattering pattern did not cause any terrifying tremors, but Lin Tian felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if his soul was being drawn out and obliterated by an invisible force. He remembered what Baiziki said. He knew that this divine ability could obliterate the soul and spirit of the physical body. He took a deep breath and concentrated his essence, energy, and spirit. His consciousness covered his body, and his soul and flesh shell strengthened. He used the divine shattering pattern evolved by the divine divination divine technique to meet the attack in the sky. Buzz. The God-shattering rune he conjured clashed with the God-shattering rune in the divine domain. The difference between the two was obvious. The God-shattering rune he conjured was instantly crushed. The God-shattering rune in the divine domain pressed down on him in a terrifying manner. With a buzz, not far away, another light pattern pressed down. Baiziki made a move and used the divine shattering pattern to block it. Lin Tian nodded at Baiziki. He used the divine divination divine technique and activated the divine shattering pattern again. His eyes flickered with silver light. The divine one soul incantation circulated faster, increasing his perception. After that, he used the divine divination divine technique to activate the divine shattering pattern. At the same time, he used his hands to move, testing the true flow of the divine shattering pattern in his body. Because this divine ability was very complicated, it was difficult for him to learn it in a short time. Buzz. 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 Baiziki activated the divine shattering pattern to fight against the divine shattering pattern in the supreme divine domain. He could shatter many of them, but it was still difficult to destroy them all at the same time. As more and more divine shattering patterns fell from the sky, the pressure on Baiziki also increased. He could not help but frown. This was not because Baiziki was not strong. On the contrary, Baiziki was very strong. The reason why he was struggling at this time was because he alone bore at least 90% of the pressure. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Enough! Lin Tian suddenly said. With a buzz, his body shook. Lines of patterns flowed out, exuding an aura that was far stronger than before. Baiziki's expression froze. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. You've learned it, he said in a deep voice. As one of the Bai family's holy princes with the lightning god physique, Baiziki naturally knew the purpose of the paramount divine domain's existence. At this moment, seeing that the divine fragment rune Lin Tian displayed was clearly different from before, and there was a qualitative difference in its momentum, Baiziki knew that this was no longer the divine fragment rune Lin Tian created using the divination divine art, but the true Bai family's divine fragment rune secret art. I'm a genius, Lin Tian said with a smile. After more than 2 hours, through the collision with the divine shattering pattern, he finally mastered this technique. Baiziki said coldly, after you get out, forget about it. Understood. Lin Tian nodded and grinned. Baiziki said that because he didn't care that he had learned the Bai family's secret technique. The so-called after you get out, forget about it was actually to not let the Bai family know about it. Baiziki glanced at him coldly. His imperial physique shook, and an even stronger divine shattering pattern surged out. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up. His true ether rolled out, and the divine shattering pattern blasted out. Swish, 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 a crisp sound was heard. One could see the divine shattering pattern falling from the sky, shattering bit by bit. Just now, Baiziki was supporting it alone. Although Lin Tian had evolved a trace of the divine shattering pattern with the divine divination divine technique, it was only a trace after all, and the effect was not great. Now, it was different. Lin Tian had comprehended the true divine shattering pattern, and its power was much stronger than the divine divination divine technique. The situation suddenly changed dramatically. Wang, the divine patterns flickered, and the divine shattering pattern descending from the sky retreated bit by bit. The two of them were both powerful young supreme beings. Now that they were working together, their might could not be said to be weak. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had used the true divine shattering pattern together, and finally all the divine shattering pattern descending from the sky were shattered. Lin Tian exhaled a shaky breath. It's finally over. Baiziki did not say anything, and continued to walk forward. Lin Tian shrugged, and followed him unhurriedly. Not long after, the scene on both sides suddenly changed greatly. The earth trembled, and the layer of soil cracked open. A divine figure stood up. The divine figure was a full 300 feet tall. Its left hand was raised vertically, and its right hand slowly pressed down. With a boom, the surrounding sand and pebbles were instantly sent flying. The scene was frightening. A great celestial king arcane technique. Lin Tian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He felt as if all the bones in his body were aching. He turned to look at Baiziki, and said, "White pig head, teach me the mental mantra of this technique." Impossible. Baiziki refused. In any case, I can learn it through this divine figure in the future. Can't you just teach it to me directly? Why waste time? It's two different things. Baiziki was expressionless. He was unwilling to teach it directly to Lin Tian. Lin Tian was speechless. He could only use the divine divination divine technique to derive the great celestial king arcane technique, and then use the heavenly one soul incantation to comprehend this divine technique. Just like that, another 6 hours passed very quickly. When he and Baiziki were both in a very sorry state, he finally managed to control the secret technique of the Bai clan. He supported the great celestial king arcane technique's essence and blasted it forward. Genius 1 second memorize, providing you with an interesting novel to read. After comprehending the true great celestial king profound art, Lin Tian supported the divine shadow of the great celestial king, which was more than 30 meters tall, and instantly turned the situation around. With a thought, the divine shadow of the great celestial king behind him pressed forward with a palm, shaking the solid illusory space. The surrounding sand became even more violent, and the ground cracked inch by inch. This is the true great celestial king profound art? So powerful. Lin Tian was shocked. He had seen this profound art before, and had always felt that it was very powerful. However, when he really used it, he truly felt how terrifying this profound art was. It was much more powerful than the god-shattering patterns. It was practically an art born for battle. Baiziki glanced at Lin Tian, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Tian to actually grasp the great celestial king profound art so quickly. This kind of talent was indeed heaven-defying. If it were any other disciple of the Bai clan, even if the divine shadow of the great celestial king profound art in the supreme divine realm didn't attack, probably not many would be able to learn it in a short time. However, Lin Tian only spent 6 hours. Moreover, it was under the situation where he was fighting with the divine shadow of the great celestial king profound art. It was really shocking. However, Baiziki wasn't an ordinary person, after all. After being slightly surprised for a moment, he returned to normal. Boom! There was a flash of light, and the divine shadow of the great celestial king behind Baiziki became more solid, and its aura also became stronger. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The great celestial king profound art that Baiziki used was really frightening. It was much stronger than his divine shadow. In addition to the divine shadow that my heaven's divination divine art has created. He shouted. With a boom, another divine shadow of the great celestial king condensed behind him, and it was activated by the heaven's divination divine art. Then, the divine shadow of the great celestial king that was activated by the heaven's divination divine art and the divine shadow of the great celestial king that he had comprehended merged into one. Instantly, it exuded an even stronger aura, and became no weaker than the great celestial king profound art that Baiziki used. Baiziki glanced slightly, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Boom! Boom! The two of them made their moves at the same time. The two great immortal king divine phantoms clashed with the great immortal king divine phantoms imprinted in the supreme divine domain. Destructive auras filled the entire sky. During this process, the gods' shadows that were summoned by the two of them were shattered more than 10 times. It was not until the 19th time that they finally defeated the god's shadow in the supreme divine territory. However, the two of them were not happy because of this. On the contrary, their faces darkened. The consumption of Zhen Yuan is too serious. Lin Tiandao. Baiziki didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he felt the same as Lin Tian. At this moment, almost half of the true essence in their bodies had been consumed, and they both felt an enormous pressure. One had to know that they hadn't even walked through half of the godless extinction domain, and there was still a very long way to go. God knows how many more terrifying divine abilities, secret arts, and divine forms they would have to face, and they might even encounter other even more terrifying things. Can you take a break? Lin Tian asked. You can stay in the same place for at most an hour. After that, the surrounding environment will change on its own. Baiziki said. As the holy son of the Bai family, Baiziki naturally knew the supreme divine territory very well. Then let's stay for an hour. It's better than no time at all. Lin Tiandao. Regarding this, he felt that the ancestor of the Bai family was quite humane. At least he knew to give them some time to rest. The two of them adjusted their breathing on the spot, and soon, an hour had passed. Before they could stand up, the scene around them had already changed, and the sky had become as red as blood. With a dong sound, a huge bell appeared. The bell's body was covered with dense Dao marks, as if it was real. The god-shattering bell, the second core secret art of the Bai family. It's even stronger than the great immortal king arcane art. Baiziki said. Understood. Lin Tian nodded. After adjusting their breathing for an hour, he and Baiziki had recovered about 70% of their true essence. At this moment, the two of them attacked together, facing the huge bell descending from the sky. This huge bell was a little heavy. Although it was formed from light, it gave people a very real feeling. There was a real bell sound spreading, and wherever it passed, the void would distort. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly, and he felt as if his head had been hit by a stick, and he felt dizzy. Be careful, the sound of the bell can affect divine sense. Baiziki said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Tian was unhappy. Baiziki humped and supported the same divine bell. I say, can't you just directly transmit it to me? In any case, I can control this kind of technique later. Isn't it the same? Lin Tian was quite speechless, and said, if you do this, we will have to waste a lot of time and suffer a lot. Why do you have to do this? More seriously, if I can't comprehend it in the end, we will have an 80% chance of dying. Baiziki snorted coldly and focused on facing the divine bell, ignoring Lin Tian. Lin Tian, he sighed helplessly. He couldn't persuade Baiziki, so he had to support the divination divine technique and evolve a trace of the divine bell to fight. Of course, in the process, he was also carefully comprehending this divine ability. Soon, 8 hours passed. Come out. A shout sounded. After 8 hours, Lin Tian became a mess. His clothes were tattered, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence before he finally controlled the god-shattering void bell. He glared fiercely at Baiziki, madly activated the god-shattering void bell, and then used the divination divine technique to enhance this divine ability. After another 2 hours of bitter fighting, he and Baiziki finally broke the divine bell in the supreme divine domain. The two rested in place for half an hour before moving again. Afterwards, they traveled through the supreme divine region for a total of 3 days. During these 3 days, they successively encountered the divine forms of several secret techniques from the Supreme Divine Sutra. The most terrifying time was when they were just a hair's breadth away from taking their lives. In the end, Baiziki had to burn a trace of the thunder god's origin to barely make it through. However, even so, the two were in an extremely sorry state. After 3 days, their bodies were covered with scars, and the true qi in their bodies was less than 40% of its peak. Your Bai family's ancestor is really not a good thing. Lin Tian gasped for breath. In these 3 days, he learned the Bai family's 1,000 phantom divine hands, god-shattering rune, great immortal king arcane techniques, god-shattering void bell, and other secret techniques. It could be said that the harvest was shocking. One must know that if any of these techniques were to leak out, it would set off a huge wave in the second heaven. But now, he had learned all of them. However, despite this, Lin Tian wasn't happy at all. Learning so many secret techniques was indeed a good thing, but he had to be able to walk out of here alive. At this time, he and Baiziki were both covered in blood, and their faces were as pale as white flour. If they walked out, they would probably be treated as ghosts. How can you say that? Baiziki's face turned ugly. Lin Tian slandering the ancestor of the Bai family like this naturally made him unhappy. In fact, he admitted that the divine domain was very scary and dangerous, but the effect was also very shocking. It had only been 3 days since he entered the divine domain. Although his cultivation base didn't change much, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a lot. His comprehension of the Divine Sutra had at least doubled, and his battle strength had also doubled. This kind of achievement was not easy to achieve. At least, it was impossible to achieve this kind of result by spending 3 days in the outside world. It was impossible to achieve this kind of result even in 30 days. Lin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to him. He calmed down and quickly adjusted his true qi. Baiziki didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and also began to operate the Divine Sutra. Soon, half an hour passed. Buzz. The surroundings changed greatly. Before the two of them could react, they had already appeared in a desolate wasteland. As far as the eye could see, numerous soul shadows appeared on the horizon. They were densely packed, and there was one every few feet. The aura they emitted was not cold, but it was somewhat terrifying. It was as if they were staring at the Grim Reapers. The two of them had already passed many great techniques, but at this moment, they both trembled. Pig head, what is this? Lin Tian asked. Looking at the soul shadows around them, he keenly felt the threat of death. Baiziki's expression was not very good. He said, one of the 3 profound theurgies of the Divine Sutra, 1,000 Guiding Gods. Legend has it that in the ancient times, the ancestor was lucky enough to see the battle of the heavenly demon king physique of the Enlightenment realm. The heavenly demon physique summoned the countless souls that died in battle between heaven and earth, and killed 3 elites of the same level with a raise of his hand. After seeing this, the ancestor was inspired. He went into seclusion for 3 years and created this theurgy. He can create 1,000 souls to fight for him, and named it 1,000 Guiding Gods. Lin Tian was startled. Could it be that these divine souls truly exist? No, they are just illusory bodies constructed with divine power. Only the heavenly demon physique can summon the souls of cultivators that really exist between heaven and earth. Of course, some ancient elites with extraordinary means could also use tyrannical means to capture the remnant souls of dead cultivators. Baiziki said in a deep voice, however, don't think that just because I said so, you think this theurgy is nothing. I said before that no one has ever survived a profound theurgy. Look at my nervous expression. Do I look like I think this theurgy is nothing? Lin Tian was speechless. He looked around. The soul shadows were swaying slowly, and he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. They are coming, Baiziki said. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in this space. The soul shadows in the surroundings all moved and rushed over quickly. Lin Tian operated the divining divine technique. With a buzz, 1,000 soul shadows appeared, but they were somewhat transparent. With a thought, the 1,000 souls rushed in all directions and attacked the soul shadows in the supreme divine domain. However, the result shocked him. Among the 1,000 souls in the supreme divine domain, only one soul shadow waved its hand and attacked. The 1,000 souls he created were all shattered into ashes in an instant, turning into specks of starlight and dissipating in the void. This, Lin Tian's pupils constricted. He was really shocked. On the other side, Baiziki used the Bai clan's 1,000 godly arcane technique. It was much stronger than Lin Tian's divining divine technique, but the result was not much better. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered by the 1,000 souls in the supreme divine domain. Without a sound, 2 soul shadows suddenly rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and their soul palms landed on the 2 people's chests. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The 2 soul shadows appeared to be as light as a feather, as graceful as the wind. However, when the soul palms landed on their chests, they were directly sent flying dozens of meters away. Bright red blood floated in the air. After sending the 2 flying, the 2 soul shadows stopped and closed in on the 2 again. Pighead, are you dead? Lin Tian struggled to stand up. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he felt that his sternum was about to shatter. Even breathing hurt. When he and Baiziki came here, they were already covered in wounds. Now that they were injured again, they were even worse. Baiziki didn't say anything. He just stood up and stared ahead. Buzz. In a flash of light, the 1,000 souls appeared and stood around. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and used the divination divine art to summon the 1,000 souls. You really don't want to tell me? Baiziki snorted, and the 1,000 souls rushed forward. You're as stubborn as that sword. Lin Tian wasn't happy. He used the divination divine art, and the 1,000 souls trembled. They rushed forward together with Baiziki's 1,000 attraction divine art. However, reality proved that the 1,000 attraction divine art imprinted in this space was too terrifying. The 2 of them couldn't resist it at all. In the blink of an eye, they were sent flying again, and half of their bodies were almost crushed. Boom. Boom. The 2 of them got up, and their true essence surged. They used the same art and attacked in all directions. Lin Tian used the Tiani soul art. His eyes were bright. He fought with the soul shadows while trying to figure out the divine power flow of this art. Because the divine abilities and secret arts in the supreme divine domain were all imprinted by the Bai clan's progenitor, he left behind the perfect flow of divine power and even the method of forming seals. Therefore, he could learn them by looking at them. In this space, thousands of soul shadows weaved together. 1,000 soul shadows were the divine art imprints of the supreme divine domain, 1,000 soul shadows were the Bai clan's origin divine art executed by Baiziki, and the other 1,000 soul shadows were Lin Tian's divinatory divine art. Qi. 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 When the 3,000 soul shadows collided, the gap between them was immediately apparent. The soul shadows created by Lin Tian and Baiziki were destroyed in the blink of an eye. With 2 bangs, the 2 of them were sent flying again. There's still half to go. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He had already comprehended half of the 1,000 induction secret technique's divine power circulation path. Soon, he would be able to truly master it. He activated the divining divine technique, and the 1,000 shadows reappeared, attacking again. Baiziki glanced at Lin Tianyi. He also activated the 1,000 attraction secret technique and charged forward to meet the other soul shadows. Unfortunately, compared to the godly image left behind by the Bai clan's progenitor, the godly images they conjured were too weak. Your primogenitor is simply a freak. He must have been filled with resentment before he died, wanting to send more descendants to their deaths. Lin Tian cursed. He kept coughing up blood. His chest was already dyed red, and his face was very pale. Baiziki coldly glared at Lin Tianyi. He activated the 1,000 attraction secret technique again and summoned the 1,000 souls. At this time a bright light shot out from his forehead and quickly entered Lin Tian's forehead. 1,000 attraction secret technique? Lin Tianyi was stunned, and said, "You finally understood." The light that Baiziki shot into his forehead was the 1,000 attraction secret technique. Only this once. Baiziki said coldly. Baiziki knew that the current situation was very dangerous. Although he didn't want to teach Lin Tian, he still did. Because Lin Tian used the divining divine technique to activate the 1,000 attraction secret technique to clash with the 1,000 souls in the godless extinction domain, he would be at a great disadvantage, and his resistance would be much weaker. Therefore, he directly sent the 1,000 attraction secret technique into Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. Lin Tianyi smiled and didn't say anything. He took a deep breath, and the true yuan in his body vibrated. Suddenly, the 1,000 souls appeared. At this time, he activated the 1,000 attraction secret technique with the secret technique that Baiziki passed to him. The aura that he emitted was much stronger than the soul shadow summoned by the divining divine technique. After that, he used the divining divine technique to enhance the 1,000 soul shadows summoned. The 1,000 soul shadows became even stronger, and their every move seemed to be real. "Charge," he said in a low voice. The 1,000 souls moved, and together with Baiziki's 1,000 attraction secret technique, they attacked in all directions. Qi. 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 The 2 of them used their full strength and finally destroyed many soul shadows in the godless extinction domain. However, it was just a drop in the bucket. The speed at which they destroyed the soul shadows in the godless extinction domain was too slow. After a long while, they had only destroyed a dozen soul shadows. At the same time, more than half of the soul shadows that they had summoned were already destroyed. The result of the battle was chilling to both of them. The gap between them was like a chasm between heaven and earth. After staying here for a few days, our understanding of the Divine Sutra is probably stronger than the Grand Elders of the Bai family, Lin Tiandao said. However, if we can't get out alive, it's useless no matter how strong our understanding is. He had to admit that the godless extinction domain left by the Bai family's ancestor had a heaven-defying effect on the cultivation of the Divine Sutra. However, no one could withstand such a divine effect. It was too difficult to break through. He estimated that with his and Baiziki's strength, they would have to at least step into the celestial transcendence realm to have an 80% chance of breaking through. Baiziki didn't say anything. He activated the 1,000 attraction secret technique with all his might. Lin Tian took a deep breath. His true origin vibrated as he supported the divine ability together. Unfortunately, their combined efforts didn't have much effect. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 attraction secret technique they had summoned shattered again. Puff, puff, once again, the 2 of them were sent flying. They both coughed up blood. Moreover, at this time, the soul shadows that they had destroyed earlier appeared again. It was the 1,000 attraction secret technique again. Lin Tian struggled to stand up. He had the urge to curse. I really want to drag out your ancestor's corpse and whip it. No, whip its ashes. That old man must have rotted away long ago. He cursed. Now, he could clearly feel that his condition was very bad. He only had 20% of his true origin left. From the looks of it, Qian Hun had yet to disappear. He felt that it was impossible to use the 1,000 godly attraction technique to shatter Qian Hun. However, what made him feel helpless was that he could only use the same technique in this space. Baiziki propped himself up, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. With a boom, a tyrannical divine might rushed out. Baiziki's aura suddenly became stronger. A fluctuation that was far more powerful than before spread out. Then, the 1,000 attraction secret technique appeared together. At this moment, the 1,000 attraction secret technique was much, much stronger. The vast and mighty aura surprised Lin Tian. However, soon, Lin Tian's expression changed. He saw the truth. Baiziki was burning the Thunder God's origin again. Chi. 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 As Baiziki burned a strand of the Thunder God's origin to increase his strength, many of the soul shadows in the divine domain were destroyed. However, it was still a drop in the bucket. Not long after, Baiziki's aura weakened. The 1,000 attraction secret technique's origin secret technique was restored again and crushed over. With a bang, Baiziki was sent flying. He was battered and exhausted, and his body was covered in blood. The sound of air breaking rang out. More soul shadows pressed over, and they waved their palms to press down on Baiziki. Lin Tian stepped forward, and the 1,000 attraction secret technique's origin secret technique met the attack head-on. He shattered the soul shadows that were charging at Baiziki. Whoosh, 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 the sound of air breaking rang out. The soul shadows became more and more terrifying. The two resisted with all their strength, but in the blink of an eye, they were swept away again. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. The two madly activated the 1,000 attraction secret technique. Unfortunately, it was useless. Even if Baiziki burned another strand of the Thunder God's origin, he still couldn't resist. He coughed out another mouthful of blood essence, and was extremely weak. Boom, boom, the two madly activated their true essence. Their aura was very strong, but after dozens of breaths, they were both sent flying again. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed. Baiziki struggled and glanced at Lin Tian. Suddenly, an even more violent aura rushed out of his body. It was frighteningly strong. At this time, Baiziki burned more of the Thunder God's origin, and the aura on his body began to rise steadily. You're crazy! Lin Tian's expression changed. He felt the horror of this aura. Baiziki seemed to be burning half of the Thunder God's origin. He used the Yin and Yang Hua and appeared in front of Baiziki. His right hand shook quickly, and the Tao diagram of the four symbols condensed and directly covered Baiziki, extinguishing the burning Thunder God's origin in Baiziki's body. Now, only by burning more than half of the Thunder God's origin can I break through the Supreme Divine Zone. Baiziki was expressionless. Get lost. Lin Tian scolded. Why do you think I broke into the Bai family? If I crippled you, what's the point of breaking through the Supreme Divine Zone? How am I supposed to explain things to her? Tell her that I broke into the Bai clan with great fanfare, and then brought your half-crippled older brother out. If that happens, I might as well kill myself. All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Continuously. In all directions, numerous soul shadows rushed forward, intending to kill. Stop burning your origin! Lin Tian shouted at Baiziki. Even as he drew on the 1,000 invocations secret magic to fight back against the soul projections, he also tried to draw on the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Now that he was in this boundless god zone, his saber had been suppressed, and his killing spell formations weren't doing much good. His only hope now was the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. If he could awaken it, even if it only gave him a sliver of power, he would be able to turn the tides of the battle. Even if the Bai clan's founding ancestor came back to life, Xianxia would still be able to kill him. Black Dragon was a perfect example. However, just like before, no matter how he called out, the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness did not move at all. Apart from cursing in his heart, Lin Tian could only curse in his heart. Splat, splat, not long after, he and Baiziki were swept away again. Half of their bodies were dyed red with blood, and it was a ghastly sight. His vision blurred as he looked up ahead. In contrast, Baiziki was in a much worse state, having burned a few strands of the lightning god's origin. Rumble, within the supreme god domain, not a single one of the 1,000 shadows was missing. At this moment, more than half of them began to move. In the blink of an eye, terrifying killing intent surged out. Seeing this, Lin Tian's expression instantly changed. He frantically tried to communicate with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, but no matter what he did, it wouldn't respond. Damn it! Lin Tian despaired at the sight of hundreds of soul projections. Without the divine sword, how could he and Baiziki possibly stand a chance against such an attack? Whizzz, all of a sudden, his body trembled, and his abdomen lit up. The divine diagram was hazy as it slowly rotated. It did not look huge, but the power it created was extremely terrifying. Hundreds of thousands of souls had been shattered, and they were still collapsing. Furthermore, the shattered soul shadow could no longer be reformed. This is? Lin Tianwei was shocked. This was the second time he had seen this hazy divine diagram. The first time he saw it was when he had just stepped into the airborne realm. At that time, the heavenly tribulation had descended, and at the most critical moment, this divine diagram had rushed out of his body, from the source of his abdomen, and helped him survive the crisis. And at this moment, when he was using all his strength to summon the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, this divine diagram had appeared once again. He was a little surprised because he had never sensed the existence of this divine diagram before. Boom! The divine diagram rotated slightly, and rays of light overflowed. It looked soft, but it was actually very domineering, as if it could destroy everything. As far as the eye could see, as long as the light of the divine diagram swept through, the souls in the supreme divine domain would collapse in the blink of an eye. This process only lasted for a few breaths, and the thousands of souls were completely wiped out by this divine diagram. Moreover, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that with the manifestation of this divine diagram, this supreme divine domain actually shook violently. One could see with the naked eye that cracks suddenly appeared in the void, spreading in all directions like a spider web. It was as if this supreme divine domain would completely collapse in the next moment. What are you doing? Baiziki's expression changed. This, I don't know. Lin Tianwei was helpless. He was telling the truth, as he really did not know what this thing was. Baiziki stared at Lin Tianwei. Seeing that Lin Tianwei did not seem to be hiding or lying, his expression became even worse. This space is beginning to disintegrate. As the sacred son of the Bai family and as a thunder god physique, he had an extremely close connection with this space. At this moment, this supreme divine domain was like glass at this time, shattering bit by bit. What? Lin Tianyi was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. What are you so happy about? This is a divine treasury left behind by my clan's ancestor. Once it is destroyed, it will be a huge loss. Baiziki's face darkened. Nonsense. I feel that this supreme divine region is the tomb of your Bai clan's experts. It was left behind by your clan's first ancestor to trap and kill his descendants. Lin Tian curled his lips and said, "Look at you now. You don't even have 10% of your true energy left. You're only one step away from having a cup of tea with the king of hell. If you're already like this, how are the other Bai family members going to survive?" Baiziki was now covered in blood. His condition couldn't get any worse. He stared at Lin Tian with wide eyes. Don't glare at me. Even if you glare at me, I'll still say the same thing. Lin Tian curled her lips. He looked at the divine diagram in front of him. The divine diagram spun and actually emitted an even more intense light. Rumble. The space trembled, cracking apart inch by inch. This type of scene was a bit frightening, as if a true great world was heading towards its end, extremely horrifying. White pig head, get ready. We don't have to die. Lin Tian said. Are you an idiot? I said it before, what are you so happy about? Baiziki said in a low voice, right now, this space is heading towards self-destruction due to the map that you summoned. Do you understand that space is self-destructing? With our current cultivation, how are we going to survive in a space that's heading towards self-destruction? We'll be torn apart by the space-time turbulence. Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. What did you say? Take back your divine diagram. Baiziki said in a low voice. Looking at Baiziki's countenance, Lin Tian seemed to have sensed the severity of the situation. Although the divine diagram that had rushed out from his body had wiped out the 1,000 souls and resolved a crisis, it had brought about an even more terrifying situation for them. He moved his divine sense, and a bright light appeared between his eyebrows. He tried his best to communicate with the divine diagram in front of him, pulling it bit by bit into his body. Who is it? At this moment, suddenly, a low voice sounded from the depths of the supreme divine realm. This voice was slightly vast and unhurried. It was like a divine bell had been struck, and it reverberated through this expanse of space for a long time. It shocked Lin Tian and Baiziki to the point of trembling, while their expressions instantly turned grim, and they turned their heads to look ahead. There, on the ground line, a light shadow appeared, and in an instant, it arrived in front of the two of them. This was an old man with extremely deep eyes, completely condensed from light. With the appearance of this old man, this turbulent space actually slowly calmed down, which shocked Baiziki and Lin Tian. This old man was extremely terrifying. But in the next moment, Baiziki's expression changed. Ancestor? As the holy son of the Bai family, Baiziki had naturally seen the painting of the founding ancestor in the family, and the old man in front of him was exactly the same as the founding ancestor in the painting. No, he was even more majestic. Beside him, Lin Tian was shocked and looked at the old man in front of him. This old man was actually the founding ancestor of the Bai family. The old man looked at Baiziki, and two rays of light flashed in his deep old eyes. Among the descendants, there is actually a thunder god king body? Good, good, good. The old man was very happy. Is it really the founding ancestor? Baiziki was moved, but he did not greet him. Instead, he frowned, because the other party's state was a bit strange. He did not have a physical body, and did not look like a living person. He was more like a ghost. Don't doubt your judgment, I am the founder of the Bai family. The founding ancestor of the Bai family spoke, and his gaze moved away from Baiziki to Lin Tian. This descendant is not bad. You are not a descendant of my Bai family, you. The founding ancestor of the Bai family frowned, and his gaze suddenly fell on the divine painting in front of Lin Tian, and his expression changed. Reincarnation painting? Lin Tian was surprised by the sudden appearance of the old man, but when he heard the last 3 words of the old man, he was surprised. What do you mean? You know it? He did not know what this painting was, but it seemed that the founding ancestor of the Bai family knew it. The founding ancestor of the Bai family was shocked and excited. Reincarnation painting of the monarch region? You are a reincarnated body. When the founding ancestor of the Bai family first appeared, he was very majestic, but now he was shocked and did not have a calm expression. What? Baiziki's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression also changed, and he stared at the founding ancestor of the Bai family. Old man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. It's fine if you want to cheat your own descendant, but don't cheat me. I have nothing to do with you, and I don't owe you anything. He is a reincarnated body? If this matter was spread out, the hidden big shots of the second heaven would probably jump out one by one, and there might even be some hidden old monarch body experts. Those monarch body experts hated the reincarnated body so much that their teeth itched. When the time comes, they would swarm him, and he wouldn't even have the chance to cry. He would definitely die without leaving a trace. The founding ancestor of the Bai family stared at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a treasure. His eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't control himself. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. I am a dead man, I can't be wrong. The founding ancestor of the Bai family said. Lin Tian took a step back with a vigilant look on his face. Baiziki frowned and looked at Lin Tian, then at the founding ancestor of his bloodline. After the initial surprise, he didn't doubt the fact that the old man was the Bai family's founding ancestor. This was because the aura of the Divine Sutra on the old man's body was very shocking. It was a kind of energy fluctuation that resonated with the divine sutra in his body. Originally, he was a little surprised that the progenitor of his bloodline would exist in this space, but now, that surprise was completely overshadowed by the progenitor's words. Lin Tian was actually a reincarnated being? It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. I never thought that one day, this old man would be able to see the birth of a reincarnated body. The founding ancestor of the Bai family murmured. The 10 Directions celestial domain had existed for a very long time. It was rumored that there were a total of 12 king physiques. Among them, the reincarnation physique was the most powerful, but also the most obscure because it had never appeared before. It was the most powerful physique in the 10 Directions celestial domain's history of cultivation deduced by the 9 great celestial venerables. At this moment, the Bai family's founding ancestor couldn't control himself as he stared at Lin Tian. The reincarnated physique, it had never appeared before. After a few dozen breaths, the Bai family's founding ancestor finally calmed down. Glancing at the vigilant Lin Tian and the frowning Bai Ziki, the Bai family's founding ancestor's gaze finally landed on Lin Tian. He said, the reincarnated physique, only the dead and those who have reached the peak of cultivation can see it. Right now, I'm just a remnant soul in this space. I'm a dead man, so there's no way I'm wrong. Your origin repels all external forces, stabilizes the Ruoxian mountain, and contains several different divine colors. It's definitely the origin of the reincarnated physique. The Bai family's founding ancestor raised his hand and pointed at the hazy divine diagram in front of Lin Tian. He continued, this hazy light diagram is your king's domain, the reincarnated diagram. Bai Ziki frowned, a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lin Tian. Just because you say so? Lin Tian shook his head. He didn't want to believe this old man's words. The burden of the reincarnated physique was too heavy. The Bai family's founding ancestor stared at Lin Tian and continued, when I first created this supreme divine domain, I invited a heavenly demon physique to come here and borrow the heavenly demon physique's king's domain. In other words, this supreme divine domain has the power of the king's domain. In a sense, it's equivalent to a small part of the king's domain. But now, this supreme divine domain is sealed by an invisible force, isolated from the outside world. Then, you summoned the divine diagram in your body, and without doing anything, this space began to self-destruct. If it wasn't for the remnant soul I left behind being awakened, this space would have been completely destroyed very soon. Staring at Lin Tian, the Bai family's founding ancestor's eyes flickered with a sharp light. He continued, in the past, the 9 strongest celestial lords once deduced that once the reincarnated physique appeared, there would be no king physique in the world. From this sentence, you can imagine that the reincarnated physique can restrain all other king physiques. Your existence disturbed the supreme divine domain, and once the divine diagram appeared, it automatically caused this space to self-destruct. And to be able to cause the supreme divine domain that contains the power of the king's domain to self-destruct, only the reincarnated physique, who is also a king physique, can do it. Of course, people whose cultivation bases are far higher than mine can also do it. But, did you find me? Now, do you still doubt me? Lin Tian stared, unable to say a word. Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Ziki looked a little hostile. The legendary physique really surprised him. Bai Ziki, what's with that expression? What are you trying to do? Lin Tian Dao. You hit it well. Bai Ziki said coldly. Lin Tian frowned. I never hit it. I never knew what physique I had. I always thought that I had a mortal physique. After listening to the analysis of the Bai family's ancestor, coupled with the fact that he could ignore the mystical abilities of the king's territory, he already somewhat believed that he was a reincarnated body. However, Bai Ziki's words made him very displeased. He really didn't know about it before. Do you think I like being a reincarnated body? He said. Once outsiders found out that he was a reincarnated body, it would either lead to thousands of forces fighting to rope him in or lead to countless sects ganging up to kill him, especially those with the king physique. Because of what the 9 celestial venerables said, they would probably want to tear him apart alive. He could still be fearless if he encountered someone with the king physique of the same generation, but if an old king physique jumped out and wanted to kill a reincarnated body that hadn't grown up yet, he would suffer an unprecedented disaster. Be it the former or the latter, he didn't like it. Baiziki humphed, and the coldness on his face faded. However, his fighting spirit was even higher as he stared at Lin Tian. You want to fight with me? Lin Tian looked at Baiziki from the corner of his eyes. Yes. Baiziki didn't hide it at all. Lin Tian humphed. If you fight with me, aren't you afraid that your sister will be angry and suppress you with me in the future? I'm afraid you will be very disappointed. She has always been very interested in suppressing a reincarnated body to carry water and chop firewood. If she knows that you are a reincarnated body, she will definitely join forces with me to suppress you and turn you into a pet to play with. Baiziki sneered. Lin Tianling humped and argued, even if she knows I'm a reincarnated being, she still won't do anything to me. I dare say that compared to you, she would be more willing to listen to me. He stared at Baiziki with a provocative expression. Baiziki's expression froze, and his eyes burned with anger. Bai Chouhuan might actually be more willing to listen to Lin Tian. Bastard! Thinking that his sister would be more willing to listen to an outsider, Baiziki could not help but feel angry. Stupid pig head! Lin Tian cursed. The two of them took a step forward at the same time. Lightning flashed around one of them, while flames intertwined around the other. Can you beat me? You're looking for trouble. Lin Tian Dao. In front of them, the Bai clan's ancestor looked at them with interest and said, You two have a good relationship. Who's on good terms with this bastard? Who has a good relationship with this stupid pig head? The two of them spoke in unison. As they spoke, they glared at each other. The Bai clan's ancestor smiled and raised his hand, separating the two of them. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and said, Although you have the reincarnation physique, you don't know about it. Moreover, judging from your reaction, no one outside knows about your physique. I'm curious, you're not a descendant of the Bai clan, so why did you barge into the supreme divine territory? This is a training ground that I prepared for my descendants. Only members of the Bai clan are allowed to enter. The Bai clan shouldn't have let an outsider like you in. I fought my way in. Lin Tian Dao. Looking at the Bai clan's ancestor's attitude, he felt that the Bai clan's ancestor was quite easy to talk to. Therefore, he did not take it to heart and simply explained what happened. Because he was extremely displeased, he was not the slightest bit courteous before the Bai family's primogenitor. He mocked all the grand characters of the Bai family's current generation, causing Baiziki's expression to become somewhat unsightly. The Bai clan's ancestor was moved, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that in this generation, my Bai clan would have two imperial physiques. One is the Thunder God physique, and the other is the Lunar Imperial physique. The heavens are really blessing my Bai clan. How could the Bai clan's ancestor not be happy when he had two imperial physiques in his clan? Is that what you want to say? Lin Tianling smiled. The Bai clan's ancestor was stunned for a moment, then calmed down. The Bai clan's ancestor did not mind Lin Tian's rude words. He smiled faintly and said, Young man, how is your relationship with the descendant of the Lunar Imperial physique? Friends. Lin Tian Dao. Just friends? The Bai clan's ancestor narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian frowned. What are you trying to say? The Bai clan's ancestor shook his head and did not answer. He smiled faintly and asked, What do you want the outcome of this matter to be? Of course, the Bai clan will no longer interfere with her personal freedom. At least, not when it comes to marriage. Lin Tian Dao. Alright, I'll give them the order. The Bai clan's ancestor nodded. Hearing this, Lin Tian and Baiziki were both shocked. Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, You're now, he had the same thought as Baiziki. The Bai clan's ancestor did not look like a human at all. How could he give orders, as if he knew what the two of them were thinking? The Bai clan's ancestor said, You might think that my current state is a bit strange, so you're confused. That's normal. Although I've said it before, I'll explain it now. This is a remnant soul that I left behind. A remnant soul is the incomplete body of a person's soul after death. Staring at the two of them, the Bai clan's ancestor continued, In this state, I can leave this space and temporarily manifest. However, it can only last for 6 hours at most. After 6 hours, this remnant soul will automatically disintegrate and disappear into the world. Lin Tian and Baiziki immediately understood. So that's how it was. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. With the Bai clan's ancestor's remnant soul, Bai Qiu's matter could be settled peacefully. Ancestor, later, won't you? Baiziki frowned. The Bai clan's ancestor shook his head. He's already dead. There's no need to worry about it. Since he's already been awakened, it's only a matter of time before he disappears. As he spoke, the Bai clan's ancestor looked at Lin Tian and narrowed his eyes. It seems that you have a very close relationship with my descendant of the extreme mean physique. Otherwise, you wouldn't have barged into my Bai clan alone. I'll make the decision to reject the marriage between her and the extreme yang physique and betroth her to you. What do you think? Lin Tian, he opened his mouth but did not know what to say. On the other side, Baiziki frowned but did not say anything. Forget it. You young people make your own decisions. If you have the heart, you'll definitely be together in the end. The Bai clan's ancestor shook his head and stared at Lin Tian. He opened his mouth again and asked, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Anything? I'll do my best. The Bai clan's ancestor's words were simple. Lin Tian nodded and said, I want to go to the first heavenly domain. However, I heard that there are some problems with the space-time portal in the first heavenly domain. Without reaching the immortal realm, it's impossible to pass through safely. Can you help me go to the first heavenly domain? You want to go to the first heavenly domain? The Bai clan's ancestor was a little surprised. Beside him, Baiziki was also puzzled. He stared at Lin Tian in confusion. Cultivators usually went to the higher heavenly domains. However, Lin Tian wanted to go to the first heavenly domain. This was very strange. I want to go to the first heavenly domain. Lin Tian said seriously. He had been away from the first heavenly domain for too long. He missed Linshi, Jiyu, and Sushu very much. He wanted to return to the first heavenly domain immediately. Although the Bai clan's ancestor was puzzled, he nodded. After ending the descendant of the extreme mean body, I'll turn this remnant soul into pure energy and enter your body. This will protect your lifeline. It should be able to support you to go to and from the first heavenly domain and the second heavenly domain. The Bai clan's ancestor said. Hearing the Bai clan's ancestor's words, Baiziki frowned. Lin Tian was also slightly surprised. This Bai clan's ancestor was too enthusiastic. He was actually willing to burn a remnant soul for him. Why are you helping me so much? He asked. He was not a descendant of the Bai clan. Moreover, he had forcefully entered the Bai clan from the outside. However, the Bai clan's ancestor did not care at all. He even took the initiative to help him solve various problems and promised him everything. This made him frown slightly. Because you're a reincarnated body. As long as there are no accidents, you can definitely enter the chaotic realm. Perhaps, you can even break through the eternal barrier that no one has ever broken through. Enter the 10th heavenly domain and achieve eternal life. The Bai clan's ancestor was very direct. He did not hide his purpose at all. His eyes were shining brightly. I'll form a good relationship with you. In the future, if my Bai clan is in trouble, I believe that you will not stand by and do nothing. You will definitely help. Lin Tian thought about it and nodded. That's good. The Bai clan's ancestor smiled. Satisfactorily. Oh right. Lin Tian suddenly spoke. He looked at the Bai clan's ancestor with some doubt. When you opened up this supreme divine region, you killed too many powerful descendants. Why did you set up this place to be so terrifying? Is it just to train the descendants? Although the effect of training the Bai clan members here is indeed heaven-defying, the degree of danger inside is also very shocking. From the beginning until now, not a single person has made it through alive. He stared at Baiziki, who was covered in blood. Thinking about what happened before, he really could not help but want to ask this Bai clan's ancestor. Hearing Lin Tian's question, Baiziki also looked over. The Bai clan's ancestor smiled bitterly and sighed. He then shook his head. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. For these two, if you advance one step forward, you'll be able to open up the sea and open the sky. If you retreat one step, the boat will be destroyed and the people will die, falling into the abyss. In the depths of this space, there is something that I left behind. However, the clansman must systematically comprehend all the secret techniques in the supreme divine scripture to a certain level in one go before they can open it. And this person must be below the great virtue realm. Otherwise, even if they make it through the supreme divine region, they will not be able to obtain that thing. In my later years, I burned my origin to reach the enlightenment realm. I opened up this space and imprinted all the martial skills and secret techniques in the supreme divine scripture in order to allow the clansman to systematically comprehend all the techniques in the supreme divine scripture to a profound level. And the path of retreat is to allow the clansmen who enter here to comprehend all the martial skills and secret techniques to a profound level in one go. Otherwise, if they enter here intermittently, they won't be able to obtain that thing. The Bai clan's ancestor said. Hearing that, Baiziki frowned slightly. What thing is it? Why are the requirements so strict? Lin Tian asked. P.S. There are some things that I really want to say. Today, the Lucerne Literature Academy organized a trip to the National Theatre to watch a play. When they returned, it was already 11:30 p.m. Together with many colleagues, everyone was chatting and laughing, discussing what to do when they returned. Everyone said that they would take a hot shower and then sleep. The dragon faintly replied that he would take a hot shower, then write his story, and then sleep. Everyone was surprised. Because they had to wake up at 6 o'clock the next morning to go to Tianjin for a conference. The schedule was very tight. If they did not sleep, the next day would probably be very difficult. A friend advised the dragon to stop writing. His body was more important, so he should go back and sleep first. He had to wake up early the next morning. If that didn't work, he could just stop writing for a day. The dragon smiled and shook his head, saying that he could just buy a few cans of Red Bull. It would be fine. After getting out of the car, the dragon indeed went to buy 3 cans of Red Bull. When he came back, he took a shower and was ready to write his story. Because before writing, the dragon was used to looking at the various book review sections, tieba, and so on. Then, sadly, he found that he was very helpless. On tieba, he was very impolitely scolded by people. In fact, there were people who scolded the dragon in the past, but they did not scold him so harshly or disgustingly. The tieba was almost exclusively pirated and did not cost money to subscribe. The dragon had never cared about this. He also took the initiative to interact with the tieba friends. As for the other readers who did not subscribe, the dragon had no objections. He often silently looked at the book reviews in various places. Some readers' comments and doubts were left by the dragon, and the dragon would explain some of them in his story. For example, a friend who was not reading in Zhongheng University asked why the black dragon could not transform. The dragon empress also explained at the end of the story. The dragon always felt that people should subscribe if they had the ability. If they did not have the ability or were not willing to subscribe, it was fine. These things could not be forced. However, the dragon begged, please don't scold me, or please don't scold me so harshly, like how many barrels of shit the author ate, how many barrels of shit the author ate, how many barrels of shit the author ate, these were tolerable. But when the word mother was mentioned, the dragon really wanted to beat someone up. My family was scolded because I wrote a novel? To the person who scolded me, I want to say, I don't owe you anything. You read my novel for free on Tieba. If you don't like it or don't like it, you can just abandon it. There's no need to scold me, and you shouldn't have scolded the word mother. Although you used a homophone, no one would not understand the meaning of the word mother. At this point, the dragon felt very depressed. He could tolerate being scolded, but when he saw his family being scolded, and it involved his great mother, he was really angry and did not have the mood to write anymore. However, in the end, he endured the depression and wrote in the end. This was because the dragon still had many readers who subscribed to his novel, and the dragon was responsible for them. Lin Tian was a little curious. Just what kind of things were left behind in this space that made it so tightly guarded? The ancestor shook his head. You'll know in the future. He looked at Baiziki and said, this time, after leaving this space, no one in the clan is allowed to enter again. When you reach the immortal connecting realm or the peak of the Zephyr realm, you are allowed to enter again. You have the Thunder God King physique, and your talent is also very strong. If it's you, it shouldn't be a problem. The Bai family primogenitor's wisp of remnant soul had always been in a deep slumber. Now, because the supreme divine domain was heading towards self-destruction under Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram, he was startled awake. Back then, I left behind a wisp of remnant soul to seal within, so that when someone completely comprehended all of the techniques, after passing through all of the techniques, I could help that person better control that thing. Because I've been sleeping, I didn't know that someone had died in the divine realm. He sighed slightly, and his gaze fell on Baiziki again. He was very satisfied. However, it seems that I won't need this remnant soul anymore. As long as you can pass all the divine forms, you'll be able to control that thing very well. You won't need my help. Baiziki frowned. He was still very confused. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Lin Tian was very direct. Why can't you directly pass down the things you left behind? Some things can't be directly passed down. Moreover, I only refined half of that thing. The ancestor said. Lin Tian was puzzled. He wanted to ask more, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. This was the Bai clan's business, and it had nothing to do with him. Now, shall we go out? He asked the ancestor. The ancestor nodded and smiled. Then let's go out. If we delay too long, I'm really worried that 90% of the descendants will lose their ability to cultivate. If that's really the case, the Bai clan will face a disaster. At this time, outside the Bai clan, it had been 4 days since Lin Tian entered the divine realm. Everyone in the Bai clan was very anxious, and their expressions were extremely ugly. It's been 4 days, but the ancestor still can't open the divine realm. My true essence is getting thinner. And thinner. What should we do? Are we really going to be crippled? All the Bai family disciples were terrified. Don't worry, the old ancestor is thinking of a way. He will be able to open it soon to find the antidote. You will all be fine. One of the Bai clan's grand elders said, trying to calm the emotions of the Bai clan's disciples. In the sky, the Bai clan's great Tao realm old ancestor of this generation released his divine sense and circled around the Bai clan several times. However, it was a pity that he still couldn't sense the existence of the Supreme Divine Region. He was unable to open the door to the Supreme Divine Region. His countenance was extremely grim as he felt extremely anxious. Lin Tian had entered, carrying the cultivation lifeline of 90% of the clan's cultivators. Baiziki had entered for the sake of his bloodline's Thunder God physique, as well as the Bai clan's holy son. If anything were to happen to the two of them, the Bai clan would truly be finished. Damn it! Elder Ancestor Bai cursed in a low voice. For the first time, the ancestor of the Bai clan felt a deep sense of regret. If he hadn't forced Bai Qiu to marry the Li clan's son physique, he wouldn't have provoked Baiziki's dissatisfaction, Lin Tian wouldn't have come knocking on his door, and the current situation wouldn't have happened. Boom, resplendent divine light surged. The ancestor of the Bai clan activated even more divine sense, using all his strength to search for the door to the Supreme Divine Region. Below, the Bai clan's clan head and several grand elders secretly clenched their fists, all of them extremely anxious. If the Supreme Divine Region couldn't be opened within 7 days, 90% of the Bai clan's cultivators would be crippled, the Li clan's clan head said to the Bai clan's clan head, Brother Zai, don't worry too much. Your clan's old ancestor Bai has a profound cultivation base. I believe he will be able to open the Supreme Divine Region very soon and capture that scoundrel. He will also be able to ensure the safety of your clan's Thunder God physique. As he said this, an imperceptible light flashed across the Li clan's clan head's eyes. If Lin Tian didn't come out within 7 days, 90% of the Bai clan's cultivators would be crippled. This was a great thing for the Li clan. Once that happened, the Bai clan would even beg for a marriage alliance with the Li clan. The Li clan would have the absolute initiative and could even take the opportunity to annex the Bai clan. Heh! The Li clan's clan head laughed sinisterly in his heart. He only thought that Lin Tian wouldn't come out within 7 days. It would be best if he died together with Baiziki. Moreover, he also believed that now that the Supreme Divine Region had a problem, Lin Tian definitely wouldn't be able to come out within 7 days. There was a 100% chance that he would die together with Baiziki. This was because he had heard of how terrifying the Supreme Divine Region was. It had killed many of the Bai clan's peak stage cultivators. At this moment, the Supreme Divine Region was sealed. Even the Bai clan's great Dao realm cultivators couldn't open it, so how could those two people come out? If time slowly passed like this, no matter how powerful and stunning those two people were, they would definitely die in the end. Crack! Right at this moment, in the depths of the Bai clan, a crisp sound rang out. The void suddenly split open, and 2 figures stepped out at the same time. They were none other than Lin Tian and Baiziki. The Li clan's clan head's expression instantly changed. Previously, he was still thinking that Lin Tian and Baiziki would definitely die in the Supreme Divine Region. Yet unexpectedly, these two people actually barged out from that Supreme Divine Region in the blink of an eye. This made him wear an expression of disbelief. Even the Bai clan's great Dao realm cultivators couldn't open a space, yet these two people actually walked out from this space just like that. Lin Tian. Ziki. All the major characters of the Bai clan couldn't help but call out. Lin Tian's appearance meant that 90% of the cultivators of the Bai clan still had a chance to continue cultivating. At this moment, when they looked at Lin Tian again, these major characters of the Bai clan actually suddenly felt that Lin Tian was more pleasing to the eye. As for Baiziki's appearance, the major characters of the Bai clan were naturally even happier. This was their lineage's Thunder God King physique. The Bai clan's clan head personally went up to welcome him, and heaved a long sigh of relief. It's good that you're out. The Bai clan's great Dao realm cultivators of this generation also heaved a sigh of relief. They walked towards Lin Tian, wanting to ask him something. At this moment, these major characters of the Bai clan were even pleasantly surprised. They weren't even surprised that Lin Tian and Baiziki could actually fight their way out of that Supreme Divine Region. Right now, they only knew that their lineage's Thunder God physique was safe and sound, and those ordinary disciples of their lineage had the possibility of obtaining the antidote and still having a chance to continue cultivating. There was still room for reconciliation. Lin Tian walked out. His gaze was calm as he swept a glance over the members of the Bai clan. Ziki, step back a little. The Bai clan's patriarch spoke. He stared at Lin Tian and said, "Young man, Right at this moment, behind Lin Tian, a slightly illusory figure walked out from the void door that was broken open. Instantly, the Bai clan's great Dao realm patriarch's expression changed. At the same time, the other major characters of the Bai clan and some powerful disciples of the Bai clan were also shocked as if they had seen a ghost. This is? Progenitor? Everyone from the Bai clan was stunned. The figure that walked out from behind Lin Tian resembled the founding ancestor of the Bai clan. How can this be? Progenitor, he should be dead. But now, moreover, he is standing together with that Lin Tian? And the saint. The saint is also standing with Lin Tianyi. Someone was shocked. The Bai clan's patriarch looked at Baiziki as if asking for an answer. It's progenitor. Baiziki's words were simple. As soon as these words came out, the major characters of the Bai clan were once again moved. The Bai clan's progenitor swept his gaze across everyone in the Bai clan. His gaze landed on the Bai clan's great Dao realm expert of this generation. Any questions? The Bai clan's great Dao realm expert of this generation was called Bai Mabai. When he heard the Bai clan's progenitor's words, he instantly trembled. Greetings, progenitor. Bai Mabai hurriedly bowed. At this moment, the godly sutra in his body was buzzing, resonating with the Bai clan's progenitor. In addition, he had seen the portrait of the Bai clan's progenitor before. When he heard Baiziki's affirmative words, how could he still have any doubts? At this moment, he was both excited and excited. He never thought that he would be able to see the founding ancestor of his bloodline. Greetings, progenitor. Everyone from the Bai clan bowed deeply, their faces filled with surprise and joy. Of course, during this process, the Bai clan's great Dao realm progenitor and some of the major characters of the Bai clan were secretly frowning in their hearts. This was because they could see that the Bai clan's progenitor was in a remnant soul state and not a living person. Moreover, their progenitor was actually standing beside Lin Tian at this moment. It seemed that their relationship was quite good, as if they were friends despite the difference in age. One had to know that Lin Tian was the enemy of their Bai clan bloodline. The Li clan leader stared at the Bai clan's progenitor, and his expression changed again and again. How is this possible? This is a remnant soul. Staring at the Bai clan's progenitor, the Li clan leader saw the current state of the Bai clan's progenitor. However, even so, he was still surprised. He never thought that the founding ancestor of the Bai clan actually still had a remnant soul in this world. Li Guhuang's eyes were bright, and there was a strong fighting spirit circulating as he stared at Lin Tian. 4 days had passed, and the injuries left behind by the battle between him and Lin Tianyi had completely healed. His eyes were as oppressive as divine swords and were extremely sharp. Humph. Lin Tianling smiled and met Li Guhuang's gaze. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely dense. The Bai clan's progenitor's gaze swept over, following Lin Tian's gaze and landing on Li Guhuang. In an instant, a glint flashed across the Bai clan's progenitor's eyes. However, he quickly calmed down. Greetings, senior. The Li clan leader bowed. Although he could see that the Bai clan's progenitor was now just a remnant soul and would dissipate soon, he dared not be careless. After all, the Bai clan's progenitor was an expert from the ancient era. It was said that he might have reached the Enlightenment realm in his later years. Such an expert, even if it was just a remnant soul, had extremely terrifying means. He dared not be disrespectful. The Bai clan's progenitor nodded and looked at the Li clan leader. He smiled and said, "There are some things that I already know. This time I have troubled the Li clan leader to come to my clan. I feel that it's better for the descendants to decide on their own marriage. I heard that my descendant seems to be unwilling to marry, so I think we should just forget about this marriage." The Li clan leader's expression changed as soon as he heard that. At the same time, some of the big shots and ordinary disciples of the Bai clan were shocked. "Progenitor, you can't. That young man from the Li clan is." Bai Mabai said anxiously. The Bai clan's progenitor turned his head and glanced at Bai Mabai indifferently. Immediately, the latter trembled and did not dare to speak anymore. "Senior Bai, my son has the Sun King physique, the Li clan leader spoke. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. "It has nothing to do with the physique. Let's forget about the marriage. I apologize on behalf of the Bai clan." Everyone was stunned. They never thought that things would take such a drastic turn. A wisp of the Bai clan's ancestor's soul walked out from the supreme divine territory and stood with Lin Tian. He actually wanted to reject the marriage between the Bai clan and the Li clan. Pinbooknet. "Senior Bai, you may not know, but my son has the sun physique, and your descendant is, I know." The Li clan leader's words were once again interrupted by the Bai clan's ancestor. "Father, let's go." Li Guhuang spoke. He was a young paragon with the Sun King physique, known as the number one of his generation. Naturally, he had his own dignity. He didn't care about the so-called marriage, but now, he naturally didn't want to stay and be humiliated. "You want to leave?" A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he took a step forward. He wanted to kill Li Guhuang. At this moment, a hand reached out from the side. The Bai clan's ancestor stopped Lin Tian. This was his Bai clan, and the Li clan came for the marriage. If Lin Tian killed the Sun physique in the Bai clan, it would directly provoke a battle to the death between the two clans. At that time, who knew how many descendants would die? He, the Bai clan's ancestor, naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. Obviously, he knew what the Bai clan's ancestor was thinking. The Bai clan's ancestor looked at a big shot of the Bai clan and said, "Send the guests out." The big shots of the Bai clan's expression froze, and they all hesitated. The Li clan leader's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with anger. This was humiliation. "Let's go." With a flick of his sleeve, the Li clan leader directly walked out of the Bai clan. Li Guhuang glanced coldly at Lin Tian, his eyes like a murderous sword. "I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I'll chop off your head." Lin Tian's words were simple. Staring at Li Guhuang, his words were sonorous, and his aura was extremely strong, causing the Bai clan's disciples to tremble. Send the guests out. The Bai clan's ancestor's voice sounded again, and it was still the same two words. Some of the big shots of the Bai clan had no choice but to step out and politely sent the Li and Li clan's father and son out. At this time, in this place, everyone was staring at the Bai clan progenitor. Bai family's first ancestor looked at Bai Ma Bai, then at the grand elders and Bai family's head, he said, to the Wushan palace of the family. Then, he turned to Lin Tian and Bai Ziki, you two, follow me. The No-God Palace was an extremely important palace in the Bai clan. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to enter. Only important guests would enter the No-God Palace. Primogenitor, that is a very important place. Bai Mo Bai said, glancing at Lin Tian. Not only him, at this moment, the other big shots of the Bai clan were also staring at Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was an outsider, an enemy of their entire clan. At this time, they were actually a little confused. They didn't know what had happened in the Supreme Divine Domain, and they didn't understand why their ancestor was so friendly to Lin Tian. Do as I say. The Bai clan's ancestor said calmly. Bai Mo Bai trembled, but he could only nod and say, yes. Although he was in the Great Virtue Realm, the Bai clan's ancestor had reached the Enlightenment Realm in his later years and was extremely powerful. Although the Bai clan's ancestor was only a remnant soul now, his aura was still very terrifying. In addition, he was an ancestor of the Bai clan, so he was even more respectful. The Bai clan's ancestor walked in front, while Lin Tian and Bai Ziki followed behind him, walking towards the center of the Bai clan. The Bai clan's head looked at Lin Tian with a complicated expression, then followed Bai Mo Bai and the others slowly. Soon, the group disappeared in front of them. The marriage alliance is over just like that? The primogenitor actually, many disciples of the Bai clan muttered. Soon, some people recovered from the shock, and their expressions changed again. They were extremely anxious. Where's our antidote? Yes, Lin Tian, he won't leave, right? Many people shouted. For a moment, the scene became chaotic again. Fortunately, there were other important figures of the Bai clan here, and the situation was quickly stabilized. Don't worry, the patriarch won't forget about this. He will definitely get the antidote. A powerhouse who had reached the immortal realm spoke with a strange look in his eyes. Moreover, judging from the primogenitor's attitude towards Lin Tian, it will be very easy to get the antidote in the future. The Wushan Palace was built with star stones, and it contained starlight and abundant spirit qi. How many years has it been? Looking at the palace, the Bai clan's ancestor sighed. He had built this place single-handedly, and the last time he came here was thousands of years ago. Today, thousands of years later, he came here again, but he was already dead and would soon dissipate. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki stood at the side and did not say anything. Bai Mo Bai and some other important figures of the Bai clan stood further away with respectful expressions, but they did not say anything. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. The Bai clan's ancestor finally turned around and looked at the important figures of the Bai clan. There are two things. Listen carefully. Please speak, primogenitor. With Bai Mo Bai as the leader, the important figures of the Bai clan suddenly looked serious and looked at the Bai clan's ancestor seriously. The Bai clan's ancestor said, first, from now on, you are not allowed to discuss the marriage with the Sun King physique of the Li clan. This matter is completely dropped, and no one is allowed to mention it again. In the future, you are not allowed to interfere with the freedom of the Sun King physique. Of course, I'm talking about the important matters of her life. In other matters, you still have to discipline her as usual. After all, she is a junior. Although the Bai clan's ancestor had already rejected the marriage and asked someone to send the father and son of the Li clan away, Bai Mo Bai and the other Taishan elders still had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. They were very confused. The union of the Sun King physique and the Sun King physique could increase their clan's strength greatly in the future. Why did the Bai clan's ancestor reject the marriage? The Bai clan's leader let out a long sigh of relief. As Bai Qiu's father, how could he force his daughter to marry someone she didn't like? However, everyone else in the clan had the same opinion. As the leader of the Bai clan, he had to consider the clan's future. Now that the Bai clan's ancestor had said this personally, no one dared to disobey or force Bai Qiu anymore. As her father, he was naturally happy. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. The Bai clan's ancestor looked at everyone and said, "Do you understand?" Bai Mo Bai and the others sighed in their hearts, but in the end they all nodded heavily and said, "Understood." This was the request of their clan's ancestor. As the descendants, how could they dare to disobey? The Bai clan's ancestor nodded and pointed at Lin Tian. He said, "The second thing is that the grudges between the Bai clan and him will be resolved. Speaking of which, the fault lies with you first. Of course, he is also at fault, so the two matters are resolved peacefully." Then, the Bai clan's ancestor's eyes flashed. He said, "From now on, I want you to stand behind him. If he needs anything, do everything you can to satisfy him. If anyone wants to harm him, stand out and protect him." What? Hearing this, Bai Mo Bai and the others' expressions changed. "Ancestor, he's just an outsider, and why do you want us to stand behind him and protect him?" "Ancestor, why? Please let us know," a supreme elder said. Lin Tian had openly attacked the Bai clan, causing the Bai clan to lose face. However, the Bai clan's ancestor said something like this at this time, which confused everyone. They knew that the ancestor of their clan wouldn't make such a request for no reason. There must be a reason. However, they didn't know what the reason was, and they wanted to know. "You don't need to know. Just do as I say. You just need to know that I'm doing this for the good of the clan," the Bai clan's ancestor said. The Bai clan's ancestor naturally knew about the importance of the reincarnation body. Therefore, even to the core members of his clan, he didn't say anything. He only asked the clan to do everything possible to support Lin Tian, as a way to protect Lin Tian's cultivation. As long as Lin Tian achieved the great achievement of the reincarnation body, he would be invincible in the world. The Bai clan could also rely on the power of the reincarnation body to become stronger day by day. It wouldn't be a problem for them to become 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger. But ancestor, he, Bai Mo Bai and the others frowned. The Bai clan's patriarch was a little surprised. He stared at Lin Tian and his expression changed again. After that, the Bai clan's patriarch looked at his eldest son, Bai Ziki, and found that Bai Ziki's expression didn't change. He wasn't surprised by the Bai clan's ancestor's request at all. It was as if he already knew about it. This made the Bai clan's patriarch even more surprised. What happened in the past few days in the divine region? How did things turn out like this? Hearing the second request of the Bai clan's patriarch, Lin Tian was a little surprised. However, he quickly returned to normal. He naturally knew what the Bai clan's patriarch was thinking about. He bowed slightly to the Bai clan's patriarch and said, "Senior, you don't have to do this. In the end, you have to rely on yourself in the path of cultivation. Although the flowers in the greenhouse look bright, it's difficult for them to experience the hardships of the outside world. I'll walk my own path. It'll be better and steadier if I walk it myself." Hearing this, Bai Mo Bai and the others' expressions changed again. They instinctively resisted the second request of the Bai clan's patriarch. They didn't expect that Lin Tian, who was supposed to benefit from it, would directly reject it. This made them feel a little surprised. Of course, it also made them feel even more uncomfortable. After all, they were an ancient aristocratic family. Many people were begging for their protection. However, this person in front of them didn't care at all. The Bai clan's patriarch's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "Not bad, you're bold." Then, he added, "However, on the path of cultivation, sometimes it's good to have a helping hand. It'll save you a lot of trouble. In short, it's all up to you. If you need anything in the future, just come to the Bai clan and ask. You don't have to be polite to them." Lin Tian nodded. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. The corner of his lips curled up and he said, "Any request?" The Bai clan's patriarch was a little confused when he saw Lin Tian's expression. However, he still nodded and said, "Of course, any request is fine." Although the Bai clan's patriarch had only known Lin Tian for a short period of time, he had lived for a long time. He knew how to judge people very well. He wasn't worried that Lin Tian would make any unreasonable requests. Alright, I'll ask now. Is that okay? Lin Tian asked. Of course. The Bai clan's patriarch affirmed again. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Bai Mabai and the rest of the Bai family's big shots' faces turned green. What did you say? No. We don't agree. Asking the old man of the Bai family to step out of the family to invite a 16-year-old girl back to the family, where could they put their faces? Bai Ziqi's eyes flashed. He did not expect Lin Tian to make such a request, but he was happy to see it. Lin Tian did not say anything, but he tilted his head and looked at Bai family's first ancestor. Do as he says. Bai family's first ancestor smiled. Although Bai family's first ancestor felt that Lin Tian's request hurt the dignity of Bai Mabai and the rest, it was not a big deal. After all, the person he wanted to invite was the little princess of his bloodline. It was not a big deal, it was not too much. Bai Mabai and the rest did not look good, they glared at Lin Tian. Bai family's patriarch smiled bitterly. Lin Tian's request was like a slap to their faces, he wanted to avenge his little daughter. Alright, it's decided. You guys can go later. Bai family's first ancestor said. First ancestor, we can't, this, she's a junior, we're old, we can't do this. The Bai family's big shots looked terrible, they looked like they had swallowed a fly. Do as I say. Bai family's first ancestor said lightly. Although Bai Mabai and the rest were unwilling, they could not refute Bai family's first ancestor's insistence, they could only nod with a pale face. First ancestor, all of our ordinary disciples are poisoned by his rising adversity pill, please ask him to give us the antidote. Bai Mabai said. Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Mabai gritted his teeth. Bai family's first ancestor nodded and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian understood and did not say anything. He took out 10 small jade bottles and threw them to Bai Mo Bai, one for each of you. After refining the rising adversity pill, before he came to the Bai family, he also found time to refine the antidote. This kind of antidote was not troublesome to refine. With his cultivation as a level 5 alchemist, it only took him a few hours to refine many antidotes. After receiving the antidote, Bai Mabai was finally relieved. With that, the disciples of the Bai clan were finally safe. Primogenitor, should I distribute the antidote first? Bai Mabai said. Of course. The Bai clan's first ancestor nodded. He looked at Bai Ziqi and said, you and the others should leave the godless temple first. I have something to discuss with him in private. Remember what I told you before, the Bai family will have to rely on you in the future. A bright light flashed in Bai Ziqi's eyes. He seemed to have understood something. After glancing at Lin Tian, he nodded heavily. He took a step back and bowed to the Bai clan's first ancestor. Then, he slowly left the godless temple. The Bai clan's patriarch and the other supreme elders were stunned. They looked at Bai Ziqi's actions with a strange expression. You all should leave too. Don't let anyone disturb us here. The Bai clan's first ancestor said. Yes. The Bai clan's big shots nodded and left respectfully. Soon, the group was far away from the godless temple. Ziqi, Bai Mabai called out to Bai Ziqi and asked, what happened in the godless domain? Why is the first ancestor's attitude towards that young man so strange? Yes, it's strange. One of the supreme elders said. The Bai clan's big shots gathered around. The Bai clan's patriarch also asked, wanting to know the reason. Bai Ziqi's face was calm as he said, I don't know. You don't know? How is that possible? You came out with him and walked out with him. You should know. The Bai clan's big shots frowned. I don't know. Bai Ziqi's words were simple, just like before. Lin Tian was a reincarnated body. This matter was very important. He knew very well that he couldn't tell the Bai clan about it. Although he knew that the Bai clan's people would be very happy if he told them, it wasn't a big deal. He couldn't reveal this matter. The door of the godless temple was closed. At this moment, only the Bai clan's patriarch and Lin Tian were left in the temple. The Bai clan's patriarch looked at Lin Tian and said, I still want to ask you a question. Do you have feelings for my descendant? Lin Tian was stunned. He didn't expect the Bai clan's patriarch to be so direct. It will disappear completely. So, there's no need to beat around the bush. The Bai clan's patriarch said with a smile. Lin Tian was silent. If it was about feelings, after being together for so long, it was impossible for him to not have feelings. He stared at the Bai clan's patriarch, but he paused and said, I already have a lover. The Bai clan's patriarch was taken aback. He then smiled and said, so what? A good man naturally has many lovers. This is a very normal thing. Which of the masters of the great factions doesn't have many wives and concubines? There's no need to care about this. In the world of cultivators, it was very common for men to be together with beauties. However, Lin Tian hesitated on this point. This meant that he was not a child's play and was very cautious. This made the Bai clan's ancestor slightly surprised. Of course, he was also very satisfied. This was enough to show that Lin Tian was a very sentimental person. It was definitely a good thing for his descendants to follow such a person. Lin Tian was speechless and rolled his eyes. The Bai clan ancestor said, from what you said to Ziki, I can see that the descendant of my extreme physique has taken a liking to you. Since you have feelings for her, then don't worry too much about this. It's not a big deal. In the world of cultivators, this is all too normal. Seize this opportunity and don't leave any regrets in your life. Lin Tian was even more speechless. What did he mean by took a liking to you? It didn't sound good. He was a man. The Bai clan's patriarch seemed to know what Lin Tian was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, don't mind it too much. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and said again, to be honest, this old man still doesn't quite understand why you went to the first layer of heaven. Lin Tian opened his mouth, wondering if he should say it. If it's inconvenient, then pretend this old man didn't say anything. The Bai clan's patriarch smiled. Lin Tian shook his head and said, I came from the first layer of heaven. My sister and lover are in the first layer of heaven. I've been away for too long and wanted to go back and take a look. The Bai clan's patriarch was now a remnant soul and would dissipate soon. Moreover, the Bai clan's patriarch treated him well and would not harm him. Moreover, he still needed the Bai clan's patriarch's help. If he deliberately hid things from the Bai clan's patriarch, he would feel embarrassed. Oh? You came from the first layer of heaven. Didn't the first layer of heaven have some problems? The Bai clan's patriarch was puzzled. When I came here, I had the help of an expert to block the destructive power of the first layer of heaven. Lin Tian said. Of course, he didn't say who the expert was. I see. The Bai clan's patriarch nodded and looked at Lin Tian with satisfaction. You always think of your family and lover. Very good. Very good. My remnant soul won't be able to hold on for long. Being able to transform into pure soul energy to protect you between the first heaven and the second heaven before dissipating can be considered a good thing. My dissipation is very valuable. Lin Tian was stunned and bowed seriously. Thank you, senior. No need to thank me. This is an equivalent exchange. I will help you now, and in the future, when your king body reaches the great accomplishment stage, you will protect my descendants. The Bai clan's patriarch shook his head. I still have to thank you. Lin Tian said seriously. Although the Bai clan's patriarch's remnant soul would dissipate soon, he also knew that the Bai clan's patriarch wanted to pressure him. The Bai clan's patriarch valued him as a reincarnation body. However, he still had to thank him. The Bai clan's patriarch nodded and glanced at the godless temple. Looking around, the Bai clan's patriarch was silent for dozens of breaths, feeling everything here. It's about time. Get ready. The Bai clan's patriarch said. Lin Tian naturally knew what the Bai clan's patriarch was going to do. He nodded and stood quietly in place. The Bai clan's patriarch's remnant soul began to glow, gradually becoming brighter and brighter. An extremely powerful energy surged out. One day, I will be able to see the birth of a reincarnation body. As a cultivator, I am even luckier than the 9 heavenly lords. Staring at Lin Tian, the Bai clan's patriarch laughed and said, I hope you will reach the great accomplishment stage soon and break through to the 10th heaven. The Bai clan's patriarch's remnant soul became even more dazzling. Thank you, Senior. If the Bai clan needs help in the future, whether this junior has a great accomplishment or not, I will not stand by and do my best to help. Lin Tian said seriously. Good, good, good. With your words, everything is enough. The Bai clan's patriarch nodded. With a bang, the Supreme Temple was completely shrouded in light. In the end, all the light condensed into one, turning into the purest light that shot straight into Lin Tian's abdomen and disappeared. This was the pure soul power of the Bai clan's patriarch. It could temporarily be stored in Lin Tian's body, and it could help Lin Tian pass through the first heaven spacetime gate twice in the future. The light in the temple intertwined for a dozen breaths before completely dissipating. The light on Lin Tian's body faded, and a moment later, it returned to normal. At this time, he clearly felt that there was an additional power in his body, lingering around his abdomen like a light shield, protecting his life source. It was also at this time that the Bai clan's patriarch's consciousness completely dissipated. Thank you. Lin Tian said silently in his heart. Returning to the first heaven was too important for him now. He paused in the temple, then pushed open the door and walked out. Not far away, Baiziki stood silently, looking in this direction. At the same time, there were other important figures of the Bai clan beside him. Previously, the Bai clan's great Dao realm patriarch had already distributed the antidote for the rising adversity pill that Lin Tian had given. The young disciples of the Bai clan had also returned to normal. At this time, a group of important figures was waiting here. Where's my clan's patriarch? Seeing Lin Tian come out, Bai Mabai stepped forward and asked. Bai Mabai had already observed the Supreme Temple and did not find the Bai clan's patriarch's figure and aura, so he asked Lin Tian. His soul has dissipated. Lin Tian said. The Bai clan's great Dao realm expert and some other important figures of the Bai clan trembled. Although they knew that the patriarch of their clan was in a remnant soul state and could not hold on for long, when they heard Lin Tian's words, they could not help but reveal sad expressions. After all, that was the patriarch of the Bai clan. How could they not be sad when their patriarch had completely disappeared? Only Baiziki did not have any reaction. He knew a lot of things, so he just stood at the side and stared at Lin Tian indifferently. The important figures of the Bai clan bowed seriously in the direction of the Supreme Temple and mourned for dozens of breaths' time. The Bai clan's great Dao realm patriarch looked at Lin Tian and asked, just now, what did the patriarch say to you? There's no need to tell you. Lin Tian Dao. He really did not have a good impression of these important figures of the Bai clan. The Bai clan's great Dao realm expert frowned, feeling that Lin Tian's words were a little harsh. What kind of attitude is that? A grand elder was displeased. This is my attitude. If you don't like it, then don't look. Lin Tiantan glanced at this person and said, now, all of you follow me and personally invite the people who were forced away by you back to the clan. This is also the intention of your Bai clan's patriarch. You'd better not go back on your words at this time. Of course, if you want to be unfilial and unfilial disciples, then pretend that I didn't say anything. End of this chapter. Hearing Lin Tian's words, apart from the Bai family's patriarch, Bai Zai, all the big shots had ugly expressions as they glared at Lin Tian. If it weren't for the fact that the Bai family's patriarch had given them some instructions, they would have strangled Lin Tian to death already. Reading, let's go. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Mo Bai said coldly, the family needs someone to guard it. Zai can go with you, we can't leave the family. Asking them to personally invite a 16-year-old girl back to the family, where would they put their face? What a joke, your Bai family overlooks the second heaven, why would you need someone to guard it? If there is no reason, who would come in? Or are you saying that other than forcing her to marry you, all of you have done something else that offends the heavens? Lin Tianling laughed. He knew what Bai Mo Bai and the others were thinking. They were afraid of losing face, but he wanted to make them lose face. What did you say? My Bai family is upright and upright. When have we ever done anything that offends the heavens? You've gone too far. A few elders said angrily. Lin Tian snorted and stared at them coldly, either follow me to invite her back, or be an unfilial son and kneel in front of your Bai family's ancestor in the future. Of course, if you choose the latter, I will take her to another place and never let her return to the Bai family. I don't say empty words, I will do what I say, you better not force me. You. Bai Mo Bai and the others were shocked. Lin Tian's words were forceful and incisive. If they didn't go, then they would be considered unfilial and unfilial disciples. At the same time, Lin Tian's last words made the expressions of all the great figures change. The marriage with the extreme yang physique was definitely impossible. If Lin Tian really took Bai Qiu away, they would lose another extreme yang physique. Let's go. Bai Mo Bai gritted his teeth and said. The Bai family's ancestor ordered them to stand behind Lin Tian and support Lin Tian. Of course, they wouldn't dare to do anything to Lin Tian. Why didn't you agree at the beginning? Why struggle and embarrass yourself? Lin Tian Dao. The faces of the Bai family's big shots were dark, but they didn't say anything. They just glared fiercely at Lin Tian. Pig, let's go together. Lin Tian said to Bai Ziki. He and Bai Ziki walked in the front while Bai Ma Bai followed behind them. The other important figures of the Bai family walked out one by one. When the group of people walked past the Bai family's pavilion, some of the ordinary disciples of the Bai family saw them, and all of them revealed looks of surprise. That Lin Tian is with our clan's holy son. The old ancestor of the great Dao realm is actually following behind them? Also, grand elders, and patriarch, many disciples of the Bai family were stunned. The Bai family's patriarch was at the great Dao realm, the grand elders were at the peak of the immortal ascension realm, and the patriarch was at the sixth heaven of the immortal ascension realm. Every one of them could look down on the second heaven. They were the soul of the Bai family, especially the Bai family's patriarch. He was a powerhouse who truly stood at the top of the second heaven. But now, he was following behind Lin Tian without saying a word. This made the disciples of the Bai family so shocked that their jaws almost fell off. This was too dramatic. Soon, the group of people crossed the Bai family's gate and walked out of the clan. For a moment, many cultivators outside the Bai family were shocked. Lin Tian? He's out. There's also the Bai family's thunder god physique. Then behind him, oh my god. It's the patriarch of the Bai family? Also, who are those old men? Could they be the grand elders of the Bai family, and... Someone stared at the Bai family's great Dao realm patriarch and suddenly felt his heart tremble. That old man, what a terrifying aura. Could it be the Bai family's great Dao realm powerhouse? What's going on? The Bai family's soul realm powerhouse is actually following behind Lin Tian? Didn't he barge into the Bai family? Why, now he's... Everyone was stunned. Not long ago, the news of the marriage between the Bai family and the Li family with the sun physique had spread, causing the second heaven to be greatly shocked. Many cultivators gathered outside the Bai family. Then, Lin Tian barged into the Bai family alone, pushing this matter to the peak, causing even more cultivators to gather outside the Bai family. They all wanted to see the final outcome of this matter and waited for the final result. In fact, all the cultivators were thinking that Lin Tian would definitely die if he barged into the Bai family. After all, the Bai family was an ancient family that had been passed down since ancient times. The family's foundation was extremely terrifying. Not to mention that Lin Tianji was a flying cultivator, even a great Dao realm powerhouse might not be able to walk out of the Bai family's gate alive. But now, Lin Tian walked out calmly, which made the cultivators' hearts palpitate. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that they actually saw the Bai family's soul realm powerhouse following behind Lin Tian as if Lin Tian was the leader. Many people were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens! My God! This is heaven-defying. Master, come out and look at the immortal. Many people stared at Lin Tian and muttered to themselves. Among them, there were also many people who were secretly pointing at the many great members of the Bai clan, recounting the glorious battle achievements of these great members of the Bai clan. They were either dominating those of the same generation or having unparalleled talent. However, at this very moment, all of these glorious battle achievements were undoubtedly setting off the greatness of another person. That person was Lin Tian. With Bai Ma Bai as the leader, the big shots of the Bai family all had ugly expressions on their faces. Their faces were even redder than eggplants. The master of the Bai family, on the other hand, had a bitter smile on his face. He felt that he and the others were like criminals who were being paraded through the streets in the mortal world. He felt helpless. Of course, he didn't blame Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was doing all this for the sake of his daughter. Before long, Lin Tian's group was far away from the Bai family's soul realm. The soul realm powerhouses of the Bai family are following Lin Tian. Where are they going? Everyone was surprised. Not long after, Lin Tian led the Bai clan into a green mountain and arrived in front of a small thatched cottage. Looking around, the small courtyard was a bit messy. Many places were filled with holes, as if it had been attacked by some terrifying power. Even the tables and chairs in the middle of the courtyard were broken. At this moment, a young man was standing in the middle of the courtyard. On the other side of him was a young woman. The young woman looked very haggard, and there were traces of tears on her face. The young man was Xianxia. The young woman was Bai Qiu. Not long ago, Lin Tian entrusted Bai Qiu to Xianxia to take care of while he went to the Bai family alone to bring Bai Ziki out. When Bai Qiu woke up and heard Xianxia say that Lin Tian was going to the Bai family alone, she became even more anxious. Several times, she wanted to leave and go back to the Bai family because she knew how terrifying her family was. Lin Tian was simply courting death. However, Xianxia was very strong. Since Lin Tian asked him to take care of Bai Qiu, he naturally wouldn't let Bai Qiu leave. Even though Bai Qiu supported the starry sky moon of the king's territory, she was still stopped. However, the thatched cottage and small courtyard were not so lucky. They were almost completely destroyed, and many places had to be repaired several times. From afar, Lin Tian saw Bai Qiu's haggard appearance and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. At the same time, in the middle of the courtyard, Xianxia had already noticed Lin Tian and the others. "He's here," Xianxia said to Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu was half squatting, hugging her calf. When she heard this, she looked up and her expression changed. "Lin Tian. Brother." She was overjoyed. She suddenly stood up and ran out of the small courtyard. Like a rabbit, she bumped into Lin Tian's arms. She sniffled and tears flowed down her face. These days, when she heard that Lin Tian had broken into the Bai family, she was afraid every day. Every day, she wanted to rush back to the Bai family, but she was stopped by Xianxia every time. "Don't cry." Lin Tian comforted her, wiped away her tears, and smoothed her messy hair. "Don't forget about me." An unhappy voice sounded from the side. Bai Ziki's expression turned a little dark. That was his younger sister, and she was actually the first to rush towards Lin Tian. Bai Qiu sniffled and threw herself into Bai Ziki's arms, hugging Bai Ziki tightly. It was really like a little child who had been wandering outside for a long time and suddenly saw her closest relative. She said with a sobbing voice, "Brother, you're fine. This is great." Bai Ziki's face instantly softened, and he rubbed Bai Qiu's head dotingly. Lin Tian smiled and nodded at Xianxia. Then, he looked at the people from the Bai family. "What are you in a daze for?" he said indifferently. When the Bai clan's great Dao realm experts, as well as the other grand elders and the others, had come here, they had been very unhappy. However, when they saw how haggard and crying their clan's little princess with the grading physique looked, all of their hearts softened. Some of them revealed looks of guilt. After all, no matter what, Bai Qiu was their blood relative. She was the descendant of their closest kin. "Girl, it's our fault. Come back to the family with us. In the future, we won't force you to marry again," the Bai family's old ancestor said. Bai Zai personally stepped forward and said with a guilty expression, "Daughter, I'm sorry. Father was wrong. I shouldn't have forced you." The other supreme elders also stepped forward and sighed. With gentle words, they invited Bai Qiu to return to the family. In the past, they only wanted to make the family stronger. But now, seeing Bai Qiu so haggard and crying because of them, and thinking back to how obedient Bai Qiu was when she was young, they couldn't help but reveal looks of guilt. "Really?" Bai Qiu was a little scared, but also a little happy. She looked at the Bai family's big shots. She had been looking forward to hearing this all this time. "Really?" Bai Mabai nodded seriously. In the end, Bai Qiu was truly happy. Naturally, she was willing to follow her father, Bai Zai, and the others back to the family. At the same time, the Bai family's big shots all smiled. They were all like elders leading the family, and their expressions were very gentle. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He was naturally very happy to see this. He walked over to Xianxia, summoned the divine saber, and carefully handed it over. Many thanks. The divine saber that Xianxia lent him had been of great help to him when he broke into the Bai family. Xianxia took the saber from Lin Tian. He didn't say much, and simply nodded at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, Bai Qiu said, running over to him. Come home with me. She knew that it was all thanks to Lin Tian that the important members of the Bai clan had come looking for her and promised not to force her to marry him. She was very happy. Not for now. I'll come find you when I have time. Lin Tian shook his head. For the time being, he wanted to stay with Xianxia and adjust himself before heading back to the first heaven. Why? Come home with me? Bai Qiu asked softly. The head of the Bai clan also extended an invitation. It's best if you don't go. Bai Ziki said. Lin Tian was amused by Bai Ziki. Since you don't want me to go, I'll just have to go. That's great. Bai Qiu said happily. Then, she sincerely expressed her gratitude and apology to Xianxia. She had been messing around with Xianxia's residence for the past few days. After that, she invited Xianxia to visit the Bai clan. However, Xianxia was even more resolute than Lin Tian. He shook his head and said that he had his own business to attend to. Lin Tian nodded at Xianxia, then left with the rest of the Bai clan. At night, a banquet was held in the Bai clan to welcome the princess back to the clan. Of course, it was also for Lin Tian. Young man, you're right. Clans exist to protect their descendants. How could we let them shed tears and sacrifice themselves? One of the immortal reaching experts proposed a toast to Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't say anything. Although he didn't like alcohol, he drained it in one gulp. The other party had already put down his pride and lowered his stance. If he still didn't drink, it would be too arrogant. Young man, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for my daughter and eldest son. The head of the Bai clan said sincerely. Although he was the head of the clan, he still raised his cup with both hands. It's my duty. Lin Tian Dao. He had a slightly better impression of the Bai clan's patriarch. He wasn't willing to force Bai Qiu to marry someone she didn't like. It was just that one person couldn't decide the fate of the entire clan. When he had barged into the Bai clan, this middle-aged man had not really made things difficult for him. He had even begged the grand elders to let him go. Although he did not need it, he still felt warm in his heart. He raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Not long after, the Bai clan's great Dao realm old ancestor personally came over. All the grudges of the past will be settled with this cup of wine. Elder ancestor Bai did not say much and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. All right. Lin Tian nodded. With a smile, all enmity and grudges were erased, and with a sip of wine, he once again downed the wine in his cup. This banquet was very harmonious. During this time, under the mediation of some of the big shots of the Bai family, some of the younger disciples of the Bai family also put aside their prejudices against Lin Tian. Some of the outstanding disciples came to propose a toast, and their expressions were very respectful. Lin Tian did not like to drink, but he knew how to distinguish the occasion. On this night, he did not refuse anyone who came to propose a toast. Lin Tian, drink with me? Bai Qiu's face was red. He hugged a wine jar and spoke to Lin Tian with his tongue stuck out. His steps were almost unsteady. Lin Tian, Bai Ziki was at the side, and his face instantly darkened. He ordered the two female attendants of the clan, drag him away. Upon receiving the order, the female attendants hurriedly dragged Bai Qiu to a courtyard of the Bai family. That was Bai Qiu's room. Don't drag me, I want to drink. I am happy, let me drink. Bai Qiu kicked and kicked, but unfortunately, it was useless. Soon, he was dragged out of the banquet by the two female attendants. Not far away, some of the ordinary disciples of the Bai family wanted to laugh, but in the end, they held back their laughter and almost cried. Bai Ziki looked at Lin Tian and handed him a cup of wine. Drink it. What kind of attitude is that? Lin Tian was speechless. But even so, he still drank the wine that Bai Ziki handed him without leaving a drop behind. Good alcohol tolerance. Bai Ziki's eyes flashed, and he handed him another cup of wine. Lin Tian took it and drank it in one gulp. Bai Ziki nodded silently and handed him a big bowl. Lin Tian, if you don't want to, then forget it. Bai Ziki said. You want to get me drunk? You can't. Lin Tian ondao. Bai Ziki didn't say anything else. He picked up the wine jar and poured it into his mouth. Then, he stared at Lin Tian indifferently. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, picked up a jar of wine, and drank it directly. He just didn't like to drink, but it didn't mean that he couldn't hold his liquor. In the blink of an eye, the two of them stared at each other and brought out jar after jar of treasured wine to drink with each other. Soon, the two of them drank nearly 10 jars of treasured wine each, and they both felt lightheaded. Then, two different voices sounded from time to time. Bastard! Stupid pig head! The two of them seemed to dislike each other. After a while, they started to wrestle with each other under the influence of the wine. I'll kick you to death. Bastard! The two of them cursed. Nearby, the people of the Bai family, this is our chosen saint, and that Lin Kuangren? This, should we pull them apart? This? Forget it? I think so too. Many disciples muttered. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki both drank a lot. They didn't use their true qi when they wrestled. It was purely a physical fight, but even so, their physical bodies were very terrifying. Who would dare to pull them apart? If they were accidentally punched, they would probably be bedridden for a few months. These people weren't stupid. Several big shots of the Bai family stared at them and looked at each other, but no one stepped forward to watch. The disciples of the Bai family, the night passed quickly. In the morning, the sun rose and shone on the ground. Lin Tian felt a headache. When he opened his eyes, he was actually lying in the courtyard of the Bai family. Next to him, Bai Ziki was still unconscious. He grabbed his hair tightly and pulled it hard from time to time. Lin Tian was speechless. You two are so close. A voice floated in front of them. Bai Qiao squatted in front of them and stared at Lin Tian and Bai Ziki with her beautiful big eyes. Lin Tian was even more speechless. He kicked Bai Ziki away. Don't kick my brother so hard. Bai Qiao muttered. Lin Tian stood up, patted the dust off his body, and used a baodan to get rid of the smell on his body. Only then did he walk towards Bai Qiao. You're the legendary one who gets drunk after a cup. You were so drunk last night. He teased. Bai Qiao blushed. She vaguely remembered what happened last night. When she heard Lin Tian mention it, she suddenly felt embarrassed. She mumbled, "Thank you for taking such a big risk for me." Lin Tian barged into the Bai family alone, brought out Bai Ziki, and made the Bai family's old ancestor completely remove the marriage alliance between her and the Li family. This made her very touched and happy. One should know that her family was a great aristocratic family with a legacy from ancient times. Ordinary Great Dao realm cultivators would not dare to barge in, but Lin Tian barged in with a cultivation of the Zephyr realm. He was practically disregarding his own safety. When did you become so polite? Lin Tian smiled. I should thank you, Bai Qiao said. Okay. How are you going to thank me? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Bai Qiao was stunned. She blinked and said, Then I can thank you in any way you want me to. Lin Tianyi was stunned. He felt that this girl's expression when she blinked was really a little cute. I'm just saying. He smiled and said. Bai Qiao rolled his eyes. He did not say anything else as he led Lin Tian around the interior of the Bai clan. Lin Tian had barged into the Bai family before, but because he was here to barge in, he did not take a detailed look at the Bai family's interior. Now that he was with Bai Qiao, he finally saw how vast the Bai family's interior was. There were countless pavilions and immortal pavilions, and there were even treasured islands floating in the air. He could see many extraordinary immortal plants everywhere, and the spiritual qi was extremely astonishing. How luxurious. Lin Tian sighed. What's the use of having a luxurious appearance? What's important is what's inside. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian could not help but laugh loudly. You're just a 16-year-old little girl, and you're actually imitating adults to say such profound words. You're only 1 year older than me. Bai Qiu mumbled. The two of them walked in the Bai family's interior. The man's figure was tall and slender, while the woman's appearance was beautiful. All the disciples of the Bai family cast sidelong glances at them. Our clan's eldest princess is still so beautiful. The eldest princess and Lin Tian are walking together. At first glance, they look quite compatible. Speaking of which, why is the eldest princess much more docile? Many people pointed at the two of them and whispered. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's cultivation levels were extraordinary. Naturally, they could hear these voices. Are you very rebellious and fierce at home? Lin Tian asked with a smile. No, I'm very obedient. Look, I'm very obedient now, aren't I? Am I very ladylike? Bai Qiu blinked. She really looked like an obedient girl. Lin Tian immediately blushed with shame and said, Don't be like this. It's better to maintain your usual appearance. You like naughty and willful girls? No problem. I know the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. I'll definitely satisfy you. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian, the Bai family was surrounded by immortal mountains and occupied an astonishingly large area. The two of them wandered around the Bai family's residence. Soon, they entered a forest with rich spirit qi. Bai Qiu said, This is my backyard. There are a few docile spirit beasts here. Lin Tian looked around. This forest was basically an immortal mountain. It was actually the backyard of the Bai family. How luxurious. Come here. Bai Qiu pulled Lin Tian into the depths of the forest. Soon, a few snow-white demonic beasts appeared in their sight. They were very large. Lin Tian was shocked. He could feel the strength of these demonic beasts. They were definitely at the level of grand demons. Little snow, little spirit, little beast. Bai Qiu called out. The 3 demonic beasts immediately turned around. When they saw Bai Qiu, they were immediately overjoyed. They ran towards him, causing the ground to tremble. At this moment, Lin Tian finally remembered what these demonic beasts were. They were called snow spirit beasts and were very rare. Back at Wuji Gate, you said you would give me a few snow spirit beasts. You really did give me some. He rolled his eyes. Of course. I've never lied to you. Bai Qiu nodded. Although the 3 snow spirit beasts had huge physiques and were great demons, they were very close to Bai Qiu. One of the snow spirit beasts, which was called Little Spirit, crouched down, and a pure demon energy guided Bai Qiu to its back. Lin Tian smiled and walked forward. He was about to climb up with Bai Qiu. Little Spirit turned its head and stared at Lin Tian with its demonic eyes. It didn't want Lin Tian to come closer. Lin Tian stopped and said angrily, Lie down, or I'll stew you. This snow spirit beast was very powerful and had a strong demonic aura. However, at this moment, it suddenly trembled. It was frightened by Lin Tian. One had to know that with Lin Tian's current strength, it would not take much effort to kill an ordinary early-stage immortal. At this time, he deliberately glared and released a trace of his aura. How could an ordinary airborne realm great demon be able to withstand it? Why are you so fierce? It's still a child. Bai Qiu said. It's already 3 meters tall. If it's still a child, then you're a baby. Lin Tian was speechless. He jumped lightly and appeared on the back of the snow spirit beast, sitting beside Bai Qiu. Its fur is quite smooth. He touched the snow spirit beast's back and said. Of course, it's very comfortable. Bai Qiu said. She often played with several snow spirit beasts. When she patted the snow spirit beast's neck gently, it immediately understood and moved, walking into the depths of the forest. Beside it, the other 2 snow spirit beasts naturally followed slowly. This forest was very big. Bai Qiu had the snow spirit beast ride, but it only covered 1/30 of the forest in a day. It's really big. It's too extravagant. Lin Tian was speechless. Hee, yes, yes. My house is this big. Do you want to marry into our family? Bai Qiu blinked and said. You need to be taught a lesson. Lin Tianji said these 3 words. At night, the two walked out of the forest. After saying goodbye, they went back to their own rooms. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. The next day, the first rays of the morning sun shone on the horizon. Lin Tian got up and opened the door, looking at the morning sun in the sky. It's time to go back, he said to himself. On this day, he said goodbye to the head of the Bai family and was ready to leave. You have nowhere else to go in this region. Just stay in my house. Where are you going? Bai Qiu asked him to stay. I have something to do. Lin Tian Dao. What are you going to do? Where are you going? How long will it take? Bai Qiu asked. Lin Tian laughed involuntarily. It won't take too long. I'll be back. When I'm back, I'll look for you again. He wanted to return to the first heavenly layer, and he would definitely return to the second heavenly layer, because he wanted to go to the third heavenly layer, the fourth heavenly layer, the fifth heavenly layer, the sixth heavenly layer, the seventh heavenly layer, the eighth heavenly layer, the ninth heavenly layer, the 10th heavenly layer. His goal in this life was to enter the 10th heaven and achieve immortality. Are you sure? Bai Qiu asked, as if he was afraid that Lin Tian would run away. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Bai Ziki stood beside Bai Qiu and glanced at Lin Tianyi without saying anything. Lin Tian, you're welcome to visit the Bai family anytime. The Bai family's door will always be open for you. The head of the Bai family said. To be able to barge into an ancient aristocratic family alone for the sake of his daughter, such a man was really outstanding. Not in terms of combat strength, but in terms of his feelings for his daughter. Therefore, the head of the Bai family was very satisfied with Lin Tian. In addition to the words spoken by the ancestor of the Bai family before his soul dissipated, the door of the Bai family would always be open for Lin Tian. Lin Tian Dao thanked him. Finally, he bid farewell to Bai Qiu and strode away. The second heaven was vast. The western region could be considered uninhabited. There were few ancient forests, and the land was very barren. Lin Tian flew alone in the sky. About 7 days later, he arrived at the western region of the second heaven. Looking around, there was a vast desert in front of him. A gust of wind blew, rolling up the yellow sand in the sky. It's really desolate. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He walked in the desert, step by step, heading towards the depths of the desert. He learned from Xianxia that there is a space-time portal leading to the first heaven in the second heaven. It's located in the far west of this heaven. Later, he read some ancient books in the Bai family and confirmed the specific location of the space-time portal leading to the first heaven. It's at the end of this yellow desert. Walking in the desert, the air was a little hot, but for a cultivator of his level, it was nothing. Suddenly, the yellow sand in front of him exploded, and a huge scorpion monster rushed out of the yellow sand, blocking in front of Lin Tian. A 9th-level monster. Lin Tian Dao. He didn't stop. With a wave of his hand, a tyrannical sword wind swept out, directly sweeping away the 9th-level monster in front of him. He walked all the way into the depths of the desert. Along the way, he encountered many monsters under the yellow sand, but the strongest one was only at the early stage of the Imperial Air Race. It was impossible for them to stop him. Soon, 3 hours passed, and he came to the end of the desert. There was a small forest in front of him. The forest was about 10 feet in radius, and the grass and trees were all withered, leaving only broken branches. Lin Tian stopped here. In the middle of the forest, there was a stone platform, and the air was filled with an incomparably vicissitude aura. There were many markings on the stone platform, and in the middle of it, there was a purple beam of light. The beam of light was about 3 feet tall, and it looked a little strange. It seemed a little out of place with the surrounding desolation. It's the same as the space-time portal in the Demon Burial Valley, Lin Tian muttered to himself, looking around at the desolate scenery. How many years has it been since someone came here? He walked forward, approached the stone platform, and came to the edge of the purple beam of light. One more step, and he would be able to return to the first heaven. He turned around and looked at the east of the second heaven, in the direction of the Bai family. His eyes flashed, and after about 10 breaths, he turned around, took a deep breath, and stepped directly into the purple beam of light. With a buzzing sound, a faint purple light flashed, and a halo of light appeared, swallowing him in the blink of an eye. His surroundings were completely plunged into darkness. Majestic pressure intertwined outside his body, and Lin Tian felt that his breathing became a little uneven. Fortunately, it was not the first time he had passed through the space-time portal, so he was not nervous. He was very quiet and did not move at all, moving along with the space. Just like that, the darkness retreated all the way. He did not know how much time had passed, until a moment later, the dark space suddenly became violent. Rumble. Light intertwined, and Lin Tian saw that lightning seemed to appear in the darkness, and he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he felt a terrifying tearing force outside his body, and the lightning was also extremely terrifying. It was like a heavenly tribulation, and it seemed to want to split him into pieces. I've reached the space-time portal of the first heaven? Lin Tian was shocked. With a thought, he quickly supported the soul of the Bai family's ancestor that had merged into his body, and it turned into a faint ring of soul light that came out of his body, firmly protecting him. Suddenly, he felt that the tearing force around him had weakened. The lightning struck, and although it shook the soul light outside his body, it could not break it. In the next moment, the space shook again, and light appeared. A void crack appeared, and with a boom, Lin Tian was shocked out of the darkness, and he landed in a desolate valley. The desolate valley was not big, and there was a square stone platform in the corner, and there was a purple light on the stone platform. Lin Tian stood up and glanced over, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. He was too familiar with this place, it was the Demon Burial Valley. The first heaven, I'm back. He smiled. 3 figures flashed in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He left the valley and walked out. The valley wasn't very large, and he quickly walked out of it. Looking ahead, he was instantly stunned. Looking around, the Demon Burial Valley outside the valley was in ruins, and it was completely different from the Demon Burial Valley in his memory. There were too many ravines on the ground, and the ground had sunk by about 10 feet. There was even a terrifying destructive force in the air. This, Lin Tian smiled bitterly. He remembered that when he left, an old drunkard was confronting the 4 great demon gods. Looking at the terrain, he did not need to think to know that it must be the result of the battle between an old drunkard and the 4 great demon gods. He fixed his gaze on this place, trying to find something, but in the end, he was disappointed, and he did not find anything. No matter what, that old man must be fine. He said to himself. He had absolute confidence in an old drunkard, and that man must not be dead. He paused on the spot, and then flew toward the edge of the Demon Burial Valley. He vaguely remembered the position when he entered the Demon Burial Valley, and he could get out from there. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stopped and looked to the right. Human. Race. Hee. Human, there was a gloomy voice. The voice was a little creepy, and it sounded like glass being rubbed. In a dark corner, a gray and black ghostly figure walked out. One of its eyes was black and the other was gray, and it had a demonic aura and a gloomy aura. It looked very terrifying. Human. Race, hee. Tree of life, you stole the tree of life. The ghostly figure could not speak clearly. Staring at the strange ghostly figure, Lin Tian felt a few different and familiar auras. There was the evil aura of a malicious spirit, and there was the aura of a demon god that he accidentally released back then, which made him frown. However, soon, as the yin-yang lotus sea in his mind swayed, he remembered a lot. It's you, the malicious spirit in the underground space back then. Back in the Demon Burial Valley, he and Jiyu encountered a malicious spirit together. He took a tree of life from the malicious spirit and refined it together with Jiyu. In the end, they left and said goodbye to the malicious spirit. He did not expect to see this malicious spirit again after so long, but its aura had changed too much when he returned to the first heaven. It became like this after devouring some demon god's flesh? He muttered to himself. It had to be said that because of the yin-yang lotus sea, his spirit sense was very accurate. An old drunkard killed 2 demon gods, and some of the flesh of one of the demon gods was left behind. Later, the malicious spirit devoured some of it and gradually turned into its current form. The demonic aura and gloomy aura intertwined, and it turned into a big monster. "I'll eat you, now." "I'm not afraid of you," the ghostly figure said fiercely. Its eyes were black and gray as it pounced toward Lin Tian. After devouring a trace of the demon god's flesh, it had become many times stronger. Now that it saw Lin Tian, it immediately bared its ferocious fangs and wanted to devour Lin Tian. Unfortunately, its memory of Lin Tian was still when Lin Tian was in the Sea of Knowledge, so it was destined to be sad. Lin Tian raised his hand and the yin-yang lotus sea rose, forming dozens of lotus swords. One of them rushed out and directly pierced through the ghostly figure. "Ah!" The ghostly figure screamed and flew out like a scarecrow. It rolled on the ground and struggled in pain. "I'm indeed much stronger than before, but I'm also improving. I couldn't kill you back then, but today is the right time." Lin Tian Ondao. Dozens of lotus swords were glowing with yin and yang light and were all aimed at the ghost shadow. Each of the lotus swords was surrounded by yin and yang aura, which was sacred and shocking. "Ah!" The ghost shadow screamed as it was pinned to the ground by a lotus sword. It kept struggling. After devouring some of the demon god's flesh, the ghost shadow had become much stronger. After struggling for a few breaths, the lotus sword shattered with a crack. Then, the ghost shadow screamed and dashed up. One of its eyes was gray and the other was black. It stared at Lin Tian and looked extremely terrifying, as if it was a vengeful spirit from hell. It let out a furious roar, and once again pounced towards Lin Tian, bringing with it a boundless eerie ghostly aura. Lin Tian looked calm. "I was just a step away from becoming a ghost king. Unfortunately, it's just a step away. It's nothing." With a thought, all the lotus swords rushed out and pressed down on the ghost shadow. At the same time, a moon appeared behind him and shrouded the ghost shadow with the Tying body. The ghost shadow trembled and showed fear. The moon was the Tying body of the Tying body. It had absolute control over these evil spirits. The ghost shadow screamed as if it had seen the most terrifying thing. It turned and ran. "It's too late." Lin Tian. Ghostly harmed people. If it walked out of the demon burial valley, it would definitely feed on the essence and blood of living people. Lin Tian couldn't let it stay. The moon shrouded the ghost shadow and stopped it. At the same time, dozens of lotus swords whooshed out. The lotus swords were extremely fast and surrounded by yin and yang. They all pierced into the ghost shadow's body. The ghost shadow let out a shrill scream, which made people's hair stand on end. Lin Tian raised his right hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. With a boom, the bright moon in the sky pressed down, directly crushing the ghost king into pieces. Black blood splattered everywhere, completely dissipating. Lin Tian stared in front of him. There was a flash of blood and a gray and red Baodan fell on the ground, which made him slightly moved. He had obtained this kind of thing once before. When he had killed an alchemist's corpse, this kind of thing had also appeared. It was a blood pill formed from the accumulation of extreme yin energy. It had unimaginable benefits for body tempering and cultivation. He swallowed some of the Yao god's flesh and blood and combined it with the extreme yin aura to form a blood core in his body. How lucky! Lin Tian muttered to himself. The blood pill was formed from the condensation of the extreme yin qi. It usually took a long time, and it required a body of flesh and blood to produce. Normally, a normal malicious ghost would not be able to produce a blood pill. However, because it had consumed some of the demon god's flesh and blood, this malicious ghost had undergone a slight change. The essence of the demon god's flesh and blood had gathered, and under the influence of the yin qi, this blood pill had formed. Gray and red, with pure demonic energy and pure blood energy, very good. It's even more valuable than my blood pill. Lin Tiandao. He carefully took out a jade bottle and stored the blood pellet inside it before sealing it. After glancing around, Lin Tian did not stay any longer. He rose into the air and flew further ahead. The demon burial valley was very vast. If he had walked on foot, it would have taken him several days to reach the edge. However, flying in the air was not comparable to walking. After about a few hours, he arrived at the place where he had entered the demon burial valley. The fog in front of him was intertwined, and it was blurry. It was difficult to see clearly with one's divine consciousness. It was almost impossible to move. This is the fog that lingers all year round. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The demon burial valley was shrouded in fog all year round. Even airborne realm experts could not break through the fog and walk in from the outside world. However, Lin Tian was different. Now that he was going out from the inside, it was a lot easier for him to do so. He propped up the sun ocean and isolated the surrounding fog with this kind of monarch's territory. He spread out his tyrannical divine consciousness, and it took him 15 minutes to finally walk out. As far as the eye could see, there was an old forest in front of him. A light breeze blew, rolling up yellow leaves. There were many trees in this old forest, but because it was adjacent to the demon burial valley, it was difficult for the trees in this old forest to grow under the influence of the fog outside the demon burial valley. All year round, they were in a withered state, and it was difficult to see a few green leaves. I'm finally out. Lin Tian smiled. He had finally returned to this familiar land. He stood quietly in place. His gaze was gentle as he looked in a certain direction. That was where the Valley of the Harp was located. He was going to go to the Valley of the Harp first, where the people he missed were. After he got to the Valley of the Harp, he would go to other places. Jiyu, Linshi, Sushu, and everyone from the Burning Sun sect. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. As the withered leaves floated past, he rose into the air and arrived at a place hundreds of feet above the ground. After a slight pause, he rushed out like lightning, crossing 100 feet in an instant. It was shockingly fast. As he flew in the air, the scenery on both sides flew past quickly. The wind whistled in his ears, and the whistling of the wind made him happy at this moment because he was back. Soon, 4 hours passed. 4 hours later, he appeared on a large road. There were plenty of old trees growing on both sides of the road, and the air was very fresh. He didn't stop and continued to move forward. His destination was the Valley of the Harp, and he was very clear about the location of the Valley of the Harp. This place wasn't far from the Valley of the Harp, and he would arrive in another 2 hours. Boom! At this moment, suddenly, not far away, there was a fluctuation of true yuan, causing him to stop and look in that direction. In that direction, a young man in blue clothes, who was covered in blood, was running wildly. This young man was around 21 or 22 years old, and he had already suffered very serious injuries. Behind this young man, there were 3 people chasing after him. These 3 people all had extraordinary auras. Their faces had insolent smiles, and they were toying with the young man in front of them like a cat toying with a mouse. Staring at this blue-robed youth, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He didn't know this youth, but he recognized the clothes of this blue-robed youth. It was the clothes of a Burning Sun sect disciple. Not far away, the 3 men chasing after the blue-robed youth laughed loudly. Run, hurry up and run. Didn't you eat? Ha 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 ha, hurry up, if you get killed in an instant, wouldn't it be boring? The 3 men had a mocking expression. The blue-robed youth gritted his teeth, ignoring his back, and ran with all his might, blood flowing out from time to time. You can't even run. Boring, I don't want to play anymore. One of the 3 said. With a clang, a dazzling sword light swept up and slashed at the blue-robed youth. The blue-robed youth was suppressed by the sword chi and immediately fell to the ground, revealing a look of despair and hatred in his eyes. I'll haunt you even if I become a ghost. The blue-robed youth roared. Humph, become a ghost? Can you do it? The 3 men chasing after him sneered. Instantly, the 3 men attacked at the same time, and 3 more sword chi slashed at the blue-robed youth. The 3 sword chi locked in all directions, giving the blue-robed youth no chance to dodge. The youth roared. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, filled with unwillingness and hatred. Clang, at this moment, another sword hum sounded, and a sword light flashed, shattering all the sword chi that approached the blue-robed youth. Lin Tian descended from the void, leaving afterimages behind with each step, and appeared in front of the blue-robed youth in the blink of an eye. Who is it? The 3 men chasing after the blue-robed youth shouted with unfriendly expressions. Lin Tian squatted down and tapped the youth's body, sending a strand of pure true yuan to stabilize the youth's injuries. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The blue-robed youth expressed his gratitude, but when he saw Lin Tian's face, he was stunned. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face, and he grabbed Lin Tian, unable to control himself. Senior. Senior Lin Tian? You're Senior Lin Tian? You're Senior Lin Tian. Lin Tian's reputation in the Burning Sun sect was too great, and everyone in the Burning Sun sect knew him. Although Lin Tian had been missing for more than half a year, everyone in the Burning Sun sect still remembered him, and this blue-robed youth was no exception. After all, no one would forget a peerless genius, just like an old drunkard. Even after 100 years, the four sects still remembered him. Even the later generation of disciples would remember an old drunkard in the annals of history. It was the same for Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and asked the youth, "What happened?" The youth was stunned, and then he became anxious. He grabbed Lin Tian's hand even tighter. Senior Lin, quickly return to the sect. 100 Refinement Square. 100 Refinement Square is here. Their Grand Elder has reached the Celestial Opening Realm, and they want to annex our Burning Sun sect. The Grand Elder, sect leader, and other elders couldn't stop them. Core disciples covered me and escaped to ask for help from the Valley of the Harp, but died. At this point, the blue-robed youth couldn't help but cry. He grabbed Lin Tian tightly. Senior brother, quickly go back, you can't let the sect, cough. The blue-robed youth coughed up blood, and his face became much paler. Don't be agitated. Lin Tian Ondao. Strands of ice-cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, but he calmly comforted the blue-robed youth. Then, he took out a third-grade baodan from his stone ring and fed it to the blue-robed youth. The value of this baodan was very shocking and extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the blue-robed youth's face quickly became rosy, and his injuries could be considered to be 70 to 80% healed. Not far away, the three men were naturally the disciples of 100 Refinement Square. They were all staring at Lin Tian. When they heard the blue-robed youth call out Lin Tian's name, the three of them were all shocked and somewhat stunned. To the disciples of 100 Refinement Square, many of them had naturally heard of Lin Tian's name. He was a person on the blacklist of 100 Refinement Square. The three of them were stunned for a while before one of them spoke with shock and fear. You're that Lin Tian? It said that he disappeared. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tian waved his hand, and 3 sword rays flashed, instantly cutting off the heads of the 3 people from 100 Refinement Square. Find a place to recuperate and return to the sect later. Lin Tian stood up and spoke to the blue-robed youth. I am going to the Valley of the Harp to invite the Supreme Elder of the Valley of the Harp. The Supreme Elder of 100 Refinement Square is too terrifying. The blue-robed youth said. As if he'd recalled a terrifying scene, the blue-robed youth even trembled slightly. There's no need. Lin Tian Ondao. His eyes flickered with an icy cold light. With a single step, he soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. That terrifying speed caused the blue-robed youth to be completely stunned, and he couldn't help but tremble. End of chapter. In the sky, Lin Tian's eyes were very cold. As soon as he returned to the first heaven, he heard that the Burning Sun sect was in trouble. They were surrounded by the 100 Refinements workshop and wanted to annex the Burning Sun sect. This made his eyes flash with terrifying killing intent. When he was cultivating in the Burning Sun sect, the sect treated him very well. Back then, they did not hesitate to fight with the 100 Refinements workshop for him. He liked that place very much. 100 Refinements workshop, he said coldly. With a boom, the aura around his body soared. Lightning flashed, and his speed increased again. In a flash, he traveled dozens of feet. The Burning Sun sect was located on a high mountain. Old trees were everywhere, and the spiritual energy was very dense. However, at this moment, the sect, which was originally rich in spiritual energy, was shrouded in a layer of bloody smell. As far as the eye could see, the Burning Sun sect was in a mess. Many disciples had died tragically, and blood dyed a large area of the ground red. Resisting stubbornly. Do you really want all your disciples to die? An indifferent voice sounded. In front of the most solemn hall of the Burning Sun sect, a purple-robed old man stood. His body was surrounded by faint immortal light, and his aura was extremely strong. It was the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. After more than half a year, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop had reached the immortal Ascension realm. On this day, he led the Master of the 100 Refinements Workshop and a group of outstanding disciples to surround the Burning Sun sect. Because the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop had reached the immortal Ascension realm, no one in the Burning Sun sect could stop him. Even the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect was not a match for him. In the blink of an eye, the entire sect was in a miserable state. Even if we die, we will not be annexed by your 100 Refinements Workshop. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect said in a deep voice, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. In the Burning Sun sect hall, the Master and 4 elders of the Burning Sun sect were all seriously injured. Some of the deacons and disciples of the Burning Sun sect had also retreated into the hall. They all held their weapons and glared at the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop in front of the hall. King old thing. Go eat shit. Tubei of the Burning Sun sect cursed. Among the 4 elders of the Burning Sun sect, his temper was the most fiery to begin with. In addition, the 100 Refinements Workshop had once abducted his disciple to betray the sect, causing him to hate the 100 Refinements Workshop to the extreme. Hence, he did not show any mercy when he spoke. The eyes of the owner of the 100 Refinements district turned cold. You're courting death. Back then, 100 Refinements Workshop Master and the other 2 elders of the sect had their arms cut off by an old drunkard, but now, they recovered, because 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder had crossed into the immortal connection realm, finding them arms, using divine force to reconnect them. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder had his hands behind his back. On his left was a grey-robed middle-aged man, and on his right was the 100 Refinements Workshop's owner. Behind him was a fan-shaped group of outstanding disciples from the 100 Refinements Workshop. This old man took a step forward, his expression somewhat indifferent, as though everything was under his control. Your Burning Sun sect allowed your disciples to secretly learn my 100 Refinements Workshop's 100 Refinements secret technique, and presumably, other people in the sect have also learned it. In order to prevent the old ancestors' technique from being leaked, this old man only has 2 choices. Looking at the people of the Burning Sun sect, 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder continued, first, your Burning Sun sect will merge with my 100 Refinements Workshop and become my disciple. Naturally, you will no longer have anything to do with practicing the 100 Refinements secret technique. Second, I will kill everyone in your Burning Sun sect to prevent the 100 Refinements secret technique from being leaked. This is something that can't be helped. This old man doesn't want to commit murder, so I'll give you the first choice. Obediently merge with my 100 Refinements Workshop. Otherwise, this old man can only make your Burning Sun sect disappear. Looking at the people of the Burning Sun sect in the Burning Sun Hall, 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's expression was indifferent and aloof. Shameless old thing. An elder of the Burning Sun sect coldly cursed. They stared at 100 Refinements Workshop. The Grand Elder and the people of the Burning Sun sect all had cold expressions. Everyone, it's better to comply with the wishes of the 100 Refinements Workshop Senior. What's wrong with merging with 100 Refinements Workshop? A voice sounded. It was a grey-clothed middle-aged man standing to the left of 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder. He spoke to the Master of the Burning Sun sect and the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect. Originally, 100 Refinements Workshop could have directly exterminated the Burning Sun sect, but now, it wants to accept you. This can be considered a favor. Everyone, please don't be unable to tell good from bad and harm yourselves and the disciples of your sect. At this moment, 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder had brought the Workshop Master of the 100 Refinements Workshop to the Burning Sun sect. They had already flattened everything and forced the Master of the Burning Sun sect and the others into the most solemn hall of the Burning Sun sect. There were about 100 Refinements Workshop disciples in the surroundings. Each of them held a sword and saber in their hands. With arrogant sneers on their faces, they surrounded the Burning Sun sect's hall in the shape of a fan. Xianxia, when did your 7 Mysteries Pavilion become the lackey of 100 Refinements Workshop? An elder of the Burning Sun sect mocked. Xianxia's expression darkened. What kind of attitude is this? I'm advising you nicely. Advising nicely? 100 Refinements Workshop's group of dogs came to pee on my burning sun sect's head, but you want us to stand still. Is this your so-called advising nicely? Tu Ming sneered. Don't think that we don't know that your 7 Mysteries Pavilion has received benefits from 100 Refinements Workshop. Just like Xianxia back then, your 7 Mysteries Pavilion is truly filled with treacherous villains. Whatever you say. Xianxia said coldly. In fact, the 7 Mysteries Pavilion had indeed received benefits from 100 Refinements Workshop. The pavilion master of this faction had sent Xianxia here to support 100 Refinements Workshop's annexation of the Burning Sun sect. This was only a matter of formality. Even though the 100 Refinement Square was powerful, if they wanted to annex or destroy a sect for no reason, they would be criticized by the world. Therefore, the 100 Refinement Square needed the support of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, which was also one of the 4 great sects. This was not because the 100 Refinement Square feared the world. Instead, it was because the 100 Refinement Square wanted to develop and maintain the reputation of the sect. This was naturally a good thing. Because 100 Refinements Workshop had produced a transcending immortal stage expert, the 7 Mysteries Pavilion naturally did not dare to refuse or offend 100 Refinements Workshop. In addition, 100 Refinements Workshop had given a generous reward, so the 7 Mysteries Pavilion master was naturally moved. After some consideration, he finally sent an elder of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion to follow 100 Refinements Workshop here. Filthy thing. The people of the Burning Sun sect scolded coldly. Xianxia's gaze was dark and cold. Killing intent intertwined in his eyes. In the end, he coldly snorted and stood to the side without saying anything. In his opinion, the Burning Sun sect would definitely be destroyed today. There was no need for him to waste his breath on these people who were about to die. The 100 Refinements Workshop's great elder looked indifferently at the people of the Burning Sun sect. He still had his hands behind his back like an immortal god. I will ask you one last time. Are you willing to join my 100 Refinements Workshop? The 100 Refinements Workshop's great elder. Go eat shit. Tu Ming directly roared. The 100 Refinements Workshop's great elder's eyes turned cold. Immediately, cold killing intent intertwined in his eyes. Directly destroy them. The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop stepped forward and said in a sinister voice, originally, I was prepared to torture all of you to death bit by bit after merging with you. Unfortunately, all of you are quite stubborn, unwilling to join my 100 Refinements Workshop even in death. I will crush all of you here and prevent any unforeseen events from happening in the future. Hearing these words, the people of the Burning Sun sect felt a chill in their hearts. The people of 100 Refinements Workshop were so sinister. Everyone, get ready. The 100 Refinements Workshop master said. Immediately, the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop behind the 100 Refinements Workshop master activated their vital energy. Killing intent intertwined and surged. The great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop had stepped into the immortal transcending realm. At this moment, the people of the Burning Sun sect were all extremely injured, especially the great elder of the Burning Sun sect, the Burning Sun sect master, and the 4 elders of the Burning Sun sect. They almost had no ability to fight. Any cultivator of the early stage of the Divine Range realm could kill them. Before this, the great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop spoke. He looked at the Burning Sun sect master and the great elder of the Burning Sun sect and asked, where did that little bastard named Lin Tian go? Why didn't I see him? Where did your Burning Sun sect hide him? Hand him over and this old man will give you a quick death. It was very likely that Lin Tian had the complete 100 Refinements secret technique. The 100 Refinements Workshop had always wanted to capture Lin Tian and get the complete 100 Refinements secret technique from Lin Tian. For this matter, they had done many things, but unfortunately, they had no results. Today, the great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop came to the Burning Sun sect with the sole purpose of finding Lin Tian. Hearing this, the master of the Burning Sun sect and the others sneered. We don't know. Even if we did, we would never tell you. Old thing, just give up. The elders of the Burning Sun sect were very unyielding. In fact, they also didn't know where Lin Tian went. After an old drunkard left the Demon Burial Valley, he only told them that Lin Tian went to another place to cultivate. As for where that place was, they didn't know. An old drunkard didn't reveal it. The great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop's face turned even colder. You are looking for trouble. It seems that you really want to die. The elders of the Burning Sun sect laughed. Blood flowed from their mouths, but they were very bold. So what if we die? Don't forget, my Burning Sun sect still has Li Changfeng. The master of the Burning Sun sect had a hole in his shoulder. His clothes were soaked in blood and his cheeks were stained with blood. Senior brother isn't here. You can indeed destroy my Burning Sun sect today, but when my senior brother learns of everything, your 100 Refinements Workshop will also be destroyed. You will all die. Staring at the great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, the master of the Burning Sun sect showed no fear. Li Changfeng. The great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop snorted, his eyes filled with coldness. Li Changfeng is indeed a genius, but don't overestimate him. Now that I have entered the Immortal Ascension realm, he is nothing. After I destroy your Burning Sun sect, I will find him and kill him as well. I will send him to hell to reunite with you. Kill them all. Yes. The disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop shouted in unison. They shook their swords and sabers and rushed toward the Burning Sun Hall. More than 100 people activated their true essence. The weakest was at the 5th firmament of the divine range, and they were all at their peak state. How could the heavily injured and dying Burning Sun sect cultivators possibly stop such a group of people charging at them? For a moment, everyone was dejected. Clang, right at this moment, the sky suddenly trembled. An immortal sword light descended, slashing down like a celestial being from beyond the heavens. Puff, 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 blood splattered. The dozens of 100 Refinements Workshop disciples at the front exploded and died tragically on the spot. How dare you attack my master? An ice-cold voice sounded. Outside the Burning Sun sect, Lin Tian's body was intertwined with the light of thunder and flames. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived in the sky above the Burning Sun sect hall in the blink of an eye. His black hair danced as his cold eyes swept across the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop. He was like an ancient demon god descending from the sky. End of chapter. After hearing the blue-robed youth's words, Lin Tianyi sprinted madly. With the light of thunder and fire surrounding his body, he finally arrived at the critical moment. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were cold. With his back facing the Burning Sun sect, he landed in front of the Burning Sun Hall. Lin Tian. It's you. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder and Master were shocked, then overjoyed. You actually jumped out. Very good. Very good. Very good. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder laughed loudly. The most urgent thing for the 100 Refinements Workshop now was to find Lin Tian. They could find and suppress Lin Tian and obtain the complete 100 Refinements mystic technique. Lulu Xia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He had also heard of a man called Lin Tian in the Burning Sun sect. He was very strong and was a genius. However, he only took a quick glance and did not care. Now that the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder had reached the Immortal Ascension realm, he could be said to be invincible in this realm. Anyone who came would die. Lin Tian, seeing Lin Tian appear, the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder and the others were delighted. They had not seen this youth for a long time. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed again. Let's go. Who told you to come back? The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder shouted. Let's go. The Burning Sun sect's sect master and the other elders also shouted. Lin Tian was very talented and was the disciple of an old drunkard. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder and sect master had high hopes for Lin Tian. Now that Lin Tian appeared at this time, they were all anxious. Lin Tian was very monstrous, and his future achievements were limitless. However, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder had reached the Immortal Ascension realm, and his cultivation was much stronger than Lin Tian. How could they think that Lin Tian could be his opponent? At this time, they were all anxious. Lin Tian's back was facing the people of the Burning Sun sect. He could not help but feel a warmth in his heart. At this time, the Burning Sun's Grand Elder and the others were facing death, but they were worried about his safety. How could he not be touched? It was precisely because of this that he stared at the people from the 100 Refinements Workshop with an even colder gaze. His eyes seemed to be condensed from ice, terrifying to the point of shaking one's soul. He Tion sex Grand Elder and sex Grand Elder, sex elders, I'm sorry, disciple came back. Now, his combat strength had far surpassed everyone present. Even the sect masters of the top 10 sects of the second heaven were afraid of him, but facing these old men, he still showed respect. He sincerely regarded himself as a member of the Burning Sun sect. This kind of respect had nothing to do with his combat strength. What nonsense! Brat, I told you to leave. Tu Bei roared. Lin Tianyi smiled. Although Tu Bei was yelling at him, he felt even more warm in his heart. Among the 4 elders of the Burning Sun sect, he had the deepest impression of Tu Bei. When he suppressed Tu Bei's disciple, he thought that Tu Bei would find trouble with him, but he didn't expect that this old man didn't do so. Instead, he guided him in his cultivation. Later, when a group of people from the 100 Refinements workshop came to kill him, this old man even risked his life to block a few killing swords for him. Old Tu, don't worry, he said. Not caring about the cultivators of the 100 Refinements workshop, he walked into the Burning Sun Hall and took out a few bottles of Baodan from the stone ring. They were all 3rd grade Baodan, which he obtained in the second heaven and had a very good healing effect. He took out the bottles of Baodan and distributed them one by one to the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder and others. At the same time, he also distributed them to the seriously injured disciples of the Burning Sun sect in the hall. Senior brother Lin Tian. Senior brother, you shouldn't have come back at this time. We are still waiting for you to grow up and avenge the sect. A disciple of the Burning Sun sect spoke with a sad face. These disciples actually entered the sect before Lin Tian, but Lin Tian was the disciple of an old drunkard. In terms of status, even the core disciples of the Burning Sun sect couldn't compare to him. In addition, Lin Tian's combat strength was extremely strong and his talent was extremely high. His fame had long spread throughout the Burning Sun sect. Therefore, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect respected him very much. It's okay, don't worry, Lin Tian said softly. He distributed the pills to everyone one by one, completely ignoring the people of the 100 Refinements workshop outside the Burning Sun Hall. Little bastard! A cold voice sounded. The master of the 100 Refinements workshop stepped out and directly rushed over to grab Lin Tian. Back when he came to the Burning Sun sect to ask for someone, an old drunkard chopped off one of his arms. The master of the 100 Refinements workshop hated the Burning Sun sect and an old drunkard. Naturally, he hated Lin Tian. At this moment, the master of the 100 Refinements workshop's right hand was intertwined with a dim light. He grabbed Lin Tian's arm as if he wanted to tear it off. Lin Tian, watch out. Shameless. Damn it. The Burning Sun sect's master and the others' expressions changed. Some of them struggled anxiously, wanting to block for Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian swung his hand back without looking back. Clang! The sword light clanged and was extremely ear-piercing. A large amount of sword light suddenly appeared. The master of the 100 Refinements workshop turned pale with fright. With a bang, he was swept away and slammed into a huge old tree. This is? The workshop master was this is impossible. The disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop were all shocked. Xianxia of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion was also moved. He had a look of disbelief on his face. At the same time, in the Incineration Sun Hall, everyone from the Burning Sun sect was also moved. They looked at Lin Tian with a face full of shock. How is this possible? The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were astonished. The master of the 100 Refinements workshop was now a tyrannical existence at the 5th heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm. This kind of strength was extremely tyrannical. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by Lin Tianyi with a swing of his hand. He landed in the distance and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. This kind of power shocked everyone. One had to know that although Lin Tian had always been very powerful and monstrous, when had he ever been powerful to such an extent? Everyone was stunned. In the distance, the master of the 100 Refinements workshop struggled to stand up from the ground. Blood kept dripping from his mouth. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Little B****, what did you do to me just now? What despicable means did you use? A dignified expert at the sixth heaven of the imperial sky realm was sent flying by a young man with a swing of his hand. What was this? The master of the 100 Refinements workshop was furious. He stared at Lin Tian and questioned what despicable means Lin Tian had used. He did not believe that Lin Tian injured him with his own strength. He did not think that there was such a possibility. Such a thing simply did not exist. In the Incineration Sun Hall, even the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect was stunned. He stared at Lin Tian and muttered, "Lin Tian, don't worry, Grand Elder. The sect will be fine," Lin Tian said. A cold voice sounded. It was extremely cold. How dare you say that the sect will be fine? Who do you think you are? The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop took a step forward. Immortal light flickered around his body. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Lin Tian coldly. Staring at this person, everyone in the Burning Sun sect changed color. Lin Tian, find a chance to escape. The opponent has reached the immortal connecting realm. It will be difficult for your master to kill him. The master of the Burning Sun sect said in a low voice. At the same time, the other elders also stared at the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop warily. They were ready to attack at any time to find a breakthrough for Lin Tian and let Lin Tian escape. Lin Tian was a rare genius disciple of the Burning Sun sect. He shouldered all their hopes. Even if they died 10 or 100 times, they would definitely protect Lin Tian and let Lin Tian live. He is nothing. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He said, "My master can crush thousands of him with a breath." An old drunkard was in existence in the Enlightenment realm. Even the demon gods of the ancient times were afraid of him. A mere immortal connecting realm cultivator was nothing. Sect master, elders, please heal your injuries in peace. Last time, it was my master who cleared the place. This time, it's my turn, he said. With that, he turned around and walked out of the Burning Sun Hall step by step. He faced the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop, the Master of the 100 Refinements workshop, and Xianxia of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion alone. Very bold, very arrogant, too stupid, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop said. Lin Tian did not say anything. His eyes were very cold. In the next moment, he disappeared and appeared in front of the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop. Such terrifying speed caused everyone's expression to change. Especially the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop. He only felt a cold wind blow towards him. Slap, a loud slap sounded. The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop was sent flying and crashed into a large rock. With a crack, the large rock shattered. The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Such a scene instantly stunned everyone. Grand Elder! A disciple of the 100 Refinements workshop cried out in alarm. How could this be? The workshop master was killed. Now, even the Grand Elder is killed. What's going on? Many people in the 100 Refinements workshop trembled. The master of the 100 Refinements workshop's eyes flickered. When he saw this scene, he suddenly felt an extremely cold aura rush up from the soles of his feet. On the other side, Xianxia was shocked. If the master of the 100 Refinements workshop was sent flying by Lin Tian, it could be understood that Lin Tian had a special method. But now, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop was also sent flying. This made his heart palpitate. One had to know that the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop was now an expert of the Immortal Ascension realm. How could ordinary methods injure an expert of the Immortal Ascension realm? In the Burning Sun Hall, the Burning Sun sect master and the others were naturally even more shocked. Lin Tian, is this really that Lin brat? The elders were dumbfounded. At the same time, the deacons and disciples of the Burning Sun sect were also shocked. Among them, Puan was relatively familiar with Lin Tian. But at this moment, he was also stunned, as if he was a mud sculpture. Just now, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop pressed down and could sweep everyone away with a raise of his hand. Even the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect, who was at the peak of the Zephyr realm, could not block a single move. His power was terrifying. But at this moment, such a terrifying person was sent flying by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Such a contrast was too drastic. In the distance, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop coughed out blood and roared. His divine power was vast and mighty, sweeping away all the surrounding rubble. Beast! The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was truly furious. He had now stepped into the realm of immortality and experienced a brand new power. He could almost look down on the first level of heaven. In fact, when he stepped into the Burning Sun sect, he was indeed invincible. His former enemy, the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder, could not even block a casual move from him. This made him feel otherworldly. However, before this feeling could continue to grow, Lin Tian suddenly appeared and sent him flying with a slap, leaving 5 clear fingerprints on his face and almost knocking out all his teeth. How could he not be angry? Boom! Violent divine power surged, and immortal light intertwined, shaking the entire Burning Sun sect, causing everyone to be terrified. The mountain, the main peak, is shaking. This is the power of an immortal. Some people's hearts palpitated. At this moment, the aura emitted by the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was too terrifying. The Burning Sun sect's ground was actually shattering. A hurricane swept out, sweeping away the black hair on Lin Tian's forehead. Lin Tian, be careful! The Burning Sun sect's leader shouted. When Lin Tian sent the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder flying, everyone was shocked. However, at this moment, seeing the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder emitting such a terrifying aura, the Burning Sun sect's leader and the others' expressions changed. They were worried about Lin Tian again. Boom! The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's eyes were cold. His divine power surged, and the terrifying power shook the entire main peak of the Burning Sun sect. Your speed is very fast, and your physical body is extraordinary. However, this is nothing. It's not worth mentioning. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, this is the divine power that I cultivated. It's no longer on the same level as vital essence. Now, do you want to walk over and follow me back to the 100 Refinements Workshop, or do you want me to break your limbs and capture you? As soon as he finished speaking, the divine power outside the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's body became denser, causing the void of the Burning Sun sect to shatter. The ground shook, sand and dust filled the air, and small stones shattered one after another. His power was intimidating. In the face of such divine might, many people could not help but tremble. Who could block such a terrifying aura? Our main peak will collapse. Some of the Burning Sun sect disciples were shocked and angry. In front of the Burning Sun sect, Lin Tian's back was facing the people of the Burning Sun sect as he coldly stared at the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. He raised his right hand, and specks of silver light lingered between his 5 fingers. As they flickered, runes jumped out one after another. With his ability as a 6th-order array manipulator, he drew the most basic defensive runes in the void. In the blink of an eye, he stabilized the main peak of the Burning Sun sect, no longer swaying. Moreover, the originally distorted void also returned to normal in the blink of an eye. What is that? It looks like an array pattern? Senior Brother Lin, you know array formations? The expressions of the people of the Burning Sun sect changed. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect and the Burning Sun sect Master were even more shocked. Their cultivations were profound, so they naturally understood the Tao of array manipulators very well. Being able to draw array patterns in the void was something only a 6th-order array manipulator could do. However, now, Lin Tian was actually drawing array patterns in the void with his bare hands and stabilizing the main peak. This caused them to be shocked. He also cultivated the Tao of array manipulation and reached the level of a 6th-order array manipulator. How is this possible? Tubei was aghast. Did Senior Brother teach him? No, that's not right. Senior Brother has never cultivated the Tao of array manipulation, this is certain. The Burning Sun sect Master was shocked. Array manipulators were very rare in the world. That kind of Tao was many times more difficult than martial cultivation. Ordinary 6th-order array manipulators were all high and mighty figures, and all of them were of the elderly generation. But now, Lin Tian was only 17 years old, but he had already reached the level of a sixth-order array manipulator. This was simply a living miracle. The 7 Mysteries Pavilion's Xianxia, the 100 Refinements Workshop's master, and all the outstanding disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop were all stunned. A 17-year-old youth was actually a sixth-order array manipulator? I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. You're actually an array manipulator who has reached the level of a sixth-order array manipulator. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder said coldly. Lin Tian was still expressionless. He took a step forward and coldly stared at the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder as he pressed forward. This action undoubtedly caused everyone to be shocked. He actually had such an attitude when facing an immortal ascension expert. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's eyes were even colder as he said, "A sixth-order array manipulator is very powerful, but do you think you can fight me with just this? You actually dare to take the initiative to approach me? You don't know what you're talking about. You're a bit too arrogant." Slap, a slap sounded. In the next moment, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was sent flying again, smashing into a large earthen yellow rock. Lin Tian's figure appeared where the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was standing just now, and he once again pressed towards the other party. So fast. How did he move? Why didn't I see anything? Everyone's hearts palpitated. The 100 Refinements Workshop's master trembled slightly, and the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's Xianxia was also moved. The powerful 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder, a powerful existence at the Immortal Ascension realm, was actually sent flying by Lin Tian twice in a row. Boom, violent divine power rushed up, and the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder roared angrily. His divine figure flickered, and he directly appeared in the sky. Bastard, although I don't know what methods you have, let's see how you attack in the sky. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder shouted. Like the 100 Refinements Workshop's master, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was sent flying previously because he felt that Lin Tian had a special attack method, and his actual combat strength was not that great. One had to know that a few months ago, he had met Lin Tian. At that time, Lin Tian was only at the Sea of Consciousness realm. In the past few months, how could his combat strength exceed that of the Immortal Ascension realm? Especially when he found out that Lin Tian was a 6th-stage array manipulator, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was even more certain of his guess. After all, array manipulators had many magical methods. This was not strange. There were records in the history books that a 6th-stage array manipulator at the Sea of Consciousness realm used a special method to kill a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr realm. Lin Tian raised his head, and his eyes flickered with a bone-chilling coldness. With a swoosh, his figure disappeared. With each step, he left behind an afterimage. In the next moment, he once again appeared in front of the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder. You, slap. The third slap sounded. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was sent flying. He was directly slapped down by Lin Tian from the void. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder fell. After coming into contact with the ground, a huge human-shaped pit was created. Lin Tian, however, was still standing firmly in the void, looking down like an ancient king. Seeing this scene, many cultivators of the Burning Sun sect finally changed their expressions completely. Independent in the void? The Zephyr realm. Everyone's expression changed. The Zephyr realm was the cultivation level of the elders of the 4 major sects. Zephyr realm? It's the Zephyr realm. This is the Zephyr realm. He's as outstanding as Senior Brother back then. No, he's even more outstanding than Senior Brother. I'm the genius of the Burning Sun sect, the second genius. In the Burning Sun Hall, the Burning Sun sect master and the others were shocked and then laughed. At this time, looking at Lin Tian standing alone in the void, they suddenly remembered that before this, Lin Tian rushed in from outside the Burning Sun sect. At that time, they were surprised, anxious, and surprised by Lin Tian's sudden appearance. They did not notice that detail. Now that they thought about it, they became even more excited and trembled with excitement. 17 years old, Zephyr realm, what kind of talent was this? No, impossible. The 100 Refinements Workshop master's expression changed. How long had it been? Lin Tian had actually stepped into the Zephyr realm from the Sea of Consciousness level. How could he improve so quickly? Lu Luoxia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion was also stunned. A 17-year-old Zephyr realm expert, a 17-year-old Zephyr array manipulator. What kind of monster was this? Boom. Divine power vibrated. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder stood up. His face was ashen and became extremely ferocious. Beast, you're too arrogant. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder roared. Lin Tian dared to slap him 3 times in a row. Clang. 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 The sound of weapons continued, clanging. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder rose into the air. Around him, treasured weapons appeared one after another. All of them flickered with cold light. Most of them were treasured weapons, and there were even a dozen supreme treasures. It was extremely shocking. In the blink of an eye, the void was filled with weapons. There were a total of 98 weapons, causing everyone to be moved. They all sensed the cold aura of death. The 100 Refinements secret technique left behind by the Great Ancestor can control at most 49 treasured weapons at the same time. I have stepped into the immortal ascension realm and shattered this obstacle with my supreme divine power. Now, I have surpassed the Great Ancestor and can control 98 weapons at the same time. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder's eyes were cold. Lin Tian stood in the void, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He only stared coldly at the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder. Clang. 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 The ear-piercing sound of weapons reverberated. In the blink of an eye, 136 treasured weapons appeared around him. The 136 treasured weapons crisscrossed with each other. The light that flowed out was many times stronger than the treasured weapons summoned by the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder. There was no comparison at all. One was in the sky, and the other was on the ground. This? All of them are supreme treasures? No. There's something that surpasses supreme treasures. That's. This, everyone's expression changed. When some people saw the quasi-immortal weapons of the 3 sects, they all revealed a horrified expression. The owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop trembled as he stared at the sky. The number of precious weapons summoned by Lin Tian was actually more than the number of precious weapons summoned by the great elders of his faction. They were even stronger than the number of precious weapons summoned by the great elders of his faction. Damn it. This is impossible. In the void, more than 200 precious weapons floated, all flickering with cold light, causing many people to gasp. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Tian. Everyone revealed a palpitating expression. At this moment, everyone was stunned and almost forgot to breathe. Impossible. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder roared. Was there anything more difficult to accept than being overtaken in one's strongest field? At this moment, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was furious. Kill. With a furious roar, the 98 precious weapons beside the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder rushed out together and charged towards Lin Tian crazily. So what if you have a lot of weapons? So what if your weapons are strong? They are all small tricks. I have already stepped into the Immortal Ascension realm, the Immortal Ascension realm. I am no longer on the same level as you. Those below the Immortal Ascension realm are all ants. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder roared. Clang, 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 the precious weapons hissed and charged towards Lin Tian crazily. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Facing the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder, he did not even have the mood to mock him. With a single thought, the 136 treasured weapons of the various sects flew up and slashed down horizontally. Ka! 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 Crisp sounds rang out one after another. The precious weapons summoned by the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder were shattered one by one, and the fragments fell in all directions. He had many supreme treasures. Although some of them were destroyed in the battle with the Sun Physique, that was nothing. The supreme treasures he had collected in the Sea region and the ancient alchemist tomb added up to more than 180. He had already replaced the supreme treasures that were destroyed by Li Guhuang. Ka! 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 Cracking sounds continued. In the blink of an eye, all the precious weapons summoned by the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder were shattered. All around, the crowd stared at this scene with fear in their hearts. The powerful 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder summoned 98 precious weapons, but they were all destroyed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Impossible! The Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop roared. With a boom, the divine power outside his body surged, forming a shocking defensive screen of light. Like a cannonball, he furiously shot towards Lin Tian. Pa! The sound of a slap rang out. Once again, the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder was sent flying by Lin Tian. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying more than 10 feet away. That can't be. It can't be. The Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop roared. He was a celestial reaching realm elite who could look down on the entire heaven region. But at this moment, he was so weak. How could he accept it? Lin Tian's eyes were cold and callous. The hundreds of weapons around him were all put away by him. I'll show you what true strength is, he said coldly. With a rumbling sound, an ancient and desolate mountain rose behind him. Demonic beasts roared incessantly. Then, a vast area of lightning appeared, and there was a palace supporting it. In the next moment, a vast ocean appeared, and a blazing sun rose, illuminating all directions. In the end, a starry sky appeared and a full moon appeared. The power of extreme Yin interweaved, clean and divine. The barren heaven realm. Shenming Palace. Sun ocean. Starry sky moon, his eyes were cold. Then, a light flashed behind him again. The place where celestial Lord Daoren comprehended the Tao, the sea of three-leaf clovers, the divine weapon bell, and finally, a sea of yin and yang lotuses floated out and interweaved behind him, making him look like an immortal god descending into the mortal world. Boom, in an instant, with him as the center, a terrifying fluctuation spread out, causing everyone's faces to turn pale in fear. The void was turbulent. Even though he had carved the defensive runes, they shattered with a crack at this moment. This is a martial technique? No. It's not a martial technique, this is the legendary, divine ability? Everyone was terrified. Standing in the air, Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he looked down at the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder like a god. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder staggered back as he stared at the mystical phenomena behind Lin Tian. The terrifying fluctuations caused his back to turn cold as he trembled uncontrollably. Lin Tianling stared coldly at the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder. Die. The void shook. The barren heaven realm, divine cry hall, sun ocean, and starry sky moon all pressed down together. Then, the place where celestial Lord Daoren comprehended the Tao, the sea of three-leaf clovers, the divine weapon bell, and other divine manifestations also rushed out together. Finally, the sea of yin and yang lotuses descended from the sky and trapped the 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder, turning into deadly swords that pierced through the center. Poof, a bloody mist exploded. The 100 Refinements Workshop's Grand Elder didn't even have time to scream before he was crushed until not even his bones were left. In an instant, the entire burning sun sect fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. After an unknown period of time, a panicked voice sounded, "Grand Elder." The 100 Refinements Workshop's owner shouted. His face turned extremely pale as he trembled. After so many years, his 100 Refinements Workshop had finally produced an expert in the Immortal Ascension realm. However, at this moment, he was killed so easily. That was an existence in the Immortal Ascension realm. Grand Elder, he was, how could this be? No, this is a dream. It's a dream. It's impossible for such a thing to happen. The disciples of 100 Refinements Workshop were all horrified. An expert in the Immortal Ascension realm of their own sect was killed just like that. Not even his ashes were left. On the other side, Lulu Xia of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion was also trembling, his face turning pale. Ha, good. Laughter rang out at this moment. In the Incineration Sun Hall, the Burning Sun sect master and the others were all excited. Almost all of them clenched their fists in shock and excitement. Li Changfeng. Lin Tian. This pair of master and disciple, this pair of master and disciple. Ha 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 ha. The heavens have blessed our sect. The people of the Incineration Sun sect could not control themselves at this moment. Changfeng, Lin Tian, the grand elder of the Burning Sun sect, shed tears, his old body trembling uncontrollably. 100 years ago, Li Changfeng was a young prodigy. He was heroic and had swept through all the people of the same generation in the 4 major sects alone. His strength was enough to suppress the older generation experts. He was unparalleled and even made the Grand Elder of the Valley of the Harp owe him a huge favor. Now, 100 years later, the disciple that Li Changfeng sent back was even more outstanding and stunning. At the age of 17, he had rushed into the flight realm and entered the forest of Tier 6. Array manipulators. In the Burning Sun sect, he had killed an expert in the Immortal Ascension realm. This pair of master and disciple, one more genius than the other, one more stunning than the other. They both came from the Burning Sun sect. What kind of pride was this? It's worth it, worth it, worth it. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect murmured. Senior Brother Lin Tian. Senior Brother Lin Tian. Senior Brother Lin Tian. In the Incineration Sun Hall, the disciples of the Burning Sun sect shouted loudly. They were all wild and excited. For the Burning Sun sect to have such a prodigy, this was a supreme honor. For a moment, in the Burning Sun sect and the Incineration Sun Hall, joy, excitement, and exhilaration drove away everything. In contrast, the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop and Xianxia of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion were terrified to the extreme. No, 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 the 100 Refinements Workshop master staggered backward. Fear, uneasiness, and dullness filled him with negative emotions. As for the other ordinary disciples, they couldn't help but tremble. In the sky, Lin Tian descended and looked at the 100 Refinements Workshop master. His gaze was cold, causing the 100 Refinements Workshop master to tremble violently. You. What are you doing? Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. A treasure sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it. With a clang, the sword hummed and flew forward. Puff. The 100 Refinements Workshop master's head was chopped off, and blood spurted more than 5 feet high. The 6th heaven of the Imperial Sky Realm was chopped off by a sword? This child is so young. Could it be that he has already caught up to his master? Genius! Genius! The few elders of the Burning Sun sect were excited. After killing the 100 Refinements Workshop master, Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He tilted his head and looked at Xianxia of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Facing Lin Tian's gaze, Xianxia suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Little brother, I'm not from the 100 Refinements Workshop. I'm an elder of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, Xianxia. This time, I was forced by the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop. I didn't want to. Please don't kill me. I can apologize to everyone in the Burning Sun sect. Yes, I can apologize. Lin Tian was too strong. He even killed the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, who was at the Immortal Ascension realm. How could he not be terrified when he killed the 100 Refinements Workshop master with a sword? In his opinion, this young man in front of him was simply a god of death. No one could stop him. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised the sword in his hand. 7 Mysteries Pavilion, I will personally go there later. With a clang, he pressed down with his right hand. A resplendent sword ray slashed down, directly cutting Xianxia in half. Good kill. Tubei of the Burning Sun sect shouted. Earlier, Xianxia's so-called kind words of them had caused him to feel extremely displeased. Now, Lin Tian had killed this person with a single strike, and it instantly allowed him to vent the resentment in his heart. It was like he'd killed Xianxia himself. In front of the Burning Sun sect's main hall, the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop were all stunned. Everyone was drowned in fear. No, it can't be. This can't be real. Grand Elder, Workshop Master, these people originally had arrogant and callous expressions. Before, they had gripped their weapons and wanted to kill everyone from the Burning Sun sect. But at this moment, the 100 Refinements Lane's highest elder had been killed, the 100 Refinements Lane master had been killed, and the 7 Profound Pavilions Xianxia had been exterminated. These people stared at Lin Tian as if they had seen a demon. They could not stop trembling. Ah! Some people could not resist the fear and could not help but scream. They frantically fled out of the Burning Sun sect. Immediately, all the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop moved and frantically fled outside. Lin Tian stood in front of the Burning Sun Hall and stared at these people. His eyes were very cold. The treasure weapons of 136 sects appeared once again, causing the void to tremble. Like bolts of lightning, they rushed in all directions. Pft! 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 Bloody mists intertwined in the void and exploded one after another. Ah! Spare us, spare us. I don't want to die. The people of the 100 Refinements workshop begged for mercy as they fled. Their voices of fear and screams were mixed together. It was incomparably desolate. However, Lin Tian could not show mercy. When these people killed the disciples of the Burning Sun sect, they showed no mercy. Pft! 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 Bloody light shot out, dazzling and demonic red. Blood drifted, dripping onto the ground. Full text to read: in the Burning Sun sect, corpses were strewn across the ground. It was a ghastly sight, causing one's scalp to go numb. The 100 Refinements Lane's Grand Elder, the Master of the 100 Refinements Lane, Luluwashing of the 7 Profound Pavilion, and the 100 or so disciples of the 100 Refinements Lane had all been killed. For a time, the entire Burning Sun sect seemed deathly silent. After an unknown amount of time, a loud laugh resounded. Good, good, good. Good. Xianxia laughed heartily. This person had lived for a long time. Because of his injuries, he limped out and directly hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck. Brat, good job. You didn't disgrace your master's name. No, you were even stronger than your master back then. Cough. Xiaxia's laughter affected his injuries, and he immediately coughed out another mouthful of blood. Lin Tian hurriedly supported Xiaxia, saying, Old Tu, don't be so excited. Excited? How can I not be excited? Now, even if you want these old bones of mine to die, I'm willing. Tu Bei said. With such a genius in the sect, how could he not be happy? Lin Tian. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect walked out. The Master of the Burning Sun sect and the other 3 elders also walked out from the main hall. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect had a head full of white hair, and his vitality had deteriorated too much. Looking at Lin Tian, his eyes were filled with gratification. Elder. Lin Tian was very respectful. This person was an old drunkard's master, and could be considered his Grand Master. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect nodded repeatedly, his old body slightly trembling. Good, good, good. Staring at Lin Tian, the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect had tears in his eyes. Lin Tian was a disciple brought back by an old drunkard, and his daughter was an old drunkard's lover. An old drunkard was brought up by him. It could be said that an old drunkard was his child. Now that he was looking at Lin Tian, this old man was looking at his grandson. His grandson had returned after half a year, and he was very happy. It's good that you're back. The Master of the Burning Sun sect said. Lin Tian was somewhat apologetic as he said, I'm sorry, sect master. This disciple came back late, and let my fellow sect members. He looked around. The Burning Sun sect had been destroyed beyond recognition. Many disciples had died tragically, and there were even core disciples among them. One must know that every core disciple was a pillar of the sect, and the death of any one of them was a huge loss. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. It's our fault. As the sect master and elder, we couldn't protect our disciples. The Master of the Burning Sun sect shook his head. The disciples of the Burning Sun sect also surrounded Lin Tian, leaving him in the middle. Let's clean up the mess first. Luo Yu said. Luo Yu was the same as Tu Mao. He was also an elder of the Burning Sun sect. He had a calm temperament, and when he looked around, he was somewhat dejected. The Master of the Burning Sun sect and the others silently nodded, and all the disciples began to move. The great elder of the 100 Refinements Lane had broken through to the immortal Ascension realm, and led the disciples of the 100 Refinements Lane up the Burning Sun sect. This was undoubtedly a great disaster for the Burning Sun sect. A large portion of the pavilion was destroyed, and many of the sect's disciples had died. The master of the Burning Sun sect and the others personally moved to tidy up the broken pavilion and record the names of the disciples who had died in this battle. All of this took a full 6 hours. After 6 hours, the Burning Sun sect had become much cleaner. The disciples who had died in the sect were all buried in the back mountain. The corpses of the people of the 100 Refinements Lane, the master of the 100 Refinements Lane, and the 7 Mysteries Pavilions Xianxia were thrown into the setting sun mountain range below the Burning Sun sect, and let the wild beasts gnaw on them. This was already considered benevolent. In fact, many of the disciples of the Burning Sun sect wanted to cut these corpses into 1,000 pieces. They wanted to cut these corpses until not even their bones were left. Soon, the sky darkened, and the stars began to flicker. The stars flickered. The Burning Sun sect had been tidied up, but because many people had died, a faint smell of blood still floated in the air. The moonlight fell on the Burning Sun sect, and specks of silver light shone. When the wind blew, the trees swayed, and it seemed somewhat desolate. Lin Tian stood in front of a tomb of a descendant of the Burning Sun sect. On the tombstone, there was a line of large words that he had personally engraved. Burning Sun sect, Su Feng. Senior brother Su, rest in peace. Junior brother will thoroughly avenge you. He muttered to himself. In the Burning Sun sect, there were not many people he had a good relationship with. Su Feng was the only one. When an old drunkard had brought him to the foot of the Burning Sun sect, an old drunkard had left in a carefree manner. He had no choice but to ascend the Burning Sun sect alone. At that time, it was Su Feng who had received him and brought him to familiarize himself with the Burning Sun sect. He had also brought him to receive pills. He was very gentle and humble, and he had a good impression of him. Now, after more than half a year, he had returned, but Su Feng was dead. He had died at the hands of the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop. He stood in front of Su Feng's tomb, his eyes cold. He was as motionless as the tombstone. He stood there for an entire night. When the stars in the starry sky were hidden and the morning sun was rising, he took one last serious look at Su Feng's tombstone and turned to leave. He walked into the Burning Sun sect. What entered his eyes was a ruin. Although a lot had been cleaned up, there were still bloodstains on the ground. Senior brother Lin. Senior brother. Senior brother. The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were busy. When they saw Lin Tian, they all greeted him respectfully. However, they were not in good spirits. After all, the Burning Sun sect had just suffered a great disaster and many of its disciples had died. Lin Tian nodded to these people one by one in response and walked down the mountain of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian. A familiar voice rang out. A person came from afar. It was Puan from the duty hall. The sect master is looking for you and asked me to call you over. Puan said. Is it urgent? Lin Tian asked. Puan shook his head. No, several elders are here. It should be that they haven't seen you for a long time and want to talk to you. Lin Tian understood and nodded. I'll have to trouble Elder Pu to report to the sect master and the elders that I'm going out for a walk and will be back in 3 days at the latest. He said. Huh? Puan was slightly suspicious. You're going out? To do something. Lin Tian Andao. He nodded to Puan, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The terrifying speed shocked Puan, and then he smiled bitterly. A genius. Thinking back, what was Lin Tian's cultivation level when he first came? He was much weaker than him. But now, he was still in the same place, and the other party had already stepped into the airborne realm. There were 4 sects in the first heaven. They were the peak forces of this heaven, and the distance between them was not too far. After Lin Tian left the Burning Sun sect, he flew in the air and soon landed on a road. He walked forward on foot. Looking around, there was a long staircase in the distance. It was very steep, almost the same as the Burning Sun sect. This was the place where the 100 Refinements Square was established. I'm afraid that one of the 4 major sects will disappear this time. The disappearance of the Burning Sun sect is natural. Our Supreme Elder has stepped into the immortal realm. Who else in the second heaven can be his opponent? The trash of the Burning Sun sect can only submit to our 100 refinement square and merge into our 100 refinement square. That's right. TSK, 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 I heard from a core disciple of our sect that our great elder said that he would let the sun-scorching sect go if they surrendered. However, even if they surrendered, he would still find a chance to kill them. That's right, the sun-scorching sect said. Hey, that's good. Those who are not my disciples must have different intentions. Why raise those trash? Kill them all. Yes. That's how it should be. There were 5 disciples guarding the mountain gate at the foot of the 100 refinement square. They were chatting with each other with arrogant expressions and sneers. At this moment, Lin Tian's figure appeared in the distance. He held a long sword in his hand and walked over step by step. The 5 disciples of the 100 refinement square naturally saw Lin Tian, and they all frowned. Who is it? Stop. Approaching our 100 refinement square with a weapon, are you courting death? Why aren't you stopping? I'll let you. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing, suppressing everything. Puff, 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 the heads of the 3 people at the front were chopped off, and they fell straight to the ground with a bang. You dare to kill the people of our 100 refinement square? The last 2 people were shocked and angry. These people did not know Lin Tian. At this moment, they all pulled out their swords and sabers and circulated their vital essence. Lin Tian was expressionless. The long sword in his hand flashed, and 2 sword lights flashed. Puff, puff, blood splattered, and the last 2 people were also beheaded. After more than half a year, he returned from the second heaven, but the Burning Sun sect was attacked by the people of the 100 refinement square. Many disciples died tragically, and Su Feng was also killed in that battle. An old drunkard took him to the Burning Sun sect to cultivate. The Burning Sun sect's supreme elder, the Burning Sun sect's sect master, and several elders were very good to him, making him truly regard himself as a member of the Burning Sun sect. It made him feel a sense of belonging there, as if it was his own home. But now, his home was destroyed beyond recognition. He carried his long sword and came to the foot of the 100 refinement square. Before he even got close, he heard the discussion of several disciples guarding the gate. They all laughed arrogantly, saying that everyone in the Burning Sun sect was trash, and even mentioned the plot of the Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinement Square. He forced the Burning Sun sect to join the 100 Refinement Square to temporarily survive, but in the end, he still wanted to kill everyone in the Burning Sun sect. Just a few ordinary disciples guarding the gate could discuss these things unscrupulously. They treated the Burning Sun sect as nothing, insulted the people of the Burning Sun sect as trash, and said that it would be best to kill everyone in the Burning Sun sect. They should kill everyone in the Burning Sun sect, let alone the other members of the sect. It could be imagined that everyone in the 100 Refinement Square was now looking forward to the Burning Sun sect's annihilation. Some even wanted to rush to the Burning Sun sect and kill them, perhaps they could even gain some merits. The killing intent in his heart was undoubtedly burning to the peak. He carried his long sword and did not fly. Instead, he walked up the shaving path, step by step, toward the 100 Refinement Square. The shaving path in front of the 100 Refinement Square was paved with hard stones. The tip of the sword was supported on the shaving path. As he walked up, there were sizzling sounds and sparks. This scene was quickly discovered by a deacon of the 100 Refinement Square. Immediately, the deacon revealed a look of shock. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you barge into my 100 Refinement Square?" The deacon shouted sternly. As he walked down the shaving path, he saw several disciples guarding the gate lying in a pool of blood. Lin Tian did not speak. His face was expressionless as he dragged his long sword and walked up. "You're courting death," the deacon shouted angrily. His figure flashed and he rushed down like a swan goose. His 5 fingers stretched out and grabbed Lin Tian's neck. End of chapter. The deacon of the 100 Refinements workshop was not weak. He was at the second level of his sea of consciousness. He opened his 5 fingers, and a shocking amount of vital essence surged out. This was a martial technique called the Eagle Tearing Claw. It was very terrifying. "Die!" the deacon shouted coldly, his gaze cold and cruel. Lin Tian's face did not change at all. He only raised his hand and slashed out. Puff, a bloody light flashed. Before the deacon could even get close, he was cut into two by the sword light. Until his death, the deacon still maintained his posture of grabbing Lin Tian. Only blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Then, he fell on the razor path with a bang. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He was very calm as he walked up the 100 Refinements workshop. Someone's there? On the razor path, blood, that's Deacon Ning. The disciples guarding the mountain are all dead. On the 100 Refinements workshop, more and more disciples noticed Lin Tian. Their expressions changed immediately. Quickly informed the other deacons. Someone barged into our sect and killed a few junior brothers guarding the mountain. He even killed Deacon Ning. The Grand Elder has just stepped into the Immortal Ascension realm. Now, someone dares to barge into our 100 Refinements workshop. He's courting death. No matter who this person is, we must cut him into 1,000 pieces. Many disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop said coldly. The 100 Refinements workshop had always been the leader of the 4 major sections. Now, the sect's Grand Elder had even stepped into the Immortal Ascension realm. Almost everyone in the 100 Refinements workshop knew about it. Everyone was extremely excited. The number 1 sect now had an Immortal Ascension realm expert holding down the fort. They could finally look down on this celestial region and became even more arrogant. But now, on this day, someone actually dared to barge into the 100 Refinements workshop. This made the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop extremely angry. You dare to mess with the Tai Sui? You must be tired of living. Someone said coldly. Soon, dozens of disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop gathered there. They were all looking down and staring coldly at Lin Tian as he walked over. Before the deacons come, let's give him some gifts. That's a good idea. Everyone, attack together. Someone shouted. All right. How dare a little thief barge into our 100 Refinements workshop? He's tired of living. Cripple him and show the might of our 100 Refinements workshop. Some disciples had ferocious looks on their faces. The 100 Refinements workshop controlled the 100 Refinements secret technique, which was very powerful. It was originally the strongest among the 4 major sects, and its disciples were very arrogant. Now that the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements workshop had stepped into the celestial opening realm, the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop were even more arrogant. Now that they saw someone barging into the 100 Refinements workshop, how could these disciples be happy? Their eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. Boom, clang, the light of Xingyuan flickered, the sword light and the blade light crisscrossed, simultaneously attacking Lin Tian, who was on the shaving path. Lin Tian's face was expressionless, and his steps were steady. He only calmly took a step forward. It looked like he was not doing anything, but not a single ray of sword light could hit him. He does have some tricks up his sleeve. Don't be careless. Since this little thief can kill Deacon Ning, he's definitely not ordinary. Someone said. After that, even more violent Xingyuan fluctuations surged. Dozens of 100 Refinements workshop disciples stood together and attacked together. Saber lights, sword shadows, and halberd lights all rushed towards Lin Tian. Some people even took out flying knives and threw them down. However, it was a pity that all of their attacks missed. The shaving path was very long. Lin Tian dragged his long sword and walked step by step towards 100 Refinements workshop. His clothes fluttered in the wind. On 100 Refinements workshop, dozens of disciples were shocked, and many of them felt their hearts palpitate. Interesting. A sneer sounded. After dozens of people, a purple-robed young man walked over with a cold gaze. He was as sharp as a goshawk as he looked at Lin Tian, who was walking over. Senior brother Luo. Seeing this person, the crowd was moved and revealed a look of awe. The purple-robed young man was about 26 years old. With a light leap, he pounced towards Lin Tian like an eagle in the sky. At the same time, clanging sounds were incessant. The treasure weapons of the 12 sects appeared beside the purple-robed young man, all of them flickering with a cold murderous light. Senior brother Luo is a new core disciple, and his cultivation has already reached the 4th level of the spiritual sea. This person is dead for sure. Of course. In front of our 100 Refinements workshop's core disciple, he's not worth mentioning. Many people sneered. The purple-robed young man's eyes were cold. In the blink of an eye, he was only a few feet away from Lin Tian. Barging into our 100 Refinements workshop, your life, poof, a cold light flashed, and a head rolled down the stairs. The purple-robed young man's corpse fell on the razor path with a bang. What? Senior brother Luo how is that possible? Seeing this scene, dozens of 100 Refinements workshop's disciples changed their expressions. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change, as if he had done nothing. He walked up the steep razor path step by step and finally reached the top of 100 Refinements workshop. Seeing that he had reached the top, the dozens of 100 Refinements workshop's disciples who had gathered here previously were all frightened. They retreated several feet before stopping. All of them were very pale. You. Who are you? How dare you come to our 100 Refinements workshop and kill our sect's disciples? You're courting death. Someone shouted, trying to appear fierce but cowardly. This was an outer sect disciple with extraordinary strength at the 9th level of the divine range. Lin Tian did not say anything. He swung his sword and directly chopped off this person's head. You. Such a domineering attitude caused the other disciples to reveal expressions of anger. However, soon, a tough person spoke with a ferocious expression and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. He's only one person. We have more people here. If we attack together, we will definitely be able to kill him. Moreover, the deacons will be here soon. Yes. Attack together. Kill him. Kill." Someone roared. His entire body was filled with hostility as he charged toward Lin Tian together. In an instant, violent vital essence surged. Dozens of people rushed forward together, surrounding Lin Tian in the middle. Lin Tian did not show any emotion. He just calmly raised his hand and swung his sword away. He could even kill an immortal realm expert. How could these ordinary outer sect disciples of the divine range stop him? Poof, 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 in the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were killed, and their blood stained the ground. Lin Tian took a step forward and attacked mercilessly. He swung his sword again. Blood splattered. He swung his sword a second time, cutting the last dozen people in half at the waist. All of them died tragically under his feet. Who is it? At this moment, a shout was heard. 5 deacons rushed over from afar. At the same time, more disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop were shocked. They walked out from every corner of the 100 Refinements workshop. There were hundreds of them. This is? You came to the 100 Refinements workshop to kill people? Are you courting death? All the disciples were shocked and furious. Their expressions were grim. What kind of place was the 100 Refinements workshop? It was the strongest place among the 4 major sections. However, someone dared to barge in and kill dozens of disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop. ****. The 5 deacons stared at this scene, and their eyes widened. With a loud bang, the 5 people's true essence surged out from their bodies, all pressing down on Lin Tian. These 5 deacons were very strong. The weakest was at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea. The strongest was at the 6th level of the spiritual sea. At this moment, they attacked together. For a moment, a vast radiance shook. It was like a mountain of light was pressing down, enveloping Lin Tian in it. Lin Tian did not say anything. The long sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. He raised it gently and swung it down mercilessly. With a clang, a silver sword aura tore through the air. Puff, 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 the blood light was dazzling. The 5 powerful deacons were pierced through their chests. Their hearts were shattered, and they could not be more dead. Seeing this, the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop who walked out were shocked. How could this be? 5 powerful spiritual sea realm deacons were killed in a single exchange. What kind of combat power was this? The disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop were terrified. However, this fear was soon replaced by anger and malevolence. Damn it, how dare you kill people in the 100 Refinements workshop? You're too arrogant. Thief. Quick, inform the 3 elders. Someone shouted. Someone went to inform the elders, while the others stared at Lin Tian vigilantly. Many of them took out their swords and sabers, their faces filled with vigilance and anger. All of them had sinister looks on their faces, as if they wanted to kill Lin Tian 1,000 or 10,000 times with their gazes. Lin Tian tilted his head. His eyes were cold. The long sword in his hand shook slightly. The 9 styles of the sun incinerating swept out and slashed in all directions. Puff, 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 the blood light continued and scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of 100 Refinement's workshop disciples fell into a pool of blood and died tragically on the spot. Brothers, let's attack together. Kill him. An inner sect disciple shouted. As the first of the 4 sects, the 100 Refinement's workshop had many experts. Many of them were very vicious and shouted loudly. Soon, other disciples of the 100 Refinement's workshop responded and rushed over. The Supreme Elder and the workshop owner will go and kill that group of trash from the Burning Sun sect. They will bring back everything from the Burning Sun sect to strengthen the 100 Refinement's workshop. As disciples of the 100 Refinement's workshop, we can't lose face in the sect. Give it your all and kill him. Someone shouted. This was also an inner sect disciple. His cultivation was at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, and he was stronger than many deacons. Kill. Voices sounded and responded in unison. They were all inner sect disciples of the 100 Refinement's workshop. Their cultivation was extraordinary and their combat power was very strong. Boom, treasure light crisscrossed. Their vital essence was astonishing and cold rays of light shot out. The weakest of these inner sect disciples was at the early stage of the spiritual sea realm. At this moment, there were dozens of them attacking together. They cooperated very well with each other. Their power was really not to be underestimated. Even an ordinary Zephyr realm expert would be moved. Lin Tian still did not speak. He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. Clang, the 9 forms of the burning sun spread out. The flame sword swept across and broke through the air. Puff, 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 in the blink of an eye, several inner sect disciples who were closest to him died tragically. They were all cut in half at the waist and their internal organs were all shattered. He came here as a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. He wanted to use the 9 forms of the Burning Sun to clean up everything and end all karma. 9 forms of the Burning Sun? You are from the Burning Sun sect. How could you appear here? This shouldn't be. An inner sect disciple exclaimed. In an instant, the other inner sect disciples were also moved. These people did not know Lin Tian, but they recognized the sword skill that Lin Tian was using at this moment. It was the Burning Sun sect's ultimate skill, the 9 forms of the Burning Sun. Immediately, they were shocked. Their sect's Grand Elder had reached the immortal realm and personally led the workshop owner and a group of outstanding disciples to the Burning Sun sect. But now, someone from the Burning Sun sect had come to the 100 Refinement's workshop. End of chapter. The group of inner sect disciples of 100 Refinement's workshop were shocked. Their own faction's Grand Elder and Workshop Master had led a group of outstanding disciples to the Burning Sun sect, but at this time, someone from the Burning Sun sect actually came to their 100 Refinement's workshop. This was unexpected. Someone stood out. Your Burning Sun sect is quite stubborn. You actually want to bite us before you are destroyed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he slashed out with his sword. The person who spoke was an inner sect disciple at the 3rd level of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Before he could react, he was cut into 2 by the sword. Damn it, how dare you do this? Even an immortal won't be able to save you if you kill our 100 Refinement's workshops people like this. You must die. Kill him. The disciples of 100 Refinement's workshop were furious, and their faces were ferocious. They wore the uniform of 100 Refinement's workshop, and dozens of them were at the Sea of Consciousness realm. They were inner sect disciples of 100 Refinement's workshop. At this moment, they roared and attacked Lin Tian together. Instantly, true essence light soared into the sky, and saber light and sword shadows sealed the surroundings. Even a fly could not fly out. Lin Tian was expressionless. He raised his hand and slashed. With a swoosh, the martial skill light that was pressing down was instantly cut into pieces and dissipated into nothingness like a spark. He raised his head again, and it was still a simple slash. Pooh! A cold light shone in all directions. An inner sect disciple was cut into pieces, and large pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He calmly stepped forward. The long sword in his hand seemed to have a terrifying demonic power. As long as he waved it, there would be blood. As long as he slashed, someone would die. In the blink of an eye, countless corpses fell in front of 100 Refinement's workshop, and blood dyed a large area of the ground red. During this process, Lin Tian did not say a word. He just calmly stepped forward and killed 10 people with one step. At this moment, 3 powerful fluctuations appeared. In the depths of 100 Refinement's workshop, 3 elders flew over and arrived in the blink of an eye. Great Elder, Third Elder, Fourth Elder. Someone exclaimed. The 3 elders from the 100 Refinement's workshop walked over. All of them had cold and detached expressions. When they saw Lin Tian, their expressions immediately changed. Lin Tian? It's you. One of them said. Hearing those words, the people from the 100 Refinement's workshop all revealed shocked expressions. Lin Tian? Sty 1 TXT, is he that Lin Tian from the Burning Sun sect, the one who secretly learned the 100 Refinement's secret technique of my 100 Refinement's workshop? The disciples of 100 Refinement's workshop were surprised. Not many of the 100 Refinement's workshop's disciples knew Lin Tian. However, they had all heard of him. The 3 elders of the 100 Refinement's workshop scanned their surroundings. Their eyes were filled with sinister light. The 4th elder took a step forward and descended from the sky. The Zhenyuan around his body became violent, like a vast ocean, and its power was extremely shocking. I have been waiting for you for half a year. I did not expect that you would finally appear, but you actually dared to come here and kill my sect's disciples. You are really courting death. This person's eyes were sinister. He stretched out his right hand, which transformed into the size of a millstone. His pitch-black true essence surged as he grabbed at Lin Tian. I'll spare your dog life for now. Once we get what we want, we'll cut you up bit by bit to avenge our dead disciple. This person said coldly. 4th elder, make your move. This little thief is hopeless. Of course, the 4th elder is a flight realm expert. It's a pity that we can't kill him directly. Didn't you hear what the 4th elder said? We'll only spare his dog life for now. When the elders find what they want, it will be time for him to be killed. At that time, please hand him over to us and use the 36 types of torture to torture him to death. That's right. Seeing the 4th elder make his move, all the disciples of the 100 Refinement's workshop calmed down as if they had eaten a tranquilizer. Many people stared at Lin Tian with sinister expressions as if they were looking at a corpse. With a boom, the 4th elder's big hand arrived, wanting to suppress Lin Tian with a single strike. Pooh! Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He casually waved the long sword in his hand, and a severed arm flew out diagonally, spraying blood all over the sky. The 4th elder of the 100 Refinement's workshop screamed miserably, and a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. You. He was a flight realm expert, but now, one of his arms was chopped off in a single exchange. This is? How could this be? That's the 4th elder. The expressions of the disciples of the 100 Refinement's workshop all changed, and they could not believe everything in front of them. Not only them, but even the 1st elder and 3rd elder of the 100 Refinement's workshop in the void were shocked. Among them, the 3rd elder had been to the 100 Refinement's workshop once and met Lin Tian. At that time, Lin Tian was only at the 4th heaven of the Sea of Consciousness. But now, only half a year had passed, and he could easily injure a 3rd heaven of the flight realm expert. How is this possible? The 3rd elder was shocked. Lin Tian. The 4th elder roared angrily. Not only was he in pain, but he was also angry. To him, this was a humiliation. With a loud roar, he pushed his vital essence to the extreme. Treasured weapons appeared one after another and slashed crazily at Lin Tian. 4th elder. Be careful when you attack. Don't kill him. The 1st elder said. The 4th elder's expression was gloomy. I know, puff. A sword light flew over, directly interrupting the 4th elder's next words and cutting off his head. Such a scene immediately caused everyone in the 100 Refinement's workshop to tremble. The 4th elder, who was at the 3rd heaven of the flight realm, was killed so easily. Clang. Clang. Clang! Clang! The weapons summoned by the fourth elder all fell to the ground, making metallic sounds. Lin Tian was expressionless. Like a bloodthirsty demon king, he raised the long sword in his hand again. Clang! He used the 9 styles of the burning sun. The flame sword light soared into the sky and slashed in all directions. Now that he had stepped into the 4th heaven of the flight realm, his combat strength was so tyrannical that even the masters of the top 10 sects of the 2nd heaven had to fear him. He had even killed a Holy Land elder at the 2nd heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm. Now, these people of the 100 Refinements workshop were simply not enough. Ah! Screams echoed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people died tragically. Lin Tian held his long sword and killed 10 people in one step as he walked towards the center of the 100 Refinements workshop. At the center of the 100 Refinements workshop stood a tall tower. It was the core palace of the 100 Refinements workshop, the 100 Refinements Tower. He activated the 9 styles of the burning sun to the limit. With one sword strike, 10 people died. However, he did not reveal the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. The rhythm of his steps did not change at all. He was prepared to destroy the 100 Refinements Tower and then completely clear this place. Pft! 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 Rays of blood light flashed as the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop charged ferociously. Unfortunately, how could they stop Lin Tian? They all bled. Lin Tian did not say a word. He was expressionless as he walked forward step by step. Such an attitude undoubtedly infuriated all the cultivators in the 100 Refinements workshop. Arrogant! A new core disciple of the 100 Refinements workshop shouted. In the next moment, a sword light approached him and he fell into a pool of blood. Sacrificial killing array. The first elder and third elder of the 100 Refinements workshop roared. As the voices of the 2 men rang out, mysterious runes immediately appeared on the ground of the 100 Refinements workshop with a bang. Immediately, the surrounding space began to distort. Rays of murderous light flashed, and the energy fluctuations were astonishingly powerful. Do you really think that our 100 Refinements workshop is a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can barge in? The killing array protects the sect. Anyone below the Immortal Ascension realm will die. The 2 of them said coldly. As the 2 of them finished speaking, the killing light on the 100 Refinements workshop became even more terrifying. Activate the sect protection array. This beast is finished. Not yet. The elders won't. Kill him directly. He's still useful. It's really annoying that we can't kill him directly. It's too easy to kill him directly. We have to torture him until he's better off dead. That's right. Many people in the 100 Refinements workshop had ferocious expressions as they stared at Lin Tian viciously. Boom, boundless killing light swept past and slashed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not react at all, but his eyes were very cold. He circulated the Divine One Soul technique, and silver light flickered and floated in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the distorted space above the 100 Refinements workshop calmed down, and all the killing light disappeared. The killing patterns on the ground also dimmed and fell into a dormant state. What's going on? Why did the killing array stop? The third elder's expression changed. With a clang, a dazzling sword light suddenly floated past and pierced through his glabella. Silver light intertwined outside Lin Tian's body and then dimmed. The 100 Refinements workshop sect protection array was only drawn by a rank 6 array controller back then. This level of killing array was too weak for Lin Tian, who cultivated the Divine One Soul technique. He only released wisps of soul power and controlled it with the Divine One Soul technique. He directly cut off part of the killing patterns, causing the entire killing array to fall into a state of death. Third Elder. Where's the killing array? Why isn't our sect protection array operating? What's happening? All the disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop trembled in fear. At this moment, with a clang, the fiery sword light appeared again, burning the void until it was distorted and ripples appeared. Puff, 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 blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop died and fell into a pool of blood with a bang. Lin Tian stepped forward and continued forward. During this process, he would swing his sword from time to time. A casual swing of his sword could reap more than a dozen lives. Lin Tian, our Grand Supreme Elder has reached the immortal Ascension realm. He won't let you go. An inner sect disciple shouted fiercely. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He did not say anything. He raised his long sword and swung it down mercilessly, chopping off that person's head. Then, he continued to swing his sword. Sword chi rampaged, causing wails to resound in the surroundings as more people died. Stop. What are you trying to do? The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop's eyes were red and he could not help but roar. Looking at the corpses around him, his pupils constricted rapidly. These were all outstanding disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop, but now, more than 100 of them had been killed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He swung his sword and sent the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop flying with a bang. What did your 100 Refinements Workshop do to my Burning Sun sect? I'm here today to do the same. It's no big deal. It's just a sect extermination. Lin Tian spoke for the first time and his voice was bone-chilling. A few months ago, the 100 Refinements Workshop gathered people to cause trouble for him at the Burning Sun sect. It was the same in the Demon Burial Valley. They hired a rank 6 array controller to deal with him. A few months later, the 100 Refinements Workshop even attacked the Burning Sun sect. How could he tolerate it? Now, both old and new grudges were settled. He wanted to completely flatten this place. Like a demon king, he attacked decisively and mercilessly. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed. Thief! You will die a horrible death. The Grand Supreme Elder will avenge us. Ah! Grand Elder, save us! Save us! No! The people of the 100 Refinements Workshop roared at Lin Tian ferociously, but soon, the expressions on their faces changed and were replaced by fear. Lin Tian was too terrifying. He showed no mercy when he attacked. It was as if he was the god of death who had walked out of hell and wantonly reaped lives. He did not even blink when he attacked. Damn it! Stop! Stop! The Grand Elder roared. When he saw Lin Tian killing the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets and he pounced forward like a wild beast. Lin Tian raised his leg and sent him flying with a kick. You have the highest status in the 100 Refinements Workshop now. I will not kill you for the time being. I will let you watch as I destroy everything in your 100 Refinements Workshop and kill everyone in it. Lin Tian's voice was merciless. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the expression of the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop changed drastically. You want to destroy my 100 Refinements Workshop? Lin Tian didn't say anything. He stepped forward and shook the long sword in his hand again. Clang, with the sound of the sword, the fiery sword light flew in all directions, cutting off the heads of the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop one by one. There was no expression on his face, as if he was doing the most ordinary thing. He just raised his hand and swung his sword. It was that simple. Ah! Great Elder, save us, save me. Ah, no, don't kill us. The disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop were completely terrified. They fled in all directions in fear. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he calmly stepped forward. With every step he took, someone would definitely die under his feet. Many people of the 100 Refinements Workshop fled. They were frightened by Lin Tian and no longer had the will to fight. Now, these people only wanted to live. However, when some people fled for a distance, mysterious patterns suddenly appeared in the void and sealed the surroundings. With a bang, these people were knocked back and fell into the dust in a sorry state. The way out is blocked. What's going on? How could this be? This, everyone was terrified. Lin Tian raised his hand and waved his long sword. He used the third style of the incinerating sun instantly, fiery swords filled the sky. He had come to the 100 Refinements Workshop to completely wipe out the place and wipe out the entire place. Naturally, he would not let anyone escape. As early as the moment he entered the 100 Refinements Workshop, he had engraved forbidden matrix patterns in the void, isolating the space. Even airborne realm cultivators would not be able to escape. His expression was cold. This time, he came only to reap lives. Pfft, lives withered like flowers, and blood splattered. It was a shocking sight. "Stop!" the great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop roared and rushed forward. Unfortunately, before he could get close, he was directly swept away by Lin Tianyi's sword. Lin Tian controlled his strength very well. He only sent him flying and didn't kill him. Just as he said earlier, he wanted this first elder of 100 Refinements Workshop to watch him destroy everything in 100 Refinements Workshop and kill everyone in 100 Refinements Workshop. He stepped on the ground of the 100 Refinements Workshop and swung his sword. More than 10 heads floated up. The screams reverberated in this space. If anyone heard it, their scalp would definitely go numb. At this time, the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop no longer had the will to fight. They were no longer as arrogant and ferocious as before. At this time, many of them wanted to escape, but they simply couldn't. There were forbidden runes in the void, sealing the space. The great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop roared angrily, "Stop! How could you be so cruel? Are you still human? Cruel? Lin." Tianling laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. The supreme elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the master of the 100 Refinements Workshop led a group of people to force the Burning Sun sect. They killed many disciples of the Burning Sun sect and even plotted to torture everyone in the Burning Sun sect to death after annexing the Burning Sun sect. Then, he came to the 100 Refinements Workshop alone and heard the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop discussing the destruction of the Burning Sun sect. They said that the people of the Burning Sun sect were all trash and that it would be best to kill them. Now, he was just returning an eye for an eye, but the other party called him cruel. "To trash like you, it's only right for you to humiliate and kill others. But if others resist even a little, it's cruel." His eyes were cold, and killing intent intertwined in his eyes. He swung his sword backward. With a clang, flame surged. In an instant, a sea of fire suddenly appeared in this space, engulfing dozens of disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop on the spot. He attacked mercilessly. Holding the long sword, he slashed out again. The core disciple at the front was just about to dodge when he was cut into pieces on the spot. His flesh and blood splattered in all directions. The 100 Refinements Workshop's great elder's face was ashen. He was ferocious and furious. He attacked Lin Tian again and again, but he was kicked away. "Help!" Screams and cries for help sounded continuously. In the 100 Refinements Workshop, the pavilions collapsed one by one, and the disciples fell one by one. "Ah! Don't kill me, don't kill me! Great Elder, save me, this was a place of blood." Lin Tian's expression was cold. He was like a demon that had awakened in the human world. He was cold-blooded and cruel, and he attacked mercilessly. He cut off heads one after another. Some of the heads that flew up still had a look of horror on their faces. As he strode forward, corpses after corpses fell at his feet. Along the way, no one could compete with him. No one could block his sword. Even the old deacon at the peak of the Sea of Knowledge realm didn't dare to touch his sword. Puff! 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 Blood mists exploded, and corpses fell one after another. Finally, he killed his way through and arrived at the center of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Here stood the 100 Refinements Tower of the 100 Refinements Workshop. The tower was divided into 9 levels, and it was the symbol of the 100 Refinements Workshop. It was the most important place in the 100 Refinements Workshop. Looking at the 100 Refinements Tower, his eyes were cold. A sea of lightning suddenly rushed out from behind him. The Divine Cry Palace of the King's region appeared and pressed forward. Boom! With a loud sound, the 100 Refinements Tower immediately shattered into pieces, causing sand and dust to splatter everywhere. The 100 Refinements Workshop's great elder was stunned. He instantly roared with bloodshot eyes, "Bastard! Sinner! Sinner!" The 100 Refinements Workshop was the strongest sect in this heaven region. It had been around for countless years, and no one had ever dared to behave atrociously here. However, today, Lin Tian completely destroyed everything and directly destroyed the 100 Refinements Tower, the symbol of the sect. One had to know that this pagoda was personally built by the founder of the 100 Refinements Workshop back then. But now, it had been reduced to rubble. "You deserve to die. You deserve to die." The 100 Refinements Workshop's great elder roared angrily. He took out more than 20 artifacts and crazily charged towards Xianxia. Lin Tian did not even look at him. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds rang out continuously. In an instant, the 20 artifacts that the 100 Refinements Workshop's great elder took out were all shattered. He looked around with a heartless gaze. It's about time. I'll send all of you on your way, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, clanging sounds could be heard. 136 artifacts appeared, and the clanging sounds of weapons could be heard. Everyone from the 100 Refinements Workshop stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. They were completely stunned, and their eyes were filled with fear. How exactly did he do it? One had to know that their lineage's 100 Refinements mystic technique could only control 49 artifacts at the same time when cultivated to the extreme. Even if the Great Elder reached the immortal realm and forcefully broke the limit, he could only control 98 artifacts at most. But now, there was actually someone who could control 136 artifacts at the same time. I secretly learned your 100 Refinements mystic technique? You guys are really thick-skinned to be able to keep insisting on this point, Lin Tianling said. As soon as he finished speaking, with a thought, the 136 artifacts clanged and rushed out in all directions like lightning. Instantly, streaks of blood light flashed. Pft! 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 In this space, the disciples of the 100 Refinements Workshop were killed one by one. Everyone fled frantically. Unfortunately, the way out had already been sealed by the forbidden formation runes. There was no way to escape. Lin Tian, the great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. Very good, that's right, Lin Tianling said coldly. Making the people of the 100 Refinements Workshop feel heart-wrenching pain was the outcome he wanted. His gaze was heartless. With a thought, the 136 artifacts swept out in all directions and mercilessly killed the people who were fleeing in the 100 Refinements Workshop. The worst of these artifacts were supreme treasures. Their might was tyrannical and peerless. Who could block them? Pft! 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 Blood mists exploded one after another. A scream sounded. After dozens of breaths, the space was completely silent. As far as the eye could see, the ground of the 100 Refinements Workshop was dyed red with blood. There were corpses one after another, and some immortal plants were shattered beyond recognition. The great elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop fell to the ground dejectedly. His eyes were bloodshot as he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence in a row. After a while, he screamed and charged towards Lin Tian like a vengeful ghost. Lin Tian slapped him with the back of his hand and sent him flying into a pavilion not far away. How do you feel? He said coldly. Lin Tian. Beast. What a beast. Just you wait, the Grand Elder and the workshop owner will not let you off. Even if you hide to the ends of the world, the Grand Elder will find you and kill you. The Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop roared. Lin Tian's expression was cold as he sent the Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop flying with a kick, crashing into an old tree not far away. I can come here calmly and slowly kill everyone in your 100 Refinements Workshop. Do you think that your Grand Elder and the workshop owner are still alive? He said coldly. The Great Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop trembled and immediately felt a chill down his spine. His eyes widened. You, Lin Tianling snorted and swung his sword, chopping off this person's head. He stood on the spot. The blood on the ground flowed like a stream, but it could not disturb his mind at all. Today, his cultivation had reached the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm, and his mental strength had been tempered to a very strong level. It was no longer like when he was in the Imperial City, where he would have nightmares and hallucinations after killing hundreds of people. Those days had long passed. The current him was a true cultivator, a person who lived for battle. He swept his gaze across the 100 Refinements Workshop and walked into the depths. After spending more than 2 hours, he cut open the pavilions of the 100 Refinements Workshop and found many things. There were thousands of first-grade Baodan and second-grade Baodan, as well as many treasure herbs and beast cores. There were also hundreds of treasured weapons and spirit weapons, and the spirit coins were even more astonishing. Moreover, he obtained some of the ultimate martial techniques of the 100 Refinements workshop, such as the 7 Shadows 1 Kill martial technique and the White Rainbow Piercing Sun martial technique. They were all very famous martial techniques in this heaven region that could greatly increase a cultivator's combat strength. These things were no longer of any use to him, but they were indispensable resources for the Burning Sun sect. Whether it was the Baodan, beast cores, treasured weapons, spirit coins, or martial techniques, these things were of great use to the development of a sect. He found about 20 stone rings in the 100 Refinements workshop and put all the Baodan, beast cores, and treasured weapons into the 20 stone rings. Then, he put them away and would hand them over to the Burning Sun sect master later. After another 10 breaths, he came to a forbidden area in the depths of the 100 Refinements workshop. There was a scarlet-green pavilion in front of him. He cut the pavilion into pieces and broke through some of the mechanisms inside. He took out a jade book with 4 words printed on it, 100 Refinements Secret Technique. He took the jade book and flipped it open to read. He found that the cultivation route recorded in this so-called 100 Refinements Secret Technique was exactly the same as the first paragraph of the weapon control technique. There was not even half a word difference. As expected, it's an incomplete piece of the weapon control technique. He coldly muttered to himself. Vital essence flickered in his right hand. With a crack, he directly shattered the jade book. The 100 Refinements Secret Technique jade book, which recorded the incomplete weapon controlling technique, was shattered. Not even dregs were left behind as jade sand scattered all over the ground. Lin Tian waved his hand, and a sword light suddenly appeared, slashing the scarlet-green pavilion into pieces, causing dust to splatter all over the sky. He soared into the sky and soon arrived at a place more than 300 feet above the ground. Looking down from the sky, the 100 Refinements workshop was in a mess. Blood was everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. It was a scene of purgatory. Lin Tian glanced down indifferently. His figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared from the sky above the 100 Refinements workshop. After leaving the 100 Refinements workshop, Lin Tian flew in the sky. The wind whistled in his ears, and the scenery on both sides flew past rapidly. He did not return to the Burning Sun sect. Instead, he flew in another direction. Soon, 10 hours passed. After 10 hours of flying, a green mountain appeared in front of him. The green mountain was vast, and there were many palaces and pavilions in it. Right in front of him was a huge courtyard, and a few young divine range cultivators were guarding outside the courtyard. 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Lin Tian arrived here with an indifferent expression and walked forward step by step. Who is it? Outside the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's courtyard, the disciple guarding the courtyard stepped forward and asked with a frown. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He did not say anything and just walked forward. The faces of the few youths guarding the courtyard immediately darkened, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. You still want to barge into our sect? Take him down. One of them said. After this person finished speaking, he directly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and swept out a sword wind, directly sending this person flying. With a bang, this person crashed into the courtyard of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion not far away. He let out a scream and did not stand up again. Instantly, the other youth's expressions changed. Their faces darkened, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. How dare you attack in front of our 7 Mysteries Pavilion? You're courting death. The few of them were enraged. They each drew their swords and charged over together. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change. A majestic force rushed out of his body and swept out like a hurricane. Bang! 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 The few people who stepped forward were all sent flying, falling into the distance while howling in grief. Not even glancing at these people, Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change as he crossed the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's gate and headed inside. The 7 Profound Pavilion caused him to feel a chill in his heart. However, because this sect had only received some benefits from the 100 Refinements workshop and sent an elder to support the 100 Refinements workshop, he did not kill these disciples of the 7 Profound Pavilion. He only forced them back, causing them to temporarily lose their ability to fight. After coming here, he had never thought of wantonly killing people. However, the Seven Profound Pavilion still had to pay the price. He couldn't allow his sect to be casually bullied by others. He walked past the entrance of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. His footsteps were steady as he walked into the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. Very quickly, people within the Seven Mysteries Pavilion naturally discovered him. "Who are you?" You are not a disciple of my Seven Profound Pavilion. How did you get in?" As one of the four great sects of the First Heaven, the Seven Profound Pavilion had many disciples. It was impossible for a single disciple to recognize everyone in the sect. However, this did not prevent these people from determining that Lin Tian was not a disciple of the Seven Profound Pavilion. This was because every sect had their own uniform and symbol, and Lin Tian did not have the uniform and symbol of a Seven Profound Pavilion disciple. Lin Tian stared at the Seven Profound Pavilion. In the center was the Seven Profound Palace, where several important figures of the Seven Profound Pavilion usually gathered. He did not care about the surrounding disciples of the Seven Profound Pavilion. His footsteps were steady as he walked towards the Seven Profound Palace. This action undoubtedly angered all the nearby disciples of the Seven Profound Pavilion. Several deacons walked over. "Take him down," one of them coldly said. Suddenly, among the deacons, a powerhouse at the seventh heavenly layer of spiritual sea moved. He used a powerful martial skill to grab Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head, his eyes cold. "Get out of my way." Facing his gaze, the deacon who was about to make a move suddenly trembled as if he had seen a ghost. He only felt that he was shrouded by a monstrous chill. His body suddenly stopped, and he couldn't help but tremble. Even his lips were trembling. You. The deacon trembled. He suddenly felt as if a scythe of death was placed on his neck. At the same time, the surrounding people's faces also changed. At this time, Lin Tian's body emitted a terrifying chill, causing everyone's hearts to tremble in fear. Staring at Lin Tian, the nearby cultivators were all frightened. Among them, there were even a few core disciples of the Seven Profound Pavilion. They could fight against powerhouses at the eighth heavenly layer of spiritual sea. However, at this moment, facing Lin Tian's cold aura, these normally arrogant core disciples were also frightened. They wanted to rush forward, but they could not move their feet. Everyone was suppressed by the cold aura and did not dare to move. Lin Tian did not care about these people and continued to walk forward. His cultivation had already reached the fourth heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm. Along the way, he had killed countless people. Many immortal Ascension realm powerhouses had died in his hands. The killing intent and cold aura that he had accumulated were extremely terrifying. How could a few spiritual sea cultivators or even divine pulse cultivators withstand it? Even ordinary Zephyr realm powerhouses would find it difficult to withstand such killing intent. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by an astonishing cold aura as he directly arrived in front of the Seven Profound Palace. Staring ahead, he stopped in his tracks, and a supreme treasure sword appeared in his hand. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. With a wave of his right hand, a dazzling sword light directly slashed out. This sword light was somewhat tyrannical. It carried lightning and fire. In the blink of an eye, it slashed the Seven Profound Palace in front of him. With a boom, the Seven Profound Palace collapsed and was cut into pieces. The Seven Profound Palace, all the surrounding Seven Profound Pavilion disciples were stunned. The most important Seven Profound Palace of the Seven Profound Pavilion was actually cut into pieces. As the palace collapsed, smoke and dust rose into the air. The hearts of the Seven Profound Pavilion disciples trembled. Soon after, they revealed frightened expressions. That sword just now was so powerful. Suddenly, 3 powerful auras spread out. 3 figures rushed out from the collapsed Seven Profound Palace. Who did this? A middle-aged man in the middle shouted, his face full of anger. This middle-aged man wore a green robe and was the pavilion master of the Seven Profound Pavilion. Just now, he was discussing some important matters with 2 elders of the sect. But suddenly, the Seven Profound Pavilion collapsed, crushing the 3 of them below. This caused the middle-aged man to be extremely angry. This palace was the symbol of the Seven Profound Pavilion. The surroundings were completely silent. No one spoke. Who did this? Are you all mute? The seven profound pavilion master roared in a thunderous rage. Beside the seven profound pavilion master stood two elders. Both of their faces were gloomy as they stood in the air and scanned the area below. Pavilion. Pavilion master, two elders. A powerful attendant spoke while trembling with fear. He pointed at Lin Tian and said, It's him. The seven profound pavilion master and the two elders looked in the direction this person was pointing at. Their faces were ashen, but soon after, their faces turned cold. You're not from the seven profound pavilion. Who are you? Staring at Lin Tian, the seven profound pavilion master and the two elders became even more furious. Their killing intent instantly spread out. A person who was not from the seven profound pavilion had entered the seven profound pavilion and actually destroyed the seven profound palace. Lin Tian looked at the three people. In his right hand, wisps of flames appeared on the long sword, and the 9 forms of the burning sun sword technique appeared. Now you know? He said coldly. The seven profound pavilion master and the two elders' faces suddenly changed. 9 forms of the burning sun? You're a disciple of the burning sun sect? The three of them were shocked. The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Lane had stepped into the connecting immortal realm and killed his way into the burning sun sect. Moreover, the seven profound pavilion had sent an elder to support him in order to maintain the 100 Refinements Lane's positive image. Just now, the three of them were discussing this matter in the seven profound palace. Unexpectedly, a disciple of the burning sun sect actually broke into the seven profound pavilion and destroyed the seven profound palace. This caused the three of them to be shocked and angry. A disciple of the burning sun sect had escaped. The two elders beside the seven profound pavilion master, one of them was the first elder of the seven profound pavilion, and the other was the second elder of the seven profound pavilion. They were both very powerful. At this moment, the second elder's expression changed again. He stared at Lin Tian Dao and said, Lin Tian? He's Lin Tian. This person had once led the seven profound pavilion to participate in the Four Gates trial and had seen Lin Tian before. At this moment, he remembered. Lin Tian? The genius disciple of the Burning Sun sect that the 100 Refinements Square has been searching for over half a year, Lin Tian? The seven profound pavilion master and the first elder's expressions changed. At the same time, the other disciples of the seven profound pavilion also revealed shocked expressions. During the Four Gates trial, Lin Tian had mercilessly killed their sect's D1 Hong. At that time, more than 20 disciples of the seven profound pavilion had witnessed it with their own eyes. Afterward, this matter had spread throughout the seven profound pavilion, and many people knew that there was a genius disciple of the Burning Sun sect, Lin Tian. However, after that incident, Lin Tian had disappeared for over half a year, and many disciples of the seven profound pavilion had forgotten about him. Now that the second elder had mentioned him, these people remembered him once again. During the Four Gates trial, you killed a genius disciple of my seven profound pavilion, and now you dare to barge into my seven profound pavilion and destroy my seven profound treasured palace. The seven profound pavilion master's face was gloomy and cold. He completely ignored the fact that his faction had sent Lu Luoxia to the Burning Sun sect with the 100 Refinements Square. His face was filled with killing intent as he stared at Lin Tian and said, If I don't cut you into 1,000 pieces, it's really, get down here. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he directly interrupted the seven profound pavilion master's words. As his words fell, his right hand shook. The 9 styles of the burning sun vibrated, and a boundless flame sword spread out, creating a sea of flames. An old drunkard's creation, the burning sun's 10th sword, such a sword could be described as peerlessly terrifying. Puff, 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 the seven profound pavilion master and the 2 elders of the seven profound pavilion coughed out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying, falling from the sky. Watching this scene, all the disciples in the seven profound pavilion turned pale with fright. This, pavilion master, first elder, second elder, this, how is this possible? All the disciples of the seven profound pavilion were dumbfounded. It was as if they were covered in endless ice, and they could only feel their bodies turn cold. 3 great figures of their faction, 3 big shots that could look down on the powerhouses of this heaven region, had actually been forced down from the sky with a single sword strike, and all of them were severely injured and coughing up blood. the seven profound pavilion master and the other two struggled to stand up. Each of them revealed a fearful expression as they stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. You. The three of them were big shots of the four great sects and could look down on this heaven region. But now, they had actually been cut down from the sky by a young disciple of the Burning Sun sect with a single sword strike. Lin Tian stared at the three of them. Flames leaped on his longsword, scorching and threatening. Do you know why I'm here? Dozens of divine elephants appeared at the same time. That kind of power was too strong. When combined together, even an ordinary immortal realm expert could be easily killed. How could the Seven Mysteries Pavilion Master and the others not be afraid? At this moment, looking at the incomprehensible divine elephants behind Lin Tian, the seven profound pavilions Grand Elder and the other three all felt their souls tremble. This, is he a god? These are. Within the Seven Mysteries Pavilion, all the disciples were incomparably frightened and trembled under this aura. Some of the weaker ones had already collapsed to the ground, unable to stand up. Hand it over, and the Seven Mysteries Pavilion will keep it. If you don't hand it over, I will directly destroy it. Lin Tian's voice was very calm. The Seven Mysteries Pavilion Grand Elder and the others trembled and finally nodded. Hand it over. We will hand it over. The aura that Lin Tian emitted at this moment was too terrifying. It was like an ancient demon god, causing the souls of these people to tremble. This was an absolute difference in strength. It was like the huge gap between an ant and an elephant. It was unstoppable. 2 hours later, the Seven Mysteries Pavilion Master and the others took out martial techniques and cultivation techniques. There were also countless Baodan treasured weapons, immortal herbs, and beast cores piled up on the ground. It was a dazzling sight. This is 90% of the resources? Lin Tian swept a glance and said. Yes. The Seven Mysteries Pavilion Grand Elder gritted his teeth. Lin Tian coldly stared at this person. His divine sense was very strong, and he could see that the other party was not lying. I remember that your Seven Mysteries Pavilion's strongest martial technique is the Great Mystery Saber technique. You didn't take it out. He said. When these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the Seven Mysteries Pavilion changed. That is the foundation of my Seven Mysteries Pavilion. We can't give it to you. You, don't go overboard. The Seven Mysteries Pavilion Grand Elder trembled. The Great Mystery Saber technique was the strongest cultivation technique left behind by the founder. It could be cultivated all the way to the peak of the airborne realm. It was the top cultivation technique in this realm. How could they hand it over? Once they handed it over, how could the Seven Mysteries Pavilion establish itself in this realm? They would forever remain under the Burning Sun sect, never to rise again. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Even if I kill all of you, I can still get it. I said that I'm giving you a chance. You. The Seven Profound Pavilion Master and the other three were all furious, trembling incessantly. However, the four of them had no choice. Facing Lin Tian, they had no chance of keeping the Taishan blade technique. If Lin Tian wanted to take it, he could directly kill all of them. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to stop Lin Tian. In the end, the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion could only take out a jade slip and pass it to Lin Tian. It was the Great Mystery Saber technique. Yes, that's enough. Is that enough? The Seven Mysteries Pavilion's Grand Elder gritted his teeth. Lin Tian put away the Great Mystery Saber technique, and then put away the dazzling array of Baodan and martial arts on the ground. You don't have the right to be angry. You have to pay the price for your mistakes. He said with an expressionless face. The Seven Profound Pavilions Grand Elder and the other three clenched their fists, their faces ashen. Lin Tian stared at the four of them. His right hand slightly shook, and 4 rays of sword light suddenly shot out, cutting the 4 giant trees behind the 4 of them into pieces. Then, the long sword flew out of his hand and pierced into the deepest stone wall of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. Only the pure gold sword hilt was left exposed. Cracks spread out from the sword hilt and spread in all directions. The Seven Profound Pavilions Grand Elder and the other three suddenly felt a chill run down their backs. This kind of sword force was too fast, too strong. I originally wanted to cut off one of your arms, but forget it. You're on your own now. He coldly said. He stood in place, slowly rising into the air, until he was 300 feet above the 7 Profound Pavilion. Many of the 7 Profound Pavilion's disciples trembled in fear. They looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was so young, only about 17 years old, but now he had reached such a height. He could fly, and even the Grand Elder of their faction could not withstand a single blow from him. Among them, all of them were older than Lin Tian, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The 7 Profound Pavilion's Grand Elder and the other 3 were already mentally prepared, but when they saw this scene, they still clenched their fists. Lin Tian was so young, but his cultivation was already so strong. Standing in the sky, Lin Tian looked down. His expression was calm, but his heart was filled with many emotions. Nearly a year ago, he was cultivating in the northern Flame Country. At that time, the sect was rumored to be so powerful and terrifying that it could sweep across the entire sky region. Empires with thousands of cities were nothing but ants in the eyes of the sect. They could destroy them with a wave of their hand. But now, in a short period of time, he had charged into a sect alone, as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. He had even personally destroyed a sect. He stared down and was silent for a while. Finally, he turned around and stepped into the air. After dozens of breaths, he disappeared into the horizon. Only then did the 7 Profound Pavilion's disciples let out a long sigh of relief. He's gone, gone, someone murmured. These people let out a sigh of relief, but they were all in a daze. They were completely shocked, and their faces were very pale. The Supreme Elder of the 7 Profound Pavilion furiously roared. The 7 Profound Treasure Palace, which represented the symbol of the sect, had been destroyed. 90% of the treasures that had been accumulated over countless years had been taken away. Even the Great Mystery Blade technique, which was the foundation of the 7 Profound Pavilion, was not preserved. After this, what awaited the 7 Profound Pavilion was an endless darkness. Although it was better than being exterminated, how bad could it be? At this moment, a deep sense of regret rose in his heart. Why did he help the 100 Refinements workshop to provoke the Burning Sun sect? Ah! With another roar, the Grand Elder of the 7 Profound Pavilion vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Grand Elder! The 7 Profound Pavilion Master and the other 2 turned pale with fright. They hurriedly stabilized the Grand Elder of the 7 Profound Pavilion, but their own faces were also ugly and filled with regret. Now, the 7 Profound Pavilion had survived, and not a single disciple had died. However, what awaited them was an extremely long period of darkness. They would need at least 1,000 years to recover to their previous state. 1,000 years, how long was that? Many disciples of the 7 Profound Pavilion looked into the depths of the 7 Profound Pavilion. From here, they could still see the long sword that had sunk into the stone wall. Staring at the longsword, everyone was in a daze. Everyone was trembling slightly. In this life, they were destined to never forget this day. That sword had sunk into the stone wall in the depths of the sect. It was a kind of indescribable shock that told them that there was a young man in this heaven domain. If he wanted to, he could destroy the entire 7 Profound Pavilion at any time. After leaving the 7 Profound Pavilion, Lin Tian strolled in the air, and his steps became calm. What he needed to do was done, and he was no longer in a hurry. After a few hours, a tall mountain appeared in front of him. He had returned to the Burning Sun sect. He landed at the foot of the Burning Sun sect and walked up the stone steps, one step at a time. Soon, he reached the peak of the mountain. Senior Brother Lin? Greetings, Senior Brother. Greetings, Senior Brother. On the Burning Sun sect, many disciples respectfully greeted Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and walked forward. He had destroyed the 100 Refinements workshop and intimidated the 7 Profound Pavilion, delaying them for 2 days. In these 2 days, the Burning Sun sect had become much cleaner. There was no longer the smell of blood in the air, and the bloodstains on the ground had been completely cleaned. However, the destroyed pavilions and halls would not be repaired so quickly. It would take more than half a month to complete. Lin Tian. You're back? A voice sounded. Not far away, Puan walked over and quickly arrived in front of Lin Tian. Elder Pu. Lin Tian called out. In the Burning Sun sect, Puan had been very good to him, and he had always remembered him. The sect master said that once you return, you should immediately go to the mountain behind the Burning Sun sect. The Grand Elder is waiting for you. Puan said with a sigh. Lin Tian keenly captured Puan's somewhat heavy mood and asked, "What's wrong?" Puan opened his mouth and finally said, "The Grand Elder doesn't have much lifespan left." This time, when the 100 Refinements workshop attacked, the Grand Elder blocked at the front and suffered the heaviest injuries. His blood and chi have been greatly damaged. I'm afraid, Lin Tian paused and nodded. It's fine, he said and walked towards the back of the mountain. Puan stared blankly at Lin Tian's back, somewhat lost in thought. He knew very well that Lin Tian was the only disciple of an old drunkard. An old drunkard had been brought up by the Grand Elder and was his disciple. Moreover, he and the Grand Elder's daughter had been in love at an early age, and they were like husband and wife. In this way, the Grand Elder could be considered Lin Tian's elder in the true sense of the word, no different from his grandfather. He knew that Lin Tian was very emotional, but now, the Grand Elder's lifespan was drying up. After learning this news, Lin Tian was so calm, as if he didn't care at all. This made him feel very strange. Standing in place, Puan thought for a long time, but he really couldn't understand. In the end, he could only shake his head and walk to the other side. After bidding farewell to Puan, Lin Tian walked forward along a dark road, his pace slightly faster. He had walked this road together with the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect, so he naturally still remembered it clearly. Soon, he came to a tall mountain on one side of the Burning Sun sect. The mountain was very quiet, and at the top, near a cliff, there was a simple thatched cottage, built on the edge of the cliff. This was the residence of the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian. Outside the thatched cottage, the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect stood there, seeing Lin Tian come, and called out. "Kid, you've come?" Tu Ming also called out. At this time, the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect, Tu Ming, and the other 3 elders were all here. After seeing Lin Tian, they all smiled, but under these smiles, there was a sadness that couldn't be hidden. Sect leader, elders. Lin Tian walked over. The sect leader of the Burning Sun sect patted Lin Tian's shoulder, saying, "Go in, master is waiting for you." Lin Tian nodded, and followed the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect and the others into the thatched cottage. This was Lin Tian's second time here, but it was his first time entering the thatched cottage. Looking around, the thatched cottage was very simple, not much better than the living environment of the Burning Sun sect's disciples. It was very simple, with only a very spacious wooden bed. On the wooden bed, the Grand Elder was sitting cross-legged, looking very haggard. Compared to half a year ago, he seemed to have aged several decades. Grand Elder. Lin Tian stepped forward and called out respectfully. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He quickly walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect was dressed in a white robe. He sat cross-legged quietly and stared at Lin Tian, feeling very gratified. To this old man, Lin Tian was the only disciple of an old drunkard, which meant that he was his true grand disciple. His grand disciple had solved the Burning Sun sect's crisis by himself and killed a powerful enemy in the immortal realm. He felt very proud. Speaking of which, you've only cultivated in the Burning Sun sect for a few months, but your current achievements have already surpassed your master. Lin Tian was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. An old drunkard was in existence in the Enlightenment realm. How could he compare to him now? Grand Elder, please don't praise me. I'm too far away from that old fellow's realm. The difference is like heaven and earth. He said. Heaven and earth? The Grand Elder did not care at all about Lin Tian calling an old drunkard an old fellow. This was a title that the master and disciple had decided on themselves. However, the Grand Elder was very surprised by Lin Tian's so-called heaven and earth difference. On the other side, the Burning Sun sect's leader, Tu Meng, and the other elders were also puzzled. Tu Meng said, "Kid, your master is very powerful. We've never doubted this. But you can already kill a powerhouse in the immortal realm. With such battle strength, even if there's a difference between you and your master, it shouldn't be heaven and earth difference, right? The Burning Sun sect's leader and the others nodded. They did not understand why Lin Tian said this. Immortal realm. That Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop is really nothing. Lin Tian looked at them and said, he's only at that level. His battle strength is so weak that he can't even block one finger of that old fellow. The Burning Sun sect's leader and the others were shocked. The Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop, who was in the immortal realm, could not block one finger of an old drunkard even if he used all his battle strength. How was this possible? They'd personally experienced the strength of the 100 Refinements Workshop's Supreme Elder. His divine strength was monstrous, and his destruction was astounding. It was as if he could annihilate everything. That level of combat strength couldn't even be blocked by a single finger from an old drunkard? According to what you said, your master, Li Changfeng, has already reached the peak of the immortal connecting realm? Tu Bei glared. Lin Tian blushed with shame. In this heaven realm, perhaps only this person dared to call that old fellow a brat. Facing the puzzled gazes of the few, he paused and said, not only the immortal plane, but the old fellow has now surpassed the great path domain and is at the level of enlightenment. Even the 4 demon gods of the ancient times are afraid of him. Among these people, one was an old drunkard's master, one was an old drunkard's junior brother, and the others were the Burning Sun sect's elders. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided not to hide anything from them and told them the truth. What? The eyes of the Burning Sun sect's sect leader and the others were wide open. Tu Bei's eyes were wide open, and he stuttered, brat, are you sure you're not bluffing us? The few of them had never doubted an old drunkard's talent. They knew that an old drunkard was extremely talented, but at this moment, when they heard an old drunkard's current cultivation from Lin Tian, they were still shocked and horrified. The Enlightenment Realm. Lin Tian certainly wouldn't lie to you elders. Lin Tian said seriously. Hearing this, the few of them widened their eyes even more. After flying, the immortal connecting realm contains the 9 levels of heaven, and the great path contains the 9 levels of heaven. The Burning Sun sect's sect leader muttered to himself, his lips trembling. Senior brother, he has surpassed the immortal connecting realm and the great path, and actually reached the enlightenment realm? The enlightenment realm, that was a legendary existence. Brat, are you really not lying to us? Tu Bei asked. Moreover, the other 3 elders also opened their mouths. They were really shocked by Lin Tian's words, and each of them was agitated and shocked. I'm not lying to you, it's true. Lin Tian said helplessly. Tu Bei and the others were stunned, and then they all laughed, unable to control themselves. Enlightenment. 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 Ha 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 ha, our Burning Sun sect actually produced a legendary powerhouse. The few important figures of the Burning Sun sect were excited. Lin Tian looked at the expressions of the crowd and only smiled. He could understand their feelings very well, because when he first found out about an old drunkard's true strength, he also felt the same way, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Good. Changfeng, he. The Supreme Elder trembled, tears flowing down his old face. In 100 years, from the immortal connecting realm, the great path, to the enlightenment realm, I'm relieved, cough. The Supreme Elder was so excited that he coughed up blood. His originally haggard face suddenly became even paler, and his vitality dimmed. Master. Elder. The Burning Sun sect's leader, Tu Bei, and the others suddenly changed color. The Supreme Elder waved his hand. It's okay, don't worry. The blood stained some of his clothes, but the Supreme Elder's face had a satisfied smile. He looked at Lin Tian and said, when your master left the Burning Sun sect, I always blamed myself. That child is as sentimental as you. I was afraid that because of what happened back then, I delayed his life and his cultivation path. Now, I can really relax. Changfeng, he is 1,000 times more outstanding than we imagined. Don't think too much, Supreme Elder. The old man has never blamed you, and you didn't do anything wrong back then. Lin Tian Andao. He knew what happened in the past. His daughter died, and as her father, it was normal for the Supreme Elder to blame an old drunkard. The Supreme Elder shook his head, looked at Lin Tian, and said with a smile, I don't have much time left. At most, I have half a month to live. The Supreme Elder of the 100 Refinements Square and the Master of the 100 Refinements Square led a group of people to attack. In order to protect the disciples, the Supreme Elder was seriously injured, and his blood and chi were seriously exhausted. The 6 of us have already discussed. We hope that you can inherit the position of the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Inherit the position of the sect leader? He shook his head and said, Elder, the sect leader is still in his prime. How can it be my turn to inherit the position of sect leader? Lin Tian, don't decline. The position of sect leader was originally senior brother's. You are senior brother's only disciple, and now you are also the strongest person in the Burning Sun sect. It is only right for you to inherit the position of sect leader. The Burning Sun sect's master said. Tu Qing and the other 3 sect elders also nodded. They had already discussed this matter. Regarding Lin Tian inheriting the position of sect leader of the Burning Sun sect, no one had any objections. All of them were happy to approve. Lin Tian, accept it with ease. We old guys will assist you well. Accept it. I think your master should also hope that you inherit the position of Burning Sun sect's sect leader. Xianxia and the other 3 sect elders said. Tu Qing was the last to speak. He looked at the Supreme Elder and said softly, Kid, just consider it as fulfilling the Supreme Elder's last wish. The Supreme Elder's life was about to end. At most, he would pass away in 10 days. These people were naturally somewhat sad. Lin Tianyi smiled and shook his head. Lin Tian will always be a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Even if he is not in the sect, he will still think of the sect. I will not inherit the position of sect leader. The sect will still be led forward by the sect leader. Saying this, he opened his mouth again. As for the Supreme Elder, nothing will happen to him. He can still live for another 500 years, or even 1,000 years. After saying this, he turned his right hand and a baodan appeared in his hand. It was as sparkling and translucent as mutton fat jade. This baodan had 7 small holes. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an extremely rich fragrance. Everyone in the thatched hut was shocked and felt as if all the pores on their body had opened up. Kid, what is this? Tu Qing and the others were shocked. The baodan that Lin Tian took out was too rich in spiritual energy. It was so rich that it was shocking. 7 orifices exquisite pellet. Lin Tiandao said, it can extend one's life by 500 years. What? The legendary life-extending baodan? 500 years of life? Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. These people had naturally heard of the life-extending baodan, but they didn't expect to see it with their own eyes. Lin Tian actually took out such a legendary immortal treasure. Lin Tian chuckled, looked at the Supreme Elder, and handed him the 7 orifices exquisite pellet. Elder, take it. You can live for another 500 years. The baodan was obtained by him in a seclusion place of Master Apothecary in the 2nd heaven. At that time, he took a total of 2. This? The Supreme Elder was shocked at first, but then he shook his head and said, it's too precious. It's a waste to give this thing to an old man like me. Good boy, keep it for yourself. It should be useful in the future. However, a baodan that could extend one's life by 500 years, even a Dao realm powerhouse would be jealous. 500 years of life was too precious. Lin Tian shook his head and said, Elder, please don't reject it. The Supreme Elder was an old drunkard's master. He personally raised an old drunkard and could be considered as an old drunkard's biological father. As a disciple of the Supreme Elder, he was saved by the Supreme Elder several times. The Supreme Elder also sacrificed his life to protect him. How could a 500-year baodan compare to this kind of relationship? His expression was very serious and solemn. Elder, don't reject it, take it. Tu Ming said. The Burning Sun sect's leader clenched his fists and said excitedly, Master, since this is Lin Tian's goodwill, you should accept it. The Supreme Elder could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige in the Burning Sun sect. He was powerful and gentle. Although the Burning Sun sect's leader knew that the 7 orifices exquisite pellet Lin Tian took out was priceless, they really didn't want the Supreme Elder to die. Elder, please don't reject it. Lin Tian said again. In the end, under Lin Tian's insistence, the Supreme Elder could only nod his head. He trembled as he took the baodan and carefully swallowed it. The moment the treasure pill entered his mouth, the Grand Elder trembled. His originally haggard face began to turn rosy at a shocking speed. At the same time, one could feel the blood aura on the Grand Elder's body rising little by little. As time passed, the Grand Elder's white hair gradually dimmed. Soon after, it turned jet black. Lin Tian stood aside and was secretly surprised. The 7 orifices exquisite pellet was amazing. In just a moment, he could feel that the Supreme Elder's vitality was at least 100 times stronger than before. Soon, another 2 hours passed. 2 hours later, faint rays of light interweaved around the Supreme Elder's body, and the accumulated wrinkles on his face disappeared. His white hair turned black, and his eyes flickered with a profound light. Where was the appearance of an old man in his twilight years? It feels like I've returned to my youth. It feels like there's still a few hundred years left. The Supreme Elder was startled. The Burning Sun sect's leader and the others were all shocked. This was the first time they saw the effects of the life-extending baodan. But soon, everyone became excited because their sect's Supreme Elder didn't have to die. Great! Great! The Burning Sun sect's leader was excited. Lin Tian chuckled. He was also happy. Boom! At this moment, there was a rumbling sound. A sudden clap of thunder sounded and a gale swept out. Standing in the thatched cottage, everyone could feel the air vibrating as a terrifying aura pressed down. This was especially so for the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect. His expression changed drastically as a terrifying aura locked onto him. Elder, have you entered the immortal realm? Lin Tian asked. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect was slightly stunned. He looked inside himself and was shocked again. I seem to have entered the airborne realm. Hearing this, the Burning Sun sect leader and the others were shocked. Entering the airborne realm means, Elder, have you reached the immortal realm? Tu Ming and the others stared. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect nodded and said, it seems so. Tu Ming and the others were overjoyed. The Burning Sun sect had one more immortal realm master? Boom! At this moment, a second roar came from the sky. The sound of thunder was very harsh. Such a shocking sound made the Burning Sun sect leader and the others feel a chill down their spines. Sect leader, elders, leave this place quickly. Lin Tian spoke and looked at the Supreme Elder seriously. Supreme Elder, you should leave as well. Go to the Sunset Mountains outside the Burning Sun sect to undergo the tribulation. Now, the heavenly tribulation is pressing down. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect was already at the peak of the airborne realm. Now that he had taken the 7 orifices exquisite elixir and extended his lifespan, the bottleneck of his cultivation was also broken in an instant. He entered the immortal realm and attracted the terrifying tribulation. This was a heavenly tribulation that could not be underestimated. Heavenly tribulation? I've heard that it will descend when a cultivator enters the immortal realm. This actually exists? The Burning Sun sect leader was shocked. It does exist. Lin Tian nodded and said, hurry up, leave this place quickly. Seeing Lin Tian's serious expression, the Burning Sun sect leader and the others did not dare to hesitate and quickly left the cottage. At the same time, the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect also stepped out. Boom! Another clap of thunder sounded. It was incomparably ear-piercing, as if a terrifying storm was about to arrive. The expressions of the Burning Sun sect leader and the others changed as they looked up at the sky. This is? As far as the eye could see, with this place as the center, the sky was pitch black. Dark clouds gathered together, and rolling lightning interweaved between the clouds, like rolling lightning dragons. This is the heavenly tribulation? Tu Bei's heart trembled. The lightning in the sky was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as him felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't just them. At this time, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect saw this scene and felt their hearts palpitate. This, dark clouds, lightning, this aura, scary. What is this? Everyone's heart trembled. In the sky, the thunderclouds turned like an ocean. The terrifying aura pressed down wave after wave. Under this thunderbolt, the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect felt it the most clearly. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Elder, go to the setting sun mountain range to undergo your tribulation. Lin Tiandao. The heavenly tribulation was very terrifying. If the Supreme Elder underwent his tribulation here, the Burning Sun sect would definitely suffer a catastrophe. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect clearly understood Lin Tian's meaning. He directly soared into the sky and quickly stepped out of the Burning Sun sect. Following the departure of the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect, the thunderclouds in the sky began to move away from the Burning Sun sect. At this moment, the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect had already appeared in the sky above the setting sun mountain range. Rumble, the light of tribulation interweaved, and small streaks of lightning struck down. The Burning Sun sect leader and the others stared in that direction. At first, they were excited, but at this moment, they felt a chill in their hearts. The Burning Sun sect leader asked Lin Tian, will the Supreme Elder be okay? Looking from afar, the sky was pitch black, as if there was a huge whirlpool above the Supreme Elder's head. That kind of aura really made one's heart palpitate. He'll be fine. There's no problem. Lin Tian. When he stepped into the airborne realm, he went through a heavenly tribulation. At this moment, he stared ahead and found that the Supreme Elder's tribulation was actually weaker than the one he went through in the airborne realm. It was slightly inferior. Such a heavenly tribulation was very dangerous for the Supreme Elder, but it was nothing to him at present. He could easily break it. Why is the Supreme Elder's heavenly tribulation weaker than the one I went through when I was in the airborne realm? Lin Tian was puzzled, but at the next moment, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Could it be because of the reincarnation body? Others would only attract heavenly tribulations when they stepped into the immortal realm, but he attracted heavenly tribulations when he was in the airborne realm. Moreover, it was more terrifying than the ordinary ones. After learning about his constitution, he vaguely understood that it was because he was a reincarnation body. What kind of broken constitution is this? He cursed secretly. With such a constitution, before he truly grew, not only did he have to be careful of others, but the heavenly tribulation also seemed to take special care of him. Boom, thunder roared, interrupting his thoughts. In the Sunset Mountains, the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect resisted the heavenly tribulation. He was struck down from the sky again and was severely injured. However, because he had taken the 7 Orifices exquisite elixir, the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect now had an incomparably strong blood qi. He had a little more advantage than ordinary people who stepped into the immortal realm. Soon, he withstood the first 8 tribulations. Boom! The 9th tribulation pressed down, turning into a thunder dragon and roaring angrily. Such a terrifying wave of energy caused everyone's expression to change in an instant. The leader of the Burning Sun sect, several elders, and the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were all staring at the Sunset Mountains. The ordinary disciples of the Burning Sun sect also knew that their Supreme Elder was going through the tribulation, and all of them were very excited. Merely, at that moment, when they saw the lightning dragon, everyone started to tremble. They all revealed expressions of shock. Boom, another roar sounded. The last tribulation pressed down, and the thunder raged, directly shaking the Supreme Elder down from the sky. Blood floated in the air. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect gasped for breath and struggled with difficulty. It was difficult for him to stand up again. The heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Boom, the 9th tribulation didn't stop, and it pressed down mightily. Master! Elder! Supreme Elder! Everyone's expression changed. Looking at the thunder dragon formed by the heavenly tribulation, it was too terrifying. If it pressed down, it could destroy everything. The leader of the Burning Sun sect, Tu Meng, and the others looked at each other. They gritted their teeth and were about to rush out to help the Supreme Elder block the heavenly tribulation. However, at this time, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. The next moment, a slender figure appeared in the distance. It was Lin Tian. Lin Tian! Be careful! The leader of the Burning Sun sect and the others shouted. Although they knew that Lin Tian was very strong, they were still very worried. After all, that kind of heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Boom! The heavenly tribulation pressed down and thunder rumbled. It was terrifying to the extreme. The last thunder dragon formed by the heavenly tribulation swooped down. The void collapsed and cracked everywhere. Facing this heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian seemed very calm. He directly punched and went up against the sky. With a boom, his fist collided with the thunder dragon formed by the heavenly tribulation, causing a shocking explosion. Then, in the next moment, the terrifying thunder dragon shattered and turned into bits of lightning. It disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. He shattered the lightning dragon with a single punch. Little freak. Tu Meng and the others stared. Just now, all of them had clearly sensed how terrifying the lightning dragon was. It could definitely devour all of them easily. But now, Lin Tian had appeared in that direction and actually smashed the lightning dragon into pieces with his bare hands. Whoosh, in the void, a light wind blew and auspicious clouds floated over. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect bathed in the auspicious clouds. The injuries he suffered during the tribulation quickly healed. His entire body emitted an even more powerful wave. At this moment, the vital essence in his body had completely turned into divine power. He had truly stepped into the realm of the immortal ascension realm. He soared into the sky. There was an additional immortal-like Taoist connotation, but he seemed a little excited. He trembled and said, "Lin Tian, thank you." As a cultivator, to be able to step into a higher realm, the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect was naturally very happy. He had been trapped in the airborne realm for too many years. Now, Lin Tian not only extended his life but also helped him pass through the heavenly tribulation. How could he not be excited? Now, he was a cultivator in the immortal ascension realm. "Elder, you are too kind." Lin Tian shook his head. On this day, everyone in the Burning Sun sect was very excited. After the disaster, the Supreme Elder of the sect had stepped into the immortal ascension realm. This was undoubtedly great news for the sect. Many disciples were repairing the destroyed pavilions of the sect. They were already very tired, but they suddenly felt that there was an endless amount of energy in their bodies. The speed of repairing the pavilions became faster. Inside the Burning Sun Temple, great. This is great. Great. Kid, you are the lucky star of the Burning Sun sect. You are the biggest contributor. One is Li Changfeng, the other is Lin Tian. You master and disciple are really. Ha 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 ha. What virtue do you have? The heavens are really blessing my Burning Sun sect. Loud laughter rang out nonstop. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect was originally on the verge of dying, but because of Lin Tian, not only did he not die, but he also regained 500 years of life and stepped into the immortal ascension realm. The immortal ascension realm, could really look down on this heavenly region. Moreover, a powerhouse in the immortal ascension realm could live for at least 1,000 years. In other words, the Burning Sun sect could be invincible in this heavenly region for at least 1,000 years. Sect leader, elders, you are too serious. Lin Tianji did what he should do. Lin Tian smiled. As he spoke, a light flashed in his right hand, and dozens of stone rings appeared. He handed these stone rings to the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect and said, "Supreme Elder, these are some resources. In the future, we can use them to recruit disciples and make our Burning Sun sect stronger and more powerful." The Supreme Elder was slightly surprised. He took the ring and used his divine sense to examine it. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. "Elder, what's wrong?" Tu Ming asked. The Burning Sun sect leader and the others also looked over with some curiosity. "Take a look yourselves." The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect took a deep breath and pulled out all the things in the stone rings. Suddenly, the Burning Sun Hall was piled up into a small mountain. Martial skills, Baodan, immortal herbs, beast cores, precious weapons, spirit coins, these things made one's heart tremble. The Burning Sun sect leader and the others were shocked. Looking at the pile of Baodan artifacts in the hall, each of them widened their eyes. There were too many of these things, even more than the total resources of the Burning Sun sect. In particular, there were the absolute martial skills of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. There was even the foundation of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, the Great Mystery Saber Technique, this martial skill was one of the top cultivation techniques in the heavenly domain. Where did you get this? The Burning Sun sect leader was shocked. Martial skills were the most precious things of a sect. Lin Tian actually obtained the absolute martial skills of 2 sects. Lin Tian gently smiled and said, they felt sorry for charging into the Burning Sun sect, so they sent these things to express their apology. He took 90% of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's resources and all the martial techniques and absolute arts, releasing them all. Naturally, the martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the 100 Refinements Workshop and the accumulated resources were also included. Only the 100 Refinements secret technique was destroyed by him and not given to the Burning Sun sect. This was because it was a remnant of the weapon controlling technique. This weapon controlling technique was too powerful and extraordinary. It was known as the only martial skill that surpassed ordinary magical powers. It was something from a higher heavenly domain. He did not dare to give it to the Burning Sun sect. He was worried that it would bring trouble to the Burning Sun sect because of this weapon controlling technique. In short, the sect can use these things without worry, he said. The Burning Sun sect leader and the others stared, their faces filled with disbelief. They were too shocked, however, this shock quickly turned into pleasant surprise. Since Lin Tian said that they could use it without worry, the Burning Sun sect leader and the others no longer cared. They trusted Lin Tian 100%. Staring at the room full of items, the experts were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. With these items, the Burning Sun sect can become at least 5 times stronger in a short period of time, or even 6 times stronger. For a sect, beast cores were used to provide energy for some cultivation areas. Spirit coins were used to purchase daily necessities. A Baodan could help the disciples cultivate better. A precious weapon could help the disciples fight better. A martial skill could greatly increase the combat strength of the disciples. For a sect, these things were very important. Good. The Burning Sun sect leader was very excited. Not only the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect, but even the Grand Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect, who had stepped into the immortal transcending realm, was trembling with joy. Soon, it was night time. At night, Lin Tian bid farewell to the Grand Elder and the others. He left the Blazing Sun Palace and walked towards a familiar place. Not long after, he appeared in a forest area and walked into a wooden house. This was the place where he used to live when he was cultivating in the Burning Sun sect. After more than half a year, he walked in again and found that it was very clean. There was not a speck of dust on it. Obviously, someone came here every day to clean it. A warm feeling rose in his heart. He could imagine that this was all arranged by the sect. He walked into the room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He operated the 4 extreme scripture and sorted out his true essence. Buzz, faint silver light intertwined, illuminating the surroundings slightly. Soon, an hour passed. After an hour, Lin Tian opened his eyes again. His aura was more stable and balanced. Then, he took out the 3 weapons from the stone ring. They were a saber, a sword, and a shield. There was a faint immortal aura in them. They were the 3 quasi-immortal weapons of the 3 sections. He took a deep breath and operated the One Heaven Soul technique. His right hand moved slightly and began to engrave mysterious patterns on the quasi-immortal saber. Buzz, the soul light was dense. Imprints were branded on the quasi-immortal saber. After becoming a 6th stage array manipulator, he could engrave almost all kinds of array patterns. It was just that there was a limit to how much he could engrave. For example, he could engrave the eternal killing array, but he could only engrave a corner of it. Now, he was using the One Heaven Soul technique to engrave a 6th stage array pattern on the quasi-immortal saber, the immortal enhancement pattern. This array pattern had to be completely engraved on a precious weapon for it to take effect. It could greatly increase the power of a precious weapon. He was now a 6th stage array manipulator, and the immortal enhancement pattern was a 6th stage array pattern. With his soul power from the One Heaven Soul technique, it was very easy for him to engrave the immortal enhancement pattern even though he had just entered the 6th stage. Soon, 2 hours passed. After 2 hours, he had completely engraved the immortal enhancement pattern on the quasi-immortal saber. Then, he injected a trace of true essence into it. Suddenly, a loud and clear sound of the saber rang out. The immortal aura spread, and it was more than twice as strong as before. Very good. It can be considered a top-grade quasi-immortal weapon. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He paused for a moment, took out the quasi-immortal sword, and began to engrave new immortal enhancement patterns on the sword. In the sky, the stars flickered and gradually disappeared. A new day had arrived. On this day, Lin Tian did not go out. He was still in his room. He was engraving array patterns and tempering his Tao of alchemy. It was also on this day that a rogue cultivator passed by outside the 100 Refinements workshop and saw a hair-raising scene. Then, shocking news spread, causing the entire second heaven to be shocked. The 100 Refinements workshop was destroyed. The 100 Refinements workshop? The strongest sect? It was destroyed? Impossible. That's right. This is absolutely impossible. It's too ridiculous. I heard that the Grand Elder of this sect had just stepped into the immortal ascension realm. He can almost look down on this great world. Who can destroy the 100 Refinements workshop? Many people did not believe it. But there's no smoke without fire. Someone saw it with their own eyes. They probably couldn't bear to see the birth of an immortal ascension realm expert in the 100 Refinements workshop, so they deliberately spread rumors. That doesn't make sense, right? With an immortal ascension realm expert overseeing the 100 Refinements workshop, who would dare to deliberately spread rumors in this world? That does make sense. Oh, let's go and take a look. Some people found it strange. In this heaven, although rogue cultivators were not strong, they accounted for about 70% of the cultivators. There were a lot of them. Driven by curiosity, many rogue cultivators moved and rushed towards the 100 Refinements workshop. Then, when the crowd arrived at the 100 Refinements workshop, all of their hair stood on end and cold sweat flowed. Some people even ran to the side and vomited. The scene in front of them shocked them to the extreme. The ground was filled with broken corpses and blood dyed the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet. Countless people had died here. Bloody heads were like watermelons, scattered on the ground. Many people even maintained the terrified expression they had before they died, as if they had seen a ghost. This, too terrifying. Who did this? So cruel. Many people could not help but tremble. As far as the eye could see, the 100 Refinements workshop was a scene of purgatory. No, it was even more horrifying than purgatory. Soon, the news flew and spread to every corner of this heaven. The 100 Refinements workshop, the #1 sect of the 4 great sects, was destroyed. The pavilion was destroyed and many disciples died miserably. The 7 Mysteries Pavilion, one of the 4 great sects, naturally learned of this news very quickly. Then, everyone became terrified. Especially the 7 Mysteries Pavilion's Grand Elder, Pavilion Master, and 2 elders. When they heard this news, all of them started trembling. They thought of what Lin Tian had said. I went. They died. I came. He really killed everyone who rushed to the Burning Sun sect and killed the 100 Refinements workshop's Grand Elder who reached the immortal ascension realm. The 7 Mysteries Pavilion Master was terrified. The 100 Refinements workshop's destruction was only discovered now. During this time, the 100 Refinements workshop master and the 100 Refinements workshop's Grand Elder did not react at all. Thinking of what Lin Tian had said when he barged into the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, the 7 Mysteries Pavilion master and the others instantly knew that the 100 Refinements workshop had been destroyed by Lin Tian. And the 100 Refinements workshop's Grand Elder and the others must have all been killed by Lin Tian. After killing the 100 Refinements workshop's Grand Elder and the others, Lin Tian went to destroy the 100 Refinements workshop and then came to the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Thinking of this, the few remaining great figures of the 7 Mysteries Pavilion all started trembling. At the same time, within the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, many disciples also thought of this and were all terrified. For the 7 Mysteries Pavilion, today was another day of fear after Lin Tian's previous visit. Everyone was afraid that Lin Tian would come again and completely destroy the 7 Mysteries Pavilion. Valley of the Harp, the 100 Refinements workshop was destroyed? Who in this heaven has this ability? A beautiful woman frowned. This beautiful woman was the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp. This beautiful woman did not like the 100 Refinements Workshop, but when she heard that the 100 Refinements Workshop had been cruelly slaughtered, she was still shocked. Too many unrighteous deeds. Perhaps they offended some hidden expert. Beside her, a young girl said. The young girl looked to be at most 17 years old, but the aura on her body was very ethereal. She was sitting cross-legged beside the beautiful woman, and her cultivation was at the 9th level of the spiritual sea. At this age, with this cultivation, she could be considered a peerless genius in the first heaven. Girl, I know you have a great prejudice against the 100 Refinements Workshop because of that brat, but don't be so obvious. The beautiful woman teased. Master. The young girl blushed. Just kidding, just kidding. The beautiful woman smiled and said, however, I really don't know where that brat went. There has been no trace of him for more than half a year. The young girl lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking, but she did not say anything. Burning Sun Sect. In the Burning Sun Sect, the pavilion had been repaired a lot, but at this moment, everyone in the Burning Sun Sect was stunned. The 100 Refinements Workshop has been destroyed. A senior brother Lin seemed to have left the sect for a few days after killing that old dog of the 100 Refinements Workshop. This seems to be the case. Many Burning Sun Sect disciples trembled. However, they were trembling with excitement. At this moment, almost all Burning Sun Sect disciples guessed who was responsible for this matter, and they were so excited that they could not control themselves. At the same time, in the Burning Sun Hall, the Burning Sun Sect leader and others received the news and were all shocked. Before this, Lin Tian had taken out many resources, including all the supreme arts of the 100 Refinements Workshop except for the 100 Refinements secret technique. At that time, they were still puzzled, but now, they all understood. That day when he left, he went to slaughter the entire 100 Refinements Workshop. The Burning Sun Sect leader's heart trembled. The 100 Refinements Workshop, one of the 4 major sects, had been passed down for so long, but it was actually slaughtered by a 17-year-old boy. Hearing this news, the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun Sect, who was at the connecting immortal realm, could not calm down and was speechless for a long time. This brat, what a straightforward courage! What a ruthless method! The sect leader of the Burning Sun Sect and the others looked at each other in shock. Then, they bitterly smiled and finally sighed with emotion. Read the full text. Good boy, good boy, good boy. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun Sect sighed. This boy was a disciple of the Burning Sun Sect. He had slaughtered the 100 Refinements Workshop in anger. On this day, another 2 hours quickly passed. It was already afternoon. Lin Tian walked out of his wooden house and walked along a path towards the Burning Sun Great Hall. Along the way, there were many Burning Sun Sect disciples bustling about. After seeing Lin Tian, they were even more respectful than before. Senior Brother Lin Tian. Senior Brother Lin Tian. Senior Brother Lin Tian. Everyone greeted Lin Tian one after another. Their faces were filled with excitement and their eyes were filled with reverence. Lin Tian didn't know what was going on, but he still nodded at everyone in response. Soon, he arrived at the Burning Sun Great Hall. Sect leader, he knocked on the door. Lin Tian? A voice sounded in the Burning Sun Great Hall. Then, the door opened with a creak. Come in. The sect leader of the Burning Sun Sect personally opened the door with a smile on his face. Sect leader, what happened to you? You look quite strange. Lin Tian was curious. Tu Meng and the other elders were in the Great Hall. Even the Grand Elder was here. After hearing this, they couldn't help but laugh. Boy, you were the one who destroyed the 100 Refinements Workshop, right? Tu Meng was very direct. Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. Then, he understood why all the Burning Sun Sect disciples were looking at him with such fervent and worshipful expressions. He also understood why the sect leader of the Burning Sun Sect and the others had such strange expressions. So it was like this. He nodded and said, I was the one who destroyed it. Since this matter had already spread, he naturally wouldn't hide it. The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun Sect and the others nodded. Sure enough, it was exactly as they had guessed. Of course, this matter didn't need to waste energy guessing. It could be easily figured out. Speaking of which, the 7 Profound Pavilion. Elder Xianxia asked. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Lin Tian. Before this, Lin Tian had taken out many resources and martial skills, including the strongest martial skills of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. Now that they heard that the 100 Refinements Workshop had been destroyed, they couldn't help but think of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. After destroying the 100 Refinements Workshop, I went to the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. However, I did not kill anyone in the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. I only destroyed the Seven Mysteries Pavilion, Seven Mysteries Pavilion, Seven Mysteries Pavilion, Seven Mysteries Pavilions martial skills and cultivation technique copies, as well as 90% of their accumulated resources. Lin Tiandao. His words were simple, but the Burning Sun sect master and the others looked at each other in dismay. The Seven Mysteries Palace was the symbol of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion, yet it had actually been destroyed. Moreover, all the copies of the martial arts techniques had been taken away. 90% of the resources that had been accumulated over the years had been taken away. This was practically a robbery. However, the looting made them feel great. Awesome. How satisfying. Piss those bastards off. Tu Meng laughed. He felt that Lin Tian's actions were more satisfying than slaughtering the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. He could already imagine how miserable the Seven Mysteries Pavilion's days would be in the future. All the copies of the martial arts techniques had been taken away, 90% of the resources had been lost, and the Seven Mysteries Palace had been destroyed. This was simply a gloomy world. The Seven Mysteries Pavilion master and the others probably had the heart to die. Well done. Even the usually calm Elder Luo Yu could not help but say such a sentence. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder looked at Lin Tian and nodded in satisfaction. His ruddy face was filled with a kind smile. Lin Tian stepped forward and said, Grand Elder, I have something to hand over to the sect. Oh? What is it? The Grand Elder was curious. Lin Tian waved his right hand, and a bright treasured saber appeared in his hand. It flickered with a cold light, and immortal pressure spread out. Facing this immortal pressure, everyone trembled, and they felt their hearts suddenly thump. This is? The Burning Sun sect master and the others were startled. Lin Tian said, It's a quasi-immortal treasure saber. I've engraved rank 6 immortal increasing runes on it. It's comparable to a top-notch quasi-sacred weapon. Under immortal treasures, there's absolutely no weapon that can contend against it. Any supreme treasure can shatter it. He spent a day to engrave the immortal increasing runes on the treasured saber, and then handed it over to the Burning Sun sect as a sect-guarding treasure. Although it was only a quasi-immortal treasure, it could be considered a top-notch weapon in the first heaven. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder took the treasured saber and injected a bit of divine power. Instantly, the treasured saber hissed, and a sharp saber chi shot out, almost shattering the Burning Sun Hall. The Burning Sun sect master and the others were so shocked that they felt a chill down their spines. Good saber. The Grand Elder's eyes were full of shrewdness, but then he looked at Lin Tian and said, Child, this saber is very good. You should keep it for yourself. As an elder, the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder always thought of the younger generation. Don't worry, Grand Elder. This disciple has more quasi-immortal treasures like this. Lin Tian. Hearing this, the Grand Elder put away the divine saber and placed it in the depths of the Burning Sun Hall as a sect-guarding immortal treasure. Tu Miao patted Lin Tian's shoulder. Kid, you're too considerate. Such a sect's quasi-immortal treasure was really terrifying. It's my duty. Lin Tian said with a smile. Is that so? Kid, do you have any other good things to take out? Tu Miao joked. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Tu Miao was a little surprised. Really? He was just joking, but he didn't expect Lin Tian to give a positive answer, which made him a little surprised. Now, Lin Tian had taken out a quasi-immortal treasure, but now he said there was more. Could it be that there was something more amazing than a quasi-immortal treasure? Yes, but it will take some time. Lin Tian said with a smile. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder was a little surprised. Let's go outside. Lin Tian. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder and the others followed Lin Tian out of the Burning Sun Hall. Then, they were all moved and their expressions changed. They saw that Lin Tian was actually engraving array patterns along the burning sun sect. These array patterns were very complicated and profound, and none of them could understand them. However, although they couldn't understand, they could feel an extremely terrifying killing intent intertwining. With every array pattern Lin Tian engraved, this killing intent became more terrifying. Just like this, time passed by minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the third day. After 2 days, at this time, when the morning sun shone, Lin Tian finally stopped, looking a little tired. "It's done," he said to the burning sun sect's grand elder and the others. In 2 days, he rested a total of 2 times and engraved a total of 3 eternal triangular killing arrays on the burning sun sect. During this process, not only were the burning sun sect's grand elder and a few other important figures of the sect watching, but the other ordinary disciples were also watching. "Senior brother Lin Tian, did he engrave a killing array?" a disciple muttered to himself. In the process of Lin Tian engraving the array, these onlooking disciples all felt an extremely terrifying killing intent. That killing intent seemed to be able to split the sky and shatter the earth. The burning sun sect's grand elder and the others stepped forward, each of their eyes flashing with a bright light. "It's a killing array?" the burning sun sect's grand elder asked. Lin Tian nodded. "The eternal triangular killing array can kill a powerhouse at the 4th heaven of the Ascension realm and block everyone below the Great Tao realm." This was the ultimate killing array created by the founder of the array manipulation master lineage. It gathered the profound meaning of the array Tao, and its power was boundless. The grand elders all trembled. They were all stunned. At the same time, some of the other burning sun sect's disciples were also shocked, their eyeballs almost popping out. "It can kill a powerhouse at the 4th heaven of the Ascension realm? It can block everyone below the Great Tao realm?" Tu Miao repeated this sentence, feeling a wave of shock in his heart. "This was really more valuable than a pseudo-immortal artifact," Lin Tian chuckled. With a slight movement of his divine sense, he passed the seal to the grand elder, the burning sun sect's grand elder, and the 4 elders to activate the array. "Good. Good." The burning sun sect's grand elder was excited. Tu Miao, Luo Yu, and the others were also excited. The grand elder had stepped into the Ascension realm and could live for at least another 1,000 years. Then, with a top-notch pseudo-immortal artifact guarding the sect, and now with such a terrifying killing array protecting the sect, the burning sun sect had simply turned into an immortal fortress. And all of this was thanks to Lin Tian. This made Tu Miao and the others really not know what to say to Lin Tian. They were only left with excitement. Time passed very quickly. Not long after, the scorching sun was already hanging high in the sky, and the scorching heat of the Sun Valley scattered over the land. Staring at the sky, Lin Tian Wei narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. On this day, he bid farewell to the Grand Elder and the others. Then, he soared into the sky and directly shot out of the burning sun sect. The matters here were all settled. He was going to the Valley of the Harp. Whoosh! Soaring in the sky, the wind whistled in his ears, and his clothes fluttered. Lin Tian's speed was very fast, and the scenery on both sides of him also flew by quickly. After several hours, his speed slowed down, and he descended from the sky. As far as the eye could see, there was an exquisite valley in front of him. He could vaguely see that there were many pavilions and palaces in the valley, giving people a very solemn feeling. However, there was also a trace of ethereal aura, appearing slightly hazy. "I'm here," Lin Tian muttered to himself. In front of him was the Valley of the Harp. He strode forward. "Who's there?" Outside the Valley of the Harp, a few female disciples were guarding. When they saw someone walking towards the Valley of the Harp, they immediately came out to ask. Lin Tian stopped and said politely, "I'm the Burning Sun. Lu Jia." He was about to reveal his identity when he suddenly saw a woman walking by in the distance. It was Lu Jia, who had a good relationship with Jiyu, so he directly called out to her. Lu Jia was about to practice her sword when she suddenly heard someone calling her, so she looked in the direction of the voice. When she saw Lin Tian, Lu Jia immediately revealed a shocked expression. "Senior. Lin Tian?" As she spoke, Lu Jia quickly ran over to this area. "Senior brother Lin, you've finally appeared. Where have you been for the past half a year? Junior's sister was worried to death. Lu Jia immediately said. I went to another place to cultivate. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Jia nodded and did not ask any more questions. She directly pointed to the Valley of the Harp and smiled at Lin Tian. Alright, senior brother, I won't disturb you now. You can go and see junior sister. Lu Jia knew about the relationship between Lin Tian and the most outstanding female prodigy in her line. After half a year, Lin Tian suddenly appeared outside the Valley of the Harp. It was obvious that he was here for Jiyu. How could she delay Lin Tian at this time? Yes, thank you. Lin Tian smiled. He nodded at Lu Jia and strode towards the Valley of the Harp. After entering the Valley of the Harp, Lin Tian's luck was rather good. He soon met an acquaintance, Shirku, who had a good relationship with Jiyu. After not seeing each other for more than half a year, Shirku's cultivation had become much stronger. She took him to a lotus pond in the depths of the Valley of the Harp. As far as the eye could see, white lotuses bloomed on the surface of the pond. In the center was a square pavilion, which looked very simple and unadorned. Little junior sister has been following the Valley Master here to cultivate the white lotus sword technique. She should be out soon. Shirku said. Lin Tian nodded and thanked Shirku. The two of them were still quite a distance away from the center of the lotus pond, so they would not disturb the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp and Jiyu who were cultivating. After this, Shirku whispered a few words to Lin Tian, and then left with a smile. Lin Tian looked at the pavilion in the lotus pond, his expression somewhat gentle. He sat down on a piece of bluestone at the side. In the sky, the sun was blazing, and as time passed, it became gentle. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Creak. A soft sound came from the center of the lotus pond, and the pavilion was opened. Little you, how do you feel? Well, in 3 months at most, I should be able to enter the Zephyr realm. Very good, you are much stronger than I was before. A beautiful woman and a young girl walked out of the pavilion, walking along the small winding path in the lotus pond. The beautiful woman was dressed in purple, and the young girl was dressed in white. Their temperaments were very unusual, especially the young girl in white. She was very young, but had an ethereal aura, as if a fairy from the 9th heaven had fallen to the mortal world. These two people, one was the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp, Yu Wushuang, and the other was the most powerful genius disciple of the Valley of the Harp, Jiyu. Lin Tian chuckled. When the two people walked out of the lotus pond, he stood up and walked forward. Senior, little you. Yu Wushuang was shocked, and Jiyu's expression also changed. But soon, their expressions changed again. It's you. Lin Tian. Yu Wushuang was surprised, but Jiyu quickly walked over with a joyful expression. Where have you been for half a year? Jiyu asked. An old drunkard had visited the Valley of the Harp and told Jiyu that Lin Tian had gone to another place to cultivate and would take a long time to come back. However, an old drunkard didn't reveal the exact location of Lin Tian. Therefore, for the past half a year, Jiyu had been thinking about this question. The old man sent me to another place to cultivate. Lin Tian said with a smile. I know. I'm asking where exactly did you go? Jiyu whispered. Lin Tian smiled. I'll tell you about this later. Why? Is there a secret that you can't let me know? Another voice came from the side. Yu Wushuang stared at Lin Tian somewhat playfully, but she was still a little surprised. One had to know that she was a cultivator in the airborne realm, the master of the Valley of the Harp. However, just now, before Lin Tian spoke, she didn't sense Lin Tian's aura at all. At this moment, she carefully observed Lin Tian and found that Lin Tian had become like a black hole that was difficult to see through. Looking at Yu Wushuang, Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. It's nothing. Senior, don't think too much. When he was still in the Sea of Consciousness realm, he used the weapon control technique in the Valley of the Harp. At that time, for his safety, Yu Wushuang personally sent him back to the Burning Sun sect, which made him very grateful. One had to know that at that time, he was just an ordinary person, and Yu Wushuang was the master of a large sect. With such a noble status, she took the initiative to send him back to the Burning Sun sect. How could he not be grateful? Okay, it's rare for you to come back. You and Xiaoyu have a good chat. This old man won't disturb you too. Yu Wushuang said. Senior, what are you saying? You're in your prime. You have nothing to do with being called an old man. Lin Tian smiled. Yu Wushuang laughed. I like hearing that. In this world, there was no woman who didn't like to hear others call her young and beautiful. Although Yu Wushuang was the master of a large sect, she was still a human. As long as she was a human, it was difficult for her to avoid the vulgar. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Just like last time, let Xiaoyu take you around. You can go anywhere. After saying that, Yu Wushuang quickly left. Let's go. I'll take you around. There are many things I want to ask you. Ji Yu said. I've already been around once. I'm very familiar with this place. Lin Tian smiled. The environment in the Valley of the Harp was very good. Birds were singing, flowers were fragrant, and immortal herbs were everywhere. It gave people a very pleasant feeling. The two walked side by side in the Valley of the Harp, quickly attracting the attention of many female disciples. It's Junior Ji Yu. The person next to her looks very familiar. That person seems to have been to our Valley of the Harp before. Yes, that's right. He's a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. His name is Lin Tian. Many female disciples were pointing and chattering in this direction. Why are you all crowding around? Disperse. Lu Jia walked over. With a whoosh, the surrounding female disciples suddenly dispersed like frightened little birds. Lu Jia rolled her eyes, nodded to Lin Tian and Ji Yu with a smile, and then walked away. The two of them walked in the zither serene valley. After not seeing each other for more than half a year, their relationship had grown closer. Lin Tianxian knew that Ji Yu had already reached the 9th layer of the Sea of Consciousness. Soon, she would be able to step into the realm of flight. How have you been these days? He asked. Pretty good. Every day is very peaceful. It's much better than when I first came here. Ji Yu said. That's good. Lin Tian nodded. How about you? How's your cultivation in the past half a year? Not bad. Ji Yu said, looked at Lin Tian, and said, by the way, something happened not long ago. The 100 Refinements workshop was destroyed. Lin Tian nodded. You don't seem surprised at all? Ji Yu was a little curious. Lin Tian smiled. What was there to be curious about? He was the one who destroyed the 100 Refinements workshop. He and Ji Yu walked around the Valley of the Harp for a long time and walked through many places. They didn't stop until the sun was setting. By the way, have you been back to the Imperial City these days? He asked Ji Yu. No. I haven't. Speaking of which, I've been out for a long time. I wonder how Grandpa is doing at home. Lin Tian said, you can rest assured. Zhui is now the emperor of the Beiyan royal family, and he will take good care of old General. However, without you by his side, old General is completely alone. He should feel a little lonely sometimes. Ji Yu nodded and whispered, I want to go back and see Grandpa. You have the same idea as me. Tell your master at night. We will set off tomorrow and go back to Beiyan. Lin Tian said with a smile. He left Beiyan for a few months and went to the second heaven for more than half a year. He had been away for too long. In Fengjian City, his sister Lin Shi was there, and Su Shu was taking care of her. These two people were very important to him, just like Ji Yu. Okay. Ji Yu nodded. That night, Ji Yu told Yu Wushuang about this matter. Yu Wushuang naturally agreed and reminded her to be careful. That night, the sky was dotted with stars, sprinkling silver light all over the sky. The night passed quickly. In the morning, Yu Wushuang personally sent Lin Tian and Ji Yu to the Valley of the Harp and prepared excellent demon horses for them. Lin Tian, protect little Yu well. Yu Wushuang said to Lin Tian Dao. Don't worry. With me here, no one in this heaven can hurt her. Lin Tian Dao. With his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to sweep through this heaven realm. You are quite arrogant. Yu Wushuang played ball. Lin Tian smiled embarrassedly and said, it's nothing. Senior, don't tease me. The two said goodbye to Yu Wushuang and rode away on the two horses. Soon, they were far away. Why can't I see through this little guy? Yu Wushuang frowned and whispered as she stared at Lin Tian's back. After a while, she shook her head and turned to walk into the valley. The Guqin Valley was very far away from the Northern Flame Imperial City. Even if an airborne realm being were to travel by air, it would still take them 10 days to get there. Lin Tian and Ji Yu were riding horses. Even though they were riding excellent demon horses personally selected by Yu Wushuang, it still took them a month to get to the outskirts of the Imperial City. Of course, they took a break every day during this period. After all, although demon horses were many times stronger than ordinary horses, it was impossible for them to travel non-stop for a month. They would die of exhaustion. The Northern Flame Imperial City was very large. The city walls were tall and majestic, showing the majesty of a king. We are back again. It has been a year. Both of them were a little emotional. Leading the demon horses, the two entered the city and quickly attracted the attention of the people in the city. Of course, it was not the two demon horses or Lin Tian who attracted the attention. It was Ji Yu who attracted the attention because she was just too beautiful. Is it okay for you to attract so much attention? I am just a background character. Lin Tian was speechless. Are you blaming me? Ji Yu snickered. The Northern Flame country was a big country. Many heroes gathered in the Imperial City on a daily basis. Seeing Ji Yu's beauty, young people quickly came up and wanted to talk to her. These people were all in their early 20s. They were either the young masters of wealthy merchant families or extremely powerful young geniuses. All of them were extraordinary. Therefore, even though they saw a male companion beside Ji Yu, they didn't care at all. They didn't put him in their eyes at all. However, these people were frightened by Lin Tian's indifferent gaze before they could get close, and they all trembled. That's right. He is that Lin Tian from back then. Suddenly, someone cried out. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused a commotion. Many people's faces changed drastically. Lin Tian? Is that the Lin Tian who destroyed the 3 major martial arts families in the Imperial City? Is it really him? That's right, it is him. In an instant, there was a huge commotion. Back then, after Zhu Wudao inherited the throne, he detained the old general. Lin Tian hijacked a prisoner carriage alone, then broke into the Imperial City and destroyed the 3 major martial arts families, the Jiang family, the Duan family, and the Ling family. He was famous in the entire Northern Flame Imperial City. Now, although a year had passed, people still remembered him when he appeared again. Beside him is, old General Ji's daughter. Ji Yu, Miss Ji? Seems like it. After recognizing Lin Tian, many people quickly recognized Ji Yu. After that, the crowd on both sides of the street widened their eyes. Lin Tian and Ji Yu were both geniuses whose names had spread throughout the Northern Flame Imperial City. This was especially true for Lin Tian, whose name reverberated like thunder in the ears of the Northern Flame Imperial City. A year ago, after the massacre of the 3 great martial clans, his name had long been memorized by the people of the Northern Flame Imperial City. It was unforgettable. This was especially so for the few young men who were about to hit on Ji Yu. At this moment, they were all covered in cold sweat. What were they trying to do just now? They were simply courting death. Lin Tian and Ji Yu did not pay attention to the people around them as they walked in a certain direction. After about 2 hours, the two of them arrived in front of a majestic mansion. It was the great general's residence. There were 2 young soldiers standing guard in front of the great general's residence. When they saw someone approaching, they immediately went up to stop them. However, when they saw the faces of Lin Tian and Ji Yu, they were shocked and hurriedly bowed to them. In the past, the great general's residence had encountered a great disaster. All the soldiers in the residence were killed, and even Ji Yuanshan was imprisoned. After that, Lin Tian broke into the palace and killed the new king, Zhu Wudao, forcing the Northern Flame Imperial family to submit. The situation changed once again. The Northern Flame Imperial family personally apologized to Ji Yuanshan and conferred him as the first national protector general. They also personally sent over new soldiers. These two soldiers came to the great general's residence at that time. At that time, Lin Tian and Ji Yu had not yet gone to the sect. Naturally, the two of them recognized them. Lin Tian waved his hand and spoke politely. He asked the two soldiers to lead him and Ji Yu's demonic horse away. It's been a long time since I came back. After a year, Ji Yu was a little happy to be back home. Let's go in and see the old general first, Lin Tian said with a smile. After being separated from his closest grandfather for a year, he could naturally understand Ji Yu's feelings. The two of them entered the great general's residence. Soon, the people in the great general's residence came out to greet them. They were very respectful towards the two of them. However, when Lin Tian asked about the old general, the great general's residence's steward's expression did not look too good. The old general went to the battlefield. The situation is very, very bad. Lin Tian frowned. Ji Yuanshan was almost 90 years old and had already resigned from his position as the great general. Why would he go to the battlefield again and the situation be so bad? One had to know that Ji Yuanshan had fought countless battles in his life and was famous in the surrounding empires. He had never been defeated before. How could the situation be so bad when such a person personally went to the battlefield? Ji Yu seemed a little nervous as she looked at Lin Tian. It's fine, Lin Tian comforted. He knew that Ji Yu was worried about Ji Yuanshan's safety. I'll go to the palace and ask. He immediately pulled Ji Yu out of the general's residence and arrived at the palace gate. Who are you? Stop. In front of the imperial palace, the imperial soldiers guarding the gate stepped forward and sternly barked. Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't waste any time. Tell them that I want to see Zhu Yi. With his current cultivation, he could actually fly into the Northern Flame Imperial Palace directly. However, if he were to fly into the Northern Flame Imperial Palace, it would more or less damage the imperial family's reputation. Currently, Zhu Yi was the emperor of the Northern Flame Imperial Palace and he was friends with Zhu Yi. He naturally had to consider it. How dare you? How dare you call His Majesty by his name? You. The soldiers guarding the palace gate were furious. However, they soon thought of something and their expressions changed. You're Lin Tian? Lin Tian barged into the palace and killed the new emperor of the Northern Flame Palace. After that, he pressured the royal family to elect Zhu Yi as the emperor. Almost everyone guarding the palace knew about him. Go and report. Lin Tian Ondao. The soldiers trembled in awe. They nodded repeatedly and some of them immediately ran into the imperial palace. Ji Yu frowned from time to time. After hearing from the old housekeeper that the situation was bad, she seemed a little uneasy. After all, her only family member was on the battlefield. Don't worry. The old general is brave and skilled in battle. His cultivation isn't weak either. Lin Tian comforted her. Ji Yu nodded, and her beautiful brows relaxed quite a bit. Very quickly, an hour passed. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the palace. A young man in a purple-gold dragon robe ran in. He was the current emperor of Beiyin, Zhu Yi. When he saw Lin Tian from afar, he was surprised and delighted. Lin Tian, it's really you, you're back? A year ago, Lin Tian had gone to the sect to cultivate. Zhu Yi knew about this. Now that Lin Tian had returned, he was very excited. When he heard the soldier's report, he immediately put down what he was doing and personally came out to greet him. There were several other figures behind him. Some were civil officials of the empire, and some were military generals. When they saw Lin Tian, they all bowed deeply with respectful expressions. Zhu Yi looked at Ji Yu and said, Miss Ji. After becoming the emperor of the Northern Flame country, Zhu Yi was exposed to many important matters between countries. This made Zhu Yi mature a lot. Now that they had parted for a year, he was very happy and excited to see Lin Tian and Ji Yu again. However, this could not hide the anxiety in his eyes, and his cheeks looked a little haggard. Zhu Yi, what's wrong? Your blood qi is not very good. Lin Tian frowned. His cultivation was very strong now, and his divine sense was very powerful. He could see the mental state of a person at a glance. Zhu Yi not only looked haggard, but his eyes were also a little bloodshot. His soul power and blood chi were much weaker than a normal young man. It was as if he had not slept for 10 days. Zhu smiled bitterly. He opened his mouth but no words came out. On the side, one of the generals said, "Lord Lin, the Uros have invaded our borders, and more than 10 cities have already been lost. These days, His Majesty is truly..." At this point, the general sighed, and his eyes were filled with anger. Lin Tian caught the deep anger in the military general's eyes and asked, "Tell me what happened." "Yes, Lord Lin." The military general said respectfully, "Lord Lin, you should know that the Uros Empire, which is next to our northern flame, has always been our enemy. However, the strength of our two countries is about the same. No, when the old general was still in office, the Uros Empire was slightly stronger than our northern flame. After dozens of battles, the Uros Empire no longer dared to invade our northern flame territory because of the old general's reputation. They have always been very obedient. However, a while ago, the Uros Empire suddenly started invading our territory again. For some reason, this country's strength was much stronger than before. Our country's strength was also very strong, but this time, we were unable to withstand a single blow from the Uros Empire. In less than 4 months, we lost 13 cities. However, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is..." Speaking until here, the military general clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with anger. His lips trembled. They actually massacred the cities. The people of 13 cities were all killed. Massacred 13 cities? Lin Tian frowned. In a war between two countries, it was common for one country to take over the other country's cities. After taking over a city, the empire that took over the city would usually pacify the people in the city. After stabilizing the people's hearts, they would then reassign the people to guard the city. After all, occupying a city was to rule more territory. There was no substantial benefit in massacring all the people in the city. Moreover, massacring a city was too inhumane. Most kings felt that it would affect the country's fate, so they usually wouldn't massacre a city. In the history of wars between countries, massacring a city had only happened a few times since ancient times. Moreover, it was all because of some kind of deep hatred that couldn't be resolved. As a result, ordinary people were implicated. Such historical events could be counted on one hand. The Uros Empire had taken over 13 cities of the northern flame country and massacred 13 cities. This had never happened before. It was very cruel, in other words, it was inhumane. He glanced at Jiyu beside him, then looked at Zhui and said, "Just in time. I came because of the old general's return to the battlefield. As for the Uros Empire, I will help you out." With his current strength, it was easy for him to destroy the royal family of an empire. Stopping this war was no different from eating and drinking. Moreover, to be honest, the Uros Empire's actions made him feel a little cold. Massacring 13 cities and implicating ordinary people was too much. Zhui was overjoyed. However, his expression soon dimmed. This war is very difficult to handle. A few spiritual Sea Realm guests from the royal family have died. Even the 4th ancestor of my clan and a few powerful elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy have died. Zhui smiled bitterly. He knew that Lin Tian was very powerful and cultivated in the sect. However, this matter was very troublesome. 10 days ago, the old general wanted to go to the battlefield personally after learning about this matter. I tried my best to stop him, but, the old general didn't listen to me. The old general is dedicated to the country and the people of Northern Flame. Sometimes, he can be very stubborn. I know this. It's normal that you can't persuade him. Lin Tian nodded. When Zhu Wudao succeeded the throne, he imprisoned Ji Yuanshan and paraded him through the streets. At that time, he asked Ji Yuanshan if he would still serve the royal family of Northern Flame if he could turn back time. At that time, Ji Yuanshan gave a firm answer after a moment of silence. The answer was for the people. Now, the Uros Empire had cruelly massacred the people of 13 cities of Northern Flame. Ji Yuanshan must have been extremely angry and wanted to go to war. As for the deaths of the spiritual Sea Realm experts, it is indeed a little troublesome. The death of several Sea of Consciousness Realm experts in a war between ordinary empires was indeed unusual. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a big problem. It should be known that for ordinary empires, sea of consciousness realm experts were lofty existences. Now that several experts of this level had died in the war with Yura Kingdom, it was no wonder that Zhu Yi's face was so haggard. He looked at Zhu Xi and said, "I have understood the general situation. Later, Ji Yu and I will go to the border battlefield personally." Zhu Yi smiled bitterly. "Lin Tian, I know you are very powerful. However, this time it is really dangerous." He really treated Lin Tian as a friend. He was very happy that Lin Tian wanted to help him out. However, he was more worried that Lin Tian and Ji Yu would also meet with misfortune at the border. "Now, I am thinking that no matter what, I have to bring the old general back in 3 days. Just as you said, the old general has sacrificed too much for the country and the people of Northern Flame. We should let the old general enjoy the rest of his life. Oh right, there is also Xianxia. That guy has achieved some success in his cultivation and has also gone to the border battlefield." Before Lin Tian left Northern Flame, he gave Xianxia many martial techniques, cultivation methods, and elixirs. After that, just as Lin Tian expected, with these martial techniques, cultivation methods, and elixirs, Xianxia smoothly inherited the position of the head of the Xian family. She slowly transformed the Xian family into a martial arts family. There were many more powerful cultivators in the family. Xianxia was Xianxiao's younger brother. Moreover, Lin Tian gave him many spirit-gathering rune scrolls and some spiritual herbs and elixirs before he left. He did not lack any resources. Therefore, his cultivation improved very quickly. Because he knew that Ji Yuanshan was Ji Yu's grandfather and that Ji Yu and Lin Tian were very close, Xianxia immediately gathered some experts in the family and chased after Ji Yuanshan after he rushed to the battlefield. He said that he wanted to protect the future old master for Lin Tian. "This guy is really," Lin Tian was speechless. When he first came to the imperial city to cultivate, other than Ji Yu, Xianxia was his best friend. He called him brother-in-law and chased after him. He was very good to him. Now that he heard that this guy chased after Ji Yuanshan to the battlefield to protect the future old master for him, he felt both amused and touched. "I will go to the border battlefield immediately. Find someone to lead the way for me," he said to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi frowned and said, "Lin Tian, it is really dangerous. I don't want you to get hurt." "I will immediately." Zhu Yi wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lin Tian. "Don't worry." Lin Tian took a step forward and patted Zhu Yi's shoulder with a smile. "Ji Yu and I will be fine. We will go to the border and quickly bring the old general and Xianxia back. Of course, we will also end the war. You just need to prepare a welcome banquet." This. Zhu Yi hesitated. In the end, he did not refuse and said, "Then, I will go with you. You are the emperor of a country. Why are you going to the battlefield in person?" Lin Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhu Yi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Don't make fun of me." Staring at Lin Tian, his eyes were very determined. "In short, if you want to go, then I will go with you." Lin Tian smiled. "Okay, then let's go together. As the emperor of a country, it is also good to go to the border and take a look. If the emperor of a country went to the battlefield in person, it would greatly improve the battle chi of the soldiers at the border. In the future, Zhu Yi would also be respected by the soldiers of the empire. This was naturally a great thing. As for the safety of Zhu Yi, the current emperor, he did not care much. With his current strength, he could protect Zhu Yi well. Immediately, Lin Tian, Ji Yu, and Zhu Yi, led by a powerful general, went to the border. Because of Lin Tian's presence, the sovereign king's bodyguards who were supposed to follow Zhu Yi were all ordered to stay within the imperial city. Only the 4 horses galloped away, leaving behind a trail of dust. Soon, they were far away from the Northern Flame imperial city, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Lin Tianwei was stunned. Wu Rose had the help of a very powerful array manipulator? Very powerful? He repeated these words. Array manipulators had many methods and were very decisive in the war between empires. Therefore, the status of array manipulators was usually quite high. However, he was a little puzzled by Zhu Yi's deliberate mention of this point. From the looks of it, the array manipulator of Uros was not ordinary. Otherwise, Zhu Yi, the Emperor of Northern Flame, would not have emphasized it. Very powerful and strange. We invited a Tier 5 array manipulator, but he couldn't do anything. Zhu Yi's expression turned slightly ugly. Lin Tianwei frowned. Compared to ordinary empires, a Tier 5 array manipulator was already considered very powerful. However, he could not do anything against Uros? Could it be that a Tier 6 array manipulator was helping Uros? Tell me the details. He said. It would take about 3 days to travel from the imperial city to the border on a Fergana horse. He felt that it was better to know more about the war. Lord Lin, let me tell you. The general who led the way for the three of them spoke. He was far more familiar with the matters at the border than Zhu Yi. He said, you know, usually, ordinary soldiers will feel tired after fighting for a period of time. But this time, the soldiers of Uros are a little strange. It's as if they never know fatigue. They are as ferocious as wild beasts. Everyone's eyes are terrifying. It's as if they have deviated from humans. As he spoke, the general's expression was a little horrified. He said, and after the soldiers of Uros died on the battlefield, they could stand up again. They were clearly no longer breathing, but they could still move. Moreover, they were not afraid of swords and sabers. They were even more terrifying than when they were alive. Even if their heads were chopped off, they could still move and kill. Lin Tianwei frowned. Is there anything else? The general nodded. He seemed to have thought of a terrifying scene and said, sometimes, there will be bloody winds on the battlefield, and the sky will turn dark. Occasionally, one can see figures in the bloody winds. Those people, those figures, they seem to be the people of the 13 cities that were lost. Some people saw them struggling in the bloody winds, like vengeful ghosts from hell. The figures of the dead? Souls? Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a faint light. If all of this was done by a formation manipulator, then the other party's level was probably very high. However, why would a matrix manipulator of this level interfere in a war between ordinary empires? Lin Tian, what's wrong? Ji Yu asked. Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. He comforted Ji Yu again, telling Ji Yu not to worry about Ji Yuanshan. After that, he didn't ask any more questions, and the horse sped up. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Kill. Kill them all. Charge. In front of them, shouts of killing could be heard. After 3 days, the group finally arrived at the border. Looking ahead, there was a vast plain in front of them. 2 groups of people were fighting. One group was the soldiers of the Northern Flame country, and the other was the soldiers of the Black Luo country. The weapons of the 2 sides clashed, and corpses kept falling down. Blood kept floating in the air, and then the ground was dyed red. This scene was very cruel, and it was a great visual impact to ordinary people. However, the 4 people here were not ordinary people. Ji Yu was born in the general's residence, Zhu Yi was a prince, and the general had experienced many battles. They were not unfamiliar with such scenes, so they were not surprised. As for Lin Tian, needless to say, this kind of battle was not worth mentioning to him. Kill. A familiar shout rang out. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man charging out. This young man seemed to be the same age as him, but his strength was not bad. He was already at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm, which was very good for his age. Lin Tianyi smiled as he recognized this person. Is that Xianxia? Zhu Yi asked. Because they were too far away, he could not see clearly. It's him. Lin Tiandao. His cultivation was strong, and his eyesight was very good. Even though they were far away, he could see clearly. Zhu Yi nodded and said, let's go over quickly. The battlefield is very dangerous. We can't let anything happen to him. In the Northern Flame Imperial City, he had known Xianxia for a long time. Later, because of Lin Tian, their relationship had undoubtedly improved over the past year. Seeing Xianxia charging into the battlefield, Zhu Yi was naturally a little worried. He was afraid that Xianxia would be injured. No hurry. Let's take a look first. Lin Tiandao. Standing here, he could already control the whole situation. He wanted to see how strong Xianxia was now. Of course, he also wanted to see if the soldiers of the Black Luo country were really as strange as the general had said. Kill! 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 On the battlefield, the shouts of killing were endless and deafening. Lin Tian looked at Xianxia from afar and found that his combat strength was indeed not bad. In the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm, there should be few who could be his opponent. This was because the martial techniques he used were all of the Sea of Consciousness level. He shifted his gaze to look around. Not long after, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that what the general had said was true. The soldiers of the Yura kingdom were in a very strange state. Not only were they filled with hostility, but their mobility had far exceeded their own limits. It felt as if the other party had been deliberately burning their potential, overdrawing their future lives to fight this battle. Puff. 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 Bright red blood continued to splatter. The situation on the battlefield was very bad. The soldiers of the Northern Flame country were retreating in defeat. In the process, many soldiers of the Northern Flame country died. Of course, the soldiers of the Black Luo country also fell to the ground. But soon, the soldiers of the Black Luo country who were originally dead stood up shakily. They waved the swords in their hands and attacked the soldiers of the Northern Flame country like marionettes. The strange scene caused the soldiers of the Northern Flame country to be terrified. Their formation was in chaos. As a result, the situation on the side of the Northern Flame country became even worse. Dong. Suddenly, there was the sound of a drum in the camp of the Northern Flame country. On a high platform in the camp, an old man was beating the drum. Each beat was louder than the previous one. When the drum beat sounded, the morale of the soldiers of the Northern Flame country suddenly rose. They roared and killed the enemy valiantly. It's grandfather. Jiyu was delighted. Lin Tian naturally saw it too. The person beating the drum was Ji Yuanshan. It had to be said that Ji Yuanshan's prestige in the army was indeed amazing. He stood on the high platform and without saying anything, just a simple beat of the drum could increase the battle chi of the soldiers by several times. It made the soldiers who were originally frightened regain their fighting spirit. It was very shocking. Kill! 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 The soldiers of the Northern Flame country roared. Although there were people falling, no one was afraid anymore. All of this was because of Ji Yuanshan's drum beat. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Lin Tian was slightly moved. The general was fearless and the soldiers under his command were not afraid. They were fighting to protect their home and to protect the common people. They knew that they might die if they charged forward, but they still charged forward fearlessly. It was a simple feeling to say, but it was not so simple to do. He was slightly moved. Lin Tian, Xianxia is in danger. Zhu shouted. Xianxia was somewhat powerful, but because of this, he attracted the attention of the soldiers of Uros. A few strong cultivators surrounded him, causing Xianxia to almost die. Most importantly, the dead soldiers of Uros stood up again. They were fearless and difficult to kill. This caused Xianxia to quickly fall into a predicament and be forced into a difficult situation. I'm watching. Lin Tian stared at the battlefield. He was naturally watching Xianxia. He knew even without Ji's words. Looking forward, he said to Jiyu, take a detour with them and go to the camp to see the old general. I'll go to the battlefield. Okay. Jiyu nodded and said softly, be careful. Lin Tian nodded. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. His speed was as if he had teleported. Zhu and the generals beside him widened their eyes. It was too fast. They didn't even see how Lin Tian moved. Not only them, but even Jiyu, who was at the ninth sky of the Sea of Consciousness, was surprised. Even someone as powerful as her didn't see how Lin Tian moved. This guy. Jiyu whispered. Miss Ji, shall we go to the old general first? Zhu asked. Okay. Jiyu nodded. The general led the way. The three of them walked quickly to the camp of the Northern Flame. Clang! 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 On the battlefield, swords and sabers clashed continuously. Battle cries rang out continuously, intertwining in the air and stirring up dust and sand. Xianxia was in a bad situation. He was besieged by 3 generals at the 6th sky of the divine range. You're strong, but it's a pity. You're going to die soon. After you die, your northern flame will also be destroyed soon. You think you can turn the situation around with that old man Ji Yuanshan on the battlefield? Dream on. After this, not only your northern flame, but also the surrounding empires, no, all the empires in this world will be devoured by my black flame. Soon, everything in this world will belong to my black flame. The 3 generals of black flame were middle-aged. Their eyes were cruel, and they had sinister smiles. Their attacks were very insidious. Devour all the empires? You really dare to brag. Xianxia sneered and cursed. His face was very ugly. While fighting the 3 of them, he also had to take care of the Black Luo soldiers who were constantly coming back from the dead. He was really forced to the point of being unable to deal with them. Hearing Xianxia's words, the 3 generals of Black Flame snorted. You don't understand. Our country has a divine master. We're destined to be invincible in the future and unify this world. One of them said coldly. I don't understand either. Can you tell me who the divine master of your country is? A voice sounded. A figure suddenly appeared beside Xianxia, causing the swords and sabers of the 3 generals of Black Flame to stop in the air. It was as if there was an invisible force blocking them. Moreover, at the same time, the soldiers of Euroa who had been resurrected from the dead were all sent flying and exploded. Who is it? The 3 generals of Black Flame were shocked. Xianxia was also shocked, but he soon showed an extremely excited expression. Brother-in-law? Xianxia's face was full of surprise. Just when he was facing the threat of death, Lin Tian appeared. With a raise of his hand, he knocked away all the soldiers of Yuru who had come back from the dead and stopped the 3 masters who were attacking him. Such a reunion really surprised him. Brother-in-law, is it really you? Am I dreaming? Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped this guy. Does it hurt? Yes. Xianxia nodded. Then, he was even more surprised. It's really you, brother-in-law. You're back from the sect? I just came back. Lin Tian smiled. He was also quite happy to see his good friend after a year. He still wanted to say something to Xianxia, but he was interrupted by a furious roar. The 3 people from Uros all wielded swords and sabers, but they were stopped by an invisible force. Even with all their strength, they were unable to slash down their swords or sabers. Staring at this scene, Xianxia was shocked. He looked at Lin Tiandao and asked, Brother-in-law, did you do this? Xianxia was not stupid. Naturally, he could guess. Lin Tian nodded and stared at the 3 people opposite him. Tell me, who is that god-tier master of Yuru? The 3 of them tried their best to slash out with their swords and sabers. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they could not slash down. It was as if there was a layer of invisible air in the void that blocked their weapons. This made them gradually feel a sense of fear. However, when the 3 heard Lin Tian mention the god-tier master, their expressions immediately became cold and ferocious. The god-tier master is a god from heaven. He's omnipotent and can control everything in the world. With the god-tier master here, you'll die. All of you will die. The god-tier master will lead Yuru to eternal glory and unify this world. The 3 people sneered with ferocious expressions. Their eyes were bloodthirsty. Lin Tian didn't have any expression on his face. He swept out 3 beams of sword chi. Puff, 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 blood splattered, and the 3 people were all beheaded. These 3 people had too much evil chi on them. He had no reason to be merciful and killed them all on the spot. Brother-in-law, be careful. A monster is coming. Xianxia shouted. Xianxia wasn't surprised that Lin Tian was able to kill the 3 generals from the Black Luo kingdom. When Lin Tian left the imperial city, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Now that Lin Tian had returned from the sect, he was even stronger. It was naturally easy for him to kill a few cultivators at the 6th heavenly layer of the divine vein realm. There was no need for him to be surprised. Lin Tian tilted his head. Some of the Uro soldiers who had come back from the dead were charging over. Their bodies were covered in blood, and some of them even had their arms and heads chopped off. However, they could still move. They raised their blades and charged in this direction. These things are too horrifying. Xianxia shrunk his neck. Just now, they had been in a life-and-death battle, so he didn't find it scary. Now that Lin Tian had appeared and stared at these Uro soldiers who had come back from the dead, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. After all, these people were clearly dead, but they could stand up again. This was too strange and terrifying. Lin Tian swept out a large amount of sword qi, cutting the surrounding Uro soldiers who had come back from the dead into pieces. He left behind a moving corpse and raised his hand to grab it. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Xianxia asked. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He lifted the armor of the soldier's corpse and saw blood-colored patterns on its back. Xianxia was shocked. "What is this?" "Formation patterns." Lin Tian Dao. Staring at the blood-colored formation patterns on the back of this soldier, a silver light flashed in his eyes. Then, traces of cold light appeared. This blood-colored formation pattern had never appeared in his sea of consciousness before. However, as a level 6 array manipulator, as someone who had mastered the Tianyi Soul technique, the supreme ancient scripture of array Dao, he could clearly sense the effect of this blood-colored formation pattern. When this blood-colored pattern was engraved on a living person's body, it could absorb blood qi and enter the brain of the living person who bore this blood-colored pattern. At the cost of overdrawing one's life, it could strengthen all aspects of the bearer's body and make the bearer bloodthirsty and cruel. Moreover, after the bearer died, his blood qi and soul wouldn't dry up for a short period of time, and his soul wouldn't dissipate for a short period of time. The blood-colored pattern would continue to work and automatically control the flow of blood qi, allowing the dead bearer to stand up and kill the enemy again. This was a very vicious formation pattern. This was because even if the bearer didn't die on the battlefield, when the battle ended, his life would be shortened by at least 30 years. It was even possible that he would die after a year and a half. With a poof, he completely shattered the corpse of the soldier with the blood-colored pattern. This soldier was already dead. It was nothing more than the blood-colored pattern controlling the blood qi in his body. He could only be considered a simple puppet. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Some of the soldiers roared loudly and rushed over. The soldiers of the Ura kingdom all had bloodshot eyes and a vicious aura around them. They were like wild beasts. Lin Tian stood up and didn't kill them. He sent a large number of Uro soldiers flying. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed a soldier who was still alive. The same blood-colored pattern appeared on his back. This soldier was imprisoned, but he wasn't afraid at all. He roared crazily. "These bastards are really vicious." Xianxia cursed. Lin Tian pressed down on the soldier. Silver light flashed in his right hand. He activated the Tianyi Soul technique and pressed down on the soldier's back. With a soft sound, the blood-colored pattern on the soldier's back was directly destroyed. Instantly, the Uro soldier trembled, and the viciousness in his eyes decreased by more than half. "You." The soldier looked a little confused, but he quickly stood up. He looked at Lin Tian and Xianxia with fear and stepped back. Clearly, the blood-colored pattern made him violent and bloodthirsty, but he still remembered what was happening. "Eh?" Xianxia was surprised. When the blood-colored pattern disappeared, the Uro soldier actually knew how to be cautious and fearful. He was actually retreating. Clang, 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 the weapons clashed continuously, spreading in all directions. On the battlefield, soldiers from both countries were charging, and people kept falling. The Uro soldiers weren't afraid of death. They were ferocious, bloodthirsty, and filled with viciousness. In comparison, although the Bayan soldiers had Ji Yuanshan's drumming to boost their fighting spirit, they were still much weaker than the Uro soldiers. They were still retreating, and soldiers kept falling into pools of blood. They died on the cruel battlefield. F***ck. Xian Qingyun cursed. Beiyan was his empire. Seeing the Beiyan soldiers fall one by one, he was naturally angry. Lin Tian looked at the battlefield and swept away a few of the Uro's soldiers. Then, he said to Xian Qingyun, "Ask all the Beiyan soldiers to retreat. Leave this to me." He could already imagine that the Uro's soldiers must have been engraved with that vicious blood-colored pattern. The Beiyan soldiers couldn't possibly block it. "Leave it to you? Brother-in-law, you must be joking. You want to block the Uro soldiers by yourself?" Xian Qingyun's eyes widened. This was a battlefield. There were tens of thousands of Uros charging. How could one person block it? "Just leave it to me. Go." Lin Tiandao. Xian Qingyun's eyes widened, but he quickly nodded. "Okay. Brother-in-law, be careful." There were tens of thousands of Uros charging. If it were anyone else, Xian Qingyun would definitely call them crazy. But now that Lin Tian had spoken, Xian Qingyun was only slightly shocked. He didn't say anything else. Xian Qingyun had absolute faith in Lin Tian. Or rather, it could be said that he worshipped him blindly. With that, Xian Qingyun left the battlefield. Not long after, a bugle horn sounded. It was extremely loud and clear. It came from the Beiyan camp. "Retreat!" A Beiyan general shouted on the battlefield. On the border battlefield, it was difficult for one person's voice to travel. Therefore, some simple orders were transmitted through different bugle horns. The bugle horn was the order for the Beiyan soldiers to retreat. After hearing the bugle horn, the Beiyan soldiers quickly retreated and left the battlefield, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Among the dust, only Lin Tian didn't move. He stood quietly on the spot and watched the Uros charging over. In the Beiyan camp, Ji Yuanshan, Ji Yu, Zhu Yi, and the rest all rushed out. All the soldiers saluted. Beside them, Xian Qingyun was naturally beside them. Just now, Xian Qingyun had retreated from the battlefield and told Ji Yuanshan the ins and outs of the matter. He said that Lin Tian wanted all the Beiyan soldiers to retreat. This made Ji Yuanshan and the rest change their expressions. Originally, Ji Yuanshan refused to blow the bugle horn for the Beiyan soldiers to retreat no matter what. But Xian Qingyun looked solemn and serious. In the end, he had no choice but to nod. "Where is Lin Tian?" "Over there, old general." Xian Qingyun pointed to the front. On the battlefield, dust flew. A slender figure faced the Uro's army with his back to the crowd. He was calm and collected. This scene was quickly seen by the other generals and soldiers of the Beiyan camp. Their expressions changed drastically. "Who is that? Why is there still someone on the battlefield? Didn't you hear the bugle horn for retreat? Go and pull him down." A general shouted. Someone wanted to rush out but was stopped by Xian Qingyun. "Don't move. Leave that place to my brother-in-law." Xian Qingyun was the young master of the Xian family. His cultivation was strong, and he was by Ji Yuanshan's side. Naturally, his prestige in the army was not weak. When he spoke, those who wanted to rush out stopped. But soon, many people shook their heads. These people did not care about the word brother-in-law Xian Qingyun said. Instead, they were thinking about the battlefield ahead. How can he stop tens of thousands of soldiers by himself? That's right. Isn't this nonsense? Quick, pull him back. He's courting death. Many people said. At this time even Ji Yuanshan nodded. He wanted to call Lin Tian back. Lin Tian was strong, but how could he stop tens of thousands of Uro's imperial army alone? Moreover, those soldiers were very strange. Their battle chi was very fierce. "Grandpa." A voice came from the side. Ji Yu spoke. Although he was worried, he said, "I believe in him." Ji Yuanshan frowned. "Little you, old general, believe in him." "I believe in him too." Zhu Yi said solemnly. "I believe in my brother-in-law. He can definitely stop the army." Xian Qingyun also said. Dust filled the sky on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of Uros charged, causing the ground to tremble and hurricanes to sweep across. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The shouts were deafening and extremely terrifying. Standing in the battlefield, Lin Tian charged at the tens of thousands of Uro's soldiers alone. His clothes fluttered in the wind, but he seemed very calm. He circulated the divine one soul technique to the limit. Bright silver light shone out of his body. His soul power was extremely dense, causing his body to almost turn into a silver light source. Then, his hands moved, and the sky above his head suddenly became a little dark. The starry sky appeared, and a bright moon rushed out from it, perfectly merging with the soul power he released. I'll borrow your bright moon to illuminate the entire battlefield. The battlefield was too big, and there were too many Uro soldiers. Lin Tian guessed that these people were all engraved with those vicious blood marks. If he had to remove these blood marks one by one, it would be too time-consuming. Therefore, he activated the Heavenly One Soul spell to the limit. With the support of the starry sky moon, he turned his soul power into moonlight that intertwined outside the moon. Then, it spread out and enveloped all the Uro soldiers on the battlefield. Wang, the silver light intertwined and poured down from the sky like water. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire battlefield. Facing the moonlight that was mixed with soul power, all the soldiers of Ura Kingdom stopped and trembled. Looking over, there was a faint blood-red light flickering from these soldiers, floating into the sky like mist. Lin Tian's expression was calm. After supporting the starry sky moon, he didn't move a single step. He just looked ahead quietly. Behind him, everyone in the Northern Flame Nation camp was shocked. They were all stunned. The Uros, stopped. The starry sky, the moon, the entire battlefield is illuminated. Everyone was shocked. This is a miracle. Someone murmured. The appearance of a starry sky and the appearance of a bright moon in the sky illuminated the entire battlefield and stopped the soldiers of the Northern Flame Nation. This scene seriously impacted the visual nerves of the people of the Northern Flame Nation. In their eyes, this was like the manifestation of a god. Brother-in-law is like a god. Xianxia stared. Ji Yuanshan and Zhu Yi, the two big shots of Beiyan, were also dumbfounded. At this moment, both of them were stunned. Not only them, but even Ji Yu, who was at the peak of the sea of consciousness, was shocked. He looked at this scene in disbelief. In front of him, on the battlefield, Lin Tian's expression was calm. The Heavenly One Soul spell circulated faster, and the silver light of the moon became stronger. The tens of thousands of soldiers from the Ura Kingdom all trembled. Strands of blood-red light floated up from their bodies before disappearing into the sky. This process lasted for several dozen breaths of time. After several dozen breaths of time, the tens of thousands of people from the Ura Kingdom all trembled. Most of the evil aura on their bodies dissipated, and the battle intent in their eyes weakened greatly. Even so, these people still remembered that this was a battlefield. They remembered that they were fighting against the Northern Flame country. However, as they stared at Lin Tian and the moon above Lin Tian's head, they were filled with deep fear. A single person stood on the battlefield with the moon above his head, facing tens of thousands of people from Uros alone. He was simply a god. At this moment, none of the tens of thousands of people from Uros dared to charge forward. Lin Tian stared ahead and put away the starry sky moon. He could feel that the blood marks on these people's bodies had all shattered. A long sword appeared in his hand. With a slight shake, an immortal sword aura tore through the air and slashed down on the battlefield. Boom, with a loud bang, a huge ravine appeared on the horizon. All of you, return. If you invade Northern Flame's territory again, kill. He said indifferently. These people were just ordinary soldiers of Uroa. They had been planted with blood marks and had come to the battlefield to kill enemies. He naturally wouldn't kill these ordinary people. He just wanted to intimidate them a little. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread far and wide, resounding throughout the battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed out a second time, leaving a huge ravine on the battlefield. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a terrifying power? The soldiers of Uros were all trembling in fear. Some of the generals in the lead trembled and ordered them to retreat. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of people were running wildly, throwing away their helmets and armors like stray dogs. In just a few dozen breaths, only Lin Tian was left on the battlefield. There was also a cloud of dust that had been stirred up by the battle. Behind them, in the northern flame camp, everyone's eyes were wide open. After who knew how much time had passed, someone roared out, incredibly excited. They retreated. Uros retreated. That's great. We won a battle? Many northern flame generals were excited. A few months ago, when Uros invaded, Northern Flame kept retreating and lost 13 cities in a row. Not long ago, the most prestigious general in the army, Xianxia, personally went to the battlefield to command the battle, but they still couldn't win a single battle. But now, Northern Flame had won a battle, and the soldiers of Uros fled in panic. Everyone was excited. Everyone stared ahead and looked at Lin Tian on the battlefield. Their eyes were filled with awe and fanaticism. He forced tens of thousands of Uros to retreat alone. He's a god. A miracle. It's a miracle. Everyone muttered to themselves, and many people clenched their fists. Not only these ordinary soldiers, but even Jiyu, Xianxia, Zhu Yi, and Ji Yuanshan were all stunned. Jiyu, Xianxia, and Zhu Yi. Although the three of them said that they believed in Lin Tian, they were still somewhat worried. But now, Lin Tian had really forced tens of thousands of enemies to retreat alone. This stunned the three of them. Great! Great! Jiyu laughed loudly. On the battlefield, Lin Tian turned around and walked towards the camp step by step. Let's go and welcome our hero. Zhu Yi shouted. Zhu Yi was now the emperor of Northern Flame. He stepped out of the camp and walked at the front. Ji Yuanshan was slightly behind him. Jiyu, Xianxia, and Ji Yuanshan walked together. Although Zhu Yi didn't care about the formalities, Ji Yuanshan and the other two knew what to do. Especially Ji Yuanshan, he was an old and loyal official. Some rules were very important to him. Soon, some people came out to welcome him. Lin Tian also walked back at this time. Lin Tian. Zhu Yi opened his mouth. After calling out these two words, he didn't know what to say. Only his eyes kept flickering. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. You're like a god. Xianxin's face was full of admiration. In Xianxin's eyes, and in the eyes of others, using one's own body to support the moon and the stars was the work of a celestial. That's amazing. Jiyu said with a smile. A group of generals from the Northern Flame country also rushed out of the camp. There were also some ordinary soldiers from the Northern Flame country. All of them were looking at Lin Tian with reverence and fanaticism. They were practically surrounding Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded at Zhu Yi and the others. He smiled at Jiyu and then looked at Ji Yuanshan. Old general. He stepped forward and bowed slightly in the manner of a junior. Good. Ji Yuanshan laughed. Although he was old, his body was still very strong. He was very happy to see Lin Tian. The group walked into the camp and entered a military tent. Brother-in-law, you're so cool. Xianxia exclaimed from time to time. In the military tent, Lin Tian, Zhu Yi, Ji Yuanshan, Jiyu, and Xianxia were present and chatting. Zhu Yi and Ji Yuanshan were very happy to win the battle. Ji Yuanshan hadn't seen Jiyu and Lin Tian for more than a year. He chatted a lot with them and asked about their cultivation in the sect. It was not until more than 2 hours later that he brought the topic back to the current battle. It's very troublesome. It's completely different from the battles I've experienced before. Speaking of this battle, even Ji Yuanshan, the ever-victorious general, frowned and shook his head from time to time. Old general, don't worry. Brother-in-law is here. With brother-in-law here, we'll definitely win this battle. Xianxia waved his hand heroically. Ji nodded and said softly, Grandpa, don't worry. Lin Tian can do it. She didn't have any doubts about Xianxia calling Lin Tian brother-in-law. She didn't think much about it because Lin Tian had already told her the reason. Old general, listen to Miss Jiyu. Don't worry. With Lin Tian here, we'll definitely win this battle. Zhu Yi said. With regards to Lin Tian, the few of them were filled with confidence. Ji Yuanshan smiled bitterly and nodded. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and said, My old bones really can't support this battle now. I can only put all my hopes on you. Like them, I also believe in you. I believe that you can do everything well. The future of Beiyan and the future of Baiyan's people are all in your hands. Lin Tian nodded and smiled calmly. Old general, don't worry. This battle is very strange. Uros must have invited a very powerful person to help. He said, later, I'll personally go to Uros' imperial court and ask the current emperor of Uros to stop this battle. I'll also go and meet the divine master of Uros. When he mentioned the divine master of Uros, 2 rays of silver light flashed across his eyes. The divine master of Uros was definitely not a good person. What? You want to go to Uros' imperial court? Hearing this, Zhu Yi and the others were shocked. Going to an imperial court was too dangerous. Even if Lin Tian was very strong, they were still shocked. Xian Qingyun also widened his eyes. Brother-in-law, are you addicted to going to the imperial court? This is not a joke. Hearing Xian Qingyun's words, Zhu Yi was a bit embarrassed. Lin Tian had gone to the imperial court of Beiyan before. Get lost. Lin Tianxiao scolded and slapped Xian Qingyun. Zhu Yi's expression was solemn. He said, Lin Tian, we have to think about this. Don't be reckless. Back then, when you barged into the Northern Flame Imperial Palace, you were only able to obtain victory because you had the help of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator clan. But now, Zhu Yi felt a little embarrassed when he mentioned the past. After all, back then, the Northern Flame Imperial clan had suppressed Ji Yuanshan and imprisoned Ji Yu. He paused and said, anyway, don't do anything rash. I don't want my friend to be hurt. Lin Tianyi smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Zhu Yi and Ji Yuanshan still wanted to say something, but Lin Tian had already made up his mind. No matter how they tried to persuade him, it was useless. I'll go with you. I know the surrounding kingdoms better than you. Ji Yu said. Lin Tian was a little speechless. What was Xian Qingyun thinking? How was this exciting? Take me there, brother-in-law. I beg you. Xian Qingyun's eyes lit up. Please search product #book net to see the most complete. A novel. Lin Tian originally wanted to go to Uros' kingdom alone, but he didn't know much about the kingdom. Moreover, with his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to protect Ji Yu and Xian Qingyun in the first heaven. After hesitating for a moment, he agreed to go with them. This? Are we really going? Zhu Yi was a little stunned. The 3 of them were going to the royal palace of an empire. This made him, the emperor, a little confused. Don't worry, nothing will happen to us. Lin Tiandao. He could even kill immortal experts. Breaking into the royal palace of an ordinary empire was no different from entering his own backyard. After talking to Ji Yuanshan and Zhu Yi, Lin Tian and the other 2 set off toward the royal palace of Uros' kingdom at night. The 3 of them rode Fergana horses out of the Beiyan camp and soon disappeared into the darkness. Breaking into the royal palace. Xian Qingyun chuckled. Lin Tian was a little speechless. This guy was really stupid. If you laugh like a fool again, I'll kick you back. He said. Xian Qingyun immediately looked dejected. Don't do that, brother-in-law. I was wrong. I promise I won't be a fool. Cough, I promise I won't laugh. Ji Yu chuckled, thinking that the 2 of them were quite interesting. The Fergana horse was very strong. After galloping for a while, Lin Tian said, let's go to the 13 cities that were slaughtered by Uros' kingdom. He had already destroyed the vicious blood marks on all the soldiers of Uros' kingdom at the border. These people's combat strength would be greatly reduced. They would definitely not be a match for the soldiers of Beiyan led by Ji Yuanshan. Therefore, he was not worried that the soldiers of Uros' kingdom would counterattack after he left. Why are we going to those cities? Xian Qingyun was curious. Just take a look. Lead the way. Lin Tiandao. When he was rushing to the border, he heard from Zhu Yi's generals that at night, there would be bloody winds on the battlefield, and he could see the figures of dead people in the bloody winds. This made him feel very strange, and he wanted to go and take a look. Xian Qingyun replied with an "oh" and didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and rode the Fergana horse towards the nearest city. After a few hours, an ancient city appeared in front of him. The ancient city was very majestic. It was one of the 13 cities that had fallen. As far as the eye could see, there were some trench fires lit on the city walls. However, the light was somewhat terrifying and swaying. "Brother-in-law, there are people from the Uros guarding the city wall. Should we charge in?" "Brother-in-law, you should be able to," Xianxia said. "No need, I'll just take a look here." Lin Tiandao. At this moment, the three of them were still some distance away from the city wall in front of them. They were hiding under a thick old tree. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 10 burly Uros standing on the city wall. They were either holding dark sabers or long halberds in their hands. All of them had shocking blood chi. Some of them were walking back and forth on the city wall. It was obvious that they were patrolling at night. Suddenly, gusts of cold wind blew from within the city. "It's so cold today. I don't know what's going on recently. There's this kind of wind every night, and it smells of blood. There's a ghost shadow," someone exclaimed. "Damn it, what are you doing? There's no ghost." The leading general stared. "It's true. I saw it just now. It seems to be someone who died in this city. Her face is covered in blood." The person who spoke was trembling. Then, on the city wall, some of the ordinary generals also trembled slightly. Someone opened his mouth and said, This, actually, I also saw some figures before. It seems to be people who were killed in this city." Me too. I saw them too." "Me too." After the first person spoke, many others soon spoke. Many of them had seen figures in the wind. Could it be that the dead people have turned into ghosts? Someone said with a trembling voice. "Nonsense. If they're dead, they're dead. What nonsense are ghosts?" On the city wall, the leading general shouted sternly, "Besides, so what if those dead people have turned into ghosts? With the divine masters around, they won't be able to cause any trouble." Hearing the leading general mention the divine masters, the other ordinary generals were relieved, and their expressions became better. That's right. With the divine masters around, everything will be fine." "Yes, I almost forgot. The divine masters have come to our Uros. In the future, this world will definitely belong to our Uros." On the city wall, everyone was excited. Outside the ancient city, under the old tree, "Brother-in-law, did you see anything just now?" Xianxia said with a trembling voice. "There was a figure in the wind." Jiyu frowned. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Yes." He stared at the ancient city, and the silver light in his eyes intertwined. He was still staring in the direction of the ancient city. Others would only occasionally see a figure, but after he used the Heavenly One Soul technique, he saw many figures. These figures were all covered in blood, and their faces were ferocious. They were very resentful, like vengeful spirits that had walked out of hell. Because of the resentment of these figures, there was a strong smell of blood in the wind, which made Lin Tian frown. The fluctuation of soul power. Blood souls? He cultivated the Heavenly One Soul technique and was a 6th-order array manipulator, so he was very sensitive to the fluctuation of soul power. These figures were condensed from the soul power of the dead people. Now, they were forcefully pulled out of the ancient city by an invisible force and floated toward the southeast of the ancient city, quickly disappearing into the night. "Where is the southeast of here?" he asked Jiyu. "Southeast?" Jiyu was slightly stunned. "That's the direction of the Uros imperial city." Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he looked toward the southeast. "Let's go to the Uros imperial city," he said. On the way to the border, when he heard from the generals beside Zhu Yi that the Uros had slaughtered all the people in 13 cities, he felt that something was wrong with this war. At this moment, when he saw the blood souls in the wind, he felt that there was a big problem with this war. It was very likely that this was a huge conspiracy. He glanced at the city in front of him one last time, then quietly left with Jiyu and Xianxia on the horse. Uros was adjacent to Beiyin, so the distance between the two was not too far. In addition, the three of them were at the border, so they quickly arrived outside the Uros imperial city in about 2 days. Looking around, the Uros Imperial City and Beiyan Imperial City were very similar. They were both very large, and there were many people in the city, including many young experts. I heard that His Majesty is already preparing to attack Muyan. Attack Muyan? Aren't they fighting with Beiyan? Beiyan will be destroyed soon. They have already lost 13 cities, so they can't stop our soldiers. After this, not only the Northern Flame Country and the Muyan Country, but also the other neighboring countries will also be targeted. It's all thanks to the God Master. That's right. Ever since the God Master came, our combat power has soared. In the past, when we fought with Beiyan, we basically couldn't win with Ji Yuanshan around. But now, I heard that even Ji Yuanshan can't win. In the Uros Imperial City, many people were whispering. Lin Tian and the other two walked in the Uros Imperial City. Hearing these voices, Xianxia was very unhappy. God Master, where did this son of AB** TCH come from? It seems that this son of AB** TCH started this war. Many people died. Xianxia was very unhappy, but he kept his voice low. After all, this was the Uros Imperial City. We'll find out soon. Lin Tiandao. He looked very calm as he walked in a specific direction with Ji Yu and Xianxia. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a towering city wall. It was the main gate of the Uros Imperial City. How dare you? Who are you? A Uros soldier who was guarding the gate of the Imperial City scolded them. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He swept out a gust of wind with his sword and sent the soldiers in front of the Imperial City flying. He didn't take their lives. He came to the Uros Imperial City to stop the war and meet the so-called God Master. Naturally, he wouldn't kill ordinary people. Let's go, he said to Ji Yu and Xianxia. He broke the main gate of the Imperial City and walked into the Imperial City. Ji Yu followed behind him quietly. Xianxia kept rubbing his hands. His eyes were full of excitement. Soon, the three of them walked into the Imperial City. It was currently noon. There were quite a few figures on the streets in front of the royal palace. All of them widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They stared at Lin Tian's group as if they had seen ghosts. There were actually people who dared to barge into the royal palace of the empire in broad daylight. Did they eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? They must have a death wish. They're crazy. Some people were stunned. The structure of the Euro Royal Palace was similar to that of the Beiyan Royal Palace. The interior was also filled with pavilions, and the ground was paved with white jade. There were wide avenues all around, and right in front of them was a magnificent hall. Soon, a large number of soldiers rushed out of the Imperial City and went straight for Lin Tian. How dare you break into the Imperial City? You must have a death wish. The leading general shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers around him moved. They all waved their swords and sabers at Lin Tian, Ji Yu, and Xianxia. These people's cultivation wasn't too strong, but they all had a murderous aura. Almost all of them were soldiers who had retired from the battlefield. They were all brave and skilled in battle and were much stronger than cultivators of the same level. Lin Tian was expressionless. He looked at the soldiers who were charging at him, and a cold aura suddenly spread out. All of a sudden, the soldiers who had rushed forward were shaken. Suddenly, all of them began to tremble. Many of them couldn't even hold their swords firmly. Some of them even sat on the ground while trembling. In an instant, they revealed a terrified expression. Moreover, it wasn't just these people. Even the powerful general who shouted at him at the beginning was shocked. Cold sweat dripped down his face. You, the general trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. He stuttered for a long time but couldn't say a word. The strongest of these people was only at the 9th level of the Divine Pulse realm. How could they withstand the cold aura of Lin Tian, who was at the 4th level of the Zephyr realm? A long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. The light of fire flickered as he slashed it forward. With a clang, a huge sword of flames tore through the air and landed on the main hall at the center of the royal palace in the blink of an eye. It obliterated the symbolic roof of the royal palace, causing strands of flames to burn in the surroundings. Uros Emperor, come out and meet me. End of chapter 488. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.